Turning to leave the Chia secret realm, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. Felt rather good to be trusted. But that Lord Yushan was truly generous, giving him 3 supreme treasures at once. Although the soul defense treasure was only of ordinary grade, the base price for such a treasure was 36 treasure points. The total value of the 3 supreme treasures was likely over 100 treasure points, and the soul defense treasure alone accounted for nearly half. Zhang Yang stared at the outer domain battlefield with a cold gleam in his eyes. That was where he had fallen, and from there he would rise again. But there was still something more important to do. He stretched out his hand and a colorful light orb appeared in his palm. It then expanded, instantly covering the area within 10 meters. A flash of spatial fluctuation passed, and a tall winged race immortal appeared before Zhang Yang. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Zhang Yang said, "Divine Kingdom Teleport." The winged race immortal answered hurriedly, "Yes." Then raising his hand, he conjured a spatial vortex. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang flashed into the passage. Familiar with Divine Kingdom teleportation, he stood inside the colorful tunnel. Immortal divine power erupted from his body, and with a casual strike, he shattered the Divine Kingdom passage, then flashed straight through. When he emerged again, he found himself in the vast starry sky. He casually put away the winged race immortal, formed his hand into a blade, and sliced along the spatial trajectory. The deep spatial interlayer fully appeared before Zhang Yang's eyes. "Xiao-san, how far away is your divine kingdom from here?" Zhang Yang asked Ma Yunvine inwardly. "Master, my divine kingdom feels quite far from here. Our current position is roughly in the 3rd quadrant belonging to the human race's territory." Ma Yunvine replied, The surface spatial fragments are too small in area. We need to continue deeper." Inside the spatial interlayer, Zhang Yang said with some dissatisfaction, continuing deeper toward the interior. "My gene level is only 101% of Luo Feng's in the original account, and my inner world's diameter is 1/10,000th of his. Though its volume is smaller, the space fragment cannot be too small. Later, once my gene level rises, a large space fragment will be easier to nurture." Zhang Yang mused inwardly while flying. Deeper inside, spatial fragments gradually became enormous, some still evolving. Perhaps one day they would form a strange secret realm. According to ordinary immortals, the spatial interlayer consists of the spatial fragment zone. Deeper in is the divine kingdom layer, and the deepest is the spatial torrent layer. The farther in, the safer it is. This should be the spatial torrent layer, right? Zhang Yang looked at the enormous spatial fragment over 1 trillion kilometers before him, nodded, and said with satisfaction, "A divine kingdom was generally very safe. After all, there were no prophecy-type enemies here to locate it. In this place the virtual universe was the strongest, but now he had even blocked out the virtual universe, so there was naturally no risk of exposure." He arrived before another spatial fragment roughly 3 trillion kilometers in diameter. Compared to the enormous fragment, he was less than an ant. "Ha!" Zhang Yang shouted. He drew on his inner world, making it continually turn ethereal, while an invisible force burst forth and locked onto the outer spatial fragment. As his inner world turned ethereal into a state neither real nor fake, it seemed to appear in another dimension, and gradually approached the enormous silver spatial fragment outside. When the world's phantom landed on the spatial fragment, the two began to resonate, continuously trembling faintly. With each completed tremor, the two became more attuned. Mountains and oceans within the world gradually grew clear. The celestial star released scorching heat once more, and islands dotted the oceans like scattered stars. Finally, the inner world fully evolved into a real divine kingdom. Zhang Yang flashed directly into his own divine kingdom, once again entering the state of a creator. Stars of the firmament rise. Above the divine kingdom, world power surged. Countless substances condensed, and finally countless stars of varying sizes appeared in the sky along set trajectories. With a hum as the stars in the sky took shape, countless multicolored chains abruptly shot through the void toward them. Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically. He immediately self-detonated one of the condensed stars, and the surrounding chains slowly faded as if they had never existed. Zhang Yang violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He said in shock, "Is this the origin of the universe? This might truly is limitless. Even without a direct collision, it still made me lose 10% of my divine body. Inconceivable Zhuashan Ku. The layout of the Milky Way is indeed profoundly mysterious, and the price is heavy. Even with my enlightenment, the primordial universe will not allow me to do such a thing." In the high sky, he calmed himself, then shouted again, "Central continent, divine temple rise. Sea, mountains, rivers." With each step of planning, the divine kingdom became orderly, and a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. This was his foundation. Though it was still somewhat weak compared to the limit, as long as his gene level improved, the future limit of his divine kingdom scope would naturally become even higher. Seated cross-legged in the divine temple, Zhang Yang began to recover from his injuries. Several billion Hunyuan units were many, but to him now they meant nothing. 2 years later, War Camp No. 46, third battlefield of the Outer Domain battlefield. Boom! Zhang Yang teleported there, instantly releasing his aura, and an immense pressure filled the camp. A Pajot race marquis hurriedly flew out from inside the camp. Seeing Zhang Yang, his pupils constricted. Standing before this man, he felt like an ant, and his expression became even more respectful. Lord King Yuhun, what instructions do you have? Zhang Yang said calmly. First, arrange a residence for me. Second, issue a bounty. Hunt down all invincible kings, limit kings, and peak kings with special techniques among the machine monster and insect races on the third battlefield. The Pajot Marquis's pupils shrank, and his expression became even more respectful. Zhang Yang continued. For an invincible king, provide location information for 1 billion Hunyuan units, and provide a divine kingdom teleport token for 5 billion Hunyuan units. For a limit king, provide location information for 200 million Hunyuan units, and provide a divine kingdom teleport token for 1 billion Hunyuan units. For a special peak king, provide location information for 50 million Hunyuan units, or provide a divine kingdom teleport token. After confirming the target situation, the reward will be at least 100 million Hunyuan units, up to 1 billion Hunyuan units. If the information is true, only the first person to provide it is valid. The virtual universe will monitor automatically, and the second condition takes priority. Alright, that's all. The Pajot Marquis cautiously glanced at Zhang Yang and said, Lord, this. Zhang Yang frowned and asked, Is there a problem? Feeling the sharp gaze, the Pajot Marquis swallowed all his words and said in a low voice, No problem, Lord. The notice has been released. By now all allies on the third battlefield should have received the information. Your currency. Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, Why be anxious about currency? Isn't there still more than 10 billion Hunyuan units? Once I receive the news, I will naturally have items of corresponding value. Inside a deep blue spaceship hidden in a secret realm, a powerful young man reclined on a sofa and complained. Those high kings are far too hard to hunt, and those early stage kings are also terribly clever. I have been on the Outer Domain battlefield for more than 5,000 epochs and fought no few battles, yet I only earned 300 million Hunyuan units and spent quite a bit. Life is really too hard. Master, there is a bounty from the military system. Do you want to check it? A phantom figure shaped like a little cat said. The young man's expression turned excited. A bounty? Is it still up? Hasn't it been grabbed? The little cat said. Master, this is an open bounty. You'd better take a look quickly. Fine. The young man responded and immediately began checking the public bounty in the military system. Damn. He said excitedly. As expected of King Yuhun, he really appeared. As expected of an invincible king so domineering. Xiao Tuan, turn the ship around. Let's go find that limit king from 1,000 years ago. At the same time, countless elite members of the human camp on the third battlefield began to move. Some experts could not even defeat them, much less kill them, but preserving their own lives was no problem. The reward was simply too generous. Just one coordinate, just one opening of a divine kingdom teleport could net at least the entire wealth of an early-stage king. Third battlefield No. 46 military camp. The Pajot Marquis wanted to say something more, but Zhang Yang had already flashed onto his own small island. In the sky above, an elf-like young girl was fluttering her wings, looking extremely adorable. Seeing Zhang Yang, she called out in a sweet voice, King Yuhun, I sent you messages for so long, and now you finally need your servant. Zhang Yang smiled and said, King Mi Yue, one person is not enough. The third battlefield should have plenty of tokens from your shadow tower, right? King Mi Yu frowned, looking pitiful, and said coquettishly, You bad man. I cannot tell you such a thing. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious, and he said in a low voice, This time I really need it. There are many targets to deal with, and your rewards will not be lacking. In midair, a primordial giant elephant hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was roaring, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cunning human, cunning little worm, you escaped again. He is only an early-stage king, yet time after time, he slips away from the great King Qingkong. Next time I see you, I will burn divine power from the very start. Even at a loss, I will make you fall. With a hum, King Qingkong's expression became extremely wary. Why would a divine kingdom teleport suddenly appear? Where did a divine kingdom token come from here? Suddenly his eyes fixed. He instantly saw that little bug, and rage surged in his heart. It actually dared to appear before him again. But in the next instant his eyes became filled with horror, and he screamed in terror, King Yuhun. With a hum, the moment Zhang Yang appeared, his immortal divine power instantly turned ethereal. Over 900 million times a peak realm lord's power surged out, and an invisible war blade instantly pierced the body of King Shinkong, who only possessed a little over 100,000 times a peak realm lord's power. In an instant, every soul imprint of King Shinkong was completely annihilated. Zhang Yang flashed to his side, swept his gaze across the space ring on the body and frowned. King Zidian, this peak king is quite ordinary. The thin King Zidian said with an embarrassed look, Lord, I felt he was quite strong and rather special. With a casual wave, Zhang Yang stored away King Shinkong's body, and said indifferently, this time I will count it as 100 million Hunyuan units for you. Let it not happen again. King Zidian said joyfully, yes, yes, yes. Lord King Yuhun, just give me whatever you see fit. Next time I will definitely find you an extremely special peak king. Zhang Yang shook his head and directly transferred 100 million Hunyuan units. The attendant beside him brought him back to Warbase No. 46 via Divine Kingdom teleportation. King Zidian watched Zhang Yang leave with reverence and said enviously, so this is a true invincible king. No matter the opponent, even a limit king cannot withstand King Yuhun's single glance. As of now, more than 15 limit kings have died, and even more peak kings have fallen. This is no mere immortal. I feel it is more exaggerated than a venerable. When will I ever reach such a level? Still, even a false report earned some reward and my assets doubled in an instant. Unfortunately, this method can only be used once. Seeing Zhang Yang teleport back again, King Mi Yu walked toward him with swaying steps. Her red lips parted as she said seductively, my Lord King Yuhun, another peak king this time. Your maidservant no longer wants to struggle. Would you take me under your command? Zhang Yang could not be bothered with her. A woman who had already become a king was only putting on an act now. They were no weak women. Besides, after a few glances, he had grown tired of the act. He turned to a small thin human of the Eru race with lively eyes. King Tenna, continue handling this batch of treasures. Same rule as before, you get a 2% commission on the sale. You know this rate is quite generous. King Tenna bowed and said quickly, it's not low at all, Lord. I'm only an early stage king, and now every one of the targets is a peak king. After handling just a few, my assets have already doubled. King Mi Yu's clever eyes turned. She spoke gently, my Lord King Yuhun, you have now killed more than 200 kings, each one an expert. I fear that by now they have already begun preparing to deal with you. Oh, changed tactics. Actually, that earlier posture was quite good. This current bearing does not suit your appearance. Ah! King Mi Yu twisted her waist and said with coquettish complaint, I came to talk serious matters after getting news, but you are always so improper. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at her. Who was being improper? He had always kept a distance of more than 2 meters and never crossed the line. A man out in the world had to protect himself and stay far away from a vixen like her. Isn't it better for them to gather? Wouldn't the harvest be faster? I only regret there is no news of an invincible king. Otherwise, I would let these alien races see what true invincibility means. King Mi Yu rarely put on a serious expression. She looked less seductive and more dignified and authoritative. King Yuhun, you know what I mean. Those alien races have already shifted into a defensive array and tightened their lines. I am afraid those true experts are about to descend. Zhang Yang turned to look outside the great hall and said in a faint, distant voice, I am waiting precisely for them. He had not come here for supreme treasures or revenge. Those were merely side extras. His true purpose was to draw out the universe masters of the 3 races. Wuxia Island. Luofeng Zhang Yang has broken through to immortality. He's slaughtering crazily on the 3rd battlefield now. My venerable, it's too terrifying. Babata said succinctly. Luofeng stood up and said calmly, the senior could have broken through to immortality long ago. I don't know what he was waiting for, but since he has broken through now, he must have been fully prepared. Babata, what level has the senior reached now? Babata said in a low voice, many at the pinnacle sealed king level have already fallen. But according to the intelligence from the military system, he is now offering bounties even on invincible sealed kings. On the 3rd battlefield, he is putting bounties on all top-tier sealed kings. It's too terrifying. These are the virtual images recorded by those sealed kings. In the image, amidst a rubble-filled starry sky, a giant python thousands of kilometers long kept twisting its body. The vast aura of a pinnacle sealed king was horrifying. Pursuing it from behind was merely a 3-meter-tall winged humanoid, whose aura was somewhat weaker than the python's. Before a battle even began, the demon race's pinnacle sealed king was already fleeing for its life. Suddenly, space rippled beside the winged humanoid, and a 2-meter-tall figure gradually solidified from illusory emptiness. Zhang Yang appeared silently. The black armor on his body was very ordinary, but his aura was vast enough to make people tremble. Even more terrifying were his eyes. They were two hazy gray vortices. Luo Feng's strength was slightly insufficient to see them clearly, but he could vaguely make out that the gray threads were stars and one vortex was a rotating galaxy. When Zhang Yang's body fully solidified, he turned his head and glanced at the giant python. His divine power burned violently, but the next instant it turned illusory again, and the aura around his body became ordinary. The giant python fleeing ahead suddenly stopped twisting its body, as if completely stiff. The vast aura that had filled the air vanished utterly. It had clearly fallen. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs trembling slightly in their sockets. He murmured inwardly, "Senior, has your power really reached such a level? Even though I obtained a divine body amplification secret method that surpasses the limits of the universe, my comprehension of merely the 18th layer is probably far inferior to yours. And once I reach immortality, these soldier-grade and general-grade armors will no longer provide such powerful amplification. If I broke through to immortality now, I would probably only barely be an invincible sealed king. Can you be sure you can kill an expert of this level? As expected of the senior." Babata, seeing that Luo Feng was silent, and thinking he was feeling down, quietly comforted him. "Luo Feng, are you all right? Actually, you are already very strong now. As a world master, you can even kill a sealed lord immortal. You are comparable to a peerless genius who appears only once in 10 million epochs." Luo Feng shook his head and said, "Babata, I'm fine. Such self-deceiving thinking is unacceptable. If I'm weak, I need to understand where I'm weak, then keep working hard to improve. Right now, I'm full of motivation. Wuxia Island is no longer suitable for us. We need to set off again. Great Universe Master, why won't you let me go and kill him? I'm not afraid of soul attacks. That despicable human. How dare he be so arrogant?" Mingyun King said with great unwillingness. A hazy voice spoke, "Little one, give up that thought. I have seen that human before, and I am certain his body has already reached the limit of the universe. For a world master to accomplish this. How inconceivable." Although the divine body amplification secret method cannot be seen clearly based on the battle scene at the time, he has reached at least 50 times amplification or more. Now that he has stepped into immortality, his divine power has reached 500 million times the peak power of a world master. Although you are an invincible sealed king, your time is short after all. If you barely withstand a move or two, all of your accumulation will be exhausted. After that, you will fall. Mingyun King's body trembled slightly. His heart was shocked and furious, but he had to admit that going there would have no use other than throwing his life away. He said extremely unwillingly, "My lord, are we just going to watch him run rampant on the outer battlefield?" The hazy voice sounded again, "Rampant? They are just a group of little ones. They can be revived very easily. Now the demon race and the bug race are also waiting for us to move. No rush, no rush. He cannot escape. Even if he has avatars, there are other ways to make him completely fall. Father God must have already worked out a plan with the other two races. Killing him is very simple. As for who will make a move, just watch carefully." At the mention of Father God, Mingyun King's face became incomparably respectful. He was the supreme and only god of the machine race. With Father God personally taking action, a mere Yuhun King will surely fall. Third battlefield. Zhang Yang casually killed a pinnacle sealed king and frowned. This time there was still no precious treasure to harvest. Although 1 or 2 precious treasures were not worth much, an ordinary precious treasure was worth only 0.51. 5 treasure points and 3,000,4,000 treasure points were needed to exchange for 1 supreme treasure point. The gap between the two sides was enormous. But using them as backup equipment was still a good choice. Just like now, Zhang Yang was basically fighting barehanded. The equipment used by those sealed kings broke the moment he put force into it. At the very least, a precious treasure could allow him to exert his current strength. Having equipment was still more convenient than having none. Why haven't those universe masters come yet? It's so difficult just to test the strength of my soul defense. For this I long ago prepared for an avatar to fall, and even put down my supreme treasure. Zhang Yang thought inwardly. The Daily Eye Race sealed king beside him said in a low voice, "Lord Yuhun King, this." Zhang Yang snapped back to attention and directly transferred the funds to him. "All right, I was thinking about something else. The 1 billion Hunyuan units have already been transferred to you." "Thank you, my lord." The Daily Eye Race sealed king said joyfully. Although 1 billion Hunyuan units were not a huge fortune for a peak sealed king like him, it could still be considered a small part of his assets. To earn it, he would have needed countless years of accumulation. Now he only needed to carry the Divine Kingdom token and run around. When he encountered an opponent, this invincible sealed king before him would naturally make a move. "All right, you can go back," Zhang Yang said calmly. "My lord, I will continue to search for prey for you," the Daily Eye Race Sealed King said happily. Then his figure flashed and he teleported away. "I've stayed here for quite a while now. They should have received the news by now," Zhang Yang muttered softly, standing beside the demon race corpse. "Little one, are you waiting for me?" A gentle voice seemed to sound right by Zhang Yang's ear. His mind instantly became extremely alert, but the surrounding scene had already turned into the appearance of his home on Earth. Su Pei walked over, gently hugged him, and said tenderly, "You're finally back. This time you made me wait for so long again." Zhang Yang looked at the person before him, grinned, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the bug race Mother Empress, right? Pretty good illusion. It gives me a lot of inspiration." "Break!" Zhang Yang shouted inwardly, and the scene around him instantly became clear. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at the stunningly beautiful bug race Empress before him and said, "I thought it would be a bug race warrior. I didn't expect the Empress herself to come." The beautiful woman's eyes contracted sharply. She said in surprise, "You actually managed to escape my illusion." A trace of tenderness flashed through Zhang Yang's eyes. He said calmly, "Your illusion is very powerful. Had it been another scene, it might have trapped me a little longer. But since you stirred up my obsession, my heart will not lose its way." The beautiful bug race Empress's gaze instantly turned vicious. "Just a sealed king. Since illusion doesn't work, I'll simply enslave you directly." At such close range, a vast surge of illusory divine power instantly poured into Zhang Yang's body. In the next instant, she saw a starry sky, star grand formation rise. After sensing the illusory divine power, Zhang Yang shouted in his heart, and his will, equivalent to that of a universe master, erupted fiercely. In his spiritual sea, the twinkling stars suddenly trembled, lighting up one after another. The starlight connected within the spiritual sea, outlining a complex secret pattern diagram. An invisible light barrier rose from among the stars, completely enveloping Zhang Yang's soul. Boom! 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 With every strike from the bug race Empress, the star grand formation shook. After another few hits, a large crater appeared in the light barrier, and the Empress had already charged all the way in. Zhang Yang smiled at the bug race Empress. He had never imagined that he could withstand a universe master who was so adept at soul attacks. Now, with such a huge gap in divine bodies, and without the protection of a supreme treasure, being able to withstand a few attacks was already a success. Bug race Empress, thank you. Self-destruct. No! The Empress watched Zhang Yang's soul dim at terrifying speed, and before she could even reach him, it had completely turned to nothing. Yuhan King, how dare you use me? A shrill voice rang out beside Zhang Yang's corpse. A colossal aura swept across the outer battlefield, instantly enveloping the entire third battlefield. In this region, space and time seemed to stop completely. The moment Zhang Yang self-destructed, many experts on the third battlefield received the news. The public bounty in the military system had disappeared. Many human experts were deeply regretful. The period of windfalls was over. But the next instant, a vast aura enveloped them completely, and they felt as if they had turned into ants. Whether they were from the human race, the demon race, the machine race, or even the many bug race immortals, everyone had the same thought at that moment: get out of here quickly. The third battlefield could not be stayed in. This battlefield especially attracted universe masters. At the same time, they once again marveled at Yuhan King's power. Even such an expert had come to assassinate him. They just didn't know whether Yuhan King was dead or not. Yaoming Master, last time it was my human race, this time it is your bug race. The rules of the outer battlefield should not be like this. Chaos City Lord's figure appeared beside Zhang Yang's corpse and said calmly to the bug race Empress, "Humans, what fine humans. Your race really is quite confident, actually letting a peerless genius appear right before our eyes. So confident, he even dared to use me." Yaoming Master shrieked sharply. The path was his own. We cannot help him. Since he chose this, he was already prepared to fall. Chaos City Lord said flatly. Yaoming Master was furious, her face twisting hideously and completely ruining her beauty. Chaos City Lord, this matter is not over. He could withstand my soul attack, but there will always be someone who can completely suppress him. We'll see. Watching Yaoming Master disappear, a trace of worry flashed through Chaos City Lord's eyes. He had long been mentally prepared that Zhang Yang could withstand a universe master's soul attack. After all, he was the first little fellow who had dared to attack him as an immortal. When he felt that attack back then, he already knew that Zhang Yang barely possessed the will of a universe master. With such powerful will, he could remain clear-headed even against universe master-level soul attacks in the primal universe. Although his illusory divine power was weak and the gap between him and a true universe master was enormous, making it impossible to block soul attacks, he had avatars. As long as his consciousness remained clear, he could calmly self-destruct, so there was no risk of being enslaved. But since they had failed once, they would never just leave it alone. There were countless experts in the universe, and among those skilled in soul attacks, one peak was higher than the next. There would always be someone able to completely suppress Zhang Yang's will and enslave him. Such an outstanding genius, even if he seemed somewhat aloof. Chaos City Lord still hoped Zhang Yang could grow up because after all he was human. If possible, he also wanted to help Zhang Yang. But he knew that, with the current rigid relationship, Zhang Yang would not accept his kindness. Geniuses always had different temperaments, and in some ways they were very stubborn. In fact, he had once considered taking Zhang Yang as a disciple to bring the relationship closer, but Zhang Yang's wary attitude, and the way he seemed to feel coerced, made him give up. Sigh. Chaos City Lord let out a faint sigh and said, "Now whether you rise or fall depends entirely on your own fortune." He had never seen such a difficult genius. Which genius did not grow up safely under the protection of their race and hold genuine recognition for the race? When it came to Zhang Yang, it was as if he faced an enemy from the very beginning. His mind stirred, and he suddenly understood the key Earth was probably far more important to Zhang Yang than he had imagined. At this point things became even more complicated. Having feelings was a good thing. One who cared so much about their home planet was naturally a person with true emotion. They too had walked that path. If he could form a bond with the race, he would naturally fight for the race. But Earth simply could not be returned. Other universe masters had fought their way out from weakness. How could they care about an irrelevant little fellow? How could they give up such interests? Unknown star region. Zhang Yang murmured softly, "The avatar has fallen again. Using an avatar to scout the way is indeed very nice. Now that I have reached the immortal level, replenishing the 3 avatars has become much simpler." Hiss. Zhang Yang's divine body, like weathered sand, suddenly scattered into countless tiny particles on the ground, then instantly recovered. 2 Zhang Yangs condensed at once, except each had only 50 of a divine body. This recovery is a bit slow. Let me adjust the strength of the divine body. The avatar's immortal divine power slowly flowed toward the true body. In an instant the true body's immortal divine power reached 70, while the avatar's immortal divine power was only 30, making the avatar even weaker. Zhang Yang's true body began to recover, while the weakened avatar tilted its head and summarized the battle just now, or rather being trampled. He thought inwardly, the bug race Empress's soul attack should be considered powerful even among universe masters. At the level of universe strongest soul attacks can probably rise another level. Stronger than that should be the bug race's universe strongest, since she is extremely skilled in soul control. The strongest should be like Shuzhen Demon God. Even high-grade soul defense supreme treasures can be pierced by him. His secret method is obviously extremely terrifying. But this is the primal universe. No matter their battle records, they cannot exceed the 6th rank. Even the universe strongest, when erupting within the primal universe, can only reach the peak of the 6th rank at most. My defensive secret method is also extremely powerful. My power may be lacking, but my secret technique skill is absolutely not weak. I possess the will of a universe master. Against a 1st-rank universe master, I can surely self-destruct calmly. Against a 2nd-rank universe master, I can still put up some resistance. A 3rd-rank universe master is the level of the bug race empress who attacked me just now. I would basically have no power to resist, only a weak struggle before being crushed. Stronger than that, I would be in great danger. If an even stronger soul attack came, my will would probably be suppressed in an instant, or I would even lose consciousness completely. When that happens, it would be dangerous. It is still a problem of will. I can only plant a poison formation within my soul in advance, but it has huge limitations. Once the formation is activated, my soul and will cannot be struck by anything, or otherwise I would fall instantly. And I can't just keep hiding. With powerful talent I can complete an ultimate secret method, but I must fight to truly master it. Without fighting, even if my current comprehension of laws can create an ultimate secret method, the difficulty from here on will rise sharply. After deliberating, Zhang Yang said, "Our will must grow stronger before we can venture out, otherwise it will be extremely dangerous, for the enemies ahead are undoubtedly formidable. At the very least we need to elevate our will by 3 tiers before we can avoid the peril of falling in the prime universe. As for the self-annihilation technique, there is no way to refine it further. Once initiated, it is utterly irreversible, which is precisely what prevents the soul from being controlled and renders all soul attacks from those mighty beings ineffective. Now that I have recently ascended to immortality, my will is still in a phase of rapid enhancement. Moreover, with the system's choices, my fundamental foundation has been reset and my talents are soaring to new heights. I can guarantee that my will can be elevated by 2 tiers, but that is still not assured. The more powerful one becomes, the stronger not only soul attacks grow, but illusory deceptions also intensify immensely. The Void Real Demon Lord, Truth and illusion interwoven, reality and falsehood separated by a single thought. His soul attack technique has clearly reached its pinnacle, and I might easily become trapped within it. My soul defense secret art also needs further reinforcement, and I must continue delving into the star layout of the Milky Way. Lifting his head to glance at his true body, still restoring divine power, 3 avatars were already the limit. Splitting further would weaken his will. If his will fell by a single tier, law fusion would slow tenfold, and his combat power would diminish considerably. The avatar closed his eyes once more, his mind sinking into the fusion of laws, as his consciousness gradually became infected by the fused laws and grew ever stronger. Patriarch. Outside the divine temple, a horned powerhouse of the king realm lay prostrate on the ground, speaking with reverence. Come in. The voice emanated from within the great hall, yet it seemed to whisper directly into the horned giant's ear. He walked in devoutly, and knelt once more, saying, Greetings, Patriarch. The sovereign of withered tamarind slowly opened his eyes upon the high throne of the divine temple, like a deity awakening from slumber. What matter brings you here, Wusai? Wusai said respectfully, Patriarch, that Ghost Soul King has once again appeared on the outland battlefield, only to be assassinated by the insect race empress, after which he self-detonated. A cold glint flickered in the sovereign of withered tamarind's heart. He had originally intended to drive Zhang Yang into a desperate situation, but only afterward learned that this Ghost Soul King possessed avatars. Now this punishment was clearly too lenient and undermined his dignity as a universe master. Connecting his mind to the virtual universe, his brow furrowed involuntarily, as he thought to himself, why can I not locate his position? Could it be that Chaos and the others deliberately helped him conceal it? You may leave. Since I have already punished him, this matter is concluded. No further attention is needed. Yes, Patriarch. Wusai takes his leave. The sovereign of withered tamarind gazed at the empty hall, cold light flickering in his eyes. He could not act again, for doing so would likewise cost him his dignity. Humph, let me see just how far you can go. Within the city lord's mansion in Chaos City, the Chaos sovereign sat in the great hall, his consciousness immersed in the virtual universe. What played before his eyes was the scene before Zhang Yang departed through the divine kingdom teleportation. That 10-colored orb of light rotating gently, gradually expanding while the image slowly blurred. The Chaos City Lord lowered his head in contemplation, murmuring, why do I feel a flash of inspiration, only for it to become elusive and ambiguous? The secret art appears simple. I should be able to see through it at a glance. Could it be that there are hidden secrets within that I do not know? Raising his hand, a similar colorful orb of light appeared in his palm. The energy circulation is correct and the laws are correct as well. Why is the effect different? The energy circulation is correct but the laws are wrong. A gentle voice sounded, instantly calming the Chaos City Lord's heart. The Chaos City Lord looked up at the middle-aged man dressed in white with a kindly countenance. It seemed that the entire universe resided within his eyes, with stars being born and extinguished in endless cycles. Teacher, why have you appeared? The primordial ancestor smiled, and said, when the most gifted genius in the history of the human race appears, how could I not come out to see for myself? The Chaos City Lord was deeply astonished. How could the Ghost Soul King deserve such a title? He admitted that the Ghost Soul King had encountered remarkable fortune, obtaining such a powerful secret art, capable of shielding himself from the virtual universe. He also acknowledged the extraordinary speed of his growth. His gene level had rapidly reached 100-fold, and his comprehension of the laws had advanced with astonishing swiftness. Because of the special effects of Earth, even the Ghost Soul King's will and soul attacks were incomparably powerful. None of his peers could stand against him. He even bore a hint of the teacher's glory in his prime. But surely this level of performance could not yet qualify as the most formidable genius in the history of the human race. In terms of advancement speed, the Ghost Soul King could not match the Star Prison Demon Lord. In terms of gene level, the Tianshur Palace Master had also long since elevated to 100-fold, and the Ancestral Tree even possessed special life avatars. In terms of law comprehension, his junior nephew, the Yuho Sovereign, was even more inconceivable. The primordial ancestor said, calmly perplexed. The Chaos City Lord nodded respectfully, as if he had returned to the days when he received his teacher's guidance. Having become a universe master with peak 5th-tier strength, it had been a long time since he last received his teacher's instruction. The primordial ancestor gazed seriously at the Chaos City Lord, and said softly, the virtual universe was created from my comprehension of the origin of the universe, based on the characteristics of the origin universe itself. The reason this secret art is so powerful is precisely because it contains the 10 great laws of the prime universe. Only through the mutual fusion and reorganization of the laws of each system could it reach its current level. It is only because my cultivation realm is profound that I was able to accomplish this. The Chaos City Lord nodded. The secret art created by his teacher was naturally of unmatched might, intertwined with the laws of the prime universe. Apart from the influence of the universe's origin, only the mightiest beings of the universe could make the laws yield. No one else could shield themselves from the virtual universe. Yet now this unexpected anomaly had appeared in the form of the Ghost Soul King. Ah! The primordial ancestor sighed softly, and waved his hand, causing the scene of Zhang Yang's battle with the Roaring Moon King to appear before them. Seeing the Chaos City Lord's puzzled gaze, he asked quietly, "You can only see the gold and space laws, correct?" The Chaos City Lord frowned and watched with intense concentration, carefully discerning the trajectory of the fused gold and space laws. He nodded silently and looked back at his teacher. The primordial ancestor did not look at the Chaos City Lord, but instead stared deeply at the scene of Zhang Yang battling the Roaring Moon King, and said with certainty, "This level of power is wrong. Does he possess some special innate technique that can amplify the might of his secret arts?" The Chaos City Lord asked in confusion. He. The primordial ancestor shook his head with a wry smile and said, "The virtual universe can simulate everything in the prime universe, even fused laws can be simulated. You know, although I have a profound comprehension of the laws, it is impossible for me to comprehend all the fused laws. Many laws I actually do not understand. Yet merely by grasping a portion, I am confident that once I emerge, I can advance even further. I will establish a holy land for the human race in the cosmic sea, immortal through countless cycles of reincarnation." A trace of sorrow flashed across the Chaos City Lord's eyes as he consoled teacher. The primordial ancestor waved his hand and said calmly, "Let us set that aside for now. The virtual universe can simulate all laws naturally because they already exist in the prime universe. Since the virtual universe is entangled with the primordial laws of the universe, it naturally possesses them as well. But what if the prime universe does not have them?" Flames seemed to burn within the primordial ancestor's eyes. Countless stars blazed as though the entire universe were engulfed in an ocean of fire. The prime universe does not have them. The Chaos City Lord was deeply shaken and retorted directly, "Teacher, how is that possible? Why is it impossible?" The primordial ancestor asked in return before beginning to explain, "Although I have been suppressed throughout countless epochs, I have never ceased studying the laws of the universe, hoping to advance further. Now the prime universe has reached its middle stage, and this reincarnation era has likewise reached its middle stage. But near the end of the early stage, I discovered something shocking. When I fused the laws I had comprehended, there actually appeared portions that do not exist in the prime universe. Shock, joy, anticipation. I discovered a path to even greater power. Over these years I have been silently striving. Yet how arduous is the path of law fusion. Fusing two laws is equivalent to walking the path to Universe Master all over again, and because my cultivation realm was profound, it took countless years for me to succeed. As for 3 systems of laws, the difficulty is already enough to drive one to despair. I have only advanced a single small step." The primordial ancestor raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Yang with a wooden expression, saying, "I was once uncertain why he could unleash attacks of this magnitude with a mere 100-fold gene level. I dared not believe my own suspicion, but the fact that the virtual universe cannot reveal him along with the might of his attacks all prove that he is truly cultivating law fusion, and has walked even further down this path than I have. Perhaps the fused portions do not display the same power I currently possess, but the difficulty involved is utterly despairing. That ingenious combination already surpasses the very construction of the virtual universe." The Chaos City Lord's expression shifted continuously. He trusted his teacher's judgment, for he himself had once suffered a loss, nearly losing track of his target. Yet he truly had never imagined that this Ghost Soul King could achieve such a level. Fusion of multiple systems of laws. Truly the ignorant fear nothing. How can the space origin law fuse with wind, thunder, and light? How did he manage it? Such formidable talent, yet so exceptionally exclusive and alienated. For the entire human race, is this a good thing? Or a bad thing? Should he be eliminated now or allowed to grow step by step? He had originally believed that no matter how much the Ghost Soul King grew, he could never escape his grasp, but he never expected him to be this terrifying. Thinking of how Zhang Yang seemed to have risen from primitive wilderness, surrounded by enemies on all sides, feeling no sense of belonging to cosmic beings, and striking down without hesitation, his heart burned with murderous intent. "Chaos!" The primordial ancestor called out softly. "Teacher." The Chaos City Lord stepped out from his killing intent and replied respectfully. "You intend to join with Giant Axe to eliminate him?" The primordial ancestor asked with a calm gaze. The Chaos City Lord hesitated for a moment but still nodded and said yes. He has completely slipped beyond control. His temperament is unpredictable, and for the human race I fear he may not be a good thing. The Chaos City Lord could guarantee that once Zhang Yang became a Universe Master, he would inevitably move against the Sovereign of Withered Tamarind, and might even purge the talented younger generation on Earth. The other Universe Masters would surely find such a figure unacceptable, and there was a high likelihood that Zhang Yang would lead the people of Earth to establish an independent lineage completely severing ties with the human race. If things were truly as the teacher had said, Zhang Yang posed a far greater threat than the Flame Emperor. The primordial ancestor shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Chaos, it is too late. Do you think Giant Axe can still find him as easily as before?" His purpose in appearing on the Outland battlefield this time was to measure his own limits and ensure his own safety. Since he dared to strike at you during his last visit to Chaos City, I imagine that when he appears again he will no longer fear you. The Chaos City Lord's expression changed. Indeed, more than 4,000 years had now passed. Before even 400 years had passed, he could interfere with the virtual universe's inquiries. After 4,000 years, concealing cosmic trajectories seemed perfectly normal. The primordial ancestor said calmly, "I have reviewed this young man's records many times, and I have even spoken with Giant Axe about him. Something extraordinary must have happened to him, allowing him to know so much information before even entering the universe. In order to preserve the wildness of humanity in the universe, we have never interfered with the conflicts below, and countless races still in their primitive stages have been oppressed. Normally a powerhouse rises step by step, aided by a teacher with clear enemies. By the time they reach immortality, they are already able to protect their own race. Afterwards, they gradually accept the cosmic environment, develop a sense of belonging, integrate into the human race. And as their race flourishes, they ultimately pledge full allegiance to humanity. But Earth is different. From the very beginning, it was the testing ground of the mountain guest. At a certain period, primal energy revived, and they fought against the demons. Afterwards, they faced the boundless universe, just as the human race did when it first rose. In their eyes, major powers like us are not much different from the demons. They have merely driven away the wolf only to face a tiger. Coupled with Earth's extraordinary nature, they have always harbored vigilance in their hearts. If we had not taken Earth, everything would naturally have been fine. After all, it was their place of origin. In reality, by the time cosmic beings settled there, their hearts were already estranged. Back then, he did not directly lead the people of Earth to flee into the distant starry sky and countless years later meet on the battlefield to reclaim Earth. That was already out of gratitude for the nurturing they had received, and for the sake of a more stable life for his race. The Chaos City Lord's expression grew uglier and uglier. The rules of the universe naturally had their own rationale for operating as they did, but though they were universal, special circumstances, such as this one, did not apply. This Ghost Soul King was already an immortal whose strength could rival a venerable. His comprehension of the laws was so profound that he could probably become a venerable in an instant. Time was no longer sufficient to make him accept and identify with the present human race. The primordial ancestor clearly understood what the Chaos City Lord was thinking, so he instructed, "When he possesses the combat power of a universe master, return Earth to him, and then bring him to see me." Long ago, before the human race existed, many races were scattered across the land. At that time, I gradually gathered them, negotiated with the leaders of many humanoid races, and only then formed the present human race. There were many conflicts in the early period, but through gradual reconciliation in the later period it became what it is today. Since he has allowed his people to integrate into all parts of the universe, although he has the intention of dominating territory, it also shows that he can still accept the current human race. Just like back then, many humanoid races chose to join alliances such as the Northern Frontier Alliance and only gradually returned to the fold later on. After all, although the differences between races are considerable, the rifts between peoples are even greater. The Chaos City Lord nodded seriously, then recalling what had happened before, he said softly, "Teacher, what about him, and the Sovereign of Withered Tamarind?" The primordial ancestor raised a hand to interrupt the Chaos City Lord. Craning his neck slightly forward, he said, "You only see the ruthlessness in front of you. That he would never show mercy to alien races, and would surely repay any grievance, since he has always appeared to be a person of forbearance. But recall his attitude toward his own kind. For the sake of his race's development within the human race, he is willing to set aside such grudges. Even those earthlings of unusual skin color, though driven out of the core, still received his protection." The Galaxy Guardian Divine Array is finally perfected. It's time to leave seclusion. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, then asked, "Xiao Chun, how much time has passed now?" Xiao Chun said excitedly, "It has been 1249 years, Master. Have you succeeded in your cultivation?" "Oh, more than 1200 years." Zhang Yang nodded in realization and asked with a smile, "You must have been bored stiff, right? You can't cultivate laws, and you can't connect to the virtual universe network." Xiao Chun said shyly, "Master, it's actually fine. After all, Xiao San keeps me company. Playing chess makes the time pass quickly." Zhang Yang couldn't help smiling. His gaze fell on a small violet-black mo cloud vine beside him. "You can no longer take part in future battles. Unless it's a supreme treasure, external things have little use to me now. Go and guard Earth for me, will you?" The mo cloud vine replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Zhang Yang nodded, then rose to his feet, and looked toward the deep starry sky, thinking to himself, when I broke through to immortality, my divine talent was 400000, over 1,000 years, rising by 1/10 of the base each year. 400000. 1,000 years meant 40 million. My divine talent is now over 100 times what it was before. Now the annual gain in talent is only 1,000th of my current self, so improvement has become extremely slow again. My will has reached a level between the second and third tiers of a universe master, and the period of rapid advancement has passed. But it's enough. I used more than 200 system selections to enhance techniques. The Galaxy Guardian Divine Array broke through countless bottlenecks, and is now fully cultivated. Even facing a 6th-tier universe master's soul attack, I can remain composed and self-destruct. In the primordial universe, I no longer have any risk of falling. Turning to glance at his avatar, who was still comprehending the laws, Zhang Yang stepped out and teleported through his divine kingdom to Camp No. 46 of the 3rd battlefield in the domain battlefield. Slowly he put away his secret technique. Xiao Chun, connect to the virtual universe and check what has happened recently. Xiao Chun said quietly, Master Luofeng suddenly disappeared several hundred years ago. His family is very worried. Zhang Yang's eyes tightened. Missing? Could it be the Star Tower inheritance? Send a virtual universe communication to Luo Hua. Yes, Master. Xiao Chun replied and immediately sent the communication request. Milky Way Yinghua Financial Headquarters. Luo Hua looked grimly at the financial reports on the desk. As an elder of the Earth Clan, he rarely managed affairs and seldom came to places like this. But recently problems had cropped up in the business of many cosmic nations. The Luo family's enterprises in particular had been greatly affected, forcing him to come handle things. He had already been deeply worried by Luo Feng's disappearance, and now he was even more mentally drained. Mainly because Zhang Yang still couldn't be reached. If not for the fact that those soul slaves were still alive, he would have suspected that the two had fallen. How dared these sealed kings act like this? Even if they were unafraid of his elder brother, Zhang Yang was an invincible sealed king. Yet they still dared to target them. A translucent green turtle stretched its neck and said, Lord Grand Treasurer Lord Zhang Yang has sent you a communication. Do you wish to accept it? Luo Hua's face lit up with joy. Finally he had found someone. He hurriedly shouted, Accept it. Accept it now. At the domain battlefield, the moment Luo Hua appeared, he exclaimed in surprise, Brother Yang, you're finally here. Zhang Yang looked at Luo Hua's exhausted expression and asked, What trouble does Earth have now? Luo Hua nodded. They're all small problems. Brother Yang, do you know what actually happened to my brother? Zhang Yang reassured him, Luofeng is fine. Your brother knows what he's doing. If there's no news of him for more than 10 eras, Chaos City Lord will naturally resurrect him. Rest assured. Resurrect him? Luo Hua exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yang nodded firmly. That's right, exactly what you're thinking. I won't explain the details. As for not being able to contact him now, he's probably trapped somewhere. That's a good thing. Where there's danger, there's definitely opportunity. Luo Hua nodded with difficulty again. He wasn't a powerhouse and couldn't understand such thinking. He couldn't help muttering inwardly, he's missing, and that's a good thing. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, What? With that look on your face, don't tell me you don't believe it. Your old man's mental fortitude is no match for my old man's. If you keep up this pitiful look, you'll make your whole family uneasy. Luo Hua gave Zhang Yang a wry smile. Brother Yang, stop teasing me. I'm over 5,000 years old. I believe you. Isn't that enough? Even as he said that, seeing Zhang Yang's nonchalant demeanor put his heart at ease. Still he vaguely felt that something about Brother Yang was a little off now. Zhang Yang curled his lip. Then it settled. Tell me what happened on Earth. I haven't made a move in over 1,000 years. My body's gone rusty. Luo Hua tilted his head slightly and said thoughtfully, There are no major problems. It's just that some sealed king families have felt a bit strange recently. Some. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. Had he heard correctly? Some. Not just one or two. Who gave them the nerve? Send me the list. I'll look into it. Even if it's just a small dispute of a few million Hunyuan units, these signs are wrong. On the other side, Luo Hua nodded to the green-haired turtle, then looked at Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, I've sent it all. Actually, such trivial matters don't require you to act. Those servants you sent over 1,000 years ago can solve them. Zhang Yang gave a non-committal slight nod, as if remembering something. Keep your old man in check. Put a leash on that hot-blooded spirit. It's contagious. It already corrupted my dad. Over the past few years, my mom has taught him plenty of lessons. Even my brother is calmer than he is now. Luo Hua stared blankly at Zhang Yang and asked, Brother Yang, can you control your own old man? Zhang Yang glared and said loudly, If I could, why would I be telling you this? Luo Hua's face fell. Brother Yang, I can't control mine either. Then he looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously. Why do I feel like you've changed? You never used to care about these things. Zhang Yang looked at Luo Hua with an unkind gaze, considering arranging a little something for him. Luo Hua felt a chill run through his body under that stare. He shuddered and said, Brother Yang, don't look at me like that. I'll try my best. After the communication ended, Zhang Yang said, somewhat puzzled, have I changed? I don't think so. I just said what was on my mind. He shook his head, setting the matter aside. Xiao Chun, have you finished checking all the sealed kings on the list? Xiao Chun replied, Master, your clearance has been raised by 1 level. At present we've basically investigated them all. Among them the sealed kings all belong to the giant axe arena, and over 80% are under the command of 4 venerables. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and repeated, clearance raised. When did that happen? Xiao Chun replied, Master, about 760 years ago, your clearance was suddenly raised. It is now equivalent to an ordinary venerables. The specific clearance divisions among venerables are unknown. Zhang Yang was puzzled. More than 1,000 years ago, when he fought on the domain battlefield and first killed a peak sealed king, he had been upgraded to a 4-star member of the Hongmeng Alliance, but his virtual universe company clearance had not been raised then. Why had it suddenly been raised now, and while he wasn't around? Had something happened? Did Chaos City Lord suddenly remember him? Setting those thoughts aside, he asked softly, Xiao Chun, come tell me about those 4 venerables. Let me see if I have any impression of them. Master, the 4 venerables are Venerable Shayu of the Nash clan, Venerable Modern of the Zhongyan clan, Venerable Wuzi of the Kuhu clan, and Venerable Xuanhao of the Belize clan. In the giant axe arena they seem to belong to the same faction. Xiao Chun replied. Zhang Yang propped his chin on one hand, thinking. This clearly looked like he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Lord Kuhu was undoubtedly behind it, but he certainly hadn't ordered it. Could his subordinates be doing this to curry favor with him? Even the King of Hell has little devils behind him. Xiao Chun, send messages to Luo Hua and Yao Yang. We can stop doing business with some people. The universe should offer plenty of choices, right? As long as it doesn't affect development. Xiao Chun replied. Master, I've sent the messages. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. He didn't want to wrangle with the venerables under Lord Kuhu's command. If it was just annoying but harmless, he could let it slide. But if they truly went too far, then reaching hands would be chopped off and stepping feet would be severed. In the virtual universe, he sent a message to King Juyan. The next second, a divine kingdom entrance appeared before Zhang Yang. King Juyan walked out and said, Greetings, Master. Zhang Yang nodded lightly and continued to wait. A spatial fluctuation. The elfin girl appeared once again. After arriving, she circled around Zhang Yang. My Lord King Yuhun, it's been over 1,000 years. Why do I feel like you've changed? Zhang Yang grinned and teased, what? Did I get more handsome? Tisk. King Miue gave a light spit and cast a seductive glance at him. You wicked man, why did it take you so long to remember me? Come on, what is it this time? Zhang Yang said with a smile. The 7th battlefield, the Star Tower. Let's go. King Miue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are we going to hunt alien races? Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly. I wish, but universe masters like to follow me around. This time I just want to take a look. King Miue's eyes instantly turned dejected. Listlessly she said, 500 million Hunyuan units. Zhang Yang nodded lightly and said to King Juyan, see the guest out. Yes, master. King Juyan grabbed King Miue by the shoulder and began dragging her out. King Miue leaned back, her heels scraping along the ground, and shouted petulantly, 200 million. 200 million Hunyuan units. 200 million for a cross-battlefield trip. Zhang Yang raised his arm and waved his hand back. King Juyan, come back. Only then did King Miue free herself from King Juyan's big hand. She straightened her clothes, brushed her bangs, and muttered softly, heartless man. Seeing that Zhang Yang was ignoring her, the Star Universe flower on King Miue burst into bloom, and a divine kingdom passage appeared in the manor on the island. She took a few graceful steps forward, then turned back to shoot Zhang Yang a glance. Aren't you following? A spatial shift swept past and Zhang Yang appeared on a meteorite. From here, he could already see the towering Star Tower, an enormous structure 9 light-years tall. Immense energy churned at its summit. Even he felt a powerful threat. You rascal, transfer the payment now. King Miue shouted in a cute but fierce voice. Zhang Yang glanced at her and said expressionlessly, transfer what? Free loading. King Miue stared at him angrily, grinding her silver teeth. Zhang Yang acted as if he didn't see it and said casually, fine, it's transferred. Now you can get lost. King Yuhun, if I ever do business with you again, I'll... King Miue shouted furiously, and before she could finish she stormed off in a huff. Zhang Yang's face turned cold. He asked King Juyan, "Well, can you sense the token on Luo Feng?" King Juyan said regretfully, "Master, I don't sense the presence of my divine kingdom token here." Zhang Yang nodded. "Go back. I want to take a look around here." Whoosh! With a flicker of his form, Zhang Yang teleported directly to the side of the Star Tower. After sensing the spatial fluctuation, the many sealed kings roaming the Star Tower turned their gazes toward him. The alien sealed kings' faces changed drastically in an instant. They shrieked, "King Yuhun has come to the 7th battlefield. Run now. We're done for. Why didn't they kill him completely? He's not going to go on another massacre on the 7th battlefield, is he? If he's staying here, I'm going somewhere else." Zhang Yang did not enter the Star Tower. The Star Tower was not so easy to enter. It possessed the power to suppress, seal, tame, and defend. Going in was easy, but coming out was hard. No one knew what someone like Swashanka carrying a blood feud might do. He would dare go anywhere else in the primordial universe, but as for the Star Tower, forget it. He reached out his palm and gently pressed it against the tower's surface. Instantly he felt a chill in his palm, but he could not identify the material at all. But he didn't attack, that would be asking for humiliation. This was the primary weapon of a God-King level powerhouse. If it tipped over, he couldn't even set it upright. Yet for no reason envy arose in his heart. This was a God-King level weapon. One such weapon would last for a very, very long time. When would he ever obtain such a treasure? Inside the Star Tower, Pudi had been quietly watching Luo Feng bond with the Star Tower. Suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both leaders of Earth's lineage in this era have come here. What a coincidence. But this little fellow seems quite cautious. Is he afraid of the Star Tower? That won't do. Since he's already here, he might as well come in. It saves trouble later. If one fails the inheritance, the other can step in directly. Boom! The divine power on Pudi instantly became ethereal, transforming into a powerful soul attack. Vast and mighty divine force surged toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression changed. The moment he sensed the enormous fluctuation of ethereal divine power, he had already grown wary. At this moment a faint murmuring voice seemed to sound by his ear. "Come in! Come in!" Frowning, he began to resist the powerful bewitchment with his mind. Stars lit up in his sea of consciousness, and an invisible halo enveloped him. "Break!" With Zhang Yang's loud shout, the whispers in his mind vanished completely, and his mind became clear. "Eh?" A puzzled voice sounded. The foreign ethereal divine power within Zhang Yang continuously condensed and ultimately took form a figure with a human upper body, drooping eyelids, a long trailing purple beard, and a lower body of a coiled serpent. The figure looked at Zhang Yang with astonishment. "Little one, you're quite impressive, actually able to resist my art of enchantment." Zhang Yang smiled slightly and bowed. "Greetings, senior. You should belong to the human race as well, right? I never expected that the secret art I developed to guard against the Zerg's strongest would have to be used in a place like this. Please don't laugh at me, senior." Pudi looked at Zhang Yang with slightly narrowed eyes. "I am not human. However, one of my avatars once joined the human race. You've come for that little fellow Luo Feng, haven't you? He's inside now. Aren't you going to enter?" Zhang Yang hastily shook his head. "Enter? Are you joking? Senior, I only came to scout out his location. With such an ultimate supreme treasure, it's better that I don't go in." "Are you really not coming in?" Pudi's aura grew dangerous. He turned to look elsewhere and said, "Your situation outside isn't very good." Zhang Yang said warily, "No need for you to worry, senior. I can handle matters outside myself. I feel quite safe right now." Pudi hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently, and withdrew directly from Zhang Yang's sea of consciousness. Zhang Yang looked at the black mist not far before him, his eyes shrinking. He could no longer sense the laws of the universe. This was the aura of the strongest being in the universe. He had once felt such an aura beside Giant X. Their reaction is quite a bit faster this time. "Great Lord, since you've appeared here, the virtual universe must have noticed. Are you still confident you can kill me? I wonder which strongest being of the universe has descended." A ripple passed through the black mist and an aged voice emerged. "Little one, I sense a familiar aura upon you. You have come into contact with the illusory god's heart, have you not?" Zhang Yang nodded without denying it. His soul attacks and soul-amplifying secret arts were derived from the illusory god's heart, later refined step by step on his own. There was nothing to conceal. "Ha ha ha, such a confident little one. Do you truly believe you can survive knowing I am the cosmic overlord?" The ancient voice rang out again, and the flow of time around them began to fluctuate, now fast, now slow. "Space-time is now locked by me. Naturally, you cannot teleport within this secret realm. Even if the human race's powerhouses arrive, it will be enough time for me to finish you. Little one, a will of the second rank of Cosmic Lord is commendable, but you are still but an immortal. Are you prepared? Zhang Yang gathered his mind to its utmost tension. He spoke with a solemn expression. Senior, your illusion technique began long ago. Naturally, I have been ready for it. He. Found out, have you? But that's not enough. This soul defense array is quite impressive. Zhang Yang could no longer answer him. The surroundings had now transformed into a scene on Blue Star. He had lost all his power standing on the street like an ordinary man. It was the height of summer. Young beautiful women passed by under sun umbrellas. He looked up at the sky, but the dazzling sunlight forced him to squint. Such a nostalgic feeling. But he knew it was all false. The gap between them was too vast. Without a moment's hesitation, his remaining will connected to the core of his soul. Self-annihilation. As the secret art was activated, Zhang Yang's soul seemed to have its core extracted. His will began to wither irreversibly, as if it would vanish in the next instant. Outside the array, the illusory true demon god was studying the formation with curiosity. It gave him some inspiration. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. He felt Zhang Yang's soul fading as if it had perished. Divine power erupted, violently shattering the defensive array in one blow. He instantly appeared before Zhang Yang's soul, which had already lost all consciousness. The illusory true demon god poured his ethereal divine power into Zhang Yang's soul, trying to halt its dissolution. But the soul was riddled with holes. No matter how much he filled it, the decay continued without pause. Moreover, Zhang Yang's will had long since vanished, completely making any attack or control impossible. No, this cannot be. The illusory true demon god shouted. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a face as wrinkled as tree bark. His expression was grim. He had come to kill, but now he had to save the target first. Zhang Yang's soul seemed to have transcended its lifespan. The laws directly annihilated his consciousness, and the soul was left with countless holes. How could such a wound be healed? What a formidable youth! What a Wraith King! You have truly set a difficult puzzle for this old man. I will remember you. Once I unravel the mystery, I will return for you. Ding dong. Over 1,000 ancient artifacts spread across the sky, enveloping the 7th battlefield. An infinite divine might erupted. The sound of the 1,000 treasures river. The primordial city lord had arrived. He stared at the figure beside Zhang Yang's corpse, and spoke word by word. Illusory true demon god. Humph. The illusory true demon god gave a cold snort, directly shattered space, and entered the space layers. Since time-space was sealed, he could not teleport and had no interest in dealing with these humans. He was a cosmic overlord. Coming after a mere youngster was already a favor owed to someone, plus a pinnacle treasure. The problem was that he had failed. The primordial city lord watched him leave silently without stopping him, for he saw the demon's sour expression. Zhang Yang had once again escaped assassination. This Wraith King was truly capable of such feats. Even a cosmic overlord could not finish him off. His position in the original universe was untraceable, and he possessed the ability to create avatars. His combat power might be lacking, but in terms of survival, Zhang Yang far surpassed the Undying Venerable. Truly an astonishing youth. In the city, Zhang Yang ran through a corridor and then crossed a street. Although it was only a few hundred steps with his ordinary body, he was already panting, his legs aching. Ignoring the curious glances of passers-by, he glanced at the young men and women around him and kept running. Such a weak body. He had never experienced it since birth. Gradually, Zhang Yang felt the world grow unreal. He slowed to a stop and murmured, "Is it over? Time to go back." The surrounding scene vanished, replaced by a vast whiteness. The next moment, Zhang Yang found himself on the unknown barren planet. Was it the illusory true demon god? That was a close call. Even with such a will, I was completely enchanted. Self-annihilation was almost impossible to activate. In the illusion, knowing it was false did not help to break free. But after this, there should be no more powerful assassins, right? Even a cosmic overlord could not kill me. As my strength grows, the alien races will have even less chance. Even if they are frustrated, they can only endure it. Now I can finally set my mind at ease and cultivate the fusion of laws. With a talent exceeding 40 million times the divine, these 1,000 years have been far more terrifying than someone else's 40 billion years of training. After all, there are no bottlenecks. Gold space, a gold time, a time space. The threefold law fusion is only 5. But the secret arts created from this level of law comprehension should already be comparable to the strongest secret arts of a cosmic lord. First, restore my divine body. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's body scattered again. The next instant, 2 divine bodies reformed. He sat cross-legged, took out some recovery pills, and with a hand seal chanted, "Return to origin, trace the spirit." During the recovery, Zhang Yang smiled wryly inwardly. This was the drawback of a small divine body. Each time an avatar perished, he had to consume many pills to restore it. To speed up the process, he had even created a secret art. Every gain has its loss. He had been granted heaven-defying talent, but there were also limitations. For instance, he dared not recklessly create avatars. His current avatars were more like splits, cutting one person into four. But he could accept this. Perhaps in the system's view, avatars were somewhat inferior because once one became a true god, a cosmic overlord, there was no such thing as avatars. Of course, these were all guesses. His system was very aloof. He had once doubted its origin and purpose, but the result. Naturally, there was no result. However, he could accept his current system. It was not like those task-based ones that made one feel manipulated, handing out a script for him to act out. Though his system was also extremely powerful, its malicious sense of humor was much milder. In fact, many times he even forgot about it. Perhaps it was just another game of an overlord. He himself could create such a controlling system. Although his current cosmic secret art, due to its focus, could not envelop the entire original universe like the original ancestors' virtual universe. It could still cover a galaxy or a secret realm. Within it, he was a god able to create a low-level system that neither technology nor powerhouses could detect. The gap between him and the system's creator was too vast, as if they were beings of different dimensions. He could only choose to forget. 2 years. This recovery was much faster. Zhang Yang muttered. The next moment he appeared in the cosmos. "Master, the Primordial City Lord has sent you a message," Shao Chun said. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. What did the Primordial City Lord want with him? What happened? Shao Chun replied. "Master, the Primordial City Lord said to come to the Primordial City after you come out." He did not specify the matter. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. The Primordial City Lord was the boss and his word was law. He waved his hand and a wrinkled Bissell clan immortal appeared. He gave the order directly, "Divine Kingdom Teleportation, Primordial City." The Bissell immortal replied, "Yes, master." At the same time, a colorful vortex appeared. Standing at the entrance of the original universe, Zhang Yang said calmly, "It's me. Open the passage." As he emerged from the space-time passage, a black-robed messenger hurried over. "Lord Wraith King." Zhang Yang nodded and continued walking toward the City Lord's mansion. "Zhang Yang." A cool, clear call. Zhang Yang glanced casually. It was Bolan. He snorted in disdain and ignored him. They had never had any interaction. Back then, some of the Marquis had evaluated Bolan, saying he had some hope of becoming a cosmic venerable and a good chance of becoming a Marquis. Nowadays, which Marquis had not once been like Bolan? A primordial secret realm sector lord was worthless, generally equivalent to a company's Marquis. Only Bolan felt good about himself. Zhang Yang's talent had surpassed his even before entering the primordial city, and he had never taken him seriously then, let alone later. Now Bolan was a primordial secret realm domain lord, while Zhang Yang's current strength was the highest ceiling Bolan could ever hope to reach. The gap would only widen. Arriving at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Yang walked straight in without any obstruction. Presumably the primordial city lord had given orders beforehand. "Greetings, primordial city lord." Zhang Yang bowed slightly. "The illusory true demon god attacked you. He is a wandering cosmic overlord, and the virtual universe generally does not monitor them." The primordial city lord spoke slowly, then asked, "How did it feel this time?" Zhang Yang's thoughts raced. Was the primordial city lord explaining himself to him? Was that necessary? He answered truthfully, "I was prepared this time. To easily survive his soul attack, I still need more tempering." He changed the topic. "But such a powerhouse cannot act continuously. Ordinary cosmic overlords cannot threaten me in the original universe." The primordial city lord stared at him and commented, "Your current survival ability ranks in the top 30 among the human race." Zhang Yang lowered his head. Survival was only survival, a strength was strength. Those top-tier soul attacks, even if 2 levels weaker, would still be unstoppable. He could only use self-annihilation to avoid being controlled. "I am still far from powerful." The primordial city lord nodded gently and inquired, "My disciple, your clansman Luofeng, is currently trapped in the Star Tower. Have you had any contact with him before?" Zhang Yang's heart stirred. He did have information. Luofeng had said he was trapped in the Star Tower and might have to stay for nearly 10,000 years, asking him to look after his family. That brat had even attached a portrait of Luofeng that seemed to be watching him from every angle. It had made him laugh. He had wanted to tell Luofeng, "Brother, that trick doesn't work anymore. The primordial city lord has maxed out his interpretation ability." That was why he had spoken to Luo Hua that way, to reassure the Luo family. Now facing the Primordial City Lord's question, he knew Luofeng was claiming the Star Tower, but he would not say it. These cosmic lords would not let go of a peak domain-type treasure the size of Earth, and they would go mad over a complete peak domain-type treasure. The Primordial City Lord's Thousand Treasures River seemed to be a top treasure of the universe. Was it a peak treasure? He wasn't sure. The original text said it was a top treasure of the universe, but he didn't know if that referred to the level or the rank. At most it was a peak treasure. If they heard news of a supreme treasure, they would stop at nothing. The weak have no right to possess treasures. I did receive a message from Luofeng before. He should be trapped. He gave me a portrait. When he gives up, he will choose to perish, and the will in the portrait will naturally dissipate. The Primordial City Lord nodded. The Star Tower contained countless spaces, including permanently closed ones, so being trapped was normal. As for Luofeng claiming the Star Tower an ownerless supreme treasure, he had never thought of it. The Star Tower had been in the extra-dimensional battlefield for countless years, and many powerhouses had tried to claim it. But in the end, none succeeded. Many speculated it was a damaged supreme treasure. Putting Luofeng's matter aside, the Primordial City Lord asked softly, "Where do you plan to go next?" Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. He thought, "Does the Primordial City Lord have an arrangement for me? Lord, I plan to train in the cosmic secret realms, and temper the secret arts I have created over the years." The Primordial City Lord pondered, "Secret realms." Then he spoke, "Actually, the human territory is not only the extra-dimensional battlefield as a war zone. At the borders of the territory, cosmic venerables have always been stationed. The battles there are more frequent. How about you go there?" Zhang Yang replied directly, "As you command, Lord." The Primordial City Lord nodded and asked, "How many treasures did Foolish Mountain Lord give you?" Zhang Yang said calmly, 3 in total: a high-grade treasure blade singing blade, a high-grade defensive treasure armor platinum ink, and an ordinary soul defense treasure dark transmission. The Primordial City Lord's eyelids twitched. "That Foolish Mountain is indeed generous and thinks highly of you. The value of these 3 treasures might be over 100 treasure points. He has had bad luck in the original star, needing dozens or even hundreds of trips. Do you need the clan to grant you anything?" Zhang Yang smiled slightly. "I have always been under the protection and resources of the clan. Naturally, I do not need the clan to give me anything more. Although I am not particularly strong, yet I can barely venture into the original universe." The Chaos City Lord looked at Zhang Yang with solemn gravity, sighing inwardly. His unwillingness to accept the clan's gift naturally carried a trace of estrangement. This little fellow had never concealed anything from him. Perhaps he knew that he could see through it all. In a daze, he seemed to return to the moment when the two first met, that calm acceptance of death, planting a poisonous formation in one's own soul, clearly prepared for the worst. With such an expression now, he had likely prepared himself for the worst as well. Lest entanglements drag on later, he deliberately kept his distance now, and once he repaid the kindness owed from his weaker days, could he then freely lead the people of Earth away from the clan? The Chaos City Lord did not wish to think further and spoke. "Gi." Space shifted, and a bald man with a placid temperament appeared beside Zhang Yang. He said to the Chaos City Lord respectfully, "Master." The Chaos City Lord nodded and instructed him, "Take the Nether Soul King to the battlefield at the border of our territory." Venerable Gi's countenance did not change, but inwardly, he was deeply astonished. Of course he had heard of the Nether Soul King's deeds, yet no matter how strong the Nether Soul King was, he was only an immortal. How could he distinguish himself on a battlefield of venerables? After all, the venerables there were all formidable among their kind. At the very least, they were high-level universe venerables, and moreover venerables capable of unleashing the might of ultimate treasures. Naturally, he had no objection to the Chaos City Lord's order. With a smile he said, "Nether Soul King, shall we go?" Zhang Yang smiled slightly and replied amiably, "I am sorry to trouble you, Venerable Gi." With a slight bow to the Chaos City Lord, Zhang Yang followed Venerable Gi and left the City Lord's mansion. He actually did not have many demands for training there. Earlier, going to the secret realm had been a habitual choice. Since there was now a venerable level battlefield available, so much the better. The battles would come more frequently. This time he had also learned another piece of news. Lord Yushan was indeed quite generous. The primordial star opened only once in an incredibly long span of time, and each opening lasted 1,000 epochs. This was a harvest at the level of a universe master. Moreover, the primordial star was not without danger. In particular, Lord Yushan might not have possessed his current strength in the past, so his harvest would certainly have been even smaller. "Follow me." After leaving the initial universe, Venerable Gi opened a teleportation channel from his divine kingdom. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and followed directly behind him. Space shifted. When he reappeared, Zhang Yang found himself standing on a barren planet. Gazing into the starry sky, He saw a star system that had been almost completely destroyed. Only a few lonely celestial bodies still hung in the cosmos. Boom! A thunderous crash came from afar. He sensed intense fluctuations of divine power beyond. At such a distance, there must be venerables locked in battle. Zhang Yang looked at Venerable Gi, whose expression remained unchanged, as if he was not worried at all about the distant battle. Curious, he asked, "Is the battle over there really no concern?" "No need to worry, because this is the starry void. The destructive power of venerable forces seems enormous. Even from such a distance it can still be clearly sensed. We have our own defensive formation." Venerable Gi replied, then looked at him with a questioning gaze and said, "Nether Soul King, are you confident you can defeat a venerable?" Zhang Yang looked him over and shook his head. "An ordinary venerable would naturally be manageable, but one such as yourself would definitely be beyond me." Venerable Gi's words caught in his throat. To think that Zhang Yang would compare him to an ordinary venerable. For a disciple held in considerable regard by his master, how could his methods be ordinary? But this Nether Soul King had apparently been granted 3 ultimate treasures by an alien universe master, and apparently also a soul defense ultimate treasure. He was still only a king, while he himself was a venerable who possessed no such treasure. Envy, jealousy. Even though he was mild-tempered, he could not help introducing the place in a formal manner. "This area belongs to our clan's territory, bordering the territory of the monster race. The location is the edge of the Ihung cosmic nation. Behind us the population density will keep increasing. We generally call this Front 11. In ordinary times battles are not very frequent. The Venerable's primary duty is to garrison and patrol. Keep watch for any alien Venerables approaching the border. Once one is discovered, stop them immediately. Normally the virtual universe will have sent advance warning. You should know the consequences if we fail to stop them." Zhang Yang nodded heavily. Of course he understood full well what would happen if a Venerable broke into human territory. Venerable Gi reminded him, "If you find yourself outmatched, request support immediately. The other Venerables will reinforce you and tighten the defensive line." Zhang Yang answered, "I will act according to what my strength allows." Venerable Gi cast a quick glance around and said with slight hesitation, "In fact, we do more than defend. Thanks to the advantage of the virtual universe, we also have offensive missions." "Ha ha ha, Venerable Gi, why have you brought a newcomer this time?" A bold, hearty voice rang out. The next instant, a tall Venerable covered in long golden fur appeared. The battle armor, emblazoned with exotic beast secret patterns, still bore lingering ripples of divine power. Because of his high-speed flight, his body temperature was extremely high and the space around him turned scorching hot the moment he arrived. "Mad Lion Venerable, this time I have come under my master's orders to bring the Nether Soul King here, so that he may guard our clan's territory," Venerable Gi said solemnly. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at the wild-looking man. "Mad Lion Venerable." "Oh!" Mad Lion Venerable nodded at Zhang Yang, then kept staring at him, without looking away, his expression gradually turning suspicious. He recognized him as the Nether Soul King who had been making quite a name of late. But if his senses were not mistaken, this Nether Soul King was merely a king. What kind of place was this? This was the border of the territorial battlefield. It had always been a place for Venerables to fight and hone their skills. Although deaths happened rarely, that was only for Venerables. What was the meaning of sending a king here? Without hesitation he said, "Since these are the Chaos City Lord's orders, naturally we will obey." But his eyes were full of questions after he spoke. Venerable Gi naturally understood what he meant. After all, the order had come from his own master. Did this mean he should give the Nether Soul King special protection, to keep him from danger? He shook his head. His master had always been impartial. How could he do such a thing for the Nether Soul King? So he said with a serious expression, "Mad Lion Venerable, this is the Nether Soul King. Surely I need not introduce him further. You should already know of him. But what you may not know is that although he is only a king now, when it comes to survivability, he can indeed compare with you and me." Mad Lion Venerable looked at Zhang Yang with surprise and asked, "Really?" Zhang Yang bowed his head slightly and said modestly, "I can barely avoid being controlled by a universe master, and with my avatars I can at least preserve my life." Venerable Gi looked at him and said, "Now that I have brought you here, I should return and report to my master. If you have any problems, you may consult Mad Lion Venerable. His strength is currently among the top of all Venerables." Zhang Yang nodded lightly. Top among Venerables, that would make him a universe overlord. Venerable Gi glanced at the two of them, turned around, opened a teleportation channel from his divine kingdom, and left the place. Mad Lion Venerable watched Venerable Gi leave, then said with a scrutinizing gaze, "I can sense that your divine body is not very strong. How strong are you now, so that I can arrange a defensive post for you? Zhang Yang acknowledged, right? My gene level is 100-fold now and my base power is 10 million peak world master forces. As for overall strength, I should barely match a high-level universe venerable. High-level venerable. Mad Lion Venerable repeated, inwardly shaking his head. A genius, yes, but too arrogant. He could not help explaining, since ancient times some special life forms and a few super geniuses have been able to escape from universe venerables and even fight on par with ordinary venerables. But those are only run-of-the-mill venerables. Those ordinary venerables have not yet elevated their gene levels or body amplification secret arts, so that is what makes them comparable. Zhang Yang asked with a serious face, Mad Lion Venerable, what are you trying to say? Mad Lion Venerable said gravely, the basic divine power of a venerable is 10 million times the power of a peak world master. A typical venerable's gene level can reach 20-fold or higher, and because their law comprehension is profound, their body amplification secret arts can reach 30-fold or higher, giving them power up to 6 billion peak world master forces. The advantages you once had are no longer advantages. Do you understand all this? Zhang Yang nodded honestly. I understand. Mad Lion Venerable frowned. Even if your gene level is 100-fold and your body amplification secret arts reach 100-fold, your base power as a king is only 100,000 times that of a peak world master. In the end, a venerable's power is at least nearly 10 times greater than yours. During the immortal stage, one enhances one's divine body. Do you know how a universe venerable advances? Zhang Yang naturally knew such basic information and answered without hesitation, a universe venerable raises the purity of his divine power. Mad Lion Venerable nodded. Correct. It is divine power purity. Burning divine power was a life or death resort during the immortal stage, but at the venerable stage it is basic technique. Why are body restoration treasures so expensive? It is because venerables need them. For kings to use them, the cost is naturally astronomical. In the king stage, because of the divine body and law comprehension after burning divine power, strength cannot be perfectly controlled. Even if burning divine power can increase strength tenfold, in the end only about 3 times the power can be unleashed. But after becoming a venerable, the divine body transforms into a space divine body or a time divine body. Having comprehended a complete higher order law, there is no longer any problem of being unable to control your power. Burning divine power can then perfectly increase strength tenfold. 3 times your maximum. The venerables here all have divine power purity above 20%. Once they burn divine power, their strength increases 200-fold, which becomes 60 times yours. Adding the 10-fold gap in basic divine power, that becomes 600-fold. And that is for the weaker ones. In most cases, it is nearly 1,000-fold. This is like one side burning divine power and the other not at all. How could you possibly win? Zhang Yang could only nod again, indicating that he truly possessed the strength of a high-level venerable. Mad Lion Venerable looked at Zhang Yang with deep, unreadable eyes. Body amplification secret arts. Once one becomes a venerable, they improve greatly. Universe overlords can even reach nearly 100-fold. This is no longer the standard by which geniuses are judged. The treasures you obtained before may become ordinary in the eyes of a venerable. From now on, battle depends on the level of one's secret arts, one's ultimate treasures, as well as divine body size and gene level. We humans hold no advantage in divine body size. Unless your avatar is extremely large, it is only better at taking hits. Recovery is not easy. I have made it all clear to you. I hope you will think it over carefully. Zhang Yang immediately understood. He had never revealed his secret arts, so it was natural for him to be judged as only at the level of an ordinary venerable. But his strongest aspect was the laws. The secret arts formed through his current law insights could match the final secret pattern of a peak ultimate treasure. How terrifying would a fully activated peak ultimate treasure be? Even if his energy was somewhat inferior, it was still a 5th-tier universe master secret art. He said with a smile, "Thank you, Mad Lion Venerable. I have already considered all this clearly." Mad Lion Venerable nodded, thinking to himself, perhaps it is because he has avatars that he has no fear. The post I assign him must not be too important. After pondering for a moment, he said, I just checked the front line. Go to coordinates x53427y42858z95473. Although this location is on the edge of the front, since you are not afraid of death, it can serve as a good tempering ground. There are mostly low-level venerables and weaker high-level venerables there. Zhang Yang received a message through the virtual universe, telling him the exact position he was to guard. He nodded to Mad Lion Venerable, and set off across the universe, repeatedly teleporting toward the designated location. Amid the flashes of teleportation, he thought, Mad Lion Venerable is not a bad sort after all, to say so much. He really does not look like the patient type. Because his willpower had reached the level of a universe master, Zhang Yang maintained an extremely high frequency of teleportation. It took about 5 minutes before he arrived at the position he was to guard. When he arrived on the virtual universe map, the circular region 10 million light-years around this spot turned completely green. As he moved again, the green circle moved with him. After a few more minutes of teleporting, he saw a larger circle roughly more than 10 times his own range. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. There are markers on it. Beside me is Venerable Huyu from a vassal race whose strength should be that of a high-level Venerable. But the defensive area assigned to me is that of a low-level Venerable. Mad Lion Venerable clearly does not believe my words. This is rather interesting. I am afraid I will be stationed here for a long time, won't I? He turned to look at the vast cosmos. An utterly dim and desolate stretch of space. His gaze could no longer reach the distant rivers of stars. Nearby there were almost no stars at all. The surrounding cosmos had been swept completely clean with even cosmic dust extremely sparse. Clear signs of devastating annihilating strikes. In secret realms because of their special environments. And because the secret realms Venerables ventured into were high-level ones, the combat power that could be unleashed was limited. But here in outer space such might was simply terrifying. From the virtual universe, Zhang Yang saw a buffer zone fully several star regions across with a front line exceeding 100 million light-years in length. This stretch of the starry sky had become utterly empty. Silence. This was not like an immortal battlefield where one could still see wreckage and shattered stars. The power of a Venerable was annihilating. Judging from the present battlefield, one could imagine how ferocious the war had been. Countless starry regions around had been turned to nothing in an instant under attack. Even stars could hardly protect themselves, and any life within them naturally perished in that same instant. He now understood the Chaos City Lord's meaning. He sighed quietly in his heart. Actually, there was no need for this. How could he not understand the full gravity of the matter? By dwelling within human territory and being protected by it, he had been spared the direct ravages of war. He had always understood this, otherwise why would he have earthlings spread throughout human territory? But he also knew another truth: merits are merits and faults are faults. Can one oppress others wantonly simply because one provides protection? If so, what was the meaning of protection? He understood the cruelty of the universe, and he knew that those mighty universe masters would not care about such things. But if they struck directly for the sake of profit, how could he endure that? He had once lived in fear and trembling, but now all that was behind him. He could stand in the starry void and be counted as a true powerhouse while Luofeng was forging the strongest foundation in the stellar tower. It was time to let the voice of earthlings be heard in this universe. Time passed swiftly. A sense of loneliness soon crept into Zhang Yang's heart. By magnifying the battlefield in the virtual universe, he could see that only his own green dot was moving from time to time. The surrounding Venerables were likely all cultivating quietly or adjusting their states. It's time for the system selection. Zhang Yang muttered inwardly as he stared at the suddenly appearing screen. What to choose? Now he was no longer in danger of death. Though his strength was not supreme, it was enough to stand guard over a region in this vast starry sky. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered as he thought, let's choose the foundation of strength. Now I can improve my own genetic level without fear of being discovered. After all, I can ensure my own safety and no longer fear the covetousness around me. Even if they know I have a fortuitous opportunity, so what? Previously I rarely chose strength because I needed to accumulate talent. Without sufficient talent, how could I cultivate the fusion law? In comparison, breaking through the bottleneck of the fusion law was secondary, as insufficient talent had always been a hurdle. Moreover, in the past the basic strength at each level wasn't strong. Increasing strength by 10 was not as fast as my own comprehension and improvement. I can basically create secret techniques on my own. Only comprehending the ultimate secret technique requires the system to provide a bit of inspiration. Now the genetic level is my weakness. Once it's compensated, my strength will soar. His consciousness landed on the foundation of strength. In the next instant he felt a marvelous change. His soul slowly grew, and at the same time his genes were undergoing a transformation on their own. Even the divine power within his body seemed to become heavier. He was somewhat surprised at his current change. He thought, my will and soul growth are somewhat vague. The divine power seems to have become a bit purer, though faintly, but my genetic level has increased to 102 times. Is each upgrade about a two-fold increase in genetic level? Then it should take me nearly 5000 years to reach the perfect life level. Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. 5,000 years was not short, to be honest. He had only been in this world for a little over 5000 years total. Was increasing the genetic level by 10000 times in 5000 years considered fast? Only 100 times the current level. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He instantly burned his divine power, and in a flash his aura soared more than tenfold. My divine power seems a bit purer though only slightly, but after burning my strength should have increased by about 20. Master Lake Yu Venerable has sent you a signal. Do you need support? Xiao Chun said. Zhang Yang came back to his senses and said, Tell him thanks, I'm just studying secret techniques. Tell everyone not to worry. Yes, master, Xiao Chun said. Zhang Yang continued to fall into contemplation. He thought to himself, if burning divine power increases strength by 20, then in 10 years it would increase by 2 times, in 100 years by 20 times, in 1,000 years by 200 times, and in 5000 years wouldn't it be 1000 times? As for those cosmic overlords, their divine power purity was close to 100, and after burning divine power their strength increased by 1000 times. Currently he could perfectly control a 10-fold increase by burning divine power. With the recent slight purification his burn now boosted to 2 times. In 5000 years, his divine power burning strength would increase from 10 times to 1000 times, which is 100 times the current level. In 5000 years, the genetic level would also increase from 100 to 1000, also 100 times the current level, the same multiplier as the improvement in divine power purity. Zhang Yang was somewhat enlightened. His annual increase in genetic level was 2. But if the increase were 10 relative to the current genetic level of 100, then his strength increase would be a standard 10. And the foundation was his essence, chi, and spirit. Strength was the product of these three, just like current strength being the product of genetic level and divine power burn multiplier. 1 to the third power is exactly 10. Although currently soul attacks and material energy are separate and mental will cannot directly increase attack power, this doesn't mean it will always be the case. Perhaps at a higher level in the future will and spirit can directly increase attack power. Just like sword intent, blade intent, fist intent, they all lead to the same end. Now due to differences in world rules there is no such bonus, but it will exist in the future. As for why the soul seemed to increase slowly, it was because he was not a newly breakthrough, his mental will had grown a lot, so naturally the increase felt small. After figuring it out, Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. In 5000 years, although each year only increased his strength by 10 of his strength when he first broke through to immortality. But that didn't mean his strength increase was small. It was merely a 500-fold increase. Comprehensive combat power involves multiple attributes. If both divine power burning and genetic level increase by 100 times, his combat power could increase by 1000 times. Because of the combat power coefficient, the genetic level and divine power burn multiplier are multiplied. Suppressing the joy in his heart, it was still too early to be happy. He could rejoice after becoming a perfect life. He opened the territory defense system. There were no invasions or attack missions. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged and continued to fuse the laws. 7th Battlefield Starry Sky Tower. Luo Feng had been bonding with the Starry Sky Tower for over 1,000 years. The pain was still intensifying. He shut out all external distractions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to comprehending the laws. Only his unconsciously distorted face revealed the pain he was enduring. No one knew this except for Pu Ti, who was guarding beside him. You've been away from home for over 1,000 years this time, Su Peipei said with a dissatisfied expression. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, I'm on duty. I do chat with you often, don't I? Is it dangerous at the border of the clan's territory? Su Peipei asked worriedly. Zhang Yang swept the virtual universe's camera around and said, As you can see, daily life is very boring. Fortunately, I can still cultivate normally. As for danger, there are often divine power fluctuations around, but so far I haven't encountered any enemies. With that, his expression became very troubled. He now regretted coming here a bit. If he were in the secret realm, he would have fought countless times. Now he had been on duty for over 230 years, and the stars around him hadn't changed. They were still the few he had captured. Su Peipei asked, How long will this duty last? Zhang Yang's expression froze. Lord Hundun had only told him to come. Who knew how long he would have to stay? If it were according to Lord Hundun's sense of time, it might be hundreds of millions of years. He said uncertainly, Well, in a few hundred years I'll have my avatar replace me. All right, I'll wait for you at home. Take care. Su Peipei said helplessly. Zhang Yang naturally agreed readily. After hanging up he thought, It's not convenient to bring out one avatar now. Hiding one of the remaining two should be enough. I'll send a message to one of them to come. As he thought, he acted. Sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, he closed his eyes. With a wave of his will, a command was directly transmitted to his avatar, telling it to come and guard in 300 years. Xiao Chun suddenly said, Master, there is a signal for you in the virtual universe. An enemy is advancing in this direction. Zhang Yang stood up abruptly and said excitedly, Finally an opponent. If this kept up, I would have resigned. Swish! The next instant Zhang Yang completely disappeared from his spot, and appeared 100 light-years away, then disappeared again, appearing another 100 light-years away. A leopard with a diameter of 200 kilometers, its body burning with crimson flames, was also teleporting through the empty universe. Guijia Venerable said, he sensed a faint divine power fluctuation here. Is it a newly promoted human venerable? It's been a long time since I met a human newcomer. This time I'm going to thoroughly ravage them and if possible. Following the guidance of the virtual universe, Zhang Yang easily saw the constantly blinking red dot. He unhesitatingly headed straight towards it. After 3 minutes following a teleportation, Zhang Yang saw a flaming leopard appearing about 2 million kilometers ahead. Space seal. Space seal. The leopard that had just appeared was a bit stunned. If it sensed correctly, the aura of this human venerable was indeed weak. But this seemed to be a king. It looked a bit familiar. Was the information wrong, or had the humans changed their defensive formation? Zhang Yang would not be distracted. He had been waiting for this battle for a long time. He instantly activated a body-amplifying secret technique, immediately entered the state of burning divine power, and holding a precious treasure war blade charged directly at the massive alien beast before him. Roar! Cursing Guijia Venerable inwardly, the leopard had no choice but to brace itself and raise its front paw to meet the attack. Can you block it? A cold light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He chopped directly at the leopard's flank, and the strange power of the fusion law directly annihilated most of its body. Ayo! It let out a painful howl, terrified in its heart. One strike had actually annihilated 9 of its divine body. Wouldn't that mean 12 strikes would make it fall? Focusing its eyes, it suddenly recalled, then shouted, "You're not a venerable, you're an immortal. You are Yuhun King, how can you be so strong?" Ordinary supreme treasure armor. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. A high-level venerable actually had a supreme treasure that was rare. It would be normal for a cosmic overlord to have a supreme treasure. He hadn't wasted these years. In over 200 years, he had increased his genetic level by more than 400 times, now reaching 500 times. His divine power purity was about 4 of a cosmic venerable's level. After burning divine power, he could increase his strength by 40 times. The venerable before him had a genetic level of about 50, a purity of about 40, and after burning divine power, a 400-fold increase. In terms of strength amplification, he was no longer inferior. After burning divine power, the gap between him and this high-level venerable was only 100 times in basic strength. But now his fusion of the 3 laws exceeded 9. 6. This level of law corresponded to the limit of an ordinary cosmic lord, and the secret technique formed was the strongest secret technique of a cosmic lord. Lord Hunden, a top-tier cosmic lord, used such a secret technique with strength at the peak of the 5th rank. His secret technique was at least 4 levels higher than that of the alien in front of him. Accounting for the special effect of annihilating divine bodies from the fusion law, and then being dragged down by his weak divine power, the secret technique barely had the power of a first-rank cosmic lord. If not for the alien's large divine body, one strike could have killed it. Why run? The space is sealed. Can you be faster than my blade? Zhang Yang said coldly, then raised his blade and struck again, only to be blocked again by the leopard's supreme treasure armor. He thought to himself, one strike only annihilates less than 10. It seems the supreme treasure is activated to the 3rd form, reducing damage to 1/10,000th. It seems my estimation of my combat power was correct. Ayo! The leopard venerable screamed again. Ah! I would rather die than be killed by a king. Ah! 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 Boom! Zhang Yang activated his own top-tier precious treasure armor to block the surrounding explosion. The top-tier precious treasure armor, pushed to its limit in the 2nd form, could reduce damage to 1%. He put away the leopard venerable's supreme treasure armor along with 2 precious treasures. Practically nothing. There was not much joy on his face, instead he smiled bitterly. Strong it is, but the divine power consumption is too fast. 1 strike consumes nearly 1 of my divine body. After 10 strikes my strength will begin to decline. I am a king, not a venerable. If it hadn't self-destructed, I would have to burn about 13 of my divine body to kill it. This alien was very decisive. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged in the starry sky, speechless with a faint melancholy. 10 strikes were useless. The battle just now hadn't even lasted 10 seconds, and that included the time to close the space. Master Crazy Lion Venerable is initiating a virtual communication with you, Xiao Chun said. The figure of Crazy Lion Venerable appeared in the empty universe. He looked around with a worried expression and said, Zhang Yang, how is your situation? Just now it showed that an alien venerable was heading your way. Now its figure has suddenly disappeared. Zhang Yang said with a drooping face, Alien venerable. I don't know. Just now a leopard venerable appeared, and I've already dealt with it. When Crazy Lion Venerable saw the video, Zhang Yang sent his eyes immediately filled with astonishment. He said in disbelief, "Right, this is Huahua Venerable, a high-level venerable with a supreme treasure armor. How did you deal with it?" Zhang Yang said awkwardly, "I slashed it twice and it self-destructed." Crazy Lion Venerable looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously and asked, "Are you that strong? When you first came your body was about the same as an ordinary venerable. Now you can make it self-destruct in 2 strikes. That would require making it lose a huge amount of divine body despite the protection of an ordinary supreme treasure armor. Can you do that?" Zhang Yang thought to himself, "I really can do it, but you don't believe me." Then he curiously asked, "Crazy Lion Venerable, how many ultimate moves can you execute after burning your divine body?" Crazy Lion Venerable asked with a strange expression. "Why are you asking that?" Zhang Yang said, "I'm just curious." Crazy Lion Venerable frowned and said seriously, "For a human divine body alone, if we don't count enemy attacks, executing tens of thousands of times is no problem. I have a huge plant avatar, so I rarely think about this issue. I just look at the losses from enemy attacks." Zhang Yang's breath caught instantly. Tens of thousands of attacks. That seemed a bit exaggerated. If he could also attack tens of thousands of times, even if Huahua Venerable's body were 10 times larger, and its supreme treasure armor activated to the 3rd form reducing damage to 1/10,000th, he could still kill it. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Although he was very strong, his duration was very short. Crazy Lion Venerable asked doubtfully, "Why are you asking this?" Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and said, "I just used my strongest attack to slash twice, annihilating 18 of that leopard's divine body, but I lost nearly 2 of my own divine body. You know I'm an immortal." Crazy Lion Venerable's eyelids twitched. He was now somewhat believing that Zhang Yang could unleash such a powerful attack. Was this what a genius was? A cosmic lord's secret technique? Otherwise, how could his attack be so strong with such weak divine power? After hearing Zhang Yang's words, he felt a strange sensation that he couldn't describe. Somewhat uncomfortable. He said with a twisted expression, "Don't you have avatars? Just bring one of your avatars, wouldn't that work? Or do you only have one avatar?" Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "I do have several avatars, but each one is the same size as this one. Bringing one doesn't make much difference." Crazy Lion Venerable inexplicably felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He said casually, "Then work hard. Contact me if you have any problems." Zhang Yang watched the disappearing figure of Crazy Lion Venerable, his expression fluctuating. "No, I can't remain this passive anymore. I must find a perfect solution." The spark Venerable has fallen. Hissed a colossal serpent coiling for over 1,000 kilometers, its body adorned with black and white cloud patterns. How did it fall? Did I not tell it to seek out the Venerable with weak divine power on the front lines? Asked a turtle over 800 kilometers in size with a thick polygonal carapace on its back lifting its head. Hiss. Fell with shocking speed. Only a few words were transmitted, leaving me greatly perplexed. The giant serpent hissed. The giant turtle wondered. Could it be the raging lion Venerable? He is the human race's universe overlord capable of slaying the spark Venerable. But it shouldn't have been so swift that only a single message could be sent. After all, with his attack deflected and the protection of a supreme treasure armor, the spark Venerable should have had a chance to call for help. Hiss! The giant serpent slowly closed its eyes, its massive tongue swaying back and forth as it hissed. It wasn't the raging lion Venerable. It said the Ghost King killed it. And it demands we avenge it. That is what baffles me. Does the Ghost King now possess the strength of a high-level Venerable? How is that possible? With mere initial-level Venerable power, it should have been crushed by Spark. Even burning divine power with such a small human form, how could it compare to Spark? The giant turtle retracted its head into its shell, and after a moment of silence said, "It might be the Ghost King's protector. After all, a genius like that should be honed through battle. Perhaps the human race granted him many treasures, and the universe overlord is guarding them. Humans!" The giant serpent roared skyward, furious. "How dare they use us as stepping stones? And so cunningly! To hide a powerhouse inside a world ring to lure us in." The giant turtle said, "The Ghost King's soul defense is notoriously formidable. Even the Zerg race's universe master couldn't breach it. What can we do?" Hiss! The giant serpent coiled, repeatedly raising over 2/3 of its body upright, hissing toward the sky. "We should sabotage the human plan. They want the Ghost King to grow, don't they? Then I will not let it grow. I will go kill it now. Let it recover its divine body again. Others may fear the human race, but I do not. The human race has only 3 top-tier universe overlords, each stationed in secret realms. Could they possibly assign a universe master to guard it? I don't believe it. Hiss. Zhang Yang had just sent away the supreme treasure armor he had acquired, then re-entered his cultivation state. He needed to remedy the immense defect of insufficient divine power. As for why he sent away the treasure, his secret technique was so profound that ordinary attacks could be deflected directly. If an attack still landed after deflection, then defense was futile. The vast gap between divine power and divine body meant that even wearing supreme treasure armor could reduce an attack by 10,000 times. But if the attack was stronger than his deflection, the damage would be incredibly high, instantly annihilating most of his divine body. His strength would drop and the treasure would be lost. Even his clone might fall directly, and for those giant beings that couldn't be killed in a few strikes after a few slashes, he would run out of divine power, strength would drop and treasure would be lost. He had long understood his weaknesses. None of his 3 supreme treasures were currently equipped. After Zhang Yang had sat in meditation for 2 hours, Xiao Chun suddenly said, "Master, another enemy is coming. So soon." Zhang Yang exclaimed, his expression turning grim. "Xiao Chun, send a message to the Raging Lion Venerable. Tell him to tighten the defense line. I will go meet this Venerable." After teleporting tens of thousands of times, Zhang Yang stopped. That Venerable would arrive soon. From afar he could sense the divine power aura, which was similar to that of the Spark Venerable. In truth, without battle, the specific strength of an ordinary Venerable was hard to discern. Their gene levels were all between 50 and 100, with a base of 10 million peak realm lord power. Because of this, judging a Venerable's strength by divine power fluctuation alone was difficult unless it was a special life form. But Zhang Yang knew this one was definitely strong. After all, the Spark Venerable had fallen here. If it dared to come, it meant absolute confidence. Hiss. "Ghost King, it is indeed you." The giant serpent, over 1,000 kilometers long, hissed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang squinted. He could feel the dense divine power aura from the serpent. Its divine power purity was likely high. Once it burned divine power, the gap between them would widen considerably. "Oh, are you beast races so polite now? Do you greet each other upon meeting?" Hiss. The serpent's head rose high, arcing in the cosmos. "Ghost King, let the universe overlord protecting you come out. We are all cosmic powerhouses. Stop playing these sneaky games. You might have ambushed the Spark Venerable, but I, the Shadow Serpent Venerable, am also a universe overlord. Such petty tricks won't work on me. Enough talk. Defend yourself." Zhang Yang instantly accelerated from a standstill to near light speed, slashing at the serpent. "Damn it! You won't let the hidden universe overlord appear. No, why is your aura so powerful after burning divine power?" The Shadow Serpent Venerable hissed, sensing something wrong, and swung its tail at Zhang Yang. Boom! Zhang Yang's blade struck the serpent's tail, sending it flying tens of millions of kilometers. He checked his divine power. Only 97 remained. Without hesitation, he pursued the giant serpent. The Shadow Serpent Venerable was stunned. "Who am I? Where am I? I am being dominated by a king. Is this wrong? I am the universe overlord." The next instant, its eyes filled with terror. Its divine body had lost nearly 1/10,000th. It had used the high-level Supreme Treasure Serpent Whip to deflect, and although its treasure armor was ordinary, it had activated the third form, reducing damage by 10,000 times. Its body was over 1,000 times larger than the Spark Venerable's, and its divine power purity was higher. Yet it still lost 1/10,000th of its divine body. Boom! Another slash struck the serpent's body. This time the Shadow Serpent Venerable saw clearly. The profound lore runes were beyond its comprehension. When Zhang Yang's blade fell, its attack was almost instantly shattered. The next moment the blade struck its body, causing a loss of 1/10,000th. Its eyes filled with terror as it looked at Zhang Yang. How could this Ghost King possess such terrifying secret techniques? He was only an immortal now. If he became a venerable, what would happen? Base power would increase 100-fold, divine power purity would rise above 90, a burning divine power would boost attack tens of thousands of times, and with a supreme treasure blade, one slash could kill it. Sensing Zhang Yang's weakened divine power, the Shadow Serpent Venerable dared not stay, turned and fled. In its heart it cursed the cunning Ghost King. Everyone knew he had clones, yet he still tried to deceive it. It wouldn't fall for it. Zhang Yang chased it, slashing 7 or 8 more times until his divine power dropped to 84, and his attack power weakened considerably. The Shadow Serpent Venerable felt humiliated. Pretending. It was pretending. If it stayed, the Ghost King would probably recover instantly. It fled in a frenzy, its head smashing through countless space fragments, eventually leaving Zhang Yang behind. After another burst of frenzied flight, when it left the space-sealed zone, it turned and hissed, "Ghost King, don't be smug. I won't let you succeed. Don't think you can slaughter our venerables." The next instant the Shadow Serpent Venerable teleported away, its head fixed on Zhang Yang until the last moment. This? Zhang Yang, with only 68 divine power left, stood forlornly in the spatial layers. He stared blankly at the departing Shadow Serpent Venerable. I really only have 50 of my strength left. He had already prepared to self-destruct. His strongest attack consumed 1 divine power. Without burning divine power, his attack dropped by over 40 times, and with over 30 divine power lost, his strength halved, his attack power fell by nearly 100-fold. Moreover, without sufficient energy, the secret technique could not be fully activated, and the power might decrease even further. With such a huge gap, the attack could no longer crush, so the Shadow Serpent's attack would impact him. His fragile divine body might deplete even faster. Yet it ran away. Did it think I was luring it out? If I could recover my divine power, I would have cleaved all the way to your beast race territory. Truly cautious. Zhang Yang shook his head, looking at his divine body, which was only 68 intact. He smiled bitterly. Can this form of mine still scare snakes? To recover, I would need at least 200 billion mixed element units of medicine. War truly consumes wealth. A virtual image of the Raging Lion Venerable appeared, his aura fully unleashed as he roared. Where's the Shadow Serpent Venerable? Ah! It ran away. Zhang Yang said with a strange expression. Ran away. The Raging Lion Venerable looked at Zhang Yang warily, his face skeptical. Why would it run away without killing you and taking your treasures? And you've lost a significant amount of divine body. How could it give up and lift the spatial blockade? Zhang Yang's expression was extremely awkward. How could it have lifted the spatial blockade? They had fought from the original universe into the spatial layers. Finally, he had lost divine power, his strength dropped, and he couldn't catch up. He glanced cautiously at the Raging Lion Venerable and said weakly, what if? I told you I beat it away. Would you believe me? Haha, Ghost King, that joke isn't funny. The Raging Lion Venerable teased, thinking to himself that the Spark Venerable might have been injured, but the Shadow Serpent Venerable had 2 high-level supreme treasures, and had created a venerable-level ultimate technique. How could it be beaten away? Perhaps it was the genius's pride. Then he said matter-of-factly, these universe venerables are usually very cautious. It's unlikely they would dive deep into the battlefield to fight. This time it was lucky to escape. If our many venerables had surrounded it, and sealed off a large area of space, even a universe master couldn't save it. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. You're right. He was telling the truth, but no one believed him, so there was nothing he could do. However, he had also noticed that the 3-element fusion secret technique would interfere with the virtual universe. Once a battle began, images could not be transmitted. The Raging Lion Venerable asked with concern. You've lost a lot of divine power. Do you need to go back and recuperate? Your strength should be halved now. Though you can survive, you might lose your current treasures. I see that these 2 treasures of yours are top tier among treasures. They must be worth several hundred treasure points. It would be a pity to lose them. Zhang Yang thought about the Shadow Serpent Venerable's behavior, and felt that the beast race would not likely come after him again soon. He shook his head. I'll send one of my clones here soon. I'll recover my divine body here. Alright, stay safe. Keep in touch. The Raging Lion Venerable said, and his virtual projection slowly dissipated. Divine body. Divine body. Divine body. Zhang Yang returned to his garrison area and shouted 3 times in his heart. I can improve my gene level, but how do I increase the size of my divine body? He asked himself. Do I have to wait until I become a perfect life form and automatically grow to a divine body of 90,000 kilometers? He immediately discarded this idea. Even if he reached 90,000 kilometers, he couldn't withstand the high power consumption of his secret technique. His divine power burn rate was too fast. His secret techniques would only grow stronger, and the demand for divine power would increase linearly. The most serious issue was if he became a perfect life form of 90,000 kilometers, would all his bodies automatically change? If not, that would spell disaster. If he lost some, how long would it take to recover? And every time he lost, divine body restoration was a troublesome affair. Not every place allowed quiet recovery. It was essential to maintain abundant divine power at all times. After a moment of thought, he said, in the original universe, it's manageable. With my current law comprehension, if I work hard to create a secret technique, I might be able to borrow some divine power from the law ocean of the origin universe. But the original universe doesn't have such intense battles. Real fights take place in the cosmic sea. There no one can lend me divine power. Since I cannot choose an ultra-large clone, the only path for me is to rapidly absorb divine power. Rapid divine power absorption has 3 options. First, seek a strange treasure to store divine power, allowing fast absorption. This is highly restrictive. Strange treasures capable of holding vast amounts of divine power are already rare. If the divine power is too pure, the treasure might not withstand it. If impure, my strength would drop. The limitations are too great. Second, continue optimizing the divine power absorption secret technique, allowing me to absorb divine power at an extreme rate at all times unaffected by external interference, fighting and replenishing divine power simultaneously. This can be modeled after the original universe, which constantly inhales and exhales vast amounts of divine power. The mini-universe of a universe strongest is also like this. With a true God's heart, one can quickly recover divine power within one's own mini-universe. At that level, the upper limit of power and the level of gene hierarchy are fundamental. Third, the devouring effect of combat secret techniques. If I have no divine power, my opponent does. Devour the divine power from their attacks and use it for myself. However, creating such a secret technique is extremely difficult, and there are considerable hidden dangers. In some dangerous environments, the effect might be very weak. Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed. He would remain at the immortal level for a long time, and even as a venerable he planned to stay for a while. In the past he had spent little time at each realm and hadn't felt it, but now only 3 realms remained: Universe Venerable, Universe Master, and Universe Strongest. First method: suppose his talent when breaking through to Universe Venerable was 10, then increased by 1 each year. After 100 years, it would be 110. Then breaking through to Universe Master talent would be 110, increasing by 11 each year. After 10000 years, it would be 110000. Second method: suppose his talent when breaking through to Venerable was 10, and he stayed at Universe Venerable for 1000 years, it would become 1010. When breaking through to Universe Master talent would be 1010, increasing by 101 each year. After just 1000 years as a Universe Master, he would reach 110000. The first method took over 10000 years to reach 110000 times talent, while the second method took only 2000 years to reach the same. After becoming a Universe Strongest, talent would basically increase at a fixed rate. Opportunities to update the base multiplier through major breakthroughs would be gone. He planned to stay at the immortal level for 10000 years, then break through to Universe Venerable and stay there for over 10000 years. Then break through to Universe Master. At each realm, he would increase his talent to 10000 times its initial value. When breaking through to Universe Master, his talent would be over 100 million times his current. After becoming a Universe Master, he would see how things went with the world beasts. Spending more time early on would multiply his talent, allowing him to tackle more complex fusion laws and control greater power later. During such a long period, the constraint of insufficient divine power had to be resolved. I choose the second method, optimizing the recovery technique for my divine body. Zhang Yang's eyes were resolute as he whispered to himself, "Where should I begin to make a change?" He spread his right hand, and the universe in his palm began to rotate, slowly growing larger and larger until it reached a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. Standing within the miniature universe he had created, Zhang Yang looked up at the multicolored cosmic walls, which now closely resembled the original universe. To prevent the virtual universe from tracking my whereabouts, I previously focused on linking to the original universe, erasing temporal traces and concealing my presence. After several optimizations, maintaining it no longer requires much energy. I even considered the possibility of escaping during battle if I couldn't win, so I modified it further, making it like the original universe, unaffected by combat. Maintenance is now assured and combat won't destroy it. The next step is to change its function to continuously absorb divine power. Zhang Yang raised his hands, his fingers gently tracing the universe before him, as if caressing it. He lightly lifted a chain of laws from the miniature universe and placed it elsewhere. The universe trembled slightly but soon stabilized. His hands moved continuously through the void, his movements fluid and elegant, as if effortless. Thousands of law chains were plucked, and then rebounded: the blue of the water origin, law; the red of the fire origin, law; the silver of the space law. Chains of various colors swayed in the sky. At that moment he seemed to transform into a musician conducting the symphony of cosmic laws, performing a perfect orchestration according to his will. At the edge of the miniature universe, vast amounts of cosmic energy were absorbed with such ferocity that a violent energy storm erupted in the desolate star region, its ripples spreading far and wide. Tens of millions of light-years away, a statue with deep blue flowing hair and a handsome face suddenly opened its eyes, fully awakening. "What is this new neighbor of mine doing?" Zhang Yang's expression grew serious. After the 2 attacks from the demon race and now this unusual energy fluctuation, he processed the cosmic energy through the miniature universe, transforming it all into divine power. Now the miniature universe was completely filled with divine power. This divine power isn't mine. How can I absorb it? Even if its extremely pure conversion still takes time. In a battle where every moment counts, this won't work. Should I create a new technique to absorb this divine power? Or should I study the true God heart linking the universe to it, so that I can mark the energy as it's absorbed and use it directly? Create a true God heart. This? I know nothing about it. Even the core of the original universe I understand only superficially. The source universe would never allow me to observe such a place. Zhang Yang's face was expressionless. He had reached another bottleneck. Let me first try to create a technique for rapid absorption to see how much cosmic energy it can draw from the outside. Deep down he felt this method was unreliable as he had researched similar techniques before. 10 years later. The research has hit a bottleneck. I'll wait for the system's choice. 20 years later. Although difficult, the direction is correct. 36 years later. Energy isn't just about devouring. There are many methods. I need to consult some data in the virtual universe. The cosmos naturally holds wonders. 68 years later. The technique is successful. Despite his words, Zhang Yang's face showed no joy. As the creator of the technique, he naturally understood its power. Let's give it a try since I've created it. Zhang Yang gently raised his hand and pressed it against the sky before him. The laws within the miniature universe instantly began to change. With a brief tremor, the miniature universe, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, began absorbing cosmic energy at a frenzied pace. Divine power within the miniature universe rapidly swelled. Zhang Yang drew his battle blade. Galaxy-severing slash. The blade shone with gold and silver light, carrying immense spatial rifts that ravaged the miniature universe. In an instant, dozens of strikes were unleashed. The blade light was dazzling yet icy cold. Under such violent attacks, even a high-level venerable clad in a supreme treasure armor would fall, yet the miniature universe remained intact as if existing in a different dimension. Dozens of strikes, each consuming nearly 1% of Zhang Yang's divine power. After dozens of strikes, his divine body was below 70% and his strength had halved. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. He activated the technique to absorb divine power. The surrounding divine power, which had been scattered and even annihilated by the attacks, was replenished by the miniature universe. Like fledglings returning to the nest, they rapidly surged into his divine body. 67, 68, 69, 70. His divine power recovered at a rate of 1% per second, but when it reached 71, he stopped. Failed. Muttering softly, Zhang Yang fell silent. 1% per second was indeed rapid, but it depended on the circumstances. If he were recuperating, such a recovery speed would be extremely fast. No matter how much divine power was lost, his divine body could fully recover in less than 2 minutes. But this was far from sufficient for combat. The speed of exchanges between experts was incredibly fast. Unleashing techniques tens of thousands of times per second was effortless. 1%. It was a drop in the bucket. The absorption speed has reached its limit. Not the limit of the miniature universe, but of my own body. What now? Zhang Yang muttered to himself. With a higher gene level, the amount of divine power doesn't change. With my current 600-fold gene level, each strike consumes 1% of my divine body. If I reach a 6,000-fold gene level, the purity of divine power itself increases, so it won't be affected. But my size remains the same and my own consumption becomes 10 times greater. One strike directly consumes 10% of my divine body. Including divine power burning, the power is 100 times stronger, but the consumption is too much, 10 times. My laws are still advancing, and if techniques become stronger, even if I eventually reach the perfect life form's divine body of 9,000 kilometers, a 1% per second recovery is fast, but with divine power burning and supreme techniques, tens of thousands of clashes per second consumption will still far exceed replenishment. Intense combat would be impossible. Every gain has its cost. Unparalleled power inevitably comes with immense consumption. The true God heart. The true God heart. Repeating it twice, Zhang Yang frowned and gritted his teeth. I don't have a true God heart, so I'll make myself the core. After all, divine power ultimately enters my body. Skipping the process of transferring energy from the true God heart to the body is even more perfect than I imagined. I can even burn divine power outside the body. Zhang Yang plunged back into the research of the technique. Although he said so, he knew that burning divine power outside the body was a delusion. Restoring the divine body was far more reliable. 8 years. 17 years. 50 years. 132 years. 495 years. Rumble. Rumble. Sound travels poorly in the cosmos, but with the addition of cosmic energy, everything becomes much simpler. Just like now, immense energy was released, and the shockwaves carried deafening sound across the entire universe, destroying the few remaining planets along the way. Those were the planets Zhang Yang had gathered from his jurisdiction to alleviate the loneliness of the void. Now they vanished, completely returning to the embrace of the source universe. Desolate, Zhang Yang was 100 light-years away from the previous location. When he sensed the miniature universe's turmoil, he teleported away. Even at such a distance, the cosmic energy mixed with light illuminated his face. In the next instant, he was completely engulfed. The light continued to travel farther. At his previous position, it was as if a star billions of times larger than the sun had exploded. Silent, Zhang Yang stared blankly into the distance. Undoubtedly, he had failed. Despite possessing a talent over 40 million times greater, the technique he created still failed. Xiao Chun said softly, "Master, the Mad Lion Venerable is requesting a call." He whispered, "Connect." The Mad Lion Venerable appeared with a strange expression and asked, "Ghost King, what are you up to now?" "Not blown to bits. I thought a cosmic overlord had self-destructed." Zhang Yang replied expressionlessly, "Failed to create a technique." The Mad Lion Venerable hid his concern and asked curiously, "What kind of technique has such power? And it's a failure." Zhang Yang said calmly, "It's not an attack technique but a recovery one. You know, after burning my divine body, I can only fight a few times. If the enemy doesn't die, I fall." The Mad Lion Venerable widened his eyes. What kind of recovery technique could cause such a commotion? But indeed the Ghost King had this weakness. A small divine body might be a disadvantage for others, but not to the extent of collapsing after a few attacks. He nodded. Compensating for one's weaknesses was common, and it depended on the individual. He hesitated. "Actually, I feel this level of attack would be better used as an offensive technique rather than a recovery one." Zhang Yang gave him a look of understanding but said nothing. His attack techniques were naturally stronger. Others might mistake it for an attack technique, but it was just the absorption of massive energy. He could withstand this attack. The reason he dodged was that he had been struggling to maintain the miniature universe on the verge of explosion. When he could no longer hold on, it was too late to block with a technique. Although the Mad Lion Venerable didn't know Zhang Yang's exact meaning, the expression inexplicably annoyed him. He glared and said, "Ghost King, what do you mean?" Zhang Yang replied casually, "The attack power is decent, but it requires preparation time and is easy to dodge. Only the center of the explosion is dangerous, the subsequent attacks are weak. It's a clumsy method in battle." The Mad Lion Venerable's expression softened. A charged attack, could it achieve such an effect? If not burning divine power, it could be useful for destroying special environments. He asked curiously, "Ghost King, how does this attack? This recovery auxiliary technique charge? How does it reach such a level? Is it okay to share? It's not a secret technique, since it's unfinished, right?" Zhang Yang initially wanted to give him a contemptuous look and say, "Even if I taught you, you couldn't learn it." But recalling the Mad Lion Venerable's earlier expression, and considering their less-than-close relationship, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, it's not a charge. Well, not the traditional kind. I was constructing a miniature universe." The Mad Lion Venerable's eyes gradually froze. A miniature universe? Do we Venerables play with such things? In his mind, he had already classified Zhang Yang as a Venerable following the old rule strength-determined status. He now acknowledged Zhang Yang's power. But a miniature universe seemed a bit too much, didn't it? Seeing his expression, Zhang Yang knew he didn't understand. He then said dismissively, "I constructed a miniature universe, making myself the core, hoping it would constantly restore my divine power. But obviously it failed. And the miniature universe exploded." The Mad Lion Venerable now understood. He hadn't thought that a miniature universe could be related to recovery, trapping, or killing was more plausible. This Ghost King certainly had ideas. Then he couldn't help but laugh. A universe was a plaything for universe masters, at least since reaching the strongest required building one's own small universe. He was qualified to know such secrets. The primordial universe and the giant axe universe were there for all to see. As a human race cosmic overlord, he was second only to giant axe with 18 universe masters and 3 top cosmic overlords above him. His authority was already high. He felt that the Ghost King was overreaching. He teased, "Ghost King, wake up. I think constructing a giant would be simpler than constructing a universe. You've never seen the giant race, have you? Even a celestial wolf varies in size. Constructing a universe is really—" "Wait!" Zhang Yang quickly interrupted him, staring blankly at the Mad Lion Venerable. If he hadn't misheard, he just heard about constructing a person. Constructing a person. Constructing a giant. Zhang Yang's eyes grew brighter. Why hadn't he thought of constructing a person? Even the strongest being in the universe gained the true God heart through a small universe. He didn't have a true God heart and knew nothing about such things that formed naturally under the guidance of laws after realm advancement. But a person. He was familiar with In previous years, when enhancing his gene level, he had studied the human body for nearly 100 years and recorded every gene sequence after each upgrade. He didn't have Luo Feng's inheritance, but he could deduce his own. Why hadn't he thought of constructing a person before? It was that damned cognitive barrier. The deeper he studied the laws, the more familiar he became with the universe, unconsciously thinking of constructing one. But he was not the universe. Zhang Yang looked at the Mad Lion Venerable with a strange expression. This lion head seemed to have some insight, didn't he? Hey Nether Soul King, if you keep staring at me like that, I'll turn against you. Mad Lion Venerable bellowed furiously. Feeling insulted by Zhang Yang's gaze, his face grew even darker. Zhang Yang grinned and said sincerely, Mad Lion Venerable, thank you. I have some new ideas now. See you in a few hundred years. The image flickered and vanished, leaving Mad Lion Venerable bewildered. Did he say something? He had only mentioned a giant, hadn't he? Was the Nether Soul King planning to construct a giant? Forget it, forget it. I'll go find him in a few hundred years when the explosion happens. Build a giant. Zhang Yang murmured softly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he knew that attempting it now would surely fail. Although he had formed an idea and felt the method was extremely reliable, the inherent difficulty of a secret art would not diminish in the slightest. First was reshaping the universe. One had to remember that even miniature universes modeled themselves after the primordial universe. Since the primordial universe existed in such a form, it naturally had its reasons. At the very least, this form might be close to perfection, making it easier for laws to fuse and combine, harmonizing more with the order of this world, and even holding mysteries he had yet to comprehend. Second, since this giant was the source of his divine power, it had to resemble him and share a common nature with his own divine body, imprinting his mark on the divine power so that it could flow and fuse freely. Therefore, he could only make subtle changes. The countless chains of law had to remain unobstructed while ensuring stability. Seated cross-legged in the starry sky, after pondering every condition, he was ready to begin constructing what he believed would be a perfect universe. A colossal human. 10 years. 20 years. 80 years. 200 years. 600 years. Zhang Yang still sat cross-legged in the desolate universe, his palms resting flat on his knees, while a miniature Zhang Yang also sat cross-legged in his palm. Suddenly Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light shot from his gaze and flew into the far distance. His aura began to surge continuously. The once desolate universe trembled because of him. The surrounding space fractured inch by inch, spreading wildly in every direction, soon sweeping across several light-years of the cosmos. Ha! Zhang Yang abruptly straightened his body, arms raised above his head, palms facing the sky. Meanwhile, the miniature Zhang Yang in his palm also stood up and mirrored his movement. The only difference was that this miniature Zhang Yang had its eyes closed and was completely naked. Rise! At the commanding shout, the miniature Zhang Yang suddenly began to grow. Its once solid body seemed to become somewhat indistinct. The miniature Zhang Yang expanded to more than 10 meters in an instant, directly enveloping Zhang Yang and taking root at the Dantian. Zhang Yang continued to expand. The next moment his body had surpassed 1 kilometer. The once solid form turned completely ethereal, yet the laws within his body became even clearer. Countless 10-colored chains of law spread across his entire body, together forming a mysterious and intricate pattern of secret runes. As his form grew larger, even the chains of law became thicker and sturdier. Wreathed in chains of law with countless ancient mysterious patterns imprinted across the surface of the phantom, he looked with closed eyes like an ancient god slumbering in the universe. In the end, the colossal Zhang Yang ceased expanding, now 1,000,000 kilometers tall. With closed eyes, he lay motionless across the universe, yet his immense presence was oppressive even from an extremely great distance. Zhang Yang lowered his arm, and the 1,000,000-kilometer-tall Zhang Yang lowered his arm, as well, the limb shifting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. He released his perception and easily sensed the giant's state. Now only the final step remains. Spirit attachment. In an instant Zhang Yang burned his divine body. A colossal will comparable to a third-stage universe master surged into the giant's body. In a daze he seemed to arrive in a vast empty void. The giant sea of consciousness he had constructed. His will howled madly as he sought to control the enormous body. Expand. The will expanded as well, as if to fill the space completely. As Zhang Yang's will continued to pour in, the giant's eyelids trembled slightly, then trembled again, and at last opened fully. A pair of enormous eyes appeared. Pupils at least 10,000 kilometers in diameter, each seeming to hold a miniature universe. Countless planets revolved within, and a galaxy flashed by in the blink of an eye. Divine power channels rise. Zhang Yang shouted. Countless streams of light began coursing through the giant's body. It gradually filled out no longer as ethereal as before, and even a suit of war armor began to condense around it. The million-kilometer-tall Zhang Yang became fully distinct with virtually no difference from the real Zhang Yang. Torrents of cosmic energy surged into his body, and were almost instantly refined into divine power. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Feeling his divine body full at every moment, Zhang Yang laughed wildly. Finally succeeded. After more than 1500 years of research, I've finally done it. Cut down the starry river. Raising the war blade in his hand, Zhang Yang began to vent madly. Endless divine power flowed through his body, as if it would never run out. 1 slash. 10 slashes. 100. 10,000. In a single second, Zhang Yang hacked out hundreds of thousands of strikes. Space-shattered time seemed to rupture. The dimensional interlayer was fully exposed to the universe. By then, Zhang Yang had completely pierced through the cosmos. Dimensional interlayer, divine kingdom layer, spatial torrents. As divine power poured out without cease, the world became a sea of gold and silver blade light stretching endlessly. Ha ha ha. The secret arts I created before weren't wasted after all. With a giant absorbing power this vast, how could divine power ever run short? Ha ha ha. Expand, 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 expand. With each command from Zhang Yang, the giant's frame continued to swell, soon exceeding 2 million kilometers, 8 million, 30 million, 100 million. Huff huff. I can't grow any bigger, this is my limit for now. But that's fine. Once I grow stronger, I'll naturally become even more colossal. Giant is too plain a name. Zhang Yang propped his chin on one hand, and the giant in the universe mirrored the thoughtful pose. In ancient times, there was the saying of a true incarnate body. From now on, I'll call you the Ancient God Incarnation. With the Ancient God Incarnation, I'll never have to worry about exhausting divine power in battle again. A soft hum trembled through space as Mad Lion Venerable appeared. Naturally, he was not deceived by the divine power. Flying straight to Zhang Yang's side, he pointed at the towering Ancient God Incarnation, stunned. This? What the hell is that thing? Zhang Yang lifted his chin, slightly raised an arm, and pointed at the sky, saying proudly, "This is my Ancient God Incarnation. Tisk tsk. Mad Lion Venerable smacked his lips. The divine power fluctuations earlier were so violent that I teleported over right after my divine kingdom transfer. I thought you were fighting someone. After the divine kingdom transfer, I saw that thing from far away. The Ancient God Incarnation. So you succeeded?" Zhang Yang nodded and smiled at him. "Yes, and I have you to thank for it. If you hadn't given me the inspiration, I would probably have needed another 100 years to think of it." Mad Lion Venerable looked somewhat reluctant, and asked, "What does this Ancient God Incarnation do? How fast is its recovery? How many years will it take to restore your divine body?" "Years?" Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. He would find even seconds too slow, and the other was asking about years. Before Zhang Yang could answer, Mad Lion Venerable pointed at him with trembling fingers. "Your Ancient God Incarnation can actually strengthen your divine body. I feel like you've become more than 10 times stronger." Zhang Yang lowered his eyelids. His gene level had indeed increased. Although he had mostly chosen to enhance his secret arts while researching the Ancient God Incarnation, he had still elevated his foundation several hundred times over these years. Now his gene level had reached 1018-fold, and his law purity was around 10. Wasn't that exactly 10 times stronger than when they first met? And another 10-fold if he burned divine power. But this had nothing whatsoever to do with the Ancient God Incarnation. The Incarnation's function was merely an auxiliary secret art for recovering divine power. If one wanted to use the Ancient God Incarnation to attack, one would have to manipulate laws to shift between substance and emptiness, then use the law-condensed body to manipulate laws in combat. That was simply too difficult. Besides, the power within the Ancient God Incarnation was the same as the power in his divine body. The amount of power he could currently control was limited. The Incarnation could only use as much energy to attack as he himself could command. For instance, in battles among current powerhouses, when attacking enemies with offensive secret arts, not all of the divine power in one's own body was fully used. Most could only activate the secret patterns inside a supreme treasure armor for defense. Zhang Yang opened his mouth to explain. Bad. Mad Lion Venerable's expression drastically changed. Weishan Venerable of the demon race is moving this way. That's a top-tier universe overlord. We need to leave now. Zhang Yang made a bitter face. Wouldn't he even be allowed to get a word in? Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. My secret art has just been perfected, and a worthy opponent has arrived just in time to test my strength. Mad Lion Venerable, you go. Leave this battle to me. Mad Lion Venerable's expression shifted. He truly couldn't withstand many blows from a top-tier universe overlord. You have avatars to hold the line first. Be careful. You are an immortal now. If you lose divine body parts, your strength will fall. Don't get enslaved. I'll first consolidate the defensive line, and send word to our race's powerhouses for reinforcements. We absolutely cannot let him step into our territory ahead of time. If he dares to enter, he'd better be prepared to die. Our clan's universe masters are waiting. Zhang Yang watched Mad Lion Venerable leave and communicated with his avatar through his will. A ripple passed through space as a king of the Jusha clan appeared. Kneeling before Zhang Yang, he presented a spatial ring with both hands and said, "Respectfully, master, your supreme treasure." Zhang Yang reached out and the ring flew into his palm. "Return to Earth," he ordered. The next instant he flew straight toward Weishan Venerable of the demon race. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. On the opposite side of the human race's territory, a giant elephant 30,000 kilometers tall trampled through cosmic space charging toward Battlefront 11. A deep bellow rang out as its trunk thrust toward the heavens, churning the cosmic energy. Yet it was only an inadvertent motion. That trash Huahua Venerable actually got killed by a human, and Xing Venerable is just as useless. It's bad enough they disgraced themselves, but they even dared to loudly praise a human inside our race. What's even more infuriating is that they let a human scare them into retreat, utterly shaming our demon venerables. I've been stuck inside a secret realm all this time, but now I'm gonna give him a good trampling. A human of lowly blood. How could it compare to my noble Weishan giant elephant? A genius is nothing more than a genius. What strength can an immortal have? He even dares to use my demon race as a whetstone. This time I'll go take his supreme treasure. Let's see how he tempers himself now. A place enshrouded by currents of primordial chaos. Tap tap. Footsteps gradually drew near. A robust young man clad in crimson copper armor walked in. Rustle crack. The sturdy young man knelt on one knee and announced loudly, "Lord of Chaos City, you had me observe Battlefront 11. I have news now. I already know. You may go." The Lord of Chaos City replied. His mind had already entered the virtual universe, and in that moment he had formed a conjecture about the entire affair. He was able to kill Huahua Venerable, then scare away Xing Venerable, and now he has even drawn out a top-tier universe overlord of the demon race. You grow stronger and stronger. The fused laws are truly inconceivable. As soon as he fights, even the virtual universe cannot replicate it. The battle images are completely disrupted. Your talent is unmatched in ancient and modern times. So this time, facing a top-tier universe overlord, just how far can you go? The hazy currents of primordial chaos drifted again, obscuring the Lord of Chaos City's long tail, as if even sound were cut off. On a desolate mountain similarly shrouded by hazy currents of primordial chaos, an old man 90,000 kilometers tall, clad in ordinary sai and battle armor, and bearing transparent twin horns atop his head, flashed a gleam in his eyes. This generation's inheritor has actually surpassed the first generation inheritor. It's time for me to go take a look. Sai master recognition is far too difficult. In the boundless territories of the primordial universe, and its endless geniuses, when will a qualified inheritor appear? His figure flickered, rapidly performing more than 1,000,000 long-distance teleports in a single second. He soon reached the edge of the primordial universe. The next moment he appeared beside a giant tower 9 light-years tall. What? You're saying there was an even stronger inheritor before? The giant old man stared at his disciple in disbelief. He was Wishanku, who had just rushed back from the cosmic sea. Also the creator of Earth and of Earthlings. At this moment he was deeply astonished. The universe had limits. When an inconceivable genius appeared, other geniuses would naturally become mere foils. Now an inheritor surpassing the first had already brought him some comfort, and there were actually two. That was simply impossible. No one understood Earth better than he did. No one understood the mysteries and limits of the universe better than he did. At Battlefront 11, a Zhang Yang stood in the universe, reaching out to gently stroke the erosion abyss prison, which resembled a spider web. He had possessed this peak domain-type supreme treasure for over 7,000 years. For 7,000 years he had kept it deeply hidden. He had only feared that the treasure would bring even greater catastrophe. Even a pinnacle existence like the Lord of Chaos City possessed only a domain-type supreme treasure of this grade. If the erosion abyss prison were exposed, the human race's universe masters would probably make a move against him personally. He was at the sector lord level. They were universe masters. The gap between them chilled him to the bone. The spider web that should have eroded flesh felt incomparably silky to the touch. He murmured softly, "I thought I would have to wait until Universe Venerable to be fully qualified to wield you. I never expected to be able to do so now. Let us make our names known across the universe together." Boom! An immense aura erupted, spreading a haze of earthy yellow, making the cosmos even heavier. A colossal elephant spanning 50,000 kilometers sat in the universe opposite it. Stood a mere human less than 2 meters tall. Moo! Moo! The giant elephant raised its head and bellowed, its trunk coiling through the cosmos, its tusks arcing toward the sky. After declaring its arrival, it opened its mouth thousands of kilometers wide, and its voice thundered forth. Human, you actually didn't run. Run. Zhang Yang's eyes were as calm as the dim universe. In one hand he held a blade, in the other a net. Divine power burned upon his armor, rising in clusters of black flames. Why should I run? Huff. A colossal energy pillar of tens of thousands of kilometers swept from the trunk. Wei Shanzun's vented his fury and roared angrily. Human, don't be arrogant just because I can't kill you. As long as I am here, you will never be able to undergo any training in the primal universe. No matter how great your talent, can you break through without fighting? I will make you stay at the immortal level forever. Zhang Yang asked with a puzzled look. Opponent. Battle. Haven't you come? Moo. The sound was sharp and urgent. Wei Shanzun's roared angrily. An ant dares to compare itself with me. Today let me show you what a true pinnacle universe overlord is, unlike those worthless ones. An ant. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and his voice turned icy. Today I will show you who is the real ant. Space seal. Ancient god Dharma form. Human, how dare you actively seal the space? Wei Shanzun's roared in fury, but the next moment his eyes went completely blank. A colossal ancient god appeared in the universe, a body reaching 100 million kilometers. Even its eyes were tens of thousands of times larger than the elephant. Comparing the two, the elephant had become a mere ant. The next moment it felt ashamed of its lapse, being frightened by a weak human. Moo! Moo! A furious roar. It shouted loudly, human, a mere illusion, is just for show. Today let me show you what a true divine body is. Space seal. Chong Shan Ling. As the might of the domain-type treasure manifested, the universe had completely turned into a mountain range. Lofty mountains suppressed space, suppressed cosmic energy, suppressed everything. A deep yellow radiance enveloped hundreds of millions of kilometers. Today you won't escape. Die! It roared triumphantly. Possessing a high-level domain-type treasure obtained from its race over countless ages, it was nearly invincible. Even an ordinary universe master could do nothing to it, and it could easily kill a universe overlord. It charged toward Zhang Yang with full confidence, like a falling mountain. Zhang Yang smiled grimly. So this was the power of a domain-type treasure. It suppressed space, constantly annihilating his divine body, and the immense pressure made his movements extremely difficult. Quite impressive. He became even more eager for his own pinnacle domain-type treasure. Shi Yuan Yu. Shi Yuan Yu suddenly expanded, rapidly growing from a mere few meters to enormous dimensions. 1 kilometer. 100 kilometers. 1,000,000 kilometers. 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers. A light year. A light year of cosmic space was completely enveloped. The moment Chong Shan Ling touched the web, it was eliminated without any resistance. Black mist began to drift in the universe. As Zhang Yang's divine power burned, the mist directly pervaded the entire light-year range of the cosmos. Wei Shanzun's Chong Shan Ling was directly squeezed into his body, losing all its previous momentum. Its eyes wide with terror, it stared at Zhang Yang and said in disbelief, "My Chong Shan Ling is a high-level domain-type treasure, yet it is completely suppressed now. Yours must be a pinnacle domain-type treasure. Unless it is 2 levels higher than my treasure, how could it be suppressed to this extent? How could a Feng Wang like you possess such a treasure? How could a Feng Wang activate such a treasure?" The next moment its eyes burned with intense greed. This was a pinnacle domain-type treasure, nearly at the top tier of treasures, 1,000 times more valuable than its own domain-type treasure. And now it was held by a mere Feng Wang. This was its opportunity. It rushed toward Zhang Yang eagerly, but within the domain of the pinnacle treasure, it could not fly fast. Zhang Yang's eyes lowered. Of course he could use Shi Yuan Yu. Now with his divine power burning, his strength was almost equal to Luofeng's at perfect life, perhaps even slightly higher. Luofeng, with a base increase of 100 times at the universe venerable level, could even activate the Star Tower, which was a God King level weapon. As for Zhang Yang, his law comprehension had reached the level of a universe master level 6. He could understand the secret patterns on Shi Yuan Yu, activating it through those patterns which consumed far less divine power. With the supplement of the ancient god Dharma form, he had no fear of depletion. Not only will I suppress you today, I will slay this giant elephant. Zhang Yang charged at Wei Shanzun's with fierce eyes. His gene level was now 1018, a divine power purity 10. Burning divine power boosted his might by 100 times. A pinnacle universe overlord had a gene level of 100, divine power purity nearly 100, and burning divine power boosted might by 1,000 times. Both had reached the cosmic limit of 100 times amplification through body-amplifying secret arts, so no comparison was needed. In terms of power amplification, Zhang Yang was not inferior. Compared to these pinnacle universe overlords, who were not special lifeforms, the only difference was the 100-fold base increase at the venerable level. But his secret arts were 4 levels higher than theirs, which was enough. Sever the galaxy. As Zhang Yang activated the ultimate secret art of fused laws, his own laws connected with cosmic energy, forming secret law patterns. A blurred long blade appeared in the universe, intertwined with gold and silver light and gray mist. Beneath the blade, galaxies seemed to flow. Weishan Zuns stared at the blade in shock. Could not even comprehend the complex secret law patterns. After all, it was a pinnacle universe overlord capable of creating universe master-level secret arts. Otherwise, how could it be called a pinnacle? Only those who could match a universe master's attack were considered pinnacle. Impossible. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Impossible. He pretended not to hear. He hadn't expected that combining with Shi Yuanyu would elevate his attack by another level. Bang! The ancient blade passed through Weishan Zun's secret art, without any hindrance, landing on its head. After being slightly blocked by the treasure armor, the divine power blade cut heavily into it, instantly splitting the 50,000-kilometer giant elephant in two. Weishan Zun's divine body reassembled in an instant, its eyes wide with terror. My divine power has been annihilated by 1%. Haha, exhilarating. Zhang Yang shouted joyfully. After one slash, he felt unsatisfied. He seemed to sense the high-level treasure armor on Weishan Zun's clinking, as if it was about to exceed its limit, but it still fell short. Then one more slash. Sever the galaxy. He was not surprised. Now wielding a high-level treasure blade, his secret art's full power could be unleashed. His divine body strength had increased nearly 10 times compared to when he fought Xing Zun's, and Shi Yuanyu boosted his attack by at least 1 level. He had been able to kill Xing Zun's back then, but at that time his treasure was inadequate, his divine body too small, and his divine power insufficient. Still, his attack barely reached the universe master level. Now, with law comprehension at level 6, he had risen another level. Compared to last time, his secret art's might had increased by 3 levels, reaching the pinnacle of level 3. Weishan Zun's. Die! With a loud cry, the ancient war blade condensed again, and charged unyieldingly toward Weishan Zun's. It tried to block the blade with its tusks, but the blade did not pause, striking its forehead. The third form of the high-level treasure armor was fully activated, yet it was still split in two, annihilating another 1% of its divine body. Still a little short. Zhang Yang muttered with slight dissatisfaction. Even when he strengthened his will, the boost to his attack was too small, only slightly stronger than before, still not exceeding the defense limit of the high-level treasure armor. Otherwise, if the defense dropped from 110000 to 11000 or even 1100, he could kill Weishan Zun's with a single slash. He calculated in his mind. I have made considerable progress over the years. The fusion of laws has reached 13. The ultimate secret art formed by 3 fused laws is 1 level higher than a universe master's most powerful secret art. This secret art surpasses even Hundun Qingzhu, reaching level 6. However, my base power is lacking. Gene level is not 10,000, divine power purity is only 10. I can't compare with the top tier ones. Compared to a universe master level 2, I am 10,000 times weaker in base and 10 times lower in divine power purity. But my secret art at level 6 is 4 levels higher than level 2, bringing my attack to level 2. Shi Yuanyu's assistance is too strong, boosting my attack by at least 1 level, making my attack fully reach the pinnacle of level 3. But it's only the pinnacle of level 3. If I could be a bit stronger, my attack would directly exceed the limit of high-level treasures. Even if I reach the pinnacle of level 4, I could destroy this high-level treasure armor. This is impossible. Why have I lost so much with such a huge body? Weishan Zun's cried out in grief and anger, then began to beg. A human, you cannot kill me. I am a pinnacle universe overlord of the demon clan. If you kill me, it means war with the demon clan. A powerhouse with universe master level strength cannot indiscriminately slaughter. Please spare me. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he looked at it coldly. He had originally fought to prove his combat power. Although he said he would kill it, Weishan Zun's could call for reinforcements. He hadn't really been sure he could kill it. Now it was begging for mercy. Had it not left a divine power clone in the demon clan, he immediately charged again with his blade. A pinnacle universe overlord was naturally powerful, but he was even stronger. The fusion of laws excelled at annihilating divine bodies, and the more advanced the fusion, the stronger the annihilation effect. This time he might actually kill it. Just like a Feng Wang Wudi, whose gene level and secret arts were even higher than those of ordinary promoted venerables, allowing them to match common universe venerables. But they would be finished against high-level venerables. At the universe master level, venerables could due to special life avatars high-level treasures, and universe master secret arts match a universe master level 1 with a gene level of 100 inferior secret arts and only a few ordinary treasures. When facing a Universe Master level 2 it would not be easy, and facing a level 3 would often result in death. And now he had the strength of level 3. I am not a Universe Master yet. Killing you will make me one, Zhang Yang said coldly. Wei Shanzuns looked at Zhang Yang in despair, its heart gradually filling with panic. As a pinnacle universe overlord, its strength rivaled a Universe Master level 1, so it was also subject to restrictions. Fall would mean the loss of countless years of accumulation, the vast divine body and treasures gained through opportunity. Hence it begged for mercy. Ah! Another slash fell, and Wei Shanzuns let out a miserable howl as if the blade had cut into its very soul. Zhang Yang watched coldly. When he created the ancient god Dharma form, he had spent more time solving the difficulty of soul recovery than on energy. Die! No, Yuhun Wang. You cannot kill me. I am a pinnacle universe overlord. Do you want war? Wei Shanzuns roared, its voice fierce but its heart nearly mad. If it died and was resurrected, it would only retain the strength of a universe overlord. As a pinnacle universe overlord, the cost of resurrection was terrifying. Unless it broke through to Universe Master in the future, the enormous debt would be unpayable in a single-cycle era. Something it could not accept. Zhang Yang stared at Wei Shanzuns, whose divine body was now only 0.6 remaining, and said coldly, "Don't be a demon in your next life." A cold gleam flashed before its eyes, and Wei Shanzuns seemed to return to its homeland. A boundless grassland secret realm. It was there that it had risen step by step, eventually standing at the pinnacle of the primal universe, able to rival even a Universe Master. Now everything was like smoke. A vast endless grassland. Numerous long-tusked elephants several kilometers in size were running joyfully, and the earth seemed to applaud them. Suddenly heaven and earth shook violently, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. Moo! The largest elephant, nearly 10 kilometers in size, raised its head and bellowed. Instantly the herd became panicked. But by then space had shattered with countless spatial cracks all around. Sound was completely blocked. Countless long-tusked elephants were swallowed by space. Many more were sliced in half, blood splattering across the grassland. The sky was torn apart. The earth sank. In the side hall of the temple, a giant elephant nearly 10,000 kilometers long abruptly stood up, crying out in grief, "No! Chief!" Its divine kingdom shattered in the turbulent space layer. Numerous immortals appeared in the space gap, looking around in despair, then scattered and flew rapidly toward the outer layer. But every piece of space debris here was over a light year across. Even with their frantic dodging, they could not escape death, crushed into fragments. In the demon clan, a human was guarding a young giant elephant. He was a Feng Wang immortal enslaved by Wei Shanzuns for over 1 trillion epochs. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. His eyes shifted rapidly. From relief to hatred, then to joy, all in an instant. The next moment his body fell limply from the air, the imprint of the divine kingdom within him collapsed, and he was gone. In the demon clan territory, a black panther several hundred kilometers long stood before a temple and said respectfully, "I heard Lord Wei Shanzuns has returned. Please announce me." A giant elephant over 1,000 kilometers long stood nearby, listlessly ignoring it. The panther lowered its body, took out a square fruit glowing red, and said flatteringly, "General, please make the announcement." The elephant's eyes lit up. Just as it was about to rise, a miserable cry came from the temple, "No, master. You!" The voice cut off abruptly. The elephant outside the temple turned pale, rushed in, but only found a servant's corpse. It hurriedly walked toward the 100-race fence behind where slaves of over 100 races lived. It sensed that all of them had lost their life force. Panic-stricken when it saw the fallen servant, its fear turned to terror. "The chief has fallen." The sharp voice was anguished and sorrowful. For a moment the entire temple fell into chaos. "Report to the other venerables quickly. Blood for blood. The killer must pay. It's Hun Wang, that despicable human." On the 11th front, Zhang Yang hastily collected Wei Shanzun's treasures. A divine kingdom teleport sent the spoils to his avatar, and the next instant he returned. After killing Wei Shanzun's, he would have to face the enraged demon clan powerhouses. Other than being killed, there was no other possibility. After all, he only had level 3 attack power. Against weaklings it was fine, but against top-tier powerhouses their attacks were 1,000 times stronger. His defense was still lacking. The pinnacle domain-type treasure must not be lost. He hadn't expected the pinnacle universe overlord to come so quickly. If it had been over 4,000 years later, when his gene level exceeded 10,000 and divine power purity reached 100, he would have level 4 combat power, a massive divine body, and the assistance of Shi Yuan Yu, making him much safer. The spatial fluctuations grew increasingly intense, as if they would shatter at any moment. The serene space trembled violently as a silver serpent stretching over 100,000 kilometers in length emerged first, followed by a colossal beast with a back covered in scales measuring 50,000 kilometers. When these two enormous beasts appeared, the cosmic laws around them vanished completely, and an immense aura surged through the universe, causing ripples to spread across space. Next, a heavenly wolf thousands of kilometers in length trod on a massive palace of cyan flames. A colossal bird spanning tens of thousands of kilometers was shrouded in black, its body entangled with heavy iron chains. Following closely were 10 more enormous beasts, each exuding an incomparably fierce aura. Soul King. A furious rebuke came from the silver serpent's head. Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly, and said tentatively, Dream Demon Ancestor. Human. Who exactly killed Venerable Weishan? The serpent's head roared, then snarled fiercely, Tell me. Zhang Yang laughed lightly and said, Don't get excited. I merely killed a giant elephant, didn't I? Your demon race does not lack top-tier cosmic overlords. A heavenly wolf sneered at him. Who do you think you are speaking such arrogant words? Do you really think you can kill Venerable Weishan? Beast! Zhang Yang roared, then shouted loudly. I am speaking with the strongest of your race. Where does a whelp like you relying on a turtle shell get to interrupt? Suddenly he erupted. His foot stamped down, shattering space inch by inch, and the ancient god's Dharma manifestation appeared behind him. In the next instant, he had already charged before the heavenly wolf lord. A phantom of an ancient war blade appeared in the sky, slashing down at the heavenly wolf with invincible force. How dare you! The heavenly wolf instantly became enraged, raising its front claws to meet the giant blade in the sky. Dream Demon Ancestor and Quake Demon Ancestor saw the mystic technique array Zhang Yang was executing and inwardly cried out in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Boom! The two collided instantly, but the blade struck the back of the wolf's claw. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with cold light. A mere second-tier heavenly wolf dared to be so reckless. Ow! The heavenly wolf cried out in pain, its eyes instantly filled with terror. One attack from a king-level powerhouse had annihilated a 10 millionth of its divine body. After all, it had blocked the attack, and was wearing a top-tier treasure battle armor already activated to its third form, capable of reducing damage to 100,000th. If not for the top-tier treasure battle armor, a single slash might have annihilated 1% of its divine body. Was this still a king level? Zhang Yang wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly rivers, icy sands, mists, waves, mountains, and various other special environments appeared around him. In an instant, his divine body began to continuously annihilate. Dream Demon Ancestor raised its enormous serpent head, its voice filled with disbelief. It really is you. How is this possible? Pa! Zhang Yang looked at the heavenly wolf lord with contempt and sneered. I thought you were something special, but you're just trash. When I want to kill you, I'll step into Universal Lord directly. And even if you're in the high-level treasure, Heavenly Wolf Hall, I'll still slay you without fail. Then he turned to Dream Demon Ancestor, his gaze calming down, and said softly, Since you dared to appear before me, why be surprised that I killed him? Flames burned in the Heavenly Wolf Lord's eyes. Looked down upon it. A mere king level dared to look down on it. How could its attack be so powerful? Dream Demon Ancestor and Quake Demon Ancestor exchanged a glance. Their divine power suddenly ignited, and an endless torrent of divine power instantly turned ethereal, entering Zhang Yang's body in the next moment. Feeling the ethereal divine power, he roared in his heart, Milky Way Divine Protection Array. The silver serpent and the scaled beast appeared in Zhang Yang's spiritual sea, and immediately saw the peculiar star array enveloping Zhang Yang. Without any hesitation, they launched the most violent collision against Zhang Yang's spiritual sea. He burned his divine body, which was now completely enveloped in gold and silver flames. The ancient god's Dharma manifestation continuously transmitted divine power to his body. In his spiritual sea, his soul trembled under the unbearable burden. Clenching his teeth, he said, You too are strong, but you're still inferior to the void true demon god. Before I had no resistance, but now I possess divine power at the cosmic venerable level and the consciousness of a universal lord. Though defense is difficult, I finally have the ability to resist. Dream Demon Ancestor, Quake Demon Ancestor, you win this time. We'll meet again. Explode. Boom. At the moment of Zhang Yang's self-destruction, the ancient god's Dharma manifestation vanished automatically. The violent self-detonation ignited the surrounding divine power, creating an even more powerful attack. However, all around were universal lords. Even if the power of the self-destruction was elevated by 2 levels, it was only equivalent to the self-destruction of a cosmic overlord easily annihilated by the domain-class treasure. The giant bird covered in black smoke flew over and said softly, Demon Ancestor, what should we do next? Ding dong. Ding dong. The sound of a clear spring flowing came, and in the distant universe the 1,000 treasure river descended. Lord of Chaos immediately appeared on the battlefield. In the next moment a giant axe tore through space. The axe founder stood fiercely in the air, glaring at the group of demons before him. Lord of Desolate, Lord of Azure East, Lord of Dragon Rise, Lord of Hidden Marquee. Following Lord of Chaos and the axe founder, a group of human universal lords lined up against the demons. Dream Demon Ancestor, Quake Demon Ancestor, are you trying to start a war? The axe roared in the universe, his aura pressing down on the many demon strongholds. Despite lacking one cosmic most powerful, he showed no fear. Human axe, it is your human race that is starting a war with us demons. Your human soul king killed our venerable Weishan. This debt must be settled. A gloomy voice came from the mouth of the scaled beast. Ha ha ha. As the laughter spread, the thousand treasure river shook, and the clinking sound never ceased. Lord of Chaos sneered. If your demon race has the ability, you can also go and kill our top-tier cosmic overlords. Those strong beings stand in the universe. Since when did they become weaklings that need protection? Hiss. Dream Demon Ancestor's silver body danced wildly, its serpentine form instantly standing upright, and it hissed. Who doesn't know that your three top-tier cosmic overlords all have avatars? They have always been guarding the key territories of your human race. When have they ever left? Venturing the universe naturally requires a price. Without the strength, why bear the title of top-tier? Lord of Desolate said in a cold voice. Dream Demon Ancestor and Quake Demon Ancestor exchanged a glance, silently comparing their forces. In the end, they chose not to fight. Killing the Soul King once was enough to vent their anger. Venerable Weishan had already fallen. They still had over a dozen top-tier cosmic overlords. Starting a conflict at this moment would not be advantageous and might allow other forces to take advantage. After all, although the demon race had relatively relaxed relations with the mechanical race and the Zerg race, they were still enemies. When they met on the battlefield, they would show no mercy. Let's go! The silver serpent raised its head and roared. The demon race's universal lords directly left this cosmic space. When only the human strong remained, the atmosphere became silent. Lord of Azure East stepped forward and said, "Isn't this Soul King just a king level? How could he possibly kill a universal lord now?" He then looked at Lord of Chaos, since Zhang Yang nominally belonged to the Virtual Universe Company. Lord of Chaos saw the same puzzled look in his junior brother Lord of Ice Peak and the surrounding universal lords. He exchanged a silent glance with the axe and said, "The Soul King has a gene level of 100 times, and he cultivates the fusion law. Naturally, his strength is extremely great." "Fusion law?" repeated Lord of Pangong, still very puzzled. Although few humans cultivate the fusion law, there are nearly 10,000 of them. Why had none been seen to be so strong? Moreover, even if the fusion law is fully cultivated, it only equates to a universal lord. How could it kill a top-tier cosmic overlord, who has also created a universal lord-level secret technique? Lord of Chaos said softly, "Cultivating the fusion of two laws naturally does not grant such power. But what if one cultivates three, or even more than three? Three-law fusion." Pangong was astonished. Although he was low-key, he was considered the strongest besides Chaos and the axe, so he understood the difficulty even more. "Alright, let's return. So many of us have come out, don't let the alien races take advantage." The axe founder spoke. Lord of Chaos was the first to leave. He had a feeling that Zhang Yang would soon come to find him. In an unknown, desolate starry sky, Zhang Yang silently opened his eyes. Ha! With a shout, an ancient god's Dharma manifestation, 100 million kilometers tall, appeared behind him. In the next instant, Zhang Yang split into two, and the one with a weakened divine body instantly recovered. Time to see Lord of Chaos. 7,000 years. Earth should be returned. I'll go see Lord of Chaos. You go back to Earth. Should we activate first-level combat readiness? Zhang Yang's face showed some hesitation. He wasn't sure what those universal lords would mean. In fact, he didn't want to cause a major conflict either. The ties between Earthlings and cosmic races were now too deep. Even those who had been expelled from Earth, their descendants, had long forgotten this matter. Perhaps only those who became star-level elders remembered that Earth only had half-sovereignty. Only those born on Earth understood where their roots lay. Lord of Chaos is just Lord of Chaos. He cannot represent everyone. Just in case. The home planet must be reclaimed. If even my current strength can be taken away, what's the point of staying in this region? The two bodies exchanged a glance and simultaneously vanished from this desolate starry sky. One headed to the original universe Chaos City and the other returned to Earth. Earth Joint Defense Center. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally solemn and serious hall. "Who goes there?" The guard at the door shouted. Many officials on the podium and in the front rows all turned to look at the newcomer. They were astonished. This was Earth, With hundreds of king-level protectors on Earth, how could a powerful figure suddenly appear at such an important meeting? In the next moment, the officials who saw Zhang Yang's face instantly changed color, recognizing him immediately, just as no American would fail to recognize Franklin printed on the dollar bill. "We pay our respects to the clan elder." Then the people on the podium stood up, and those in the front rows solemnly rose, then bowed and offered greetings. Those in the back rows were also planetary level, following the front rows in saluting, but they were very puzzled. Which human senior had arrived? The most awkward was the guard who had just spoken. He stiffly saluted toward the center of the venue, his mind completely numb. Zhang Yang showed little expression. Living long and being respected was a tradition, and in the universe living long represented strength. Activate first-level combat readiness for the entire clan. Issue an emergency assembly order. Competitions, training, all activities stop. Everyone in the room was immediately alarmed. First-level combat readiness. This was the highest level of combat alert. Once the order was received, all branches would enter combat sequence. This meant that all branches might be attacked by enemies. Now was not the past. Now Earthlings were distributed across 1,008 universe nations. Such a vast territory. In their minds, such an order could only mean one thing. That was a divine war. A battle between immortal gods and of the highest level. The official on the podium was taken aback, but immediately replied, "Yes, Clan Elder." The next moment he activated a large-scale information transmission device, entered the virtual universe, and issued the command. Zhang Yang nodded, expressionlessly teleported directly into the sky, and released his divine power with great force, completely covering Earth. He saw the cosmic monitoring stations floating in Earth's orbit, and couldn't help but frown. In the next instant, regardless of their level, planetary cosmic domain lord, realm lord, or even the king-level immortals in charge of security, all non-Earthlings were teleported off Earth, appearing in the distant Centaurus system. "Hey, wasn't I making tea? How did I end up here? Am I seeing things? What the heck? What is this? Feels so similar to the teleportation of our family's immortal elder. No way. Was I expelled? I just sold several galaxies to live on Earth for 100 years. 3 king-level masters exchanged trembling glances. They had witnessed the entire process. That terrifying big devil had returned. They didn't even know if Zhang Yang was a venerable or an immortal, but the result was unchanged. They were instantly suppressed, and in the next moment space shifted, and they appeared on this barren planet without any resistance. Facing the noisy elites of various races, they suppressed their fear, and spoke soothingly, "Stay calm. There will be an explanation within a day. We just need to wait quietly." The many descendants of universal lords in the crowd cursed these king-level masters in their hearts. Such trash. Being oppressed by those servants on Earth was bad enough, but now they were kicked out. They vowed not to end up like them. Zhang Yang stood in low Earth orbit, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. He spread his arms as if embracing the Earth, inhaling the scent of freedom. A captivating aroma so nostalgic. Over 7,000 years. He had waited far too long. Even the previous history was only 5000 years. But these subsequent 7000 years had to be shared half with other races in the universe. But faced with that immense power, there was no room for resistance. Finally, now he could finally say a no. He would not allow the place he knew so well to be taken away. He would not allow himself to wander the universe for eons without a home in his heart. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind. When he saw the fragile Luofeng, he knew this was reality. If he had the ability to kill Luofeng, then there would be many more in the universe who could kill him. Primary student, intermediate student, advanced student, quasi-warrior, warrior, war, general, war god, planetary star, cosmic domain, lord, realm, lord, immortal. He had experienced too much, and waited too long. Strength determines status. What was lost will eventually return. Boom! Zhang Yang teleported through his divine kingdom, and his figure instantly appeared in the starry universe. The surrounding stars trembled faintly, and the energy of the cosmos surged and overturned. Teleporting once more, Zhang Yang appeared at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. He swept in with an overwhelming presence as laws revolved around him. Even venerables could not help but tremble under that terrifying majesty. "Open the passage. It's me." Zhang Yang's voice was cool and clear. A rainbow-colored vortex appeared, and he stepped across without the slightest hesitation. At the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, many powerhouses began discussing among themselves. "If I am not mistaken, that should be the Nether Soul King, right? Has he reached venerable such might? TSK. Anyone who didn't know would take him for an Apex Universe overlord. I'm so miserable. I merely wanted to stay at the headquarters for a few days, yet my divine body lost too. How could he possibly have such an overwhelming aura? I feel he is almost on par with those universe masters of the primordial star. This is the most remarkable genius our human race has produced. Truly his divine might is as majestic as an inescapable prison. May our human race flourish forever. In the initial universe, because the primordial ancestor no longer controlled this place, Zhang Yang's laws appeared with even greater might. Even universe venerables felt their heads splitting after only a single glance at the laws surrounding him. Only a few extraordinary geniuses immediately fell into a state of enlightenment. Suppressing their excitement, they indulged themselves in comprehending the laws that Zhang Yang had perceived. Ah, that mighty being has left. Is this what a pinnacle powerhouse of our human race looks like? Seeing him in person was like witnessing the manifestation of the laws of the universe. I merely glanced a few times and I felt as though I were seeing the chaos steel. That is the Nether Soul King. I saw him over 3,000 years ago. How could he have changed so drastically? What has he gone through? This? Inconceivable. Astonishingly powerful. I felt that when that being appeared, all the laws of the universe faded away, and only his laws could manifest. At the residence of the Lord of Chaos City, Venerable Guy had long been waiting. At the sight of Zhang Yang's arrival, his heart suddenly tightened. What was it Zhang Yang had said back then? Compared with him, I may still be slightly lacking. At that time he had assumed Zhang Yang was joking. But now, seeing those externally manifested cosmic laws, and their dizzying complexity, even a single glance was enough to make his head throb. And the fluctuations of divine power were terrifyingly close to his own. He barely suppressed the discomfort in his body, and said, "Master is waiting for you." Zhang Yang nodded with a stern countenance, and said, "I understand. Let's go in." Following Venerable Guy all the way, he finally arrived at that familiar great hall. Looking at the familiar figure before him, Zhang Yang spoke softly, "Chaos." The words were plain, yet his sheer biting presence was bone-piercing. The Lord of Chaos City sized Zhang Yang up, and then said calmly, "Nether Soul Lord. With such momentum, he is hardly inferior to Lord Kuhao. His strength is probably even greater, since Lord Kuhao could not kill Venerable Weishan in a short time." Zhang Yang gave a slight nod and said calmly, "I have come. You know why I am here?" The Lord of Chaos City looked deep into his eyes and likewise nodded. "I do." Zhang Yang's expression remained calm. "Then what is your answer?" The Lord of Chaos City spoke seriously. "The race has never forced its powerhouses to contribute anything. They have always given in silence." Zhang Yang raised his chin, slightly, feeling quite satisfied. He had deliberately stirred his laws into external manifestation to amplify his momentum before negotiating. When one is weak, there is no recourse. Now a single sentence sufficed. Such were the rules of this world. And so Earth was at last made utterly complete. I am only second tier right now. The Lord of Chaos City's eyes narrowed. A simple sentence, but the meaning hidden within it was far from simple. In the primordial universe, the strength of universe masters was divided into initial, ordinary, peak, and pinnacle. Only upon reaching the cosmic sea would one use a more detailed classification. The first tier meant an initial universe master with a life gene level at 100 times the norm, who had not yet created an ultimate secret art, and whose supreme treasures and weapons were merely common. Powerhouses at this level were roughly comparable to Lord Weishan. At most, Zhang Yang would need a few extra slashes. The second tier meant a life gene level of 1000 times the creation of an ultimate secret art and respectable supreme treasures, ordinary level. A being of this level was 10 times stronger, and his secret arts were a full level higher. He was similar to Lord Tianlang, without the Tianlang Hall, a high-grade flying palace supreme treasure. He could be killed, but only if no one interfered. Zhang Yang could grind him down gradually until death. The third tier was called Peak Standard, the level Zhang Yang had when using the Erosion Abyss Prison. If he did not use the Erosion Abyss Prison, relying on the stability of his fused secret art energy, he could still keep his life in a prolonged fight by equipping high-grade supreme treasures. After all, once the blow was blocked, the following damage would not reach the limit of high-grade supreme treasure armor. It would be reduced to 1/10,000th, and any loss of his divine body could be restored instantly. The fourth tier was called Pinnacle Standard, such as Lord Bingfeng. Most of the human race's powerhouses were at the fourth tier. Only an expert on this level could easily kill Lord Weishan. Zhang Yang could do it only because of fused laws. If he encountered such an expert, and that expert used a peak domain supreme treasure, Zhang Yang would be crushed into a defensive posture and barely survive. The fifth tier was the apex of apexes. The Lord of Chaos City belonged to this level. Such individuals either created the strongest fused secret art, or obtained extraordinary cosmic treasures. Even if Zhang Yang used a peak domain supreme treasure, his weak foundation would prevent him from unleashing the treasure's power. His weak foundation would likewise prevent him from unleashing the full power of his secret arts. If he could not block an attack, it would strike his fragile divine body directly, and a single move might be enough to make him fall. The sixth tier. There was no such division in the primordial universe. The sixth tier referred to those heaven-defying universe masters who possessed ultimate-class supreme treasures. To reach this level, Zhang Yang would need his current law comprehension to advance him to universe master, his divine power purity to rise further, and his gene level to grow to 10,000 times the norm. Then he could perfectly unleash sixth-tier strength. From Zhang Yang's words, the Lord of Chaos City could tell that he had at least obtained the inheritance of a powerhouse who had entered and left the cosmic sea. Whether that legacy came from before the Great Annihilation or from the two previous eras when one strayed into the primordial universe, it was a supreme fortune. He could not help asking exactly how much do you know? Zhang Yang grinned broadly and said, I know a great deal. Far more than you imagine. The Lord of Chaos City suddenly felt a pain shooting from the back of his skull. Zhang Yang was no longer the weak and insignificant figure of the past. Back then he could see through souls and discern many things from their fluctuations. But now Zhang Yang's will was so overwhelming. How could he possibly reveal too much? He could not help asking, do you know me? Did you see me in the memories you inherited? Zhang Yang's expression was odd. He nodded seriously first, then shook his head. Knowing someone from a book should still count, right? After all, the Lord of Chaos City had appeared quite a few times. But as for truly knowing him before meeting him face to face, I really had no idea what he looked like. The Lord of Chaos City could not help frowning. The ownership of Earth has already been returned. As the human race's newly risen universe master, you reached universe master strength through the laws, so you should leave your own insights in Chaos City. You can leave a chaos steel behind as a legacy. It was brought back by the strongest being our race once had. It can clearly preserve the laws you have comprehended now. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. The strongest being of the universe in the past. Wasn't that the primordial ancestor? So high-end. Are you sure fused laws are all right? I'll try, but I can't guarantee success. Follow me. When the Lord of Chaos City finished speaking, he walked toward the secret chamber in the city lord's residence where the chaos steel was stored. Zhang Yang looked at him in surprise. He actually walked. Greetings, Lord of Chaos City. Candeli hurriedly bowed as the arrivals approached. The Lord of Chaos City nodded gently. Glancing at the silent Zhang Yang, he said to Candeli, this is our race's newly risen Nether Soul Lord. Though he is only an immortal, he has the strength of a universe master. Candeli was shaken to the core. Of course he knew Zhang Yang. He was a young man he had never been able to understand. Face full of reverence, he said, greetings, Nether Soul Lord. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. He had little interaction with Candeli, only a plain acquaintance. Well, he was very familiar with his voice. Following the Lord of Chaos City, he entered a secret chamber at the far side. Once it opened, it turned out to hide a world within. Though it was only a small room, its internal space was no smaller than the surface of a planet. I did not expect that there would be such a core place hidden within the Chaos Steel secret chamber. The Lord of Chaos City pointed to a colossal chaos steel ahead. 3000 meters high, 800 meters wide, 300 meters thick, and said, this is the main body of the chaos steel. Think of it as a special supreme treasure. You only need to cast your law insights into it, and it will naturally analyze and organize them, then extend a component outside. That component is the chaos steel seen by people outside. Zhang Yang walked gently to the front of the giant chaos steel. His soul force plunged into it instantly, and within its depths, he ceaselessly enacted his own laws. The main body of the chaos steel sensed the enactment of laws, and naturally emitted a profound, mysterious aura. The supreme treasure immediately went to work. With a faint hiss and a slight tremor, the chaos steel began to enact endlessly, and its main body gave birth to a component. The Lord of Chaos City was about to nod, but the next moment he frowned. If he was not mistaken, this was the fused Tao of metal and space. This? He could not help making a guess. Was it about to produce several new chaos steels? Yet, in the next second, Zhang Yang turned and said, my laws can no longer be enacted upon it. Similar paths like metal time cannot form either. As for other law fusions, I am only about at the venerable level. Do you need them? Your own laws cannot be displayed. Can the fundamental metal law and the fundamental time law also fuse? The Lord of Chaos City asked with a frown, but he did not doubt him. After all, he had long known that Zhang Yang cultivated fusion across multiple law systems. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. It is extremely difficult, the fusion is quite hard. Our race has no inheritance of fused laws, and others are not powerful enough to guarantee accuracy. Approximately what level has your fused law comprehension reached? The Lord of Chaos City asked. Zhang Yang lowered his head in thought, then said, roughly equivalent to about the 23rd floor of the Tongtian Bridge. I never devoted myself to comprehending those dual-type fused laws. They simply grew on their own along with my fused laws. The Lord of Chaos City was stunned. How had he improved without comprehending them? He could not help asking, if you completely fused the two law systems, about how long would it take? Zhang Yang frowned and said if I worked hard at fusing two law systems based on my experience, one combination should be completed in under a century. The Lord of Chaos City looked shaken. A century? Could a century make one a universe master? Seeing the Lord of Chaos City's expression, Zhang Yang frowned even harder. I am capable of completing the fusion, but I absolutely cannot complete it now. It would interfere with my future cultivation. It is very likely that even by the end of this reincarnation epoch these chaos steels will not be completed. The Lord of Chaos City frowned and asked why. Weren't you originally cultivating fused laws? How would fusing affect your cultivation? Zhang Yang explained seriously, take the fusion of two law systems now. If they had begun fusing from the very beginning, many venerables had such potential. They simply did not choose this road back then. But once they become universe venerables and try to fuse laws, they will hit great resistance during comprehension. The initial stage is fine, but the deeper their enlightenment, the greater the resistance. Unless they reach universe master or become the strongest being in the universe, only then, standing from a commanding height, would they naturally comprehend the fused laws of two systems. But I will certainly not be like that. To the weak, the fusion of two law systems seems to be the destination, but to me it is the foundation. Fusing too early would gravely slow down my subsequent law fusion. The Lord of Chaos City's heart was violently shaken yet again. Treating fused laws as the foundation? How could such monstrous talent exist? Master, I fear we have still underestimated him. Let it be. Having something is better than having nothing. Nowadays many powerhouses who cultivate fused laws simply have no road ahead. If they can reach venerable and receive correct guidance, they should know how to walk the rest of the road on their own. Law fusion has always been difficult, so those who make this choice must naturally be mentally prepared. Zhang Yang nodded, gently turned around, and sent his soul force into the chaos steel, once more enacting his laws again. With a hum, another chaos steel component quickly rose. Compared with the previous ones, however, this chaos steel had only 8 images, and the 8th image was extremely vague. Only faint clouds and mist could be made out. The Lord of Chaos City stared carefully, and immediately identified it as the Tao of water and space. Then his gaze shifted to the 8th image, and at once he frowned. His expression then relaxed. Although the 8th image had not been fully enacted, the Nether Soul Lord could comprehend two law systems as easily as reaching into his sleeve, and his direction was still accurate. This was enough. Even this one image alone, I fear no one could fully comprehend, even in 100 million epochs. With a hum, another chaos steel component rose. This time the Tao of fire and space. With a hum, the Tao of wood and space. With a hum, the Tao of earth and space. The Tao of light and time. The Tao of wind and time. The Tao of thunder and time. Although the Lord of Chaos City had long been mentally prepared, he was still shaken to the core at this sight. The joy in his heart was absolutely beyond words. 8 chaos steels. Now all the powerhouses cultivating fused laws had a direction once more. From now on the human race could even grant the ancestral god's decree to those who needed it most, for whether one possessed talent was easy to tell at a glance. This was the true heritage of the human race. What a magnificent path of law fusion. How formidable was the Nether Soul Lord. Ding dong. Master, you have a new email. A new email. The little golden monkey hopped on the table, shouting with excitement. Scram, get out of here. Don't disturb my drinking. King Jinyan waved his hand impatiently. This intelligent lifeform was becoming more and more audacious. Could it not see the timing? He was worrying about his little disciple. Master, an internal email from the Virtual Universe Company. A little monkey said timidly. An internal email from the Virtual Universe Company. King Jinyan's eyes instantly widened. Why would the company send an internal email? Had something major happened? It surely wasn't about his little disciple Luofeng. If it were, the email would have come from City Lord Chaos. Could it be that the race had finally remembered him? That he too had a chance to obtain the ancestral Godsex inheritance token? How many years had it been? How many years? Was he finally presented with another opportunity to advance? Breaking through to the venerable level was not solely about talent. It required karmic encounters. But those who reached the invincible level among immortals, or were deemed top tier among universe venerables, were undoubtedly the most fanatical group. Without madness, where would opportunities come from? Without madness, how could one fight above their level? It was through near-obsessive self-refinement that one achieved the level of invincibility. Though invincible, it was ultimately a blow to one's confidence. The greater the glory, the vaster the shadow behind it. A bottleneck, a shackle that had bound him for countless years. King Jinyan tremblingly set down his wine flask. The flask clattered, toppling onto the table. He paid it no heed, still trembling as he reached toward the virtual screen before him. He anticipated. He almost couldn't bear to look after opening the email. Countless eons of waiting, countless eons of torment, seeking the state of mind from eons past. Finally his gaze fell upon the email. Disappointment. Even if there were 10 more Chaos Tablets, what did it matter to him? But wait, something seemed off. The Fusion Law Chaos Tablet. King Jinyan shouted, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could such a thing exist? He hurriedly looked further down, utterly stunned, muttering. How formidable is the Nether Soul Lord. An inconceivable Nether Soul Lord. We find it so difficult to cultivate even one fusion law, yet he has mastered 8. Ha ha ha. With the guidance of the Chaos Tablet, I am certain to advance further. Quickly apply. There are already 100 people ahead. Who dares to make me wait 2 years? Humph, daring to cut in front of me, I'll make sure to stay in there for several rounds. The little golden monkey timely reminded. Master, this is the Virtual Universe Company's ordering. It is based on the time you've been stuck at a bottleneck and your level of law comprehension. The first session is only 7 days. King Jinyan. Chaos, is there anything else? After the Chaos Tablet was established, Zhang Yang asked. City Lord Chaos said, now that you have ascended to Universe Master, and become a pillar of our human race, it is natural for you to meet the other Universe Masters. All right, Zhang Yang did not refuse. Let me first take you to meet the 5 Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe Company. City Lord Chaos looked at Zhang Yang and said. Zhang Yang remained calm. He was aware of the race's high-level members, but as for what they looked like, he could only guess. Meeting them was fine. His consciousness entered the virtual universe. City Lord Chaos watched Zhang Yang and said, you seem to be quite familiar with the race's high-level members. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. I know a little. City Lord Chaos glanced at the 4 people ahead and said, then identify them. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze instantly locking onto a person in black robes directly opposite. The calmness in his eyes carried a hint of detachment, and his powerful will was so subtle that one might overlook him if not careful. This should be the hidden powerhouse of the human race. The Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Zhang Yang returned the nod with a slight bow, then shifted his gaze. Although the other person also wore a black combat suit, the slightly manic aura, confident expression, and a hint of arrogance, compared to those around him, along with a weaker will, instantly confirmed his identity. The Lord of Marquiu, he stated with certainty. The Lord of Marquiu smiled. Returning the greeting again, Zhang Yang continued to look. The next person appeared as a middle-aged man, but bore an innate sense of vicissitude, even stronger than City Lord Chaos. He confirmed, the Lord of Dragon Travel. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yang looked at the last one. An icy aura, a single glance felt like beholding a snowy mountain. Without hesitation, he directly said, the Lord of Ice Peak. I didn't expect you to know them all. City Lord Chaos frowned slightly. His junior apprentice had never shown himself. A glint flashed in the Lord of Marquiu's eyes as he asked, Nether Soul Lord, how did you manage to kill Venerable Weishan in such a short time? At his question, the 5 people's gazes all fell upon Zhang Yang. I wielded a high-grade treasure sword, allowing me to unleash the full power of my secret techniques. Additionally, I possess the Abyssal Prison, a peak domain-type treasure. With its assistance, I have the strength of a 3rd-tier universe master, so naturally I could kill it quickly. Zhang Yang said calmly. Such powerful secret techniques. A peak domain-type treasure. 3rd-tier strength. The Lord of Dragon Travel and the others were instantly shocked. City Lord Chaos frowned and asked, you brought avatars. The divine power consumption must be considerable. Zhang Yang said calmly, my avatars are all humanoid less than 2 meters tall. Each attack consumes one of my divine body. To compensate for this drawback, I created a divine power recovery secret technique that can instantly replenish my divine power. City Lord Chaos's eyes narrowed and he quickly asked, are there any limitations to this secret technique? The Lord of Marquiu also hurriedly said, can you demonstrate it? Zhang Yang frowned and said, there are limitations. I cannot burn more than 90 of my divine power at once, otherwise my divine power supply will stutter. As for other limitations, he looked at the Lord of Marquiu and said, they are not limitations for me, but they are severe for you. If you have a deep understanding of the construction of a miniature universe, you might barely be able to grasp the basics of my secret technique. To fully utilize its effects, one must comprehend 10 types of laws and achieve initial fusion. Miniature universe construction. You're researching that while still an immortal. Fusion of 10 laws. How can time and space laws be fused? What secret technique can burn over 90 of the divine body at once? Zhang Yang didn't know how to explain. His current secret technique was probably at the 6th tier, When it reached the 7th tier, the power would increase by an order of magnitude, and naturally the minimum energy consumption would be higher. Burning 90 of the divine body in one go might not even be enough. City Lord Chaos explained. He can shield the virtual universe, and his understanding of universe construction is extremely deep. Moreover, due to the nature of fusion laws, his secret techniques cannot be demonstrated in the virtual universe. The Lord of Marquis Yu asked curiously, what level of strength can you display now without the peak domain type treasure? Zhang Yang thought for a second and said, the peak domain type treasure greatly enhances me. Without the abyssal prison I would probably be at the 2nd tier universe master level with high-grade treasures. The Lord of Marquis Yu was inwardly stunned. This was already comparable to him. Alright, we should go meet the other powerhouses of the race. City Lord Chaos said. The next moment the virtual universe space shifted, and everyone arrived at the Giant Axe Temple. Ha ha ha, Nether Soul Lord, we meet again. Giant Axe laughed heartily upon seeing the arrivals. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, but his gaze instantly locked onto the Lord of Ku Chu, turning icy cold. The atmosphere grew tense. The Lord of Ku Chu looked somewhat awkward. Who would have thought that in just 3,000 years a former realm lord could sit alongside him? He was furious with Zhang Yang. He had skipped the support mission for Frontline 11 due to divine body damage, but now there was no escape. Zhang Yang looked at him seriously and said, back then you attacked me with the strength of a universe master. Now my request is simple, you only need to take one move from me. From then on our enmity will be completely resolved. The Lord of Ku Chu's face darkened and he said coldly, fine. Nether Soul. City Lord Chaos shouted, frowning, mind your limits. The Lord of Ku Chu's face instantly changed drastically, and he said indignantly, Chaos, what do you mean? Do you think I can't even withstand one move from a sealed king? I hold a high-grade treasure sword, giving me the power of a 3rd-tier universe master. My secret techniques specialize in annihilating divine bodies. With a 2-meter-tall divine body, one move is enough. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with a dark light. An ordinary 3rd tier would need to exert some effort against the 2nd tier, but with fusion laws, annihilating divine bodies was a specialty. For a 2-meter-tall divine body, one move sufficed. Originally City Lord Chaos had warned him, and he was a bit conflicted. After all, he had just entered the high ranks, and the Earthlings needed sufficient territory, so it was best not to conflict too much with other universe masters. But it seemed someone was asking for death. City Lord Chaos said in a low voice, Ku Chu, Nether Soul strength is at the 3rd tier. He previously killed Lord Weishan quickly, and his size is your billions of times. 3rd tier. The Lord of Ku Chu's face changed dramatically. His eyes widened, then he slightly closed them and lowered his head. His genetic level was 1000, providing a base power multiplier of 100, nearly 1,000 times stronger than Lord Weishan. But against a 3rd-tier attack, his defensive ability was still very weak. His divine power density was only 100 times that of Lord Weishan, and his top-grade treasure armor reduced attacks to 100,000. Overall, he was 1,000 times stronger. Thus, the difficulty of killing him with one strike was at least 1,000,000 times greater than killing Venerable Weishan. But the size difference was enormous. Lord Weishan was 10,000 kilometers tall, and even ignoring volume, his length was 10 million times greater. The volume difference was trillions of times. Even if the divine power conversion rate was lower, the total divine power disparity was too vast. Being able to kill Lord Weishan quickly meant he might kill him with just one move. The Lord of Ku Chu remained silent, no longer arguing. Among Universe Masters, strength determined the conversation. Facing City Lord Chaos's gaze, Zhang Yang nodded. Haha, just a minor disagreement. Why so serious? A seemingly ordinary strong man stepped forward and said, then smiled at Zhang Yang. I'm Peng Gong from the Universe Stellar Riverbank. Actually, I've known about you since you were a realm lord. He even raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yang forced a smile. Being noticed while weak was not a good thing. Back then, after leaving the Mist Abyss prison and moving through various universe nations, he had indeed hunted many powerhouses, amassed incredible wealth, and made frequent transfers. He had thought his actions were flawless, but in reality he had been investigated to a certain extent. The combination of the virtual universe and the banking system was indeed an inescapable net. City Lord Chaos introduced the Universe Masters of the race and said, everyone must know this. Previously, we went to Frontline 11 because he killed Venerable Weishan. Facing the questioning gazes, he exchanged a look with Zhang Yang and continued. Although he is still an immortal, his genetic level has reached 1000, his divine power purity has been enhanced, and he possesses a peak domain type treasure. A peak domain type treasure. Hearing this, all the Universe Masters not from the Virtual Universe Company turned to look at Zhang Yang. He said in a low voice, I had some opportunities back when I was a realm lord. That treasure nearly killed me, which is why I researched the art of avatars. City Lord Chaos nodded. Everyone knows about Nethersoul's avatar ability, but even without the peak domain-type treasure, he still possesses the strength of a second-tier universe master. By now, everyone should have heard about the 8 additional Chaos Tablets. Giant Axe nodded. These 8 Chaos Tablets were extremely important to the human race. It was well known that fusion laws were not something anyone could cultivate. Talent was essential. Because immortals do not die naturally, all the powerhouses who cultivated fusion laws throughout history had accumulated. Each of them was an elite of their era. If these people could receive assistance, many would surely make breakthroughs. In fact, many were just lacking a single spark of inspiration. King Jinyan was exceptionally fanatical and persistent, which allowed him to hone himself to the invincible sealed king level. Most others would retire long before reaching that point. Originally, the only way was to use the Ancestral God token to enter the Ancestral God sect. But now that they had their own Chaos Tablet, those sealed kings, who had been trapped for endless epochs, would surely break through to venerable bask in glory once more and return to the public eye. The Lord of Huang Jian radiated intense battle intent and said, "I want to know what level your secret technique has reached." Zhang Yang said softly, "It should be at the 6th tier. 6th tier. The Universe Masters exclaimed in shock. 6th tier. Giant Axe stared intently at Zhang Yang and asked, "Is your law comprehension really that high?" Zhang Yang said calmly, "The secret patterns on treasure weapons can enhance power, but for me sturdiness is enough. Ordinary treasures don't increase my strength significantly. Without 6th tier law comprehension, how could you form such powerful attacks?" City Lord Chaos also looked at Zhang Yang seriously. He had always thought it was just the power of fusion laws, but he hadn't expected the law comprehension to be so high. "If you wanted, could you quickly break through to universe most powerful?" Zhang Yang frowned and said, "If I wanted I could, but it would affect my cultivation progress." The Lord of Dragon Travel and the others exchanged glances. Was breaking through to universe most powerful really that simple? Why did they find it so difficult? City Lord Chaos frowned. His current secret technique was the strongest universe master secret technique, naturally extremely powerful. But strictly speaking, it was only at the top 5th tier level, and his law comprehension was also at the top 5th tier. "You and I will leave for a moment. Every time you fight, the virtual universe is shielded. I want to feel what a 6th tier secret technique is like." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and asked softly, "Are you sure?" City Lord Chaos nodded seriously. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Giant Axe founder couldn't help but say. The Lord of Darkness and the others were also eager. The Lord of Darkness and the others were also eager. Zhang Yang turned to look at the Chaos City Lord beside him and asked softly, "Where are we going?" "Let's do it in the primordial universe. My control here is stronger, allowing me to clearly sense the intensity of your secret art," the Chaos City Lord said. Zhang Yang nodded. His comprehension of the laws could not be faked. It had already been 3 millennia since he broke through to immortality. When he no longer sought only those elusive points of resonance, the depth of his law comprehension naturally grew at an astonishing pace. "Follow me," the Chaos City Lord said, and vanished in an instant with a teleport. Zhang Yang followed closely behind. In a small universe 100 million light-years in diameter, finding a place for a duel was trivial. Within 10 light-years around him, Zhang Yang sensed no signs of life. Enough space to dissipate the aftershocks of battle. "Shall we begin?" Zhang Yang asked. "Wait for them. They should be here soon," said the Chaos City Lord. A second later he added, "They're here." Zhang Yang nodded as well. He could already feel the immense auras entering the primordial universe. In Chaos City, many immortals and venerables looked up one after another. What's going on? Why are so many lords gathered here? Perhaps something major is about to happen. I have a feeling it might be a duel. When I spar with friends, many friends come to watch. Don't worry. This is the primordial universe. Who could enter except our own people? But I think it's probably related to the newly promoted Wraith Lord. The Wraith Lord. The immortals and venerables present all fell silent. In Chaos City, apart from those who remained immersed in enlightenment, and had not yet woken, few could claim not to know the Wraith Lord. After all, Zhang Yang had only just become an immortal 3,000 years ago, and 4,000 years ago, he was still a world lord. He was a mere 7,000 years old in total. 7,000 years sounded long, but to these powerhouses with limitless lifespans, it was less than one era. Compared to ordinary humans, one era was like a single second, sounding extreme. Yet, if measured in days, it seemed perfectly normal. After all, Huyanbo had fallen after a mere 6,000 eras. If eras were converted into days, that was only 17 or 18 years old, which counted as youth. But in the eyes of an immortal, 6,000 eras was still infancy. Not to mention universe masters. Wraith, everyone has assembled. I will use divine power equal to yours, so you may make your move, the Chaos City Lord said. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he nodded silently. In his mind he thought, with equal power you cannot block this chaos. Cleaving the Star River. The primordial universe did not hinder the execution of laws. Moreover, because the original ancestor was suppressed and could not exert any control over the small universe, which lay in the universe sea, the primordial universe's suppression on the power of secret arts was extremely weak. This single blade was thus somewhat stronger than it would have been in the original universe. As the secret art manifested, the originally void universe suddenly blazed with light. A resplendent river of stars appeared, followed by an ancient long blade. Plain in appearance, yet its power was profoundly condensed within. The axe could not help but frown. The moment he saw the intricate runes, he knew chaos had lost. Though the interweaving complex laws might not match the sheer power of his own secret art in complexity, it far surpassed it, indicating that the ceiling of this secret art was immensely high. The ancient blade cut into the chaotic currents. The blade itself did not tremble in the slightest, yet its phantom shadow had greatly faded. The Chaos City Lord did not defend. His mind seemed entirely absorbed in that blade. Named Chaos, he had naturally sought to unite the 5 elements and reverse yin and yang to achieve the way of chaos. But how could mere combination of common laws compare to the fusion of laws? At that moment, seeing the traces of fused time and space upon the blade, a glimmer of light inexplicably flickered in his heart. The road ahead was within sight. From immortal to venerable, and then to universe master, the path of laws continued unbroken. Except for a few extraordinary powerhouses, the laws one comprehended essentially never changed. A venerable comprehended gold and space. A universe master still comprehended gold and space. Only deeper, even unraveling their essence, which enabled demonstrations on the Chaos Tablet. Without such profound study, how could a mere universe level or world lord ever touch upon the essence? It was the universe masters with their lofty cultivation realms who expounded the laws from a height, making detailed classifications, and setting the youngest who had just touched laws upon the most correct path. Boom! One slash struck the Chaos City Lord, annihilating a considerable portion of his divine body. Yet at this moment his eyes were brighter than ever before, as if he could see the road ahead. But on closer inspection it was difficult. Very difficult. Astonishingly difficult. If fusing a lower law with a higher law could allow one to abandon a higher law and become a universe master, then what of fusing 2 higher laws, the way of time and space? The Chaos City Lord did not even have confidence that he could walk this road to the end, yet the inspiration it gave him was substantial. After a period of enlightenment, the Chaos City Lord came to his senses. Sensing the state of his divine power, he exclaimed in surprise, "You managed to annihilate 1% of my divine body. My body is just diminished now. It originally stood 90,000 kilometers tall." Zhang Yang explained softly, "When I was a world lord my attacks were not strong, but with the same combat power I could still annihilate an opponent's divine body. Only extremely faintly. Now that my fusion is profound, the effect of annihilating divine bodies has become far more pronounced." The Chaos City Lord's expression turned solemn. Without activating his peak supreme treasure armor to block, he had actually suffered such damage. If a same-level opponent's single blow could annihilate 1 part in 10 million, then at a Universe Master's attack frequency this injury was already quite severe. Nodding to the Universe Masters around him, the Axe founder said, "Newly promoted Universe Masters of our race. All receive a top-tier weapon-type supreme treasure. What do you need?" "What do I need?" Zhang Yang frowned and pondered. His strength was powerful in one sense, yet also rather weak in another. This level of strength was only valid in the original universe. If he appeared in the Universe C, he could not even protect his own supreme treasures. As long as an opponent's attack reached the 5th tier, he could be annihilated in an instant. Before reaching Universe Venerable, he had no intention of leaving the original universe. Once he became a Venerable, his divine body would be complete, his foundation elevated, and his attack power would rise by at least 2 levels. With advances in law comprehension, perhaps even another level. By then his opponents would at least be on the level of the Chaos City Lord. A treasure worth a top-tier weapon-type supreme treasure would be more or less dispensable. From the Weishan Venerable I obtained a high-level domain-type supreme treasure worth slightly more than a top-tier weapon-type supreme treasure. Let one be used to forge the Milky Way and the other to build the star cluster divisions across 1,000 universe countries. If that's not enough, I also have 3 treasures of equivalent value to high-level weapon-type supreme treasures currently idle. I can contribute them to the race. The Axe founder nodded and said, "The price of 1 top-tier weapon-type supreme treasure is enough to forge the most stable star systems and make the 1,000 group star clusters extremely secure." Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Everything was progressing smoothly. "Wraith Lord," the Huangjian Lord said softly. Zhang Yang looked at him and nodded slightly. "Huangjian Lord, now that the matter of your promotion has been settled, shouldn't you explain why you moved all the cosmic beings on Earth away earlier?" Huangjian Lord said with a grave expression. Zhang Yang's face slowly turned cold. A dark storm swirled within his eyes, and the atmosphere around them instantly became oppressive. Huangjin, the Chaos City Lord hurriedly called out. Zhang Yang raised a hand to stop the Chaos City Lord from continuing. Chaos, let me speak with him. He looked at Huangjin Lord coldly, and asked, what explanation do you want from me? Huangjin Lord remained unmoved. Earth is the property of our race recognized by the 5 major forces within it. Now that Luofeng and the Virtual Universe Company each hold half, we must naturally follow the rules. Zhang Yang smiled. Though I am relatively young, I once went to Battlefront 11 and I know our race's history. I am aware that the territory of the human race was not always this vast. And those who lived here before were not the human race. It is because our human race possesses formidable power, 1 supreme being and 18 universe masters, that we can defend such an enormous territory. Then Zhang Yang's voice grew colder. Earth once belonged to a domain lord of Hailongshan. But after it was casually killed by Huyen Bo, the Virtual Universe Company automatically assumed that he had occupied this stretch of starry sky. Although I did not participate in the application back then, I do know that Luofeng spent 3 trillion Black Dragon coins to secure Earth's ownership. The supreme treasures on you and me were all excavated from the universe, yet they ended up in our hands. How did all this come about? Because of strength? Only with strength can one possess the right to distribute. Of course, not everything is decided by strength. Zhang Yang took 2 steps toward Huangjin Lord, the two staring at each other. Everyone present has supreme treasures. My strength and that of the Nether Marquis may be slightly inferior to yours, but that is not the reason we do not fight each other for them. There are countless battles in the universe. See. A divine power imprint cannot decide the ownership of a supreme treasure. As for the real reason, I believe everyone present knows it. I do not want to treat my homeland as a treasure and haggle over its value. Nor would you treat your own clansmen as commodities. Even from the perspective of the race, I do not believe any other race is more suited to Earth than Earthlings. I think this is not a problem at all. I can now afford to nurture the geniuses of an entire race. Wraith, seeing Zhang Yang about to leave, the Chaos City Lord called out directly. When Zhang Yang looked toward him, he said again, come with me. Watching the two leave, the axe said softly, Huangjin, this is not a matter of conflicting interests. This is a matter of principle. In this universe, aside from Zwashanka, no one is more qualified to own Earth than the Wraith. Just as Huangjin Star has always been tacitly acknowledged as yours, Earth likewise belongs to him, unless he no longer belongs to the human race. In the past we seized his supreme treasure. Now that he has the power of a universe master, it is only natural that we return it. The lower ranks already fight over things fiercely. If we too bicker arbitrarily over benefits, then the human race would no longer be the human race. Huangjin Lord exchanged glances with Pengong Lord and Qingdong Lord. They opened their mouths but ultimately said nothing. Wraith, rest assured, Earth will definitely be returned to you, the Chaos City Lord affirmed. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. I wasn't worried about getting it back. I just didn't want them to think I was negotiating over value with them. To be honest, they are all seniors who have lived for countless years. They surely understand what I said. They do it for their own races and subordinates to fight for benefits. Otherwise, with such strength, they wouldn't care about such a trivial dispute. If it were truly just a treasure, I could yield. But when it concerns matters of fundamental principle, there is no room for concession. They must understand that. The Chaos City Lord glanced at Zhang Yang, confirming that he had indeed not taken it to heart. Perhaps he was not as radical as imagined. He teased, do you know what I'm going to take you to do this time? Zhang Yang's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled wryly. I know. You're going to take me to see the original ancestor, aren't you? You don't know. Back then, without a stroke of fortune, it would have taken me over 1,000 years just to gain entry into the virtual universe. But even with some fortune, I was still hunted down by the axe. You indeed know, Master. The Chaos City Lord nodded, somewhat accustomed to Zhang Yang knowing secrets. He also smiled. You may not know this, but back then your secret art made me run into a wall. If not for the axe, you might really have escaped. Zhang Yang shook his head. I really didn't expect the one chasing me to be the axe. Otherwise I wouldn't have run. He had assumed that if no one stood out at the axe arena, it would not attract the axe founder, and that a single planet could be handled by subordinates. But he had not expected that not only the axe founder would go, but the Chaos City Lord as well. They flew through the chaotic air currents of the virtual universe for a while, and vaguely in the distance loomed a majestic statue whose height seemed boundless. They advanced a bit further before finally arriving before the statue, though still at a considerable distance. The chaotic air currents around them were thinner, allowing them to see the statue clearly even from this far. Zhang Yang looked up and instantly perceived the endless laws flowing around him. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, gold, space. And many other laws. Zhang Yang was not surprised that the original ancestor had fused laws. After all, he was the strongest being in the universe. It had naturally been difficult for a universe venerable to comprehend the fusion laws of two systems back then. But now that he had risen 2 realms and possessed his own small universe even with mediocre talent in some attributes, he could eventually fuse 8 kinds of laws by investing a great deal of time. What a pity! Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed. What's a pity? Came a gentle voice of inquiry. What a pity! As Zhang Yang was about to continue, his eyes fell upon the man before him, robed in white, gaunt-faced, with an extraordinarily serene temperament. Original ancestor, master. The original ancestor waved a hand toward the Chaos City Lord, then looked back at Zhang Yang, and asked with a smile, "Can you tell me what you were pitying?" Zhang Yang looked carefully at the original ancestor, then said seriously, "In the original universe of the past, the one most skilled in the path of law fusion was the old beast god, the progenitor of the star beasts." The original ancestor lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded again, affirming this statement. The progenitor of the star beasts was ancient, and he had become a supreme being by walking the path of law fusion and then transforming himself. So his law fusion truly was stronger than the original ancestors. Emboldened by the original ancestor's confirmation, Zhang Yang continued, "But his path has deviated." Deviated from the path? Ancestor Yuan's voice carried a hint of perplexity. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, pondering how to explain. After a moment he spoke. "Ancestor Yuan, your understanding of the laws is exceptionally profound. You have already seen their essence and begun to pursue the fundamental source. This path is the one taken by ordinary powerhouses. The deeper you delve into the study of the source, the stronger you naturally become, perhaps even taking a step further. The laws you have comprehended and fused now do little to enhance your personal combat prowess. They merely serve to satisfy your need to create the virtual universe, or were realized later. Is that not so?" Ancestor Yuan nodded in silent agreement. Zhang Yang lifted his chin slightly and continued. "Since you have already seen the essence, and even analyzed part of the source, you naturally understand the process of comprehending the laws. Take the gold law, for example. Its 36 essences progress in a series of combinations along a specific thread. Once all 36 are gathered, the gold law is fully comprehended, allowing one to step into immortality. Once this thread is established, it is difficult to break. That is why it becomes so arduous for a venerable to comprehend and fuse additional laws. After all, with a higher realm and full comprehension of the laws, the perception of law fusion should not be so difficult. Similarly, to comprehend 8 combinations, and then fuse them with each other becomes incredibly hard, because each fusion follows its own thread, and the two may not even be compatible. The reason the old beast god became a supreme being is that his fused laws came from the innate beast god, sharing the same origin. That enabled him to achieve the pinnacle. Yet he stopped there. Otherwise, with 8 fused laws encompassing all 10 cosmic systems, even another step forward would have been effortless. As for you, unless you can continue advancing on the path of the source and ultimately comprehend all its aspects completely. Just like comprehending laws, first grasp the essence, understand the basic elements, then combine them yourself. Everything becomes simple. Once the source is fully understood, the fusion of laws is no longer a secret. You can freely combine them at will." Ancestor Yuan fell silent. He naturally understood these principles, but during his imprisonment he had thought he found a way out, only to realize it was a mistake. "Master!" Chaos City Lord called out with concern. Ancestor Yuan laughed heartily and praised. "Truly the greatest genius our human race has ever produced. It is of no use for me to comprehend further now, but I will not give up. To have such an outstanding junior as you finally puts my mind at ease." Zhang Yang hesitated briefly, then chose not to say anything more. Chaos City Lord quickly asked, "Wraith Lord, you seem to know about my master's situation. Do you have a way to rescue him? Speak your mind, whether it works or not. I will not be disappointed or saddened. I am quite curious to see if your extraordinary talent can truly conceive a good solution." Ancestor Yuan said with a smile, as if he were not the one imprisoned. Zhang Yang hesitated, then said, "There are some methods, but they are extremely difficult to implement." "Some?" Chaos City Lord exclaimed, then couldn't help shaking his head. If there were only one, he might have believed it was possible. But some? Impossible. Wraith Lord probably had no idea of the difficulty. Ancestor Yuan did not refute. Instead he said with interest, "Oh, so many methods. Tell me about them." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Since you are suppressed by the primal universe, the 3 aspects involved, are you the primal universe and the race?" Ancestor Yuan nodded in agreement, gesturing for him to continue. Chaos City Lord remained expressionless. He knew this, but none of the 3 aspects had yielded any solution. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "In fact, the difficulty of these 3 methods is similar, but their starting points differ. The first method may seem the most unreliable in your eyes. Since the primal universe has suppressed you, we must be able to oppose it. We don't need to become stronger than the primal universe. Just being within it and making it powerless against us would suffice. This would allow us to move within the divine power ocean, though the difficulty is even greater. The primal universe is too strong. This is impossible. Chaos City Lord directly refuted. Ancestor Yuan looked at Zhang Yang, seriously sensing a familiar aura about him. Like himself in the past, Zhang Yang was equally filled with a desire to study the primal universe. Perhaps even more fanatically, as he was even contemplating a direct confrontation with it. Zhang Yang did not argue. The primal universe was indeed powerful, but its vastness was a flaw. A great size disperses much energy. Once one reaches a certain realm or gains sufficient understanding of the primal universe, one can naturally use its own power to oppose it. At Ancestor Yuan's signal, Zhang Yang continued, "The second method is to make the primal universe voluntarily release you. In this regard we have two options. The first is the appeasement route. Understand what the primal universe truly needs. Perhaps something like the cosmic source. Lure it and make a trade. If a deal can be struck, there is hope for release. The second is the threat route. Understand what the primal universe fears. Plunder its source or something else vital to it. This would require opposing the primal universe, fighting the primordial god sect and even all cosmic forces. Extremely dangerous." Chaos City Lord shook his head again. "This method is too crazy, even more dangerous than the first." Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. "This is suppression by the primal universe. In terms of factions, we are inherently hostile. Rescuing Ancestor Yuan is no simple matter. Now there is only the third method, which depends on Ancestor Yuan's own efforts." "Me?" Ancestor Yuan was slightly startled and said softly, "I am suppressed now. Body, divine power, and spirit are all unusable. Currently I am comprehending fused laws in hopes of understanding the primal universe better and finding a way to escape." "I know." Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively, then said seriously, "Your divine body and spirit are completely suppressed, but there is one thing that cannot be fully suppressed. That is willpower. Although you cannot break free, that does not mean your willpower cannot be elevated. The Tao follows nature. Laws have their external manifestations. The virtual universe spans the entire primal universe. If you can witness the birth and death of stars, comprehend the laws of nature, observe the sufferings of life, and see through all things in the world, achieving omniscience, your willpower will naturally be sublimated. Current methods of tempering willpower rely on environment, the passage of time, and the influence of laws. These are external forces. If you sublimate your willpower, that is internal force. When your willpower is strong enough, you can naturally break free from the shackles causing the will of the primal universe to become stagnant, thus losing its control over itself. Emergence will then be very natural." This? Chaos City Lord and Ancestor Yuan exchanged glances. This method seems much simpler and more reliable than the previous two. Ancestor Yuan's eyes also held a glimmer of hope. He nodded in agreement. This method was indeed feasible and more acceptable to him. He would never want his race to suffer. Zhang Yang gave a wry smile. His original intention was to place this method last precisely because of its greater difficulty. The previous methods seemed manageable to him. Although Ancestor Yuan had violated the supreme rules, it was a minor matter. If he could prevail in a confrontation with the primal universe, he could naturally make demands as the victor. But if his willpower completely surpassed the primal universe, it was unclear how the supreme rules would judge. Moreover, willpower was not so easily cultivated. Those god kings who lived through cycles of reincarnation were stuck at this step, lacking even willpower attack techniques that matched their own level. Seeing Ancestor Yuan lost in thought, Chaos City Lord pulled Zhang Yang aside and said, "Master, since the method is in place, please try it as soon as possible. We will take our leave now." Ancestor Yuan smiled and said, "Very well. I had intended to have a thorough talk with Wraith Lord, but now I see it is unnecessary. You may go. I will also begin studying the mysteries of willpower." He had never expected that summoning Zhang Yang would yield such gains. Not only new ideas regarding the path of laws, but also hope for liberation. Although the chance of escape seemed slim, having a method was far better than being at a loss. What he lacked was a direction. As Chaos City Lord led Zhang Yang away, Zhang Yang asked curiously, "What did Ancestor Yuan intend to discuss with me earlier?" Chaos City Lord did not conceal it and replied directly. He was probably going to talk about the rise of the human race. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched slightly. The rise of the human race. That would be nothing more than a history lesson combined with cosmic ideological education. He now possessed the strength of a universe lord and understood the affairs of the universe well enough. He still felt displeased when looking at cosmic beings, and that was not something that could be changed by a few words or a story. After a few 100 million years, he would naturally let go completely. Or perhaps once he developed feelings he could accept it. Or even when he comprehended the essence of life, leaving only the distinction between close and distant. Since I am in the territory of the human race and our forms of life and soul are similar, both called human, and I was protected by them when I was weak, I will not easily break away. When one is weak, decisive killing is necessary for growth. If one cannot even protect oneself, why care about outsiders? Needless kindness only breeds trouble. Even the many universe lords I have seen, who among them does not fight for the interests of their own people? When they are ruthless, they can annihilate entire clans with a single word. Earth, they owe me. Gratitude, I owe the race. Although I have formed few bonds during my growth, that does not mean I am unaware that I grew up under the protection of the race. Chaos City Lord nodded and said softly, if you are interested, you could also help the race nurture some talented juniors. You grew up without a master, but those people do not have your talent. The bond between master and apprentice is very strong. If you cannot be an apprentice, try being a teacher. A teacher. Zhang Yang recalled his homeroom teacher Wang Yi. He had actually had a teacher who should now be at the universe level, right? But he had rarely contacted his family over the years. He had only seen Hong once, and Lei Shen had never appeared even in the virtual universe. His own teacher, though supported by resources as planned, he had never met again. He had asked Xiao Chun to check earlier, but the teacher was not on Earth. Perhaps this is not a bad choice. I will keep an eye out. Chaos City Lord nodded lightly. In truth, finding a suitable apprentice was extremely difficult. It was unlikely to find one that suited him in a few thousand epochs. Where will you go next? Guard a secret realm. Guard the border. Or continue cultivating in seclusion. I will cultivate in seclusion for a while. I want to watch the construction of my homeland. I might later go to the secret realms to search for some treasures. Zhang Yang still wanted to stay at home. He was still too weak to go to the cosmic sea, and without intense battles there would be little tempering effect. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Now that everything was going smoothly and his faction was confirmed, the enemy was clear. Those demon races, insect races, and mechanical races. He had no good way to deal with them now, but they would meet eventually. No! Spare me, my lord! A sharp voice rang out. Boom! Divine power erupted and the surroundings fell silent. The 4-meter-tall, effeminate-looking domain lord man had completely turned to ash. The divine kingdom teleportation activated, and the next instant 9 figures appeared at the spot. Leading them was Marquis Chiun and others who had sensed the fluctuations in divine power. The strongest among them was only a marquis, so they had not even comprehended teleportation. They could only use divine kingdom teleportation to cross 0.1 light-years to reach the entrance of the secret realm. What was this place? This was the Qianwu branch of the Virtual Universe Company. How dare someone act recklessly here? Even if they could not sense the specific realm, it was still their responsibility. But when they noticed the transcendent aura of the person before them, and felt the pressure of his life-level Marquis Chiun, and the others quickly called out respectfully, "We pay homage to the Venerable. Is there anything we can do for you?" Nine Swords Venerable's face was stern and his voice was majestic as he said, "By the order of the Great Wraith Lord, the member of the Doomsday Secret Realm Juhu is to be executed." Marquis Chiun exchanged worried glances with Iron Thorn Army Lord and the others. How could a domain lord have offended such a great existence as a universe lord? Nine Swords Venerable swept his gaze around, and when he saw Iron Thorn Army Lord who looked like a block of iron, a smile appeared on his face. The Great Wraith Lord's true name is Zhang Yang. You should be familiar with it. You must be Iron Thorn Army Lord, right? Marquis Chiun's eyes widened. That little fellow who had fought to the death sleep with the Naluo Molo alien beast back then, had now become a universe lord. A glint of surprise and barely perceptible relief flashed in Iron Thorn Army Lord's eyes. He had thought highly of Zhang Yang back then. Because he himself had come from a slave background, he felt that Zhang Yang's aura at the time was similar to his own. He had wanted him to grow stronger quickly but never expected him to do so at such a speed. "Greetings, Venerable." Nine Swords Venerable smiled, but inside he felt bitter. He had only wanted to take on a subordinate back then, but now that subordinate had become his superior. Still, it was good that they were acquainted. Now that he and Mad Lion were under Zhang Yang's command, he was quite happy. Having a universe lord as a backer, even if he did poorly, he would not end up like Qianwu. He took out a sphere with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, composed of 360 rhombic facets, crystal clear, and shimmering with silver light inside. This is the source of space, valued at 2,000 treasure points. It can allow you to restart your path of space. Thank you, Great Wraith Lord. Thank you, Venerable. Iron Thorn accepted it with trembling hands. The nearby Marquis Chiun and others were envious, but they only knew it was a treasure unaware of its price. 9 Swords Venerable added treasure points are the currency used by us venerables. 1 treasure point is roughly equivalent to 1 trillion mixed element units. Priceless, each of you will also receive a company reward of 100 million mixed element units. 1 trillion. Marquis Chiun was utterly stunned. This sphere was worth 2,000 trillion mixed element units. We also get a reward. 100 million mixed element units. On the Blood Luo continent, Mad Lion Venerable shouted from within the Heavenly Erosion Palace. By order of the Wraith Lord, I have come to execute the Sinner King Wuhuan. The Heavenly Erosion Palace Master squinted. He would not oppose a newly promoted Universe Lord at the peak of his power. His strength was still insufficient. Since he dared to violate company regulations and harm core members, he naturally deserves punishment. Bring King Wuhuan here. Master, you must save me this time. A handsome man knelt in the hall pleading. Void Gold Lord frowned and began to investigate with his mind. Soon his expression relaxed as he said, Yu Hua, I have already helped conceal your investigation of Earth. Be more cautious in the future. 2 light years from the solar system, a colossal palace over 100 million kilometers in diameter had come to rest. The entire palace gleamed in bright silver, with strange lanterns of varied colors lining its edges. The originally dim starry sky had become completely bright as the palace descended, looking from afar, as if a second sun had appeared in the heavens. Zhang Yang gazed into the distant Star River, where countless spaceships flew ceaselessly. He knew that this was not an isolated scene. The entire Milky Way had plunged into bustling activity, with construction underway everywhere. With a faint hum, the space rippled slightly and Venerable 9 Swords appeared beside Zhang Yang, looking at the palace with envy in his eyes. An ordinary flying-type Supreme Treasure Palace would cost at least 18 treasure points. With such an impressive appearance, it was probably even more expensive. Enough to exchange for an excellent treasure. Yet now it was merely a residence. My lord, the matter is settled. Zhang Yang said with a smile. You have worked hard. By rights, since you have joined under my command, I should bestow a treasure upon you. I grant you this high-level Supreme Treasure Armor. It was left behind when I killed Venerable Weishan. If it doesn't suit you, you can exchange it according to your own situation. As a khaki-colored armor with strange beast patterns appeared in the air, the surrounding space seemed to grow heavier, and an immense pressure filled the palace. Thank you, my lord, for this bestowal. Venerable 9 Swords was extremely excited. It was actually a high-level Supreme Treasure Armor. This treasure was worth at least 12 treasure points. It had been used by Venerable Weishan. A top-tier cosmic overlord would not use something weak. This was probably considered top-grade even among high-level Supreme Treasure Armors. Such a price would be terrifying. Likely close to 60 treasure points. Although this Lord of Phantom Souls was newly ascended, he spent with extraordinary generosity. He himself owned only 1 supreme treasure obtained with great difficulty, worth just over 1 treasure point. Having a powerful backer truly felt satisfying. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Back then, Zhang Yang's peak 3rd order attack had made this treasure tremble, so it was probably only worth 15 treasure points. Go now. The construction will need you and Crazy Lion to oversee it. Hearing Zhang Yang's instruction, Venerable 9 Swords hastily replied respectfully. I will certainly not disappoint you, my lord. Zhang Yang nodded and watched calmly as Venerable 9 Swords left. What he had bestowed upon Venerable Crazy Lion was an ordinary soul defense supreme treasure previously given to him by Lord Yushan. Even at the clan exchange center, it was worth 50 treasure points. The price to exchange it out would only be higher. But these ordinary supreme treasures were useless to him now. An attack from the 2nd order of a Universe Master could reach the limit, and top-level 2nd order could completely destroy them. They were of no use to him. Everything was developing in a beautiful direction. Only now did Zhang Yang experience the pleasure of a transmigrator, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun suddenly said, Master, the mistress asked you to come home for dinner. Zhang Yang said in surprise, Isn't my main body at home? Then why call me? Xiao Chun said, Master, your main body left half an hour ago. Left? Zhang Yang was puzzled. This was not according to plan. He focused his will and a realization came to his mind. A trace of joy appeared on his face. I'll head home now. My main body is busy. Are you done or not? Why so slow? Didn't you say it would be finished soon? My wife is getting anxious. Zhang Yang said discontentedly. As he spoke, a palm-sized miniature universe was spinning in his hand, shedding colorful rays with every rotation. The surroundings were like pitch-black night, making his features utterly indistinguishable. By the dim colorful light one could vaguely see black liquid flowing below, yet it seemed an illusion. A colorful barrier completely isolated the darkness. On the other side of the barrier it was as bright as day. Zhang Yang's ancient god avatar stood in the vast white space, a colossal figure over 100 million kilometers tall, pushing a radiant orb only 5 centimeters in diameter. Hey, easy for you to say. The energy density here is extremely high, so movement is very difficult. Even using all my strength I can only reach 10,000 meters per second. Don't you know your own power? Zhang Yang's clone inside the ancient god avatar gritted his teeth and said. Outside the barrier Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, I can't see inside from here. Even my perception of your thoughts is blurry. All I know is that you've made me wait outside for half an hour. Inside the barrier the clone advanced at 10,000 meters per second, yet after half an hour it seemed as if he had never moved at all. The clone within the ancient god avatar cursed. Damn it, the space here has been compressed again. I was supposed to move out in 2 hours, but now it's all over. Outside the colorful barrier Zhang Yang couldn't help frowning. Space compression? What ratio? After 7,000 years of drifting, I finally encountered a light orb. What treasure is inside? The clone inside the ancient god avatar said discontentedly. Encountered? Where would I get such good luck? If I hadn't developed the ancient god avatar allowing me to burn divine power here and unleash tremendous strength to gain the ability to move, who knows when I'd ever bump into a light orb. After saying this, he looked up at the light orb ahead. Inside a miniature exquisite ancient city of golden yellow floated silently. Fine, no rush, no rush. Yours is mine and mine is still mine. It's all for myself, so why complain? What treasure is it exactly? Can't you bind it from inside? Zhang Yang asked from the darkness. The clone in the daylight couldn't help baring his teeth. Over 7,000 years, because the cosmic barrier made transmitting messages difficult, he had only received fragmented information. What had been happening outside? Why did his personality seem to have changed so much? He looked up once more at the light orb ahead and said somewhat uncertainly, I feel this artifact is the most powerful I've encountered in all these years. Judging by its appearance, it should be a flying palace supreme treasure. After all, it was a golden city, perhaps from many reincarnation eras ago. Due to the vast cultural differences, no one knew whether the one who built the city intended it for dwelling, or for smashing people. Inside the supreme treasure is wrapped in a special energy. My divine power cannot penetrate it, so naturally I cannot bind it. In the black mist Zhang Yang murmured, Can't bind it? The most powerful one encountered in all these years. Then it should be no worse than Abyss Prison. A peak flying palace supreme treasure. He thought carefully. In a few thousand years he would reach the perfect gene level and the gaps in divine power foundations would become very small. As for supreme treasure weapons, his secret art level was already high, so he didn't need to activate the secret patterns within the weapons. It sufficed that they could support his secret arts without being damaged. As for a supreme treasure armor, if he became a perfect life form with a gene level reaching 10081 times, and a divine body towering 90,000 kilometers further empowered by the ancient god avatar, a top-grade supreme treasure armor should be sufficient. After a few thousand years his willpower would certainly improve greatly, and he would be able to withstand some soul attacks. Soul attacks had always been his forte. It was just that he had advanced too quickly and tempered himself too little. Even Luo Feng back then, had he not experienced over 100 million years within accelerated time, would not have possessed the will of a universe master. His willpower, which had risen to the third order of universe master in less than 10,000 years, was already astonishingly talented. In that case, soul defense supreme treasures were not a necessity either. His divine power was naturally at a disadvantage compared to universe masters or universe most powerful, so the might of ceiling class supreme treasures would be diminished. A flying palace supreme treasure is also good, can even serve as a hen that lays eggs. With a flying palace supreme treasure to protect me, I can venture into dangerous places, and obtaining other treasures will naturally become much easier. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction, then instructed the one below. I'll wait for you up here. Hurry up. Shut up. The clone inside the barrier below retorted angrily, then gritted his teeth and added, I am naturally giving it my all. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he recalled that he had once been pursued all the way by King Yinchi. He had planned to use the environment here for a desperate counterkill. In the end he did succeed. The severely damaged King Yinchi was utterly unable to escape. Even with the protection of King Mukin, a peak-level titled King Yinchi's life and death hung on Zhang Yang's whim thanks to his soul attacks. At the moment of his greatest triumph the wuxia waves came. At first the sound of the waves was faint, and he never imagined that the powerless King Yinchi would actually detonate the fire source divine crystal, blasting him straight into the wuxia waves. So close. It had almost cost him his life. Drifting along in the wuxia waves, the immense force left him no power whatsoever to resist. In that instant he seemed to become an ordinary mortal again. Under the protection of the heavy chrome armor, the surrounding wuxia waves continuously annihilated his world power, and his inner world kept withering. At that time in the vast waves, he could not even find a way out. In the 27th year after escaping the wuxia waves, Zhang Yang once again stood outside the Wuyan prison. The divine power aura emanating from him had completely changed. The black mist ahead resembled a corrosive abyss. Without hesitation he plunged straight into it. The familiar erosion force. I must hurry. This clone took no small price to create. If I fail, the wealth spent will be far too much. As he spoke, he continued advancing deeper inside. The wuxia gradually grew denser and the surrounding light seemed completely devoured. Zhang Yang paused slightly. The direction should be right, though the wuxia waves have shrunk somewhat. He looked at the flow of wuxia ahead. Previously this had been a wuxia ocean. Fluctuating flow was a normal phenomenon, so he paid it no mind and continued deeper. The farther he advanced, the less light remained around him, and the eroding power continued to intensify. It's right here. Zhang Yang stood amidst the waves. 27 years ago it was in this very spot that he had obtained the Abyss Prison, a supreme treasure of the peak domain type. Looking down, an inexplicable sense of dread rose in his heart, as if what lay below represented death. A dense aura of decay tangled with his perception. The strangeness in his perception and mind made Zhang Yang lick his dry lips. Then clenching his teeth he said, I have a clone now. What do I have to fear? Even if this clone dies, I'd only lose a precious treasure. How could that compare to a supreme treasure, let alone a peak domain-type supreme treasure? Risking 2 precious treasures to contend for a chance at a peak supreme treasure. He naturally would not miss it. With that he dove straight downward. 10 days. 20 days. 40 days. Is there even a bottom here? Why haven't I reached it yet? Zhang Yang looked at the darkness below. His perception was extremely poor in this environment. Another 3 months. Why haven't I arrived yet? When I flew out earlier it didn't take this long. I might be willing to abandon the heavy chrome armor, but I'm still only halfway. The world power within me is already 24 consumed. I still have to go back or it will be all for nothing. Even the 2 precious treasures would be lost. Zhang Yang was very distressed. He had already reached the danger line. Even going out might not be safe, and if he encountered a powerful expert, complications would likely arise. Suddenly a strange ripple appeared in his perception, feeling very familiar. What is this? He descended a little more, waiting silently. Suddenly that feeling came again. After sensing it, he rose a little. It's right here, but there's nothing here. Zhang Yang felt he was on the threshold of an answer but kept failing to grasp the key. He simply couldn't recall what this feeling was. The strange ripple stirred wave after wave of ripples in his heart, and his eyes grew wider and wider. This feeling, clearly present yet ethereal and intangible. This ripple seemed separated from him by an entire dimension. Virtual universe. Zhang Yang exclaimed inwardly, then shook his head. It should not be the virtual universe but a strange special space. My guess was indeed correct. Back when those venerables came to investigate, there was clearly nothing here. The Abyss Prison, over 100 million kilometers in diameter, was right at the core. How could those universe venerables not investigate? At that time I guessed there must be a hidden space here. I never expected it to be true. Zhang Yang's eyes blazed with longing. Could a space be filled with peak-level supreme treasures? What kind of wealth would that be? Soon his face turned troubled again. The problem had returned to the starting point. His understanding of the virtual universe was still very shallow, and now he was equally helpless before the opportunity in front of him. After sitting cross-legged in meditation for several months, Zhang Yang left reluctantly. His world power had been severely consumed, and he had to ensure his safe return. The 2 precious treasures absolutely had to be protected. 3 years later he came here again, still comprehending for a while, then left again. 6 years later. 10 years later. 25 years later. Zhang Yang moved stealthily through the black wuxia, saying in a firm tone, this time having gained entry into comprehension, I will surely lift the veil of this strange space. Arriving once more at the place emitting the strange ripple, Zhang Yang composed himself. Extending his palm, a simple-lined light orb condensed in his hand, continuously radiating a hazy glow within the wuxia. As if the light orb had taken effect, the strange ripple grew clearer. Elated, Zhang Yang exerted himself to activate the crude miniature universe in his hand, making it rotate slowly. With a hum he felt a slight tremble in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he strove to maintain it, but the trembling grew more violent. Ahead in the wuxia, an invisible law barrier resonating faintly suddenly appeared in Zhang Yang's perception. Zhang Yang looked down with joyful eyes. This is the cosmic barrier of that strange space. I've succeeded. With a cry of astonishment, Zhang Yang was utterly captivated by the 10-colored cosmic barrier before him. Perfect, natural, elegant. The interwoven laws within had reached a state of perfection beyond the ordinary. Infinitely complex yet so alluring that he found himself unable to look away. It was what he had always pursued, what he had painstakingly sought for so long yet with so little to show for it. It was as if the deepest secrets of the universe were now laid bare before his eyes. He firmly believed that if he could comprehend this barrier, the virtual universe would no longer remain so elusive and intangible. Time flowed slowly by as he gradually lifted the veil of the universe's mysteries. In his heart it took on a new aspect. Still immensely complex, but now he discerned a unique pattern within. It was like the spatial interlayer. The outermost stratum was space fragments, the middle was the divine kingdom, and the innermost was the torrential void. But this was merely the spatial interlayer as understood by ordinary powerhouses. In the eyes of those inconceivably mighty beings, the spatial layer was no longer three-dimensional. They perceived it as an immense flat plane. Now the hidden chains of law within the universe were no longer a secret to him. In this peculiar state of perception, he could even glimpse the virtual universe itself. After an unknown span of time, Shao Chun reminded him, Master, time is almost up. Your consumption has become severe. Zhang Yang snapped back to reality and nodded, but the doubts in his heart remained undiminished. This space was like the virtual universe itself. Two sides of the same coin, as the prime universe seemingly opposing yet intimately connected in its form of existence. What exactly is this place? What exactly is hidden within? Zhang Yang ceased his pondering. His condition had deteriorated to a critical degree. When he had set out to explore, he naturally could not have brought a supreme treasure like the abyssal prison with him. A flicker of resolve passed through his heart. Initially he had merely wished to explore, and being able to clearly observe the outer layer of this strange space had already been deeply satisfying. But after this brief moment of enlightenment, his understanding of the virtual universe and this cosmic barrier had advanced by another step. He was no longer content with merely observing. Ha! With a resounding shout, the miniature universe in Zhang Yang's palm began to tremble violently. A flash of light enveloped his body and another Zhang Yang appeared. His avatar created to see what truly lay within. As the miniature universe trembled violently, the barrier of the strange space began to resonate as well, growing seemingly unstable. The avatar silently waited upon the barrier, watching for the slightest crack to appear. When it did, he would charge inside to see what exactly existed within. Now, suddenly a tiny rift appeared on the barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the weak avatar into it. The next instant the barrier sealed completely. The true body who was maintaining the miniature universe suddenly wore an incomparably grim expression. The connection between the two had almost been severed. His will was too weak and his comprehension of the miniature universe too shallow. He could no longer contact the avatar. This cosmic barrier could even sever the connection between avatar and true body. Inside the cosmic barrier, the avatar was utterly stunned, almost overwhelmed by the enormous fortune before him. What did he see? All around was a vast expanse of white. Countless orbs of light drifted aimlessly through the void, and many of those orbs actually contained supreme treasures. As for the slumbering corpses, he ignored them for the moment. Treasures and corpses. He immediately understood what this place was. Without a doubt, it was the treasure vault of the prime universe. Wasn't it only natural for there to be dead powerhouses alongside supreme treasures? The distance between him and those light orbs was so close, less than a few 100,000 kilometers. Could it be that heaven truly favored him? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he immediately began moving toward the nearest light orb, which was only 200,000 kilometers away. The next instant Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically. He had felt no pressure at all before, but the moment he attempted to move, that immense power descended upon him. Whatever force he exerted, the recoil was exactly equal. He couldn't move. Zhang Yang was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? Able to look but not touch. He refused to believe it. Boom! He immediately entered a state of arcane augmentation, but the very next instant the environment's counterforce nearly cost him his life. Gurgle. He forced a bitter smile, a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, unable to be spat out. Agonizing, the suppression was simply too powerful. What nonsense is this? Fine, I can't get anything, Zhang Yang said helplessly. Fortunately, I brought medicine to restore myself enough to recover my state. And my will has strengthened considerably. Did an avatar outside dissolve? Raising his head to look at the still fluctuating cosmic barrier, the Avatar said time to send a message to the outside. Outside the barrier, thanks to the Avatar's supplement, his condition had recovered considerably. He continued to agitate the miniature universe in his hand, hoping to elicit another reaction from the cosmic barrier. He could not help but marvel at his previous good fortune. The first time it had been effortless to stir the cosmic barrier, but the second time had become enormously difficult, as if it had been reinforced. 2 months later, through Zhang Yang's persistence, a slit appeared once more in the cosmic barrier. Even tinier this time, merely 100 millionth the size of a molecule. At the same time, a ripple of will transmitted from within. Treasures. Corpses. Reincarnation. Weak. Grow strong. Outside, Zhang Yang pondered thoughtfully. Fortunately, although the words were exceedingly brief, he could still grasp some of their meaning. Inside lay treasures and corpses. Thinking of the abyssal prison he had obtained, this was likely no ordinary place where a powerhouse had fallen. The number of treasures and corpses within was probably considerable. The only ones satisfying both conditions were those who had perished in the cosmic sea from the origin continent, or those who had fallen after failing reincarnation. The most likely possibility was that one reincarnation era had ended, a new one had begun, and all the powerhouses of the first reincarnation era had fallen. Since the transmitted message contained the word reincarnation, he could determine that behind the barrier, based on his judgment, very likely lay the burial ground marking the end of a reincarnation era. As for the final words, weak and grow strong, those were easy to understand. He did not linger. Turning around, he flew out of the mist annihilation prison. In the blink of an eye, more than 7,000 years had passed. Zhang Yang lowered his head to glance at the cosmic barrier beneath him. He could now be considered considerably more powerful. After all, communicating with his avatar only required a simple fluctuation of the cosmic barrier to be effortlessly achieved. He had originally wanted to say more to his avatar. After all, communicating through a barrier was different from communicating within the Prime Universe. In the Prime Universe, one needed only to wish it to know everything about the other. But separated by a barrier, the avatar within still held the thoughts of 7,000 years ago. Exchanging words between them felt like communicating across time itself. Yet thinking that it was still himself, there was nothing to tease about. He was becoming more and more mischievous. Was it because after his power had grown, his personality had completely opened up? Shaking his head, Zhang Yang sank into a state of enlightenment amidst the mist fiend waves. The once lethal mist fiend now felt like a gentle breeze against his face. He quietly waited for the avatar to push out the supreme treasure, at which point his cooperation would be needed. 1,000 years later. Evening in Jiangnan New City. A withered yellow leaf slowly descended from a tree, and then a canvas shoe gently stepped upon it. Zhang, wouldn't it be wonderful if things could always be like this? Su Peipei said softly, her arm linked with Zhang Yang's, her gaze fixed on the far end of the street. Zhang Yang strolled leisurely with both hands in his pockets, replying calmly, "Silly girl, what are you thinking about now?" Su Peipei shot him a glare, then walked on in silence. She stomped the ground hard, leaving 2 shallow pits beneath her feet. In her heart, she thought she had long since seen through his personality. She shouldn't have said anything to him at all. Of course, we will always be like this. Even if the universe itself were to collapse, it could never separate us. Just as Su Peipei was fuming inwardly, Zhang Yang suddenly spoke. Su Peipei's eyes instantly brightened, curving into twin crescents the next moment, with a pair of small dimples appearing on her cheeks. Zhang Yang sensed the change in his wife's mood, and found it somewhat strange. Indeed, with women one must always speak the truth. He was now confident that he could become the strongest being in the universe by the time the great cataclysm arrived, and would naturally possess a small universe of his own. Even if the Prime Universe itself exploded, it would have little bearing on him. Sovereign of Nether Souls. A soft greeting arose beside Zhang Yang's ear. Hearing the familiar voice, he instantly teleported back home with Su Peipei, and explained lightly, "An old friend has come to see me. I'll be back in a while." Su Peipei obediently released her arms, smiled, and said, "All right, go attend to your business. I'll prepare dinner." Zhang Yang nodded gently, and the next moment appeared in the Divine Hall 10 light-years away from Earth. Sovereign Yushan. In the distance, the great iron mountain trembled. "Sovereign of Nether Souls, it seems you have grown far more powerful than before." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. "With my gene level exceeding 3,000 times, I have naturally grown quite a bit." The divine body of Sovereign Yushan trembled once more. "It is best that you have grown stronger. That way I can rest assured and venture out." Zhang Yang's expression grew somber. He asked, "Qingfeng Domain, Luchong Mountain, and the Cosmic Vessel are the 3 great perilous grounds of the Cosmic Sea. Where do you plan to go?" Sovereign Yushan said, "I intend to brave Luchong Mountain. As you know, the environment there should be more favorable to me." Zhang Yang nodded emphatically. "Then let me say it again, may you have endless lifespan and endless treasures." Ha ha ha. Sovereign Yushan laughed heartily. I'll take your blessing then. Zhang Yang could not see Sovereign Yushan's eyes, but he could sense that Sovereign Yushan was gazing at him. I can still provide a secret realm for your people. You know the state of your race and you also know the unspoken rules of the universe. Sovereign Yushan's 1,000 arms suddenly swayed as he said in a relaxed tone, without sufficient strength one naturally has no right to hold vast territory. As long as my race can continue I will be at ease. Zhang Yang nodded. A secret realm for survival, he could certainly provide that much. It was a trivial matter. This time I came also to discuss another matter and I hope you will agree. Sovereign Yushan continued. Zhang Yang could not help but frown. The earlier part was a promise and he naturally would not go back on it, but this additional condition was rather distasteful. What matter? When my people are young their minds are dull and their juvenile period is extremely long. Later, although their intelligence improves and they align with the laws, their pace of progress in later stages remains slow. Compared to the talent of the human race they naturally fall far short. Sovereign Yushan spoke slowly. After a brief pause he added, yet across endless epochs even with slightly lower talent miracles can still occur. A fluctuation of world force rippled and a small iron mountain slightly smaller than the others appeared before Zhang Yang. Sovereign Yushan continued, this is the most talented little one in the entire history of my Yushan clan. His name is Yuba. At the Domain Lord level he was able to reach the 14th floor of the Tongtian Bridge in the span of 3 epochs. Though his talent is far inferior to yours, he has already surpassed the core disciples of the current generation from the 5 major powers of the human race. I hope you will accept him as your disciple. Zhang Yang's brows knitted tightly. Someone stronger than the core members of the 5 major powers. That meant exceptionally fine talent. And because he was originally a metal lifeform, his talent might even be more astonishing. But geniuses were also ranked by grade. At the Domain Lord level the primal Tongtian Mountain had 16 levels. If he continued to perform this well in later stages, surpassing 20 levels of law comprehension and passing the Realm Lord level primal Tongtian Mountain, then he could indeed be called a peerless genius that appears but once in 10 million epochs. Now that Zhang Yang had reached the level of Universe Master, naturally his standards for taking disciples followed the same bar. At minimum the candidate must possess such potential. Though this Yuba was outstanding, frankly speaking he still fell short. The jump from level 15 to 16 was a daunting threshold, let alone merely reaching the 14th. He had not yet taken any disciples even among humanity. Though he was not afraid of what other Universe Masters might say, he greatly preferred to find a disciple from the Earth lineage. Just as he was about to say something, Sovereign Yushan spoke directly. You have not even taken any of the human race's geniuses as disciples, so naturally I would not rashly make such a demand. Across endless epochs, being a Universe Master and a vassal race, I cannot make a move against those weak alien venerables. I could only seize treasures that had yet to emerge from the earth. But over time I have eventually accumulated some wealth. Therefore I am willing to offer an exceptional armor among top-tier treasures as payment, hoping that the most outstanding genius of my race can receive the finest instruction. I believe in you, Sovereign of Nether Souls. Zhang Yang could not help but smile wryly. Back when he had not possessed such strength, this Sovereign Yushan had invested in him at the cost of 3 high-grade treasure weapons. Now that his strength rivaled a Universe Master, Sovereign Yushan was offering an exceptional armor among top-tier treasures as payment to help him train his clan's genius. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the little iron mountain beside him. Was this little one truly so highly regarded by Sovereign Yushan? Enough to offer an exceptional armor among top-tier treasures for him? He sensed a flavor of all-or-nothing gamble. This Sovereign Yushan had suppressed himself for so long. He probably would not be coming back easily. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and said, the number of human Universe Masters venturing into Lucheng Mountain is not exactly numerous. Is it truly necessary? In the Cosmic Sea there were powerhouses from 3 cosmic eras. None who survived were weak. Most entered alongside strong members of the human race or the Hong Alliance. Otherwise, encountering those mad beings from the earlier 2 reincarnation eras would dramatically heighten one's peril. If unlucky, one might not even escape before falling. Sovereign Yushan did not conceal it and said frankly, naturally, I do have some opportunities of my own. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow but did not inquire further. When it came to matters of fortune and secret arts, it was best to stop at a mere taste. After a moment of deliberation he said, you should be fairly clear on some matters of my human race. A while ago the Chaos City gained 8 additional Chaos Steel. You should have some understanding of that, right? Sovereign Yushan said, naturally I know of it. To have opened the path of law fusion for the human race single-handedly is truly inconceivable. Otherwise why would I offer you a top-tier treasure as a token of apprenticeship? Zhang Yang smiled wryly and shook his head. A token of apprenticeship? You have studied our customs very deeply. You came fully prepared. Sending treasures saying such things. It truly makes it hard to refuse. Humph. Sovereign Yushan made a slight sound the meaning plain to see. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. Taking you as my disciple is acceptable. Though my strength is modest, my standards are high. Those who have not reached the venerable realm are all merely nominal disciples. No exceptions. Yushan Lord said nothing. Yu Bo trembled directly, and replied, your disciple Yu Bo pays respects to you, master. Alright, since the apprenticeship is settled, I must take my leave. As Yushan Lord finished speaking, he teleported away, instantly leaving behind only a golden armor radiating a vast natural pressure. Zhang Yang shook his head and put it away. A top-tier treasure was indeed useful to him now, given his still small divine body that needed damage reduction, but that was not the reason he accepted the disciple. He agreed because he could sense that Yushan Lord was bound for an extremely perilous place. This Universe Lord was likely to fall in the Universe Sea. He himself had little confidence in survival. This was essentially a form of entrustment. By nurturing a young one once it grew strong, the Yushan clan would no longer require his supervision. Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the small iron mountain before him, and he couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that his first disciple would be a little mountain? Unleash your strongest technique. Yes, master. Yu Bo responded, and the small broken arms on its body began to wave. 4391 spikes shot out from it, flew in a certain trajectory in midair, and formed a gray circular blade. The surrounding space instantly shattered, and the sound was extremely piercing. Enough. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. The countless spikes vanished from the sky and returned to Yu Bo in an instant. He tilted his head in thought, already having a plan for Yu Bo's cultivation path. First, comprehend the essence of the laws. Though your current law comprehension is decent, it's somewhat crude. I recall designing a little game before. Xiao Chun will transmit it to you shortly. Yes, master. Xiao Chun replied. Yu Bo remained motionless. A peerless genius who could rival its own ancestor in less than an epoch. When such a person called something a little game, it might be entertaining for a universe lord, but for Yu Bo it would be an immense trial. Zhang Yang was satisfied with Yu Bo's attitude. From its soul fluctuations, he could tell there was no resentment inside. It was a very obedient student, and he liked such students. Staying at the domain lord level for a while longer is also good. Stay on Earth for an epoch and cultivate your mind in the meantime. As for secret techniques, I now understand your habits and development path. I've also set up some opponents for you. Cultivate your mind during the day, challenge yourself in the virtual universe at night, and play the little game I prepared in your spare time. Train for one epoch first. I will work hard, master. Yu Bo replied earnestly. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and Yu Bo instantly teleported to Earth. Xiao Chun arranged things for it. After one epoch I will test it. Master, I watched your training back then. I will assist it in completing the task. Xiao Chun said with slight excitement. Zhang Yang nodded. He was not very concerned about these matters at the moment. His clone had been moving the treasure, and it seemed it would take a long time yet to extract it. He had been summoned there and waited for 1,000 years, yet still hadn't left the space compression zone. How much longer would it take? Zhang Yang was not anxious. After all, this was a peak flying palace treasure. The human race likely didn't have a second one. He was about to obtain it, so why rush? 2,000 years passed leisurely. The 7th battlefield, the Star Tower. He's actually going to succeed, Quai exclaimed. He was on the verge of failure for the last 200 years, and suddenly he's about to succeed. Truly incredible. Persisting that long without consciousness. Beside him, Zhuang's hand trembled slightly in his sleeve. He had actually succeeded. A realm lord had truly recognized a divine king-level weapon he had refined. He had once lost hope. The universe was indeed full of wonders. This reminded him of another leader of the contemporary Earth lineage, whose immortal body alone had reached an inconceivable level of combat power. Such geniuses were rare even in his experience. How could such beings appear in such a barren region? He was deeply puzzled. How had Zhang Yang achieved such a level? Under the restrictions of the supreme laws, it shouldn't be due to extraordinary secret techniques or weapons. He had tested those. Could it be that he too was a reincarnated Tao companion? Had he discovered a loophole in the rules or understood the boundary of certain rules? The galaxy, the temple in the starry sky. Master Luofeng sent you a message. He said he has emerged from seclusion and congratulates you on becoming a universe lord. Xiao Chun's voice broke the silence in the temple. Out of seclusion? Zhang Yang asked softly, his tone not entirely certain. He had believed in Luofeng's ability to recognize the Star Tower, but things had changed, and even the timing of Luofeng's visit to the Star Tower had shifted. And a realm lord was too weak for a divine king-level weapon. Failure would be normal, and he could accept that. Yet now success was achieved, which was excellent. Inside the Star Tower, even he could do nothing to Luofeng. Although he currently faced no danger of falling, having a reliable comrade later on filled him with joy. The Star Tower. A truly enviable weapon. My flying palace treasure is still on its way. Zhang Yang thought, feeling a hint of anticipation for his own treasure. He focused his will on his clone. Mist Prison Abyss. The surroundings were as dark as ever. Behind the colored barrier his clone silently pushed the treasure forward, seemingly unchanged from 3,000 years ago. How much longer would it take to push it out? Withdrawing his will, Zhang Yang summoned a servant and took out a token. Giant Rock King, deliver this token to Luofeng. Giant Rock King took the token and said respectfully, yes master. Zhang Yang closed his eyes and began to comprehend the laws again. The fusion of the three laws, gold, space and time, was simple at the beginning, but the deeper it went the more time it cost even him. He considered using the time acceleration of the giant Axe Lord's small universe, but then dismissed the idea. The cost of maintaining acceleration was high. Keeping it active would strain the giant axe and deplete resources. Only after venturing into the Universe Sea and accumulating enough wealth could he afford such luxurious cultivation. His will was about to reach the 4th level of Universe Lord, but still lacking. Until his will reached the level of a Universe Supreme, he dared not trade with other Supremes. Outside, Luofeng had already earned the title Knife River King. Inside the temple everything remained as usual. Another 1,500 years passed. Zhang Yang frowned deeply. He had encountered a problem. Every year the system's choice led him to choose the basics. Everything had been normal, but now his gene level was nearing the limit, 10080 times. One more step and he would surpass the 10081 times perfect lifeform gene level. But he might increase by 2 times at once. There shouldn't be a problem exceeding the perfect gene level, right? It's not like exceeding 100,000 times. Just surpassing 10081. Zhang Yang was not entirely sure. Luofeng had been stuck when cultivating the 9 Tribulations Codex. Zhang Yang wasn't sure if he would be stuck too. Logically, the system shouldn't care about such rules. The system's screen flickered. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer and clicked directly. The foundation began to improve instantly. Though the system never responded to him, he believed it would avoid certain rules. He didn't know what the system valued in him, but since it had chosen him to make him strong, it wouldn't let him fail on such a matter. It was better to test now. At worst he would exceed the limit of the original universe. If he waited until the 100,000-fold gene level, the joke would be far greater. 100,000-fold genes, the supreme rules would have to drink. If he suddenly gained 100,000 plus tens or hundreds, who knew what would happen? Genes began to slowly restructure, starting from the fundamental genetic material. This improvement took longer than before. Zhang Yang waited patiently. He could not control the system's power. When the last change ceased, Zhang Yang inexplicably felt a sense of perfection, as if he could no longer improve. If he hadn't known that breaking through to Universe Lord had 2 paths, divine power breakthrough and law breakthrough, he might have thought his genes had reached the limit and could not advance further. His consciousness was pulled into the source universe. After receiving the granted secret technique, Zhang Yang withdrew. The Universe Lord's ultimate technique was optional. A refreshing sensation rose from the depths of his heart. Zhang Yang's body began to grow abruptly. His height instantly broke through 10 meters, 100 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 90,000 kilometers. Finally complete. My gene level is 100 times that of a universe overlord, making up for the foundation deficiency. My divine power is now fully perfected. From now on, with such a massive divine body, defense is no longer a weakness. Even if I cannot withstand a Supreme's attack, it cannot kill me instantly. With the aid of Erosion Abyss Prison, my strength can be considered as a normal Universe Lord of the 4th level. This feeling. Zhang Yang stared ahead and said, what a peculiar perspective. Though the ancient God Dharma form also magnifies, the sensations are different. How would it be if I used the ancient God Dharma form now? With a hum, Zhang Yang teleported outside the palace. Ancient God Dharma form. With a loud shout, a huge phantom spread from Zhang Yang's body, quickly reaching a height of 1 billion kilometers. More. Not enough. Bigger. 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 As he continuously drove the secret technique, vast divine power began to burn. Now that his gene level had reached perfection, his divine power purity had also increased to 100. His foundation had caught up, and his divine power was now fully equivalent to a universe overlord. The phantom continued to expand seemingly without limit. 10 billion kilometers. 100 billion kilometers. 1 trillion kilometers. 9 trillion kilometers. The limit. Though Zhang Yang's tone carried a hint of regret, his eyes were filled with joy. Now it's about 46 trillion kilometers. Isn't that 1 light year? Is this the limit? Will it grow further? Probably the ancient God Dharma form won't grow anymore before breaking through to immortality. But this size is enough. 1,000,000,000 times my body height. With such a massive divine body, I can use secret techniques and withstand some damage. Compared to before, my divine body power has increased 100-fold. The divine power burn multiplier has also increased 100-fold. Can I now withstand the soul attack of the Void True Demon? Ha ha ha. With a thought, an invisible will message came. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. My clone has also become a giant 90,000 kilometers tall. I now possess 4 third-level combat powers. As the colossal figure stood in the Milky Way, the first to notice were the two venerables Mad Lion and Nine Swords. They exchanged glances, their eyes burning with zeal. With such a secret technique, nowhere in the universe was unreachable. Nine Swords' venerable's eyes narrowed. He exclaimed, Mad Lion Venerable, look at Lord Soul Shadow's divine body. Mad Lion Venerable, who had been stunned by the vast phantom, also grew excited. Lord Soul Shadow's divine body is 90,000 kilometers. Is he a special life form? They exchanged glances again, both filled with joy. Now that they had sworn allegiance to Zhang Yang, his strength would only make them more formidable. One prospers, one suffers. They were already envied by countless venerables for their treasures. Normally, only universe overlords possessed 1 or 2 ordinary treasures. Mad Lion Venerable in particular had a soul defense treasure. An item that even Guei Venerable lacked. In terms of survival, soul defense treasures ranked first. If one appeared in the treasury, it would be exchanged instantly. These were mere external objects. Zhang Yang's guidance in cultivation was a debt of rebirth. Perhaps one of them might become a top-tier universe overlord in a few dozen epochs. Such confidential matters were never disclosed to outsiders. They only savored the satisfaction in their hearts. The temple was only 10 light-years from Earth. If it were ordinary starlight, it would take 10 years to travel. But the ancient god Dharma form was constructed from cosmic rules, filled with highly condensed divine power. As soon as it appeared, people on Earth, Mars, the Moon, and many other planets instantly saw this enormous being. My ancestors, what is this thing? Don't you find this deity familiar? Now that you mention it, I feel a bit. It's the great Lord Soul Shadow, the patriarch of us Earthlings. Is the patriarch practicing a secret technique? Incredible. If I recall correctly, the temple is 10 light-years away from us. Zhang Yang withdrew the secret technique, still maintaining a height of 90,000 kilometers. Mad Lion Nine Swords. We are here. Nine Swords Venerable and Mad Lion Venerable quickly responded. I'm going out for a while and we'll be back soon. Guard Earth well. Zhang Yang instructed. Rest assured, Lord. We will guard with all our might. He nodded. The next moment he teleported away via his divine kingdom. Now that his divine power had reached its limit, he naturally needed to deliver the promised strike. Deep within the human territory. This was a prosperous star system, one of the most stable regions of the human race. The center of this system was undoubtedly the Kuchun star. Originally this planet had a different name, but when the great Lord Kuchun became a universe lord, the Kuchun clan rose completely and commemoration became a matter of course. The entire race, the entire planet, the entire star system, all were forever bound to Lord Kuchun. It was as prosperous as ever, but today it faced a provocation. A soft voice sounded. Kuchun. Though there was no overwhelming aura, the colossal humanoid phantom that towered above the sky, and the supreme life level shocked everyone's mind. Who was this? How dare he utter the name of a great universe lord? Lord Kuchun had just recovered his divine body. His mood slightly improved. But when he heard the voice, his face sank completely, a bitter smile on his lips. Over the years he had gathered much information about Zhang Yang multi-system fusion laws attacks at the peak of Universe Lord 3rd level. Such attacks he could not withstand. Zhang Yang was even stronger than the Nanshu Lord he had encountered in the Universe Sea. Combined with the annihilation property of fusion laws, one misstep could lead to falling. The only option now was to call for help. His mind entered the virtual universe. Lord Ku Hao fell into a state of anxious waiting. Within 1/10,000th of a second, the founder of the Great Axe appeared inside the temple. Ku Hao, why are you so anxious to see me? What's the matter? Lord Ku Hao said with a grim face. It's the Phantom Lord, he has come. The founder understood, but then his expression turned hesitant. Didn't the two of you come to an agreement before? This? Lord Ku Hao's mouth twitched. At that time he hadn't known Zhang Yang's true strength. Had he known, he would rather have offered a treasured artifact as an apology. After all, at their level of power, feuds between each other were common. Except for the masters of hostile races, it was common practice to send treasures to ease relations. The founder of the Great Axe said soothingly, don't worry. The Phantom Lord won't go too far. At most he'll annihilate a bit of divine body. If I went, it would be worse. We're both humans, a minor grudge. He knows how to weigh matters. Lord Ku Hao nodded with a bitter face, then withdrew from the virtual universe. Inwardly he thought, today I'm probably going to lose face. After this is over I'll go into hiding for hundreds of millions of epochs. Given the Phantom's advancement speed, he'll probably have reached the top tier by then. At that time this current matter won't count for much. Having made up his mind, Lord Ku Hao appeared directly in the starry sky. The moment he saw Zhang Yang, his eyes narrowed sharply. If he sensed correctly, the Phantom should have reached the perfect gene level. He was only at 1000 times gene level. Phantom Lord, he called out with a complicated look. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Although only 1 second had passed to the consciousness speed of a universe master, it was already a long time. He was not in a hurry. He knew exactly why Lord Ku Hao had taken so long to come out. He must have been calling for reinforcements, but from the look of things now it seemed no one had come to help. The Great Axe and Chaos seemed to have great confidence in him. Perhaps many universe masters are watching right now. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a cold voice, "Where?" Lord Ku Hao felt a stab in his heart. That was too direct. And the tone. It seemed as if he was going to kill him outright. With an embarrassed expression he said, "Follow me." The battle absolutely could not be seen by his clansmen. If he were defeated, it would be a heavy blow to the clansmen below. He could be defeated, even die in battle, but he could not allow himself to lose face before his own kin. He secretly groaned. He had been fine when he was a world lord, but this Phantom became utterly monstrous after reaching immortality. From world lord to immortal, he first increased his power 100,000-fold, then his gene level reached the limit of 100-fold, attaining the perfect gene level. The purity of his divine power was enhanced. He obtained a pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure that he himself desperately coveted. The might of his secret technique was exaggerated. The originally huge gap in strength between the two had been closed so quickly and even surpassed. Zhang Yang followed Lord Ku Hao's teleport to a spatial fold tens of thousands of light-years away. Lord Ku Hao calmed his mind and said solemnly, "I'm ready. Begin." Zhang Yang frowned. To be honest, when it came time to strike, he hesitated a little. The decision of the Great Axe and the others made him feel somewhat heavy-hearted, yet at the same time, there was an unconscious trace of joy. They trusted him this much. This was unprecedented. In his mind, the only strong ones worthy of trust were the 3 people on Earth. He felt a little silent. These years were certainly not wasted. Though his comprehension of the laws had not reached the 7th order level, he was probably approaching the peak of the 6th order. Back then on Frontline No. 11, one stroke of his blade annihilated 1/1,000,000th of the Sky Wolf Lord's divine body. But how big was the Sky Wolf? It was over 10,000 kilometers. In terms of volume, 3 10,000s multiplied together would be 1,000,000,000 with the base unit still kilometers. How large was Lord Ku Hao's body? 2 meters tall. Zhang Yang knew that with one strike Lord Ku Hao would surely die. Recalling the pain he had endured in the outer battlefield, his gaze gradually turned icy. At that time Lord Ku Hao had given him no way out. First he exposed his other precious treasure, then expelled him from the military system. If he hadn't had an avatar, he would have completely fallen. Back then Lord Ku Hao had assumed that lofty posture with cold indifference laced in his anger, as if a deity pronouncing judgment upon him. Now, at last it was time to pay it back. His gaze was equally cold. Today it was his turn to judge. Slowly he drew his Mingren warblade. Back then Lord Ku Hao had left him an escape that was not an escape. Now he would also give Lord Ku Hao a chance. The fusion laws of 2 systems could at most reach the strongest secret technique of a universe master whose such power was not enough. Although he was currently mainly fusing the 3 laws of metal, time, and space, that didn't mean he hadn't fused others. He practiced fused laws naturally to fuse everything. Earlier he had been looking for convergence points precisely in preparation for this. It was only because he had fused the most in those 3 systems that he usually used the move Extinguishing Stars. He didn't know exactly how much power it would have if he replaced one lower law, but he knew it would be very strong. And it carried the same annihilation attribute. Whether he would survive was left to fate. Boom! The black vortex in Zhang Yang's eyes spun rapidly. In an instant he burned divine power and let out a sudden fierce shout. Blade cuts the Star River. It was the same opening stance, the same outward appearance, but the complexity of the law patterns was somewhat lower and the blade body above the Star River was slightly blurred. Lord Ku Hao's heart had already turned icy, for he couldn't see through those complex law patterns, and assumed it was Zhang Yang's strongest secret technique. Demon approach slash. With a desperate roar, the giant axe in his hands descended in a cross strike. At the same time, a phantom image of a demon god appeared in the sky, chopping down toward Zhang Yang's long blade with an axe. Boom! The blade and axe collided, instantly annihilating everything in the spatial fold. The blade edge destroyed the axe phantom. The blade body dimmed even further, and the next instant it slammed into Lord Ku Hao's body. Just as I thought. Seeing his own attack completely crushed Lord Ku Hao's heart twisted in utter despair. But there was no time to think. He desperately activated his top-grade supreme armor, and screamed inwardly, "Hold on." The blade pierced through the defensive patterns of the supreme armor, then slammed into Ku Hao's divine body. Countless blades shuttled through his body, and he felt a chill. His divine body was annihilated bit by bit, while the secret technique on the blade continued unabated. Am I about to die? His mind was in a daze. Am I dead? Lord Ku Hao's consciousness recovered again. I'm still alive. He looked up ahead and saw that Zhang Yang had already left. Feeling his divine body, Lord Ku Hao sighed. I survived. Even with a top-grade armor-type treasure, weakening the attack to 100,000th, only 5 of his divine body remained. How formidable the Phantom Lord was. This couldn't be his strongest secret technique, right? The founder of the Great Axe asked uncertainly, was he holding back? The Chaos City Lord nodded and said, he must have held back. He didn't use the Abyss Prison. Now that his gene level has risen again, and he has become a perfect life form, his power couldn't be this low. If he were to use the Abyss Prison's assistance now, his attack would already be at the 4th order level. After he advances to Venerable, it will likely reach the 5th order level, and by then his secret technique's power won't be much weaker than mine. Ha ha ha. The Great Axe laughed joyfully. He also believed Zhang Yang had held back. Our human race has gained another presence that can awe the myriad races. The Chaos City Lord also smiled. This isn't his strongest period yet. Once he becomes a universe master, and has the support of a pinnacle domain supreme treasure, he'll be able to fully unleash 6th order strength. He is the first being in the cosmic sea to reach the 6th order level without an ultimate treasure. With his powerful divine body restoration secret technique, even you Great Axe probably can't bring him down. The Great Axe lowered his head in thought, then nodded and said, now that he has become a perfect life form with such a vast divine body, if he can keep recovering without limits, I indeed have no way to take him down. The Chaos City Lord said, his soul attacks were always strong, but they were always dragged down by divine power. Still, with that strange self-destruction secret technique, he can protect his life sufficiently. However, there is a risk of losing treasures. He is probably planning to wait until his willpower has been enhanced before going to the cosmic sea. After all, a pinnacle domain supreme treasure is hard to come by. The other universe masters were also watching in the virtual universe, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Looking back when they first saw Zhang Yang, the Great Axe and the Chaos City Lord had caught him and brought him to the initial universe. At that time they had briefly learned about Zhang Yang in the virtual universe. Back then he had been extraordinarily ruthless. Harsh toward enemies and even harsher toward himself. He didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Back in the outer battlefield days they had also been present. What Lord Ku Hao had done back then was indeed ruthless, and at that time such actions seemed normal. But status could not be ignored. Now that Zhang Yang was also a universe master, that previous incident became a great loss of face. Only a few millennia had passed, which was like yesterday to them. Those kings and venerables also still remembered. They greatly approved of this vengeful strike. If it had been them, they certainly wouldn't have easily let go of their hatred. This time, since Lord Ku Hao was not killed, Zhang Yang must have held back. Annihilating a bit of divine body wasn't too excessive. Being able to set aside his personal hatred for the sake of the clan made them feel considerable recognition for Zhang Yang. Returning to the temple in the Milky Way, Zhang Yang felt much relieved after that strike. The grudge from his world lord days, when the precious armor had been forcibly stripped from him, was now settled. 5 of his divine body remained. Lord Ku Hao was a lucky fellow. Although Zhang Yang hadn't used his strongest secret technique, it was still a 3-system fusion secret technique pushed to the extreme. For Ku Hao to survive it meant his fate was not yet sealed. He had even been prepared for chaos and the others to reprimand him, but Ku Hao was clearly more cautious than the Sky Wolf Lord. By desperately struggling, he managed to block most of the power. Suddenly Zhang Yang smiled with nostalgia, reminded of how it had been on Earth. At that time he had cornered the Bashkaliki family with no way up to heaven or down to Earth. In the end, it was only after the American government sought out Hong and the Thunder God that he chose to let go. Wuhua's secret realm. Luo Feng came out from a palace in the ice prison, his eyes filled with joy because he had obtained the Beast God inheritance token of the ancestral god sect. He had received a similar inheritance before, but that was merely an inheritance site, a transmission of a secret technique or something similar. It was because of that inheritance that his soul amplitude reached 3200, greatly enhancing him, allowing him to pass even one more level on the Tongtian Bridge. The one he got this time was of very high caliber. It was not merely a secret technique. He had learned in the virtual universe that this inheritance token would allow him to go to the primordial god sect, the premier power of the original universe, to study. There were inheritances similar to the Chaos Monument which could guide one in the direction of fused laws. This time I've struck it rich. I traded a consciousness connector worth only 500 black dragon coins for such a precious treasure. Walking through the ice and snow, Luofeng turned to look back at the earlier palace. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Skywolf, oh Skywolf, I wonder which strong expert from the demon race you can invite to descend. Having been imprisoned in this ice prison for so long, and yet you haven't been rescued. You probably don't have a universe master as a master. The one coming is likely at the level of a universe venerable. Senior, maybe I can still send you a gift. In the temple of the solar system. Zhang Yang, who was sitting quietly, frowned. He sensed his token being crushed. Was Luofeng in danger? Without daring to hesitate, he teleported via a divine kingdom to the entrance of the secret realm and charged straight in. He had initially wanted to directly unfold his abyss prison, but he did not sense any universe master aura here. When he examined the location, he immediately knew why his token had been crushed. Luofeng was going through the trials of Mountain Guest. He had been imprisoned by the King Dooku in the ice prison for 2000 years. He had obtained the beast god inheritance token from a Skywolf, and because the wolf's teacher was a venerable, the Skywolf had summoned the Skywolf Lord. Originally Luofeng had called for the Chaos City Lord, but now that they had become so close, it was more convenient to ask Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang secretly pondered, was there a chance for him to kill the Skywolf? After all, the Skywolf Lord was only at the second order of Universe Master. The reason he could run amok everywhere was because he possessed the Skywolf Hall, a high-grade flying palace-type supreme treasure. Although its grade was only high, the material of a flying palace-type treasure could fully match the sturdiness of a top-grade supreme armor. And the Skywolf Hall used by the Skywolf Lord was likely the finest among high-grade treasures, making it even more sturdy. The Skywolf Lord definitely wouldn't have started inside the Skywolf Hall. As long as Zhang Yang quickly restrained him with the Abyss Prison, he naturally wouldn't be able to get inside. A Skywolf Lord of only second-order strength in the hands of someone with fourth-order Universe Master strength like him would merely be a matter of a few strikes in the Cosmic Sea. In the original universe, even with power restrictions relying on the annihilation effect of the fused laws on divine bodies, he could still quickly settle it. Thinking, he acted. Although he had thought a lot, in reality not even 0.001 seconds had passed. He had just entered the secret realm, and those two Dooku certainly wouldn't care about the entrance. Zhang Yang quickly opened his palm. A 10-colored miniature universe formed directly, then rapidly spun, and expanded, completely enveloping him within. The next instant he hastily teleported away. Because his research on the miniature universe had advanced further, he was now able to use the virtual universe while concealing himself. His will quickly entered and he initiated a call with Luofeng. Luofeng had obviously been waiting for Zhang Yang to come get him. The moment the virtual call was initiated, he connected. In the virtual universe temple, Luofeng said, with a smile, "Senior, you've arrived." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've arrived, but the plan might change a bit." Luofeng's expression turned serious. "Is the demon race's strong expert too much for you to handle, Senior?" Zhang Yang shook his head, his eyes full of excitement. "No, it's just that I feel the demon this time might not be simple, so I want to try to kill him." Hearing this, Luofeng also laughed and shook his head. "Senior, that Skywolf has been imprisoned here for countless epochs. If a universe master could come to take him away, it would have happened long ago. The most likely is a venerable. You'll probably be disappointed this time." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "Confident, aren't you, lad? You're about to advance to immortal soon. Your fortune is not weak either, you surely will become a strong one. Let's make a bet. The specific terms won't involve principles and will accumulate by number of times. I bet that this time the one who comes is a universe master. Let me state first, I haven't encountered this before." Luofeng looked at Zhang Yang with serious eyes and said, "Senior, I don't know why you think so highly of me. You know, at the immortal stage I won't be able to reach your level." Then a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Being able to make a bet with a universe master. He accepted this wager. He gritted his teeth and said, "I bet. I guess the one coming is a venerable. What status does a universe master hold? Would one come to fetch a king with no connection to them? When it was imprisoned, its talent and strength weren't this strong." A trace of amusement flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, the wager is set. One of my avatars is currently hidden in the spatial interlayer of the ice prison. When the battle begins, I'll go straight in and rescue you." Luofeng's expression stiffened. His face impassive, he said, "Senior, you've already prepared for battle. Is this wager fair?" With a serious expression, Zhang Yang said, I swear on my honor that I haven't searched for any movements of the demon race right now, and during this period I haven't detected any traces of its universe masters. Luo Feng looked at him suspiciously, feeling that something was off. The man's certainty was inevitably suspicious. Senior, do you mean a universe master of the demon race will come? They are all veteran universe masters. Can you defeat them? After all, Zhang Yang was merely an undying deity. He was worried whether this undying, who had only recently acquired the strength of a universe master, could truly defeat a veteran universe master. A hint of anticipation mingled in Zhang Yang's eyes. I think it shouldn't be a problem. As for whether I can win, just wait for the result. Luo Feng gently nodded. Since he said so, he must be confident. He said inwardly, I've fallen far behind Senior again. I used to think I had already surpassed him. Turns out it was just an illusion. It's all Babata's fault. Now his foundation was laid, but it was not yet time for it to erupt. However, with Senior on Earth, he could focus on tempering himself with peace of mind. Facing such a universe master of the demon race, though they were an enemy race, their level of strength was nonetheless extremely high. He also yearned to do battle against such a powerhouse. Boom! 10 seconds after Zhang Yang vanished, a palace over 1,000,000 kilometers long crashed through the entrance of the secret realm. An immense aura began to rise within the Wuhua secret realm. The next instant, the palace had already arrived before Qingzi Duku's temple. Flaming orbs burning in red, blue, black, green, and other colors spiraled above the palace. As the pinnacle among high-grade palace-type supreme treasures, the Heavenly Wolf Hall could not be destroyed by anyone in the original universe and naturally possessed boundless might. The many lesser Duku below were little creatures beneath the venerable level. Utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming aura of the Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were all crushed prostrate to the ground, and some who hadn't even reached the World Master level had already fainted. Duku hurriedly released his own aura. As one of the 72 divine generals, he had received a complete inheritance. Although he was only a venerable, he possessed the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Heavenly Wolf Lord, why trouble these little ones? The pitch-black Heavenly Wolf Lord appeared before the palace, strolling through the air as it said arrogantly, When I descend, they should prostrate themselves in reverence. As a universe master, it had transcended the shackles of time and space, seemingly an incarnation of the laws of the universe itself, with the surrounding cosmic spacetime completely under its control. Under such might, even Duku expressed respect. After all, his combat power barely matched a first-tier universe master, and he had yet to master the power of spacetime. Hidden among the palace complex, Zhang Yang watched the Heavenly Wolf Lord with deep, unfathomable eyes. Originally, when it stood atop the Heavenly Wolf Hall, he had no way to deal with it, for in an instant it could take refuge in the palace-type supreme treasure. But now it had unexpectedly taken 2 steps forward. The Heavenly Wolf Hall remained behind the Heavenly Wolf Lord, yet the distance between the two had already stretched to over 10,000 kilometers. At such a distance, it could no longer retreat directly into the hall. This opportunity must not be missed, Zhang Yang thought to himself while calculating inwardly. Within the range of a supreme treasure's might, teleportation is impossible. The distance between me and the Heavenly Wolf Lord now exceeds 100,000 kilometers, and with the restriction of the abyssal prison, that's more than enough. Domain open. A spiderweb rapidly expanded from Zhang Yang's hand, instantly covering an area of 1 light-year. In that moment, the might of a peak domain-type supreme treasure suppressed the entire Wuhua secret realm. The abyssal prison's immense might was 2 levels higher than the Heavenly Wolf Hall's. Instantly it blasted the Heavenly Wolf Hall, flying. The Heavenly Wolf Lord's gaze froze. What was happening? The surrounding spacetime had originally been under its control, but the sudden eruption of the abyssal prison thoroughly suppressed its spacetime domain to the extreme. Feeling this unparalleled power, and the stagnation of domain energy, the Heavenly Wolf Lord's expression changed drastically. A peak domain-type supreme treasure. It exclaimed in shock, its heart filled with unease. It hastily called out, "Which universe master has descended?" Zhang Yang's divine body suddenly expanded from a height of 2 meters to 90,000 kilometers. The singing blade in his hand also grew to 60,000 kilometers long. His vast aura spread out completely, and in an instant he charged at the Heavenly Wolf Lord. The Heavenly Wolf Lord was the first to spot his figure, and its face suddenly turned terrified. It had never seen the abyssal prison before, so it hadn't known that a human was controlling the surrounding domain. Now one glance made its soul nearly shatter with fear. A sidelong glance at the Heavenly Wolf Hall revealed that it had already been blasted over 1,000,000 kilometers away, and Zhang Yang was already before its eyes. They had crossed blows before. Although the Heavenly Wolf Lord had been somewhat careless at the time, the spectral lord, wielding a supreme-grade warblade, had annihilated 1/10,000,000th of its divine body with a single strike. That sort of thing could not be faked. Now that they met again, its heart sank to the depths. This human had actually grown even stronger. Previously he hadn't possessed such colossal divine power. Now it felt nearly 100 times greater. And now surrounded by the suppression of a peak domain-type supreme treasure, its might was even greater. It could no longer hide inside the Heavenly Wolf Hall. Spectral Lord. The Heavenly Wolf Lord let out a shrill howl, raised its sharp claws and lunged toward the ancient long blade hanging in the sky. Qingzi Dooku was utterly panicked upon feeling such might. His entire race was here. They were special lifeforms to begin with without vast numbers. Now that those two were fighting, how could they possibly fare well? Dooku began to move in extreme terror, hoping to rescue his clansmen, but he painfully discovered that under the might of the peak domain-type supreme treasure, even moving was extremely difficult. The mere suppressive power was already on par with him. He possessed only the strength of a first-tier universe master. If the owner so wished, he could probably annihilate him directly. As he advanced, the pressure on him suddenly lessened and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Even though he might not be able to save many of his clansmen, being able to save some was already the beneficence of a powerful being. As for the rest, he would probably have to go to the ancestral god cult and ask those great universe masters to resurrect them. They were special lifeforms after all. The cost of resurrecting an undying might be nearly as high as resurrecting a venerable. Not daring to harbor the slightest complaint, he could only hope to save more undying clansmen. The Ice Prison. A world of white snow. Luo Feng waited quietly inside his footprints trailing behind him on the snowy ground. Since Zhang Yang had already arrived, he naturally felt no panic. Boom! A slight tremor ran through the snow-covered world. The sky seemed to groan, as if it could no longer bear the weight and might crack open at any moment. Suddenly an unfathomable black rift appeared in the midst of the vast white snowfield. Sensing the might within, Luo Feng's face lit up with joy. It was Senior who had come, but this method was truly direct. He had expected Senior to use some special way to enter, never imagining he would simply cleave open this treasure. In a palace somewhere in the snow world, a celestial wolf hundreds of kilometers long was also overjoyed. It knew that a powerful figure from its race had come to take it away. Feeling that overwhelming pressure, its heart swelled with immense pride. So what if they were the ancestral gods, Dharma-protecting divine generals? Were they not still trembling before the might of my demon race? How dare they imprison it? At the same time it was somewhat shocked. Since the newcomer had struck so directly, it must not be merely a teacher. Could it be one of the race's inconceivably great existences? Zhang Yang's towering divine body, 90,000 kilometers tall, squeezed through the spatial rift. This top-grade precious treasure is quite sturdy. It even rivals an ordinary supreme treasure. Senior. Luo Feng called out joyfully. Zhang Yang said with a smile, let's go. It's time for us to leave. Oh right. There's still a wolf cub. With a sweep of his mental power, he instantly located the celestial wolf in a temple not far away. His divine power momentarily turned ethereal, and an invisible war blade slashed toward the wolf, annihilating its soul in an instant. The next moment Zhang Yang wrapped Luo Feng in divine power and rapidly retreated. Battle had already broken out outside. Regardless of the outcome, powerful beings of the demon race would descend. This place was not safe to linger, and Luo Feng was still far too weak. Before the Dooku Temple in the Wuhua secret realm. Boom! An ancient war blade covered in complex secret patterns clashed in midair against a metallic glinting wolf claw. The blade pressed forward without hesitation. The Heavenly Wolf Lord's wolf claw was snapped instantly, yet the war blade, its might undiminished, continued slashing toward the wolf's head. Under the Heavenly Wolf Lord's terrified gaze, the blade mercilessly hacked into its skull. A tremendous impact slammed into its body, while complex secret patterns laden with boundless divine power began to wreak havoc inside it. With a miserable howl, the Heavenly Wolf Lord cried out in terror. My divine body has been reduced by 1%. Last time it only annihilated 1/10,000,000th. It was wearing a top-grade supreme armor that could reduce damage to 100,000th. Even if the Spectral Lord were 100 times stronger, the reduction should still have been 100,000th. How could it have reached a terrifying 1%? If one strike annihilated 1%, wouldn't killing it only require 100 strikes? How incredibly fast was a Universe Master's attack frequency? Even if pursuit took some time, it probably couldn't hold out for more than 10 seconds. It cast a lingering, reluctant glance at the distant Heavenly Wolf Hall, then looked in terror at the surrounding mist. It was all because of this peak domain-type supreme treasure. Otherwise, even if it couldn't withstand the attacks, it wouldn't have been unable to escape all along. Zhang Yang was quite satisfied with his damage output. Last time one of his strikes had annihilated 1/10,000,000th of the Heavenly Wolf Lord's divine body. But that was because his attack had been weak back then. After being blocked, only a fraction of the attack landed on it. Now his divine body was perfect, comparable to a top-tier universe overlord, and combined with a powerful fused law secret art, and the assistance of a peak domain-type supreme treasure, his attack power had reached the 4th tier, dozens of times greater than the heavenly wolf lord's. The attack struck its divine body almost completely, and the fused laws naturally annihilated a vast portion of its body. Heavenly wolf lord, die. A piece of trash like you still dared to talk back to me before. Zhang Yang taunted, but his movements did not pause in the least. With the abyssal prisons binding the heavenly wolf lord was a sitting duck. He only needed to swing his blade swiftly and it would be over. Human, don't be so arrogant. The strongest of my race will arrive soon. You cannot kill me. The heavenly wolf lord tucked its tail between its legs and struggled to fly toward the secret realm's entrance. It had already given up on the heavenly wolf hall. That direction was wrong. The priority was to preserve its life. Ow! Another agonized howl. It had just answered defiantly, only to be instantly slashed across the waist by Zhang Yang. Ha ha ha! Watching the heavenly wolf lord fly sluggishly within the abyssal prison, and quickly be caught up to by himself again, Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Little wolf cub, I'm coming again. Hang in there and let's see if your race's strongest can arrive in time. The heavenly wolf lord, driven nearly mad by humiliation, howled inwardly. Human, I will definitely kill you. With a face full of humiliation it flew toward the entrance of the secret realm, its will constantly communicating with the dream demon ancestor. In the cosmic sea near the original universe, there was a miniature universe 100 million light-years in diameter. This was the miniature universe of the demon race's strongest, the dream demon ancestor. Universe masters of the demon race would all leave divine power avatars here, or in the shock demon ancestor's miniature universe. At the very center of the miniature universe stood a towering mountain up to 1,000 light-years high called the Divine Mountain, by the demons living there. Indeed, some powerful beings akin to gods lived here, with countless temples scattered across the mountain. Suddenly, within a temple 1 light-year in diameter, the heavenly wolf lord's divine power avatar's face changed drastically, and then it let out a mournful howl. Demon ancestor, save me. As the owner of the miniature universe, the dream demon ancestor naturally noticed the heavenly wolf lord's cry for help instantly. Heavenly wolf lord, where are you? What happened? The heavenly wolf lord hurriedly said, The Wuhua secret realm. Come quickly. 24% of my divine body has been annihilated. It's the spectral lord. He possesses a peak domain-type supreme treasure. My movements are completely restricted now. You must bring a peak domain-type supreme treasure, or I won't be able to escape. Don't you have the heavenly wolf hall? How could the spectral lord force you to this state? The dream demon ancestor asked in confusion. Gnashing its teeth, the heavenly wolf lord said resentfully. He can conceal his own divine power fluctuations, making it impossible for even my mental power to sense him. The moment I came out of the heavenly wolf hall, he used his peak domain-type supreme treasure to restrict my movements and blasted the heavenly wolf hall far away. The dream demon ancestor said, I have already arrived at the Wuhua secret realm. You must hold on. The heavenly wolf lord's eyes trembled with shock, but it breathed a sigh of relief. With 67 of its divine body remaining, it should be enough to hold on until the dream demon ancestor arrived. In a star system near the Wuhua secret realm, a silver serpent tens of thousands of kilometers long suddenly appeared in the sky, then vanished in an instant. With 3 flickers, it had already reached the entrance of the Wuhua secret realm. This was precisely the dream demon ancestor who had hurried over from the demon race. The next instant it entered the secret realm, and saw the heavenly wolf lord struggling ceaselessly. Hiss! The dream demon ancestor raised its head and roared to the heavens. The might of the universe's strongest instantly manifested. Countless silver serpents materialized out of thin air, endlessly devouring the mist of the abyssal prison. The mist was compressed by almost 1,000,000 times in an instant. Sensing the dream demon ancestor's arrival, Zhang Yang's expression changed. In terms of supreme treasures, the two were comparable, but their foundational divine power was vastly different. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Though the domain's diameter had shrunk 1,000,000-fold, its previous range had been 1 light-year, 9 trillion kilometers. Even after shrinking 1,000,000-fold, it still had a diameter of 9 million kilometers, and the heavenly wolf lord was still within its bounds. Restrained by the abyssal prison, it could not reach the speed of light at all. To escape would take over 30 seconds. Heavenly wolf lord, you cannot escape. Zhang Yang continued to unleash his fused law secret art. Spectral lord, you are too audacious. Since I have arrived, you will not continue to harm the heavenly wolf lord. The dream demon ancestor hissed. Hearing what the dream demon ancestor said, Zhang Yang sneered inwardly, and retorted, now this is no longer a matter of your say. You'd better come over here first. Wolf cub, take another strike from my blade. As he spoke, divine power erupted. The archaic blade body in the sky condensed once more with countless laws interweaving and mystic patterns appearing. The heavenly wolf lord burned with hatred. This human. How dare he still act so insolent after the dream demon ancestor had arrived? Even though she could only use sixth-order power in the primordial universe, she was after all a universe supreme. He was not even a universe master. How could he provoke her so brazenly? Sovereign of nether souls. How dare you? Flames blazed in the dream demon ancestor's eyes. How dare he not take her seriously? Countless silver serpents writhed madly, devouring the black miasma around them. The environment of the Wuhua secret realm was thoroughly destroyed. Countless rocks and boulders were ground directly into fine powder, returning completely to the origin of the universe. Even the dark river that had endured for countless years and stretched 2 light-years was cut off at its middle. No. A mournful wail escaped as Ziduku's grief reached its extremity. Because of the violent collision, some of the clansmen who had not been gathered up in time were all annihilated by the aftermath. Those he had taken in during that earlier moment were only a small portion. The vast majority of his clansmen had already lost all signs of life. Zhang Yang casually swept a glance at it and dismissed it from his mind. Now that Luofeng had safely withdrawn, the thing he should focus on was trying to kill the heavenly wolf lord. The dream demon ancestor did not care in the slightest. She kept advancing. Whenever Zhang Yang's erosion abyss prison was pushed back a little, she instantly moved up to fill the gap. The distance between her and the heavenly wolf lord was growing closer and closer. He was equally anxious inside. His foundation was still too weak. Although his attack could reach the 4th order, that was only because of that auxiliary assistance. Once he engaged in a head-on clash of supreme treasures, his disadvantage would become extremely obvious. The erosion abyss prison was still being pushed back, and the heavenly wolf was about to leave the domain's range. Its divine body still had 37 left. Zhang Yang felt deep regret this time. He probably had no chance to kill the heavenly wolf lord. Haha, human, I told you that you couldn't kill me. After escaping the erosion abyss prison's range, the heavenly wolf lord exclaimed smugly. Then its eyes abruptly turned mad. Ancestor, this human has a pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure. How can such a treasure be allowed to remain in human hands? Ancestor, you must kill this human and seize the treasure. Heavenly wolf, enter the palace treasure and recuperate for now. Today I will definitely kill this sovereign of nether souls and avenge you. The dream demon ancestor comforted him, her tone resolute. He cannot run away. Zhang Yang frowned deeply. This plan had failed. In the primordial universe, killing a universe master truly was extremely difficult. Unless it was an extreme environment like Primal Star, where even the universe supremes could not teleport, ensuring enough time for battle, otherwise the speed of reinforcement was simply too fast. Phantasm Radiance. The dream demon ancestor let out a great shout. The laws in the sky instantly began to quake. Extremely intricate mystic patterns appeared in the heavens, and chains of law coiled into a silver serpent stretching its neck and howling at the sky. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. If he did not prove his strength this time, waves of trouble would likely arise again. After all, a pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure in the hands of an immortal. What strength one has decides what treasure one can hold. Anything more will only invite covetous eyes. Dream demon ancestor. This is not the cosmic sea. Threatening me. You're still far from it. Ancient God manifestation. With a loud cry, the ancient God manifestation, a full light-year tall, stood within the Wuhua secret realm. In comparison, the secret realm that was originally several light-years across immediately became cramped and tiny. The dream demon ancestor's eyes were icy. It was this move again. She had seen this move several thousand years ago. It was thanks to this move that Zhang Yang's divine power could recover so quickly. Sever the galaxy. The blade light and the phantasmic silver radiance annihilated each other in midair. But after holding for a single instant, the eerie rays directly extinguished the blade image, then bent along a strange curve and shone upon Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang's eyes darkened. Sure enough, his own attack still had a long way to go compared with the limit of the primordial universe. Peak 6th order attacks were the limit there. He had only 4th order power. The dream demon ancestor was over 100 times stronger than him. The gap was even more astonishing than the gap between him and the heavenly wolf lord. Moreover, the higher an attack level was, the more stringent the demands became, making it all the more difficult for Zhang Yang to improve. For instance, Chaos City Lord's attack could naturally reach the peak of the 5th order, but even with his ultimate technique supported by a pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure, his attack still could not reach the 6th order. Boom! The light was silent and insubstantial, but when it struck Zhang Yang's top-grade supreme treasure armor, a massive explosion erupted. The blocking effect of the armor was feeble. At most, it made the dream demon ancestor's attack lose a bit of its peak 6th order edge. But the gap remained enormous. A part of Zhang Yang's divine body was instantly annihilated, yet it recovered immediately in the next breath. As expected of the dream demon ancestor. In the primordial universe you can still annihilate so much of my divine power. But that's not enough. With that he actively charged forward. A universe supreme might be powerful, but that was no reason for him to flinch. Even in the cosmic sea, so long as the dream demon ancestor's attack could not kill him in one hit, he could still recover. Sovereign of nether souls. The dream demon ancestor's eyes were ice cold. She had merely wanted to make a test just now, but she had not expected that Zhang Yang's attack could really reach the fourth order. Now that she had the result of the test, it was time to end this farce. Her vast divine power instantly became incorporeal, and a phantom serpent charged ferociously at Zhang Yang. Dream demon ancestor, I told you that's not enough. Galaxy protective array. Zhang Yang had been ready from the moment he perceived the soul attack, and the next instant his soul defensive array was activated. Inside his mind, a giant python pounded madly against the galaxy array. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and held on. The instant he registered the dream demon ancestor's attack, his heart settled. Because he had withstood it, how could he have dared to bring out the erosion abyss prison if he had no confidence in blocking soul attacks? At this moment he was continuously enhancing his divine talent. An increase of 40,000 times per year. More than 1500 years after Luofeng emerged, he had achieved a perfect life. Luofeng had stayed in the ice prison for 2000 years, while he himself had spent over 500 years on talent selection. In those 500 years, his talent had increased by 20 million times. Added to the previous 40 million, his divine talent was 60 million times that of an earthling. His divine power was 100 times greater than the last time, and his will had reached the fifth order of a universe master. Although his foundation was a little weaker, shielded by the galaxy protective array, he could still withstand the dream demon ancestor's soul attack. You actually withstood it, the dream demon ancestor said incredulously. How could this sovereign of nether souls improve so swiftly? How long had it been? Only 5,000 years since the last time. How could he have advanced so much? Last time, when she had joined forces with the tremor demon ancestor, she had broken through his soul defense with ease. Zhang Yang flashed a grin. Right, dream demon ancestor, I withstood it. If you have any more moves, use them now. If not, then I'll take my leave. Seeing him ready to leave, the dream demon ancestor felt deeply conflicted. Soul attacks were useless, and against material attacks, he had that bizarre manifestation secret art, so he had no fear of prolonged attrition. For a moment she did not know whether she should continue entangled with him. Zhang Yang looked at the expressionless dream demon ancestor, casually tore open space, and cast an icy glance at the heavenly wolf lord before leaving. You got lucky this time. Next time be careful. The heavenly wolf lord was both furious and somewhat timid. It bared its fangs, but only with a bluster that masked its fear. Watching where Zhang Yang had disappeared, it turned, and asked in confusion, Ancestor, can't even you deal with him? The dream demon ancestor arched its serpentine body, cold light flickering in its snake eyes. Since he can withstand my soul attack, then this becomes merely a matter of consuming divine power. And you know well that he is not afraid of consumption. Even if the tremor demon and I join forces, soul attacks cannot be raised much in the primordial universe. As for the method of sealing, you know as well that the human race has no lack of experts. By the time we sealed him, the human powerhouses would already have arrived. His momentum is already established. In the future, cultivate diligently. Only after you can reach the third order should you go out and roam again. Those at the first and second orders should devote themselves to quiet cultivation. Because of the heavenly wolf hall, your mentality is a little unbalanced. The heavenly wolf lord lowered its head. It had indeed long been used to arrogance, but in front of the two demon ancestors it naturally bowed and submitted. My attacks are still a little lacking. After leaving, Zhang Yang said regretfully, if I could become a universe venerable, and my foundation were increased 100-fold, I believe my attack would reach the fifth order, and the dream demon ancestor would not have had time to reinforce. Luofeng asked softly, Senior, how did the battle between you and her turn out? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, failed. The dream demon ancestor moved too fast. I merely destroyed a bit over 60% of that heavenly wolf's divine body. And I couldn't easily call on giant axe for this. After all, as a universe supreme, if he acted against an alien universe master, it would mean a full-scale war. Luofeng murmured, so it really was the heavenly wolf lord who went. That wolf actually went and called over a universe master. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Ordinary immortals naturally could not command a universe master, but venerables could. Besides, the heavenly wolf lord loved to roam around, so it was only natural for it to go. You exchanged for the beast god decree here. After this you'll head to the ancestral god cult to comprehend the beast god path. Once your laws are complete, you should only be short of your third avatar to break through to immortal right. Luo Feng nodded and said, right. For my third avatar I plan to choose one with an enormous body. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, seeming to want to speak but hesitating. Luo Feng asked in puzzlement, Senior, what is it? Feel free to say. Zhang Yang said, earlier out on the outer domain battlefield I suffered a soul attack from the Yao Meng Lord. Later they even summoned the Void Truth Demon God. His soul attack was extremely formidable, with a record of piercing high-grade soul supreme treasures. At the time I had the will of a universe master, but I still couldn't withstand it. I had no choice but to self-destruct. You haven't been exposed yet. Once you go to the ancestral god cult where all kinds of people gather, your identity will very likely be exposed. If you perform too brilliantly you will inevitably draw assassins. Luo Feng's body jolted and he nodded solemnly. He hadn't expected that someone could accomplish such a thing in the primordial universe. In that case, the protection of the Stellar Tower's pearl alone was no longer enough. After breaking through to immortal, he would definitely try to carry the Stellar Tower on his person. After parting with Luo Feng, Zhang Yang returned to the Divine Temple. A top-grade Soul Defense Supreme treasure was worth at least 2500 treasure points, and even he could not afford it. As for an ordinary Soul Defense Supreme treasure, Luo Feng had no need for it. The Tower Pearl's protection was already sufficient. He shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Luo Feng's identity had not yet been exposed. Even if going to the Ancestral God Cult would expose it directly, the Ancestral God Cult had none of those alien universe masters, so the danger could be deferred. Moreover, Luo Feng's performance had not yet become so astonishing that the alien races deemed him an absolute must-kill. His body, 90,000 kilometers tall, sat cross-legged in the Divine Temple. Over these years he had been comprehending laws, and the fusion progress of the 3 laws had reached 18, stepping into the peak of the 6th order. Time flowed onward. In the Wuyan secret realm, pitch darkness still reigned. Zhang Yang sat quietly within the black miasma, making no attempt to wreck the environment. A subtle pulse of consciousness rippled. Zhang Yang's face lit up. It was his avatar inside contacting him. Begin universe resonance. Upon hearing it, Zhang Yang did not hesitate. A miniature universe rapidly condensed in his palm began to spin, and continuously expanded and contracted. For a moment the miniature universe pulsed like a heart beating without cease. The cosmic barrier hidden in the black mist immediately manifested, throbbing in resonance. Zhang Yang observed the cosmic barrier, then made the miniature universe in his hand maintain the same frequency. As divine power poured in, the miniature universe's swelling grew stronger, while the cosmic barrier heaved violently. Inside the barrier, Zhang Yang's avatar maintained the miniature universe, while pushing the 5-centimeter light sphere outward with all his might. Getting this golden ancient city to the outside ultimately depended on him. As the avatar who had always remained in the land of buried bones, he might be inferior to the main body in the miniature universe's shielding ability, but when it came to making the cosmic barrier fluctuate, he had studied it constantly for fear that he would never be able to leave. Break. With a shout of effort, the avatar thrust the light sphere toward the cosmic barrier once more. The instant he made contact, he manipulated the miniature universe into violent throbbing. Boom! It struck with immense force but was quickly repelled again. The ancient god manifestation behind him twisted its face in ferocity, as the avatar once more rammed the light sphere against the cosmic barrier. 5 times. 10 times. 100 times. 10,000 times. The universe possessed the ability to regulate itself automatically. In an imperceptible instant of cosmic slack, after tens of millions of agonizing collisions, the avatar finally saw a sliver of a crack. Joy surged within the avatar. He pushed the light sphere before him with even greater effort. Get out! Before the crack could fully close, the light sphere crashed into it with all its might. This time it was not repelled but became stuck within the fissure, and the crack in the cosmic barrier could no longer close. Behind the light sphere, the avatar burned divine power, recklessly pushing with relentless force. The sphere advanced at less than 1 nanometer per second. Zhang Yang's face was tense, and he did not dare relax in the slightest. Until the light sphere was pushed outside, all their previous efforts would be wasted. He could not help but sigh. That the Erosion Abyss prison could get out of here back then was purely a stroke of luck. 100 years slipped by, and Zhang Yang's expression gradually lightened, because more than half of the light sphere had now made it out. Also, the amount of force he had to exert was decreasing, and he could feel the speed of the light sphere increasing. Another 50 years passed, and the light sphere finally vanished entirely beyond the cosmic barrier. Zhang Yang's face brightened, and he shouted joyfully, "Success!" Boom! In that moment, endless chains of law appeared. Gold, silver, red, blue. 10 colors interwove. Though they seemed simple, the divine power they contained was nearly boundless. Soon a colossal human face, a light year across, appeared in the sky. It seemed like the ancient god manifestation, but even more immense. Sensing that vast oppressive pressure, Zhang Yang's expression drastically changed, and he exclaimed, "This is the primal consciousness of the primordial universe." In the next instant, Zhang Yang's avatar felt a colossal force land on his body. All the energy in the entire space erupted into chaos, and an irresistible might pressed him hard against the cosmic barrier. That force seemed intent on crushing him to pieces, yet it was just at the limit of what he could bear. Slowly, he was thoroughly pressed into the cosmic barrier. Inside, the luminous orb appeared to drift out slowly, but outside it showed not the slightest trace. In an unguarded instant, the orb suddenly shot out from the barrier. The white membrane covering its surface, originally 5 centimeters in diameter, gradually faded, and in the next second it vanished completely. A vast oppressive might descended upon the Wuyan secret realm. The Golden City rapidly expanded, reaching 1 light-year in diameter, in an instant directly shoving aside the boundless waves of eerie fog. As for the undying training within the secret realm, any whose divine body was touched was destroyed in an instant. Even the experts at the fringes had most of their divine bodies annihilated, and they began madly fleeing outward. What is happening? How terrifying. Only 30% of my divine body remains. Report immediately. Report to King Ju Cha. Calamity. Heavens, what a colossal city. When it expanded to its normal size, the Golden City's overwhelming might began to manifest. Waves of energy rampaged through the secret realm, which spanned only a few light-years, as if trying to burst the entire realm apart. Those undying who had just begun to act were also annihilated outright. Streams of golden light radiated naturally from the city, swiftly purifying the noxious fog within the secret realm. The Golden City stood there like a colossal star. Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically. Space around him kept shattering. Such might was definitely not that of a peak treasure. A supreme treasure, he exclaimed in disbelief. The next instant, wild joy swept across his face. He dashed in front of the Golden City, and hastily poured his divine power into it, branding his soul imprint upon the city's core. Golden light condensed atop the city's tower, and a massive surge of attack energy crushed toward Zhang Yang. The city also trembled violently, as if trying to throw him off. Zhang Yang was instantly furious. He was a being who could suppress universe masters with his undying body alone. Even if this treasure were a supreme treasure, he still had the right to be its master. Yet now it rejected him. The commotion was too great now. After all these years of hardship, how could I let someone else snatch the treasure away? A treasure, even a supreme treasure. If not activated by its master, I can still suppress it. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Yang transformed into a giant 90,000 kilometers tall. The next moment, the ancient god Dharma form towered behind him, its head seeming to support the entire secret realm. Endless divine power blazed as the erosion abyss prison unfolded its domain. In that instant, Zhang Yang's might was in no way inferior to the Golden City. Torrential divine power bearing a momentum of certain victory rapidly spread through every part of the Golden City. The spirit of the supreme treasure seemed to sense his power and acknowledge his talent and strength, and so it slowly began to cooperate. A smile curved at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He accelerated the coverage of his divine power and said smugly, "That's more like it. I may not be the universe overlord yet, but I am destined to become one. Moreover, as an undying, I can already wage war against universe masters. Once I become a true god, I will surely be among the most supreme beings. I have been pushing you in the land of buried bones for several thousand years. We should have some friendship by now. Hurry up and cooperate so I can complete the divine power imprint." The universal barrier trembled again, and another orb flew out. Startled, Zhang Yang nearly slowed the spread of his divine power. He thought to himself, "Why is there another one? Is my avatar really this capable?" The next second, the special white membrane vanished, revealing Zhang Yang's avatar within. When both stood in the primordial universe, their wills and consciousnesses quickly connected. Zhang Yang murmured thoughtfully, "So the origin consciousness of the universe has appeared, expelled, and even warned. I knew such good fortune couldn't last forever. I probably didn't notice before, since it had been swallowing and releasing the treasures inside on its own. But when the Golden City came out, its will turned its gaze here. Still, it's enough. A supreme treasure. Having my avatar expelled isn't so hard to accept. After all, I can hide anywhere in the primordial universe now. I no longer need to hide here to keep alive. Even being expelled is worth it. Totally worth it." His true body and avatar simultaneously covered the city with divine power and left soul imprints in the Golden City's core. Boom! As Zhang Yang stamped his divine power mark on the final stretch of city wall, divine power flowed through the Golden City without the slightest resistance. At last, this supreme treasure was his. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, I have my own supreme treasure. Zhang Yang laughed unrestrainedly. Sensing a ripple of consciousness, he said softly, so you are called Cosmos City. I thought you were called Golden City. But one thing is certain. Cosmos City is indeed a flying palace-type treasure. Boom! One after another tremendous presences erupted within the secret realm. Over a dozen figures flew to Zhang Yang's side at lightning speed, led by Giant Axe founder. A slight tremor ran through Chaos City Lord's voice as he asked with certainty, Lord of Nether Souls, this is a supreme treasure. Divine power burned without cease. As it poured into the city, Cosmos City gradually shrank and finally floated behind Zhang Yang. He said with a smile, yes. Cosmos City is a supreme treasure. A flying palace-type supreme treasure. Really? Giant Axe founder's gaze burned with fervor. This was a supreme treasure. What the human race currently lacked most was exactly a supreme treasure. Ice Peak Lord's expression was no longer as usual. He said incredulously, how did you obtain a supreme treasure here? How could this kind of secret realm possibly contain such a treasure? Chaos City Lord added, the large-scale deaths of Undying were noticed by the supervising intelligent life, and we received an alert from the virtual universe, so we rushed over. I never expected it to really be a supreme treasure. This is wonderful. Zhang Yang glanced at Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe founder, and said, you know that I studied micro-universes very early on. When I was training here back then, I discovered this pocket dimension. It was originally a last-ditch gamble. I planned to leave myself a retreat that was no retreat. At the time, I didn't know what was inside. Only after my avatar went in did I obtain some fragmented information. I once told you that I put an avatar in the land of buried bones for 3 reincarnation eras. The entrance and exit are right here. At first, I naturally couldn't move inside. Vast energy suppressed the entire pocket dimension. I could only watch countless corpses and treasures flying through the air, and I could only drift along with the impacts of that energy. After I broke through to Undying, I could move around inside, but moving was still extremely difficult. As my gene level continued to rise and my power grew, and after I later created the ancient god Dharma form, my understanding of micro-universes became much deeper. Only then was I able to transmit my secret technique inside. From then on, I could move freely in that pocket dimension. I found a treasure that felt like the strongest one there, and my avatar spent several thousand years pushing it before finally pushing it out. After saying this, Zhang Yang revealed a satisfied smile. A supreme treasure after over 10,000 years. Absolutely worth it. He had originally thought it was only a peak-level treasure. This supreme treasure was an unexpected delight. Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe founder exchanged glances. Can you push more treasures out from inside? He asked with burning eyes. Lord Qingdong and the others also looked intensely eager. A supreme treasure. To obtain it in such a way. Forget a few thousand or 10,000 years. Even 10,000 epochs, countless epochs, as long as it was possible. He would dare to wait. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Pointing at the avatar beside him, he said, you see, the avatar is right here. As soon as the treasure was pushed out, the origin consciousness of the universe descended and directly expelled it. Giant Axe should be able to sense it. Even I sensed it when I was a world lord. There were cosmic tracks here originally, but now they are gone, probably completely concealed by the origin consciousness of the universe. Giant Axe shook his head with a trace of regret in his eyes. He had indeed sensed the cosmic tracks, but at that spot nothing could be felt. A supreme treasure. Even as the universe overlord, he had explored the dangerous regions of the cosmic sea desperately for countless years, yet he had still never found one. Seeing Giant Axe's reaction, Lord Huangjian and the others sank into complete disappointment. The supreme treasure had slipped away. Then their eyes burned greedily at the Cosmos City in Zhang Yang's hand. I think it is time to determine who shall own this supreme treasure. Lord Panggong said solemnly. After a slight hesitation, Lord Longxing and the others nodded in agreement. Giant Axe opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Chaos City Lord also hesitated, uncertain whether he should speak. Zhang Yang observed everyone's reactions and nodded. Since he was now in the Hongmeng Alliance, he naturally had to follow its rules. He said with a smile, I understand everyone's meaning. Indeed, a supreme treasure can only exert its greatest effect in the hands of the strongest. With a supreme treasure, Palace Giant Axe could brave many dangerous places in the cosmic sea, and perhaps reap countless treasures. Lord Panggong and the others exchanged glances, delight spreading across their faces. Could not be better that Zhang Yang understood this principle. Chaos City Lord's expression relaxed. In truth, he was unwilling to force the strong of the race to do anything. The strong deserved respect. But a supreme treasure was too important to the race. Far more than just a matter of treasure hunting. In the cosmic sea, no one could break through a supreme treasure palace, which essentially gave Giant Axe an immortal body. Only a race with the strongest existed as a pinnacle race. Giant Axe's safety was supremely important, and the value of this treasure was beyond imagination. Zhang Yang saw the hope in Giant Axe Founder's eyes and nodded slightly. But I'm sorry, I cannot give you this supreme treasure. As soon as he said that, Lord Shujin and the others' expressions changed drastically. Zhang Yang hurriedly added, I am not doing this out of selfishness. I have my reasons. Because I am confident that even without Cosmos City in about 10 epochs I can break through to the universe venerable level. My combat strength may then be slightly inferior to Giant Axe, but preserving my life among the strongest will be all too easy. I guarantee that within 110 epochs I will become a universe master. By then I will be able to kill universe overlords who lack supreme treasure palaces or domains. My life level has reached perfection. My divine power is endless. My will is transcendent. To roam the cosmic sea I also desperately need this supreme treasure palace. Everyone present is an extremely ancient existence. I believe you won't refuse me the time of 100-odd epochs. A treasure remains in the hands of the strongest. I am not the strongest now, but if I were I would naturally be qualified to hold it. A flicker of thought crossed the eyes of the Lord of Darkness and the others. Indeed, this reasoning was sound. A mere 100 epochs. They could afford to wait. Besides, there was no danger within the primordial universe, and a supreme treasure could not be lost. If Zhang Yang could become stronger than Giant Axe, then he would naturally have the right to possess a supreme treasure. Alright, no matter whose hands it falls into, the human race now has one more supreme treasure. That is a grand cause for celebration. We should hold a feast. Giant Axe said cheerfully, seeming utterly unconcerned that the treasure had not fallen into his hands. Zhang Yang was not surprised. It was normal for these powerhouses to have personal ambitions, but when it came to the human race they could all set them aside. Even with such a treasure, Giant Axe could still take it in stride. After all, he was no longer weak. His ability to overpower Lord Tianlang had already proven his strength. Besides, Zhang Yang was only an undying right now. A group of human powerhouses celebrated at the headquarters of the Giant Axe Arena, and that gathering lasted over 100 years. Zhang Yang returned to the Milky Way with a wry smile. It was exactly as I expected. Far too long. These universe masters rarely gathered together. Once they did, the atmosphere was naturally exuberant, and with the acquisition of a supreme treasure their spirits were even higher. Later, even the universe masters of the vassal races came, and Zhang Yang managed to become acquainted with all of them. Such gatherings were not just exchanges of consciousness. They recounted experiences spanning hundreds of millions of epochs and argued endlessly. Zhang Yang, a young man barely past 1 epoch in age, could only listen from the side. Fortunately, it was only an avatar, so Zhang Yang did not dampen the mood by interrupting. Besides, he gained a great deal. He learned many secret truths of the universe and gained a much deeper understanding of the cosmic sea. His true body walked out of Cosmos City. It had been over 100 years since he obtained the supreme treasure, and he had never hidden it, placing it openly in the Milky Way. Those alien races might be envious or harbor ill intentions, but within the primordial universe they could do nothing to the supreme treasure. Zhang Yang gazed across the Milky Way. In the dark universe, over 10,000 spaceships of various designs were shuttling back and forth. Many of them belonged to members who had wandered outside for years, and having met the clan's requirements were now permitted to return. Earthlings were now distributed across 1008 universe countries. What an immense territory! In 10,000 years, even if the population had not reached 2 to the 500th power, it was no exaggeration to say that hundreds of millions stretched far and wide. And those who returned from Black Dragon Mountain to commemorate their home planet were all elites among Earthlings. His current talent was not enough. He could not advance yet. Zhang Yang said silently in his heart. Though comprehending the fused laws was somewhat difficult, now difficulty was only natural. This was not the fusion of 3 lower-order laws, but the fusion of 1 lower-order law and 2 higher-order laws. At present he had only fused them to 19, yet his comprehension of the laws was already enough to support a peak 6th-rank secret technique. Once it exceeded 20A, he had no doubt that he would create a 7th-rank secret technique. There was no difficulty yet, but one must worry about future dangers even in times of peace. Naturally, he had to improve his talent in the optimal way to face the more difficult law fusions ahead. 100 epochs was a bit long. He planned to remain at the undying level for 10 epochs. Chiwer, are you truly going to keep hounding me? A piercing voice came from a mass of black mist. Jiudao, hand over your supreme treasure, or don't blame me for your death. Behind him, a crystalline figure spoke arrogantly. Bastard! The voice from the black mist was grating. But the next instant the black mist dispersed, completely revealing a withered body like a clump of dry branches, still stained with black ink. It was a member of the Yu clan, but now it had completely gone silent. Likewise, the crystal-clear gem behind it fell feebly. Sigh, this secret realm again yielded nothing. Still, since I've laid eyes on a treasure, I might as well collect it. Little by little one will always run into a few pieces in any secret realm. Zhang Yang sighed at the entrance of the secret realm. The next second his expression changed drastically. Not good. They're ambushing me again. I need to get out of here fast. A miniature universe of 10 colors rapidly expanded, and his figure gradually dissipated within the secret realm. Before long, several streaks of light flew in from the entrance. Which universe master is so shameful as to attack the weak? This is already the 1259th time we've discovered it. Damn it. Many of these trial takers are elites of our clan. Let's hurry to the next secret realm. Only by setting an ambush in advance can we know who it is. Since they can erase all traces of spacetime, they are undoubtedly a universe master. 100,000 light-years away, Zhang Yang slowly reappeared, and continued on to the next secret realm to plunder it. Helpless, he was poor. With treasures sitting in the clan's vault that he could not redeem without supreme treasure points, his only option was to loot the secret realms of other races. His true body was currently stationed in the Milky Way, one clone hidden, while 2 other clones were sweeping through alien territories. Thanks to the concealment of his miniature universe, he had already plundered more than 3,000 secret realms. Yet the treasures obtained were worth only 300 supreme treasure points. That was only because he had acquired several high-level supreme treasures. If they had all been ordinary treasures, the value would have shrunk by dozens of times. Master Chaos City Lord has sent you a call request. Xiao Chun said. Oh, what does he want from me? Put him through. Zhang Yang said. The projection of Chaos City Lord appeared in the starry sky. Why are you in the territory of the Yu clan? Could it be you who has been sweeping through the secret realms in the territories of those races? Zhang Yang grinned. Yes, my clone was idle and came out for a stroll. Those alien races. Just a bunch of ants. Chaos City Lord was not annoyed. When he and the Origin Ancestor had risen to power back then, they had naturally not only fought against the present monster race, bug race, and machine race. It was merely that because of territorial division, their domains no longer bordered one another, so conflicts had greatly decreased. He cautioned, don't get discovered, or you will easily become a target for everyone. Zhang Yang said proudly, don't you know my methods of concealment yet? There are only 3 Supremes on their side. How could they ever catch me? After all, a Supreme has only one body. But this has been enough. These secret realms are far too poor, and I haven't discovered any pocket dimension like the Wuyan secret realm either. I'm planning to return. Chaos City Lord nodded. These secret realms rarely produce high-level supreme treasures. Top-tier supreme treasures are simply impossible. The Wuyan secret realm you explored before was merely an exception. If you wish to explore, there are less than 10 epochs before the Yinmo Star opens. You might as well go take a look. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. The Yinmo Star. I see. You still haven't told me what you wanted to talk about. As you know, the primordial universe has been continuously expanding. Even though we are now in the middle of this reincarnation era, the expansion of the primordial universe is still accelerating. Chaos City Lord said. Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly. You mean new star sectors? After all, the Origin Ancestor must rely on his own will to emerge. The universe growing larger has nothing to do with him. Correct. Territory. Chaos City Lord said decisively. As the primordial universe expands, new territories naturally appear. Currently our territory is at the edge of the primordial universe, still adjacent to the bug race and monster race. The machine race is in the inner domain. There is an agreement among our races that we will not easily trigger massive conflicts. But if a new territory appears, it will be contested by the powerhouses who emerged during the time from the appearance of the previous territory to the appearance of this one. The strong naturally become stronger. If a race declines, then it does not deserve such a vast territory. This is the law of the universe. All we can do is struggle for it. The closer to the end of the primordial universe, the more territories appear, and the fiercer the competition becomes. Territory is the source of a race's powerhouses. We cannot give up. The newly appeared territory has roughly 4 star sectors on each side along the adjacent border, so the 2 races together have 8 star sectors. The 8 or so star sectors further outward are also within the contested range. This is a gradual process. Our race's universe masters are about equal in number to those of the other 2 races, and the transitional zone has been maintained with great difficulty. But your rise has come at just the right time. Perhaps we can continue to expand outward by another portion. Zhang Yang immersed his consciousness in the virtual universe and examined the star map. Sure enough, around the green territory at the edge of the universe new territories had appeared, but they were currently colored yellow. Even the 4 outer star sectors at the edge of the territory originally bordering the monster race had turned yellow. The edges of the bug race and monster race territories were also yellow, with red only appearing further inside. He said uncertainly, I have clones, so I can guard 2 border regions. After that, can we launch an attack deeper into their territories? Chaos City Lord shook his head. It is not that simple. You know our teacher has long been imprisoned. Yet the edge of our human territory is similar to those of the monster and bug races. This transitional zone generally cannot be touched. This involves our high-end combat strength in the primordial universe and also the universe masters of vassal races. In fact, apart from the failed competition right after our teacher disappeared, because no new universe master had joined the Hong Alliance, the human race's camp has never retreated. We usually split evenly along the battle line. Zhang Yang asked in confusion. The two races should not have produced any universe masters recently, right? If I attack, will it draw in the universe masters of vassal races? Chaos City Lord said seriously, right? The universe masters who have just joined the Hong Alliance will participate in the battle. As long as you unleash your full power, we will surely be able to seize the newly appeared territory this time. This is our top priority this time. But if we continue to advance into the inner transitional zone, those hostile alien races will definitely resist fiercely. So our objective this time is to seize the new territory. The universe masters who just joined the Hong Alliance will assist you. Zhang Yang said regretfully. It is a pity about the star regions in that border area. After a struggle, many of them will be destroyed and become a battlefront. Chaos City Lord said calmly, only a few hundred star regions. A very small portion compared to a star sector. In the primordial universe with countless enemies, merely preserving territory is already extremely difficult. Unless another supreme can appear and reach an invincible level in the cosmic sea, the human race's voice will naturally carry more weight then. Zhang Yang nodded. Good. My clone has already arrived. If war breaks out, our human race will naturally win. At the border star sector, Zhang Yang's clone had already descended. He thought to himself that although Chaos City Lord had said the buffer zone depended on the numerous universe masters of the race and even on the universe masters of vassal races, but he had never explicitly said that attacking was forbidden. That was for Zhang Yang to decide for himself. Since he had risen in this era, he would naturally do his utmost to fight for territory for the human race, giving it more land to multiply and thrive. Greetings, Nether Soul Lord. When Zhang Yang arrived, the several universe venerables of the human race and vassal races guarding the place immediately rushed over. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. You all just need to complete your tasks. There is no need to mind me. The several universe overlords exchanged glances, again bowed, and directly teleported away. His gaze looked far into the newly formed star sector. It was still enveloped in cosmic energy, and many of the planets within had already condensed, moving along certain curved trajectories. Had it not yet fully entered the contention stage because of that layer of white mist around it. Just as when Huanyu City appeared, there was a white membrane around it. Only this one was far deeper in color. So what were those planets lacking? There were no ordinary lives inside, only some special life forms. Did they lack a unique vitality? Vision had its limits. Zhang Yang's gaze could not cover an entire star sector. There were 4 such boundless expanses on this side alone, with 4 or 5 more behind. Their exact shapes might be irregular, but they still had diameters of over 100 million light-years. Withdrawing his thoughts, he could now deal with the alien race across the battle line. He simply wondered whether once they knew he was here, any of them would still dare to defend. Without a sound, a giant over 10,000 kilometers tall with lava flowing over his body appeared beside Zhang Yang. The next moment, a dark brown orb 100 li in diameter appeared, and brown mist continuously rose, evaporated, and vanished into the starry sky. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The auras of 5 universe masters surrounded Zhang Yang. The lava giant took a step forward, and the magma splashing off his body seemed gleeful. He said in a muffled voice, Nether Soul Lord, we knew you would come. Zhang Yang's gaze swept over the several universe masters. They were all universe masters of vassal races. Since they were of the same rank, they had met before at banquets. When facing allies, he naturally greeted them with a smile. Lord Rongshu, Lord Moyuan, you have come rather early. I only just received the news. The brown orb was none other than Lord Moyuan. He was an energy life form, and as brown light rippled, a calm voice came over. With your arrival, we can rest easy. There are quite a few universe masters on the opposite side. At least 7. Zhang Yang's expression turned much more serious, and he said in a deep voice, the monster race powerhouses have gathered quite a number of vassal races over the years. Do you know their approximate strength? Lord Rongshu's voice remained as muffled as ever. I have fought with Lord Yulei on the opposite side. He has been in seclusion for quite a long time. Unexpectedly, he has joined the monster race camp. He should barely have tier 3 strength, a bit stronger than me. Lord Moyuan said. Lord Huanzhu from the other side has come. He should be at the peak of tier 2. I am not afraid of his soul attacks, so dealing with him is much easier. The other 5 should have reached Tier 2 strength not long ago. I have heard that you cultivate the fusion law and excel at annihilating divine bodies, so dealing with them should be very simple. Zhang Yang nodded seriously. They were all universe masters who had just joined the camps of the 4 major races, so their strength could not possibly be too exaggerated. Even the relatively formidable Lord Yulei would be somewhat lacking in supreme treasures. For powerhouses who are not members of one's own race, the pinnacle races would not be that generous. Powerful supreme treasures rarely appeared in the primordial universe. I understand. You all continue to defend here. I will go to the other side and probe to see if there is a chance to reduce their numbers by 1 or 2. A miniature universe slowly rose and Zhang Yang's figure vanished into the starry sky, silently advancing toward the monster race's territory. He had an inextricable bond with the monster race. His entire rise had been achieved through battling them. But now he was no longer fighting alone. With these universe masters from vassal races guarding the area, he was free to move around. Otherwise, he might even have needed his true body to come for support. In fact, many wandering races were always looking for support. Once they chose to join a certain force, they would usually bring their entire race along. And after joining the Hong Alliance of the human race, they naturally became quite reliable. Within the Hong Alliance, there were 100,000 human kings, while alien kings numbered as many as 3 million. 30 times the human kings. The number of universe masters from vassal races also exceeded 100. Although the human race's territory was of higher quality, and its nurturing system more complete, it could not compare with the sheer combined size of those scattered territories. The larger the territory, the more kings there naturally were. A tusk boar several hundred kilometers in size was grumbling. Why do we still have to guard this place? In this territorial era, our monster race has not produced a great universe master. The human Nether Soul Lord has long been renowned far and wide. Aren't we just courting death by staying here? A golden eagle also several hundred kilometers across said coldly, Don't you have a clear idea of what strength you and I possess? We have only just been promoted to venerable. We are indeed courting death, but how can the contest over territory be given up so easily? The tusk boar said grumpily, This Nether Soul Lord is famous for his soul attacks. Even if he hasn't used them recently, his physical attacks may be even stronger, and his battle opponents are strong too. But he is extremely terrifying to the likes of us. If he enslaves our souls, we won't even have a chance of resurrection. The golden eagle cast a sharp gaze across the border of the human side. After a flicker it said, Since we have become venerables, it is naturally time to contribute. We can only hope that Lord Panyun can detect the Nether Soul Lord's traces in time and shield us. The tusk boar was anxious, pawing at the void of space. Its black hooves trampled through space. Although quite a few universe masters have joined our clan in this territorial era, they are all newly emerged. Who knows how their strength compares with the Nether Soul Lords? Zhang Yang was hidden nearby. He did not take these 2 low-level venerables seriously at all. If he wanted to kill them, a soul attack could easily annihilate them, the kind where they could not even be revived. A faint ripple of consciousness came from the clone. There was also a message. He pondered. Lord Panyun. It seems this universe master is their true foundation. I did not hear Lord Rongshu or the others mention him. Did he arrive only recently, or has he been hiding all along? The bug race side has encountered a similar situation. It seems these 2 races came prepared. Are they so confident that these 2 hidden universe masters can withstand my attacks? He paid no heed to these border demon lords. Mere ants to be slain or spared at his whim. However, at this moment it was best not to alarm the enemy. Crossing the front line, he ventured deeper. The surrounding stars grew denser, and upon the life-bearing planets green mountains and clear waters basked in a bright, clean sky. Many of these worlds were even more pristine than Earth during the era of the base cities. This place is quite suitable for ordinary humans to reside. In truth, this was only natural. While a few demons required peculiar environments, most demons thrived in conditions similar to human territories, for their living habits were akin to those of humanity. Unlike the mechanical race, the insect race, the prison race, and others, if one wished to propagate in their domains, many planets would require modification before their kind could survive there. Those environments differed greatly from the living habits of humans. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the Gradient Zone, the vast starry expanse of 4-star regions. This territorial war was worth contending for. Suddenly a cold gleam flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes, as he thought of the universe masters stationed here. Since they dared to join the demon faction, he would need to make an example of them. Only by driving these alien races into terror would they abandon their posts here. Cautiously he advanced toward the several immense auras. He sensed, intending to first identify his enemies. Yet since these alien universe masters dared to remain here, it meant they were unafraid of him. The demon race was aware of his fused laws. Such confidence now, Is it due to reinforcements? He mused silently. To slay a universe master in the primal universe was exceedingly difficult. Last time he had attempted to kill the Sky Wolf Lord in a secret realm, but the Dream Demon ancestor had rescued him. In the vastness of space, such powerful beings were too close to their sanctuaries. A long-distance divine kingdom teleport or a single teleportation could bring them to any location in the primal universe. Continuing deeper into the demon territory, he arrived at a meteorite belt. Countless meteorites drifted silently in space, ceaselessly rotating with the galaxy. Some were as large as a star, while others measured only a few kilometers in diameter. At a glance, these meteorites appeared utterly ordinary. Though varied in shape, none bore the slightest trace of life. However, Zhang Yang, 200 million kilometers away, grew alert. He sensed a powerful divine force emanating from the largest meteorite, the most formidable among the several divine auras he had detected. Is this the Rockfall Lord? Zhang Yang murmured, his mind all but certain that the colossal meteorite, tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, was indeed the Rockfall Lord. Without combat, it was difficult to gauge its true strength. Yet such a massive body naturally possessed a vast amount of divine power. Defeating it might be possible, but slaying it would be exceptionally arduous. After all, its diameter alone was tens of millions of kilometers, granting it a divine power 10 billion times that of a 10,000-kilometer demon lord. If its auto-recovery speed were sufficiently fast by the time Zhang Yang's attack was blocked, and its divine body annihilated, it might have already recovered before his next strike. This target is not viable. He silently retreated. His reputation had only spread within the demon tribe. To intimidate the universe masters of the vassal races, he needed to strike with such force that it would terrify them in a single blow. Whenever he drew his blade, it must be a killing stroke, leaving no time for other universe masters to rescue their kin. Make an example of one to warn 1,000. Only when their lives were threatened would they retreat. After all, the vassal races had joined the demon tribe to better propagate, not to die. Zhang Yang retrieved his abyss prison and moved toward the next immense divine aura. He thought to himself, the Thunder Lord should be an energy lifeform akin to the Thunder Spirit race. Though its strength is at the third-tier, energy lifeforms are generally small in size. If I unleash my full power, I should be able to kill it quickly. The Bamboo Illusion Lord excels in soul attacks. Its material attacks may only be at the second tier. But as a plant lifeform, its body must be vast. Even if smaller than the Rockfall Lord, it would still take time to slay. As for the ordinary ones, killing them would lack impact. Only when the powerful fall by my hand will the remaining weaker universe masters feel their days numbered and grow fearful. At the edge of the demon front line, all the planets in the star sector had been destroyed. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, resembling the dark thunder domain of the outer battlefield. However, the dark thunder domain was a natural phenomenon, while this starry sky was the work of a mighty being. They say a peerless genius has emerged among the humans. A mere epoch old, with the strength of a universe master. The demon tribe even claims one of their top universe overlords was slain by him. A voice rumbled amidst the thunder. I think those demon fools are getting more pathetic with age. They were scared by the Ghost Lord. There must be another universe master protecting him. An immortal and a human at that, not a special life form. How could he be as terrifying as the rumors claim? To make us vassal universe masters guard the border properly, they'd say anything. If it weren't for the fact that no other place suits my Thunder Prime race's survival, I would never have joined the demon tribe. Why is the reproduction of my Thunder Prime race so slow? Letting these trash rule the primal universe. Bah! So this is the voice of the Thunder Lord. Zhang Yang had already lurked outside the lightning domain. This environment is troublesome. All these lightning bolts are likely part of the Thunder Lord's body. If I enter, I'll surely be detected. From its tone, if I teleport directly, it might even attack me on its own. But as for its strength, he surveyed the surrounding lightning domain, uncertain of the Thunder Lord's divine body size. If the lightning within a 10-light-year radius were all divine power, its body would be even larger than the Rockfall Lord's. He was unsure, leaning toward the possibility that the surrounding lightning was an auxiliary technique created through its talent. Immersing his mind in the virtual universe, Zhang Yang contacted the Melt Void Lord. Ghost Lord, what do you seek? Have you made any discoveries within enemy territory? The Melt Void Lord asked. Yes, I've mapped out all their positions. Now I'm back at the periphery. Zhang Yang replied. At our current level of combat, these positions won't play a major role. Are you planning to return? The Melt Void Lord said. No, I'm now concealed near the Thunder Lord. Zhang Yang shook his head and inquired. I want to ask. When you fought the Thunder Lord before, did you notice its total divine power? Divine power reserve. The Melt Void Lord's eyes lit up. Are you planning to strike at it? During our battle I noticed it could absorb energy simultaneously to restore its divine power. Its own divine power should be equivalent to a 1,000-kilometer class divine body. However, its recovery speed is quite rapid. I attacked it hundreds of times and it could recover about 1/10,000th of its power in 0.1 seconds. Quite troublesome. 1,000th per second. Zhang Yang repeated, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That speed might be swift for others, but for him it was far too slow. If he were a normal 4th-tier universe master, he might indeed have no way to deal with the Thunder Lord. But his fused laws annihilated the divine body itself. As long as the volume wasn't too absurd, a recovery rate of 1,000th per second was as good as none. For him it made little difference. Wait for my news. I'll go and test the Thunder Lord, Zhang Yang said with narrowed eyes. The Melt Void Lord gave him a deep look and replied, "Good." Now at last he would witness the true strength of the Ghost Lord. Whether it was as incredible as the rumors claimed, wielding 4th-tier power despite an immortal body. The information from the demon tribe shouldn't be false, after all they were hostile factions. Ending the communication, Zhang Yang stared ruthlessly at the Thunder Lord still within the lightning domain. The newly emerged territory war was not like the outer battlefield. The outer battlefield was merely a game space. A contest held by universe masters meant to train and screen their juniors. But now the newly emerged territory was a major event in the entire Primal Universe. The Primal Universe had 9 major powers. The Divine Ancestor Sect and the Star Beast Alliance. One was the spokesperson of the Primal Universe's original will, the other, though without territory, considered everywhere its territory. The remaining 6 major races. The Northern Alliance. Their hunger for territory was intense. At this moment those little immortals and soldier-like venerables were all useless. In the Primal Universe there were over 1,000 universe masters. Territory. This was a feast for universe masters. Without the strength of a universe master, one was unqualified to participate. Previously the territorial disputes among the human race, the insect race, and the demon race were mostly carried out by universe masters of vassal races. Those vassal universe masters had originally sought a safe haven, so they naturally wouldn't fight to the death. But since Zhang Yang had encountered this situation, how could he be as perfunctory as those aliens? The more territory the better. With a flicker of his figure, the next moment Zhang Yang appeared before the Thunder Lord. Abyss Prison. Space Seal. Slash the galaxy. The Thunder Lord's eyes widened instantly. A universe master's mind realized it was under attack. With no time to think, it mustered all its lightning. From the center of the lightning, a long halberd entwined with thunderbolts stabbed fiercely toward Zhang Yang. Feeling the struggle of the lightning, clearly a domain-level treasure pushed to its limit, Zhang Yang sneered. Under the control of my abyss prison, do you think your treasure still has any effect? Die! He raised his war blade high and brought it down with even greater fury upon the Thunder Lord. The 4th-tier attack crushed the halberd and slammed heavily onto the Thunder Lord's armor. Bang! A low sound. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He had reached the limit. The Thunder Lord's armor was merely a high-grade treasure. Ordinary grade. The divine power of gold and silver, within the blade, surged through the armor directly into the Thunder Lord's divine body, beginning to wreak havoc. Where his fused laws touched the Thunder Lord's body, it melted like snow meeting hot water, instantly annihilating a large portion. No! A terrified cry escaped the Thunder Lord. Its heart trembled. This couldn't be real. It was barely a 3rd-tier universe master, and although its domain treasure was suppressed, it shouldn't have allowed its divine power to be annihilated so massively. Looking closely, Zhang Yang's figure loomed infinitely large in its mind. This was the Ghost Lord. All those rumors were true. In an instant, a flood of regret washed over it. The war among the 6 major races was a meat grinder. It shouldn't have come. Where in the world was there a free lunch? To join one of the 6 major factions and gain vast territory, one must also face immense challenges. The previous territorial wars might have been rigged. All for survival, they wouldn't fight too desperately during battles. But now, with a newly ascended universe master in the human race, they were prepared to fight to the death. Ghost Lord, I'll remember you. I have a clone and won't die. We'll meet again on the battlefield. Zhang Yang frowned, then swiftly struck down with his blade. The ancient blade shadow reappeared in the sky, its complex runes exuding the stench of death for the Thunder Lord. Boom! The blade fell upon the Thunder Lord once more, but this time it lasted only a moment before its divine body was completely annihilated. It has a clone. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with disappointment. He hadn't uncovered that information. Energy lifeforms rarely had clones. This Thunder Lord actually had one. A clone is a clone. Though it didn't die, the intimidation should be enough. He then added, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Not every universe master has a clone. Picking up the few treasures left behind, Zhang Yang's expression gradually relaxed. Not bad. A high-grade domain treasure and a top-grade halberd. The harvest is decent. Without these two treasures, even if the Thunder Lord returns to the battlefield, it won't withstand a single strike from me. A slight tremor in his will, Zhang Yang directly connected to the virtual universe communication of the Melt Void Lord and others. The Demon Abyss Lord spoke. Ghost Lord, was that you who just acted? Yes. Zhang Yang confirmed, then his face turned regretful. I didn't expect the Thunder Lord to have a clone. I only seized its treasures but failed to kill it. What? The Demon Abyss Lord was stunned. You killed the Thunder Lord so quickly. I only sensed 2 divine power fluctuations. I thought it had escaped. The next moment it looked at Zhang Yang with profound fear. If he could kill the Thunder Lord so swiftly, and he himself was also an energy lifeform albeit weaker than the Thunder Lord, wouldn't he be even easier to kill? Was the Ghost Lord truly that strong? The Melt Void Lord and others were equally shocked, but their eyes also held a hint of joy. They were on the same side as the Ghost Lord. If an immortal could achieve such a feat, could he become another ancestor origin in the future? Zhang Yang was about to say something, but his expression changed as he looked into the distance. The space there shifted, and a colossal meteorite tens of millions of kilometers in diameter suddenly appeared. Its immense divine power caused the surrounding void to tremble, revealing the spatial layers to Zhang Yang's sight. Countless space fragments were completely annihilated. Half of the giant meteorite stood in the primal universe, while the other half was immersed in the spatial layers. Ghost Lord. The voice was heavy, as if inquiring, yet the tone was certain. Zhang Yang gazed at it calmly and said, Rockfall Lord. Ghost Lord. This is the territory of the Demon Alliance. You should not be here. The Rockfall Lord said in a low voice. It had already detected the residual law power around. The Thunder Lord had fallen. Ha! Zhang Yang let out a disdainful laugh. Whether this is demon territory is not yet certain. Why can't I be here? Rockfall Lord. The territorial war has begun. I advise you to act wisely. Ha ha ha. Panyun Lord laughed uproariously, then spoke in a voice steeped in murderous intent. Wraith Lord, you are the first to dare speak to me like that. Take care of yourself. Fine, take care of yourself. Then let me see what you are capable of. The enormous meteorite suddenly accelerated and slammed toward Zhang Yang. A meteorite 10 million kilometers in diameter. In an instant, the void ahead of Zhang Yang was completely blotted out. Panyun Lord's boundless divine power began to burn, and spacetime fell completely under its control. The entire meteorite blazed with dark yellow flames, setting everything within a light year alight. Zhang Yang ended his call with Rongshu Lord, and the other cosmic lords, a dark glint sweeping through his eyes. Both had high-grade domain-type ultimate treasures, but Panyun Lord's treasure was clearly even more extraordinary. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the abyssal prison expanded violently. The dark yellow flames in the surrounding void were extinguished in an instant, and the void was once again shrouded in killing mist. Transparent spiderwebs coiled around Panyun Lord, as if trying to cocoon it. The hunt begins. Ancient God's Dharma form. With a roar, Zhang Yang lifted his blade and charged straight at Panyun Lord. The immense fluctuations of divine power and the intricate law runes instantly confirmed it. The Panyun Lord before him probably had strength close to the peak of Tier 4. Such attacks were stronger than his. If it were any other powerhouse near the peak of Tier 4, Zhang Yang might have retreated for the time being, since he truly held no advantage. But Panyun Lord attacked by ramming with its body. With attack and defense as one, the fused law naturally struck its body directly, making this method extremely poor for blocking. His divine body, 90,000 kilometers tall, could itself be considered a giant, and when he swung his blade his might was boundless. But compared to a meteorite over 10 million kilometers in diameter, his size was 2 orders of magnitude smaller, and his divine power was 1,000,000 times less. Set against each other, his divine body became utterly minuscule. Boom! The violent explosion produced a deafening boom. Divine power poured out through the void, attacking secret arts, ravaged the entire spatial interlayer, and the shockwaves even surged toward the divine kingdom layer. After all, this was a battle between 2 cosmic lords wielding Tier 4 power. By the standards of the original universe, Tier 4 was truly the pinnacle. Zhang Yang's divine body was knocked backward at extreme speed. Now that's got some kick. He was already certain Panyun Lord's attacks were more than twice as strong as his, and with such an immense body, he genuinely had no advantage in a head-on clash. But he also discovered that every direct clash made Panyun Lord's divine power weaken by a sliver, and relative to that colossal body the divine power annihilated was by no means small. Haha, Panyun Lord, let's go again. Zhang Yang charged at Panyun Lord with excitement. Panyun Lord's mood was far less pleasant. Although its divine power had only dropped by a sliver, that sliver was already an enormous amount to anyone else, and the loss grieved it deeply. At the same time it grew far more wary of Zhang Yang. Even the universe's most powerful beings could not annihilate that much divine power from it. There really was something uncanny about this Wraith Lord. Boom! Zhang Yang was flung away again. There was no helping it. His attacks were nearly 3 times weaker, his size also lagged far behind, and direct exchanges left him struggling. He carefully perceived Panyun Lord's divine power. It had been declining steadily since the battle began, with no sign of recovery. If so, he was not being dominated. After all, he was suffering no losses. Panyun Lord, I'm back again. Do you have any other defensive tricks? Enough, Wraith Lord. Neither of us can do anything to the other. End the war here. Return to human territory and we'll stop. Panyun Lord said coldly, but it never hesitated in its attack and continued to grind toward Zhang Yang. Boom! He was smashed out once more, and his divine body only stopped after shattering 2 spatial fragments over 10 million kilometers in size. Since both sides now had the battle power of cosmic lords, they had deliberately moved deeper into the spatial interlayer. Wraith Lord, we have arrived, but I'm afraid we can't help you. Panyun Lord is simply too powerful. Rongshu Lord sent from afar. Don't come over. Just handle the cosmic lords of the demon race. Zhang Yang replied. He knew Rongshu Lord and the others would be of little help in his fight. After all, without powerful ultimate treasures, there was a gap of dozens of times between Tier 2 and Tier 4, and their arrival would only make things worse. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the cosmic lords of the demon camp in the distance. Apart from Yulei Lord, whose avatar had been killed earlier, the other 6 cosmic lords had all arrived, and were already locked in combat with Rongshu Lord's group. Excellent. Now I can summon my true body and wipe them out. Zhang Yang thought to himself, charging at Panyun Lord. Sever the Star River. In the Milky Way galaxy inside Cosmos City, Zhang Yang, seated cross-legged within the supreme ultimate treasure, abruptly opened his eyes. The time has come to settle everything with the demon race. His consciousness connected to the virtual universe and appeared within Chaos City Lord's temple. Chaos. Zhang Yang said softly. Wraith, have you already begun fighting? Chaos City Lord said. I'm taking Cosmos City to the border for battle. Keep an eye on the Milky Way for me. Fine. Fight without worry. We won't join directly, but by the rules the bug race and demon race won't send support either. Chaos City Lord spoke, then asked again, having trouble. That Panyun Lord fully wields Tier 4 power. Can't play much of a role inside my abyssal prison. Zhang Yang said coldly. After I finish the cosmic lords of those vassal races, I'll deal with Panyun Lord. Be alert. The bug race, or even the machine race on the distant border, may also join the fight. Chaos City Lord cautioned. I'll be careful. With that one line, Zhang Yang used a long-distance divine kingdom teleportation, and instantly appeared near the defense line. The next moment he had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield. The faces of Zhuan Lord and the other powerhouses in the demon camp changed instantly. This Wraith Lord had actually sent an avatar. Zhang Yang had just appeared when another avatar materialized beside him. This time he intended to go all out. Apart from the avatar remaining cautiously on guard at the bug race front, 3 cosmic lord-level combat powers had gathered here. Kill. With a loud shout, Zhang Yang charged straight at Zhuan Lord. Stop them. Sever the Star River. Rongshu Lord and the others let out a silent sigh of relief. Earlier 5 against 6 had been quite difficult, and Rongshu Lord had relied on its defenses to withstand attacks from 2 cosmic lords. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Now that Zhang Yang had added 2 avatars, the situation instantly became 7 versus 6, giving them 1 more cosmic lord than the demon camp. Zhuan Lord was panicked by Zhang Yang's attack. Perhaps because it and the others had not really believed the rumors about him before. Not long before word of Yulei Lord's avatar falling had already spread. 2 mere slashes had completely annihilated Yulei Lord's body. Although its body was huge, it had only reached a height of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, and that was after countless epochs of accumulation. Block it. With a great cry, Zhuan Lord's bamboo stalk body, dozens of kilometers long, radiated an emerald glow. Streams of crystalline liquid coursed through the stalk. Boundless divine power surging madly, while its green bamboo leaves swayed slightly, tracing intricate law runes. A purely defensive secret art. Zhang Yang was astonished. Battles between cosmic lords usually relied on attacks to parry because one's own comprehension of the laws was limited. Attacks and defenses were naturally of the same strength. Using attacks to parry naturally minimized damage, then activating the runes on an ultimate treasure armor. That was the standard battle style. The 2 cosmic lords who had joined the demon camp this time both possessed enormous divine bodies, and their methods of attack were strikingly similar. Crack. The ancient long blade chopped into Zhuan Lord's body. With a crisp sound, its whole body began to tremble violently. The leaves on the bamboo stalk rustled while gold-and-silver divine power rampaged destructively through its body. Feeling that Zhuan Lord's divine body had weakened slightly, Zhang Yang's heart lifted. A fused secret art striking directly against its body would deal even greater damage. Zhuan Lord's divine body was far inferior to Panyun Lord's. He had an opportunity to kill it. Originally his avatar only had Tier 3 strength, and Zhuan Lord's defensive secret art had likewise reached Tier 3. It should not have taken much damage. But what had always been weak was his energy, not his secret arts. His secret arts reached Tier 6. How could a mere Tier 3 defensive secret art block that? It would have been more useful to simply attack. With attack, secret arts part of the power would always be blocked, and only then would the rest splash onto the divine body. Blocking would have been far more effective. Yet now it had chosen to match the exquisite complexity of secret arts against him. The secret art landed almost entirely on its divine body, and its defense was nearly useless. My divine power has been annihilated by 1/10,000th. Zhuan Lord shrieked in terror. As a plant-type cosmic lord, it possessed a top-grade ultimate treasure armor, and to ensure its own safety it had spent endless epochs developing a defensive secret art suited to its constitution. Even against the universe's ultimate powerhouses and attacks at the pinnacle of Tier 6, it could hold on for a long time. As for ordinary cosmic lords, it would not fear them in the least. After all, attacking consumed the attacker's divine body. Its own defenses were extremely strong, damage reduction was ample, and the divine power it lost was minimal. Moreover, plant-type divine bodies excelled at recovering divine power. It could drag any enemy into despair through attrition. It was unafraid of physical attacks, and it was equally formidable in soul attacks. It could withstand Tier 6 attacks of either kind. When the battle later turned to divine power, it still possessed a great advantage. The icy voice sounded once more. Obviously Zhang Yang's attack had arrived again. Their camps were different, so he naturally struck without mercy. What he needed now was death. He wanted more enemies to fear him. For that reason he had not even used the supreme ultimate treasure to seal them. Panyun Lord, you dare to think about reinforcing others while fighting me? You truly don't take me seriously. Zhang Yang finished, then delivered another slash. Panyun Lord watched Xuanhe Lord about to fall and Zhuan Lord growing increasingly endangered under Zhang Yang's attacks. Anxiety burned in its heart. But it could not allow Zhang Yang to unload his attacks freely on its divine body. It had tried that already. The divine power loss was utterly exaggerated. Each strike cost it 1/10,000,000th of its divine power, even more outrageous than the rumors. With the interference of the abyssal prison surrounding it, its speed could not pick up at all. It sighed inwardly. This contest was probably lost. At the same time it was extremely wary. Zhuan Lord with such a massive divine body was being suppressed so brutally that its divine power kept declining. The sight filled it with terror. That avatar over there was only equipped with high-grade ultimate treasures. Without a peak domain-type ultimate treasure to assist it, it could still unleash Tier 3 attacks. And he was merely an immortal. In the ancestral land of the demon race, Panyun Lord's divine power avatar shot to its feet and said, "Dream Demon Ancestor." Hearing the call, Tianlang Lord flew out. "Panyun Lord, what business do you have with the demon ancestor? Has the battle situation changed?" It cast a wary glance toward the border, knowing full well that the Wraith Lord must be there too. "I have arrived. Panyun Lord, has the war situation shifted? With you there should not have been any problem." The Dream Demon Ancestor's divine power avatar flew out from the passage leading to its miniature universe and spoke. Panyun Lord was about to speak when its aura suddenly shook. It hastily said, "Xuanhe Lord has fallen. Zhuan Lord is likewise on the verge of death. Over 30 of its divine body has been lost. I can withstand one avatar, but now all 3 of his bodies have reached the battlefield. If reinforcements are not sent soon, I fear even Puji Lord will fall." The Dream Demon Ancestor slowly turned its serpentine body, hiding one serpent head behind the other. "Are you saying this contest is lost? The human race's powerhouses must be on guard against us. The moment we appear they will intercept us, unless we concede." Panyun Lord said nothing, silent. For now it was still confident in preserving its own life. The Wraith Lord could not do anything to it in such a short time. But the battle situation was clearly lost. The only question was whether the Dream Demon Ancestor would admit this defeat and rescue the remaining 5 Cosmic Lords. Thinking of the Wraith Lord made the Dream Demon Ancestor's head ache again. Everything had been fine before, but ever since the human race's powerhouses had barged into the Outland battlefield, everything had changed. It secretly wondered whether the humans had deliberately staged that act. He had originally been only a genius at the World Master level. Even if he showed remarkable strength, they had seen Zhang Yang through completely at the time a 100-fold gene level plus a heavy treasure capable of rivaling the peak of conferred kings, that they could tolerate. Later it was because Zhang Yang had become too arrogant that they sent Yaomeng Lord to act. After all, he was just a genius. Whether assassinated or killed openly, it made no difference. He was merely a little brat, and the human race would not go to war over him. Who could have expected the attempt to fail? Later, even a supreme being of the universe stepped in, and it failed again. Then Zhang Yang suddenly rose to prominence. The dream demon ancestor felt as if it were dreaming how had that conferred king suddenly acquired a cosmic lord's combat power. And there was still nothing they could do about him. In the past they could still kill his avatars. Now even when the two strongest beings struck out simultaneously, they could not do a thing to him. The dream demon ancestor glanced at Panyun Lord and knew the battle there was certainly lost, otherwise it would not have come to report. It then had to consider the feelings of the cosmic lords of the vassal races. Although the war over territory was now a test of whether a race was qualified to occupy vast lands and let its descendants flourish. These cosmic lords had ultimately joined the demon race's camp, so even if they lost they had to be saved whenever possible. Otherwise it would not only weaken the demon alliance's strength, but also make more vassal races uneasy. Panyun Lord, rest assured. Reinforcements are on their way. The dream demon ancestor's divine power avatar, condensed within the miniature universe, raised its silver serpentine body and hissed demon race powerhouses assemble. Nyejin Lord and Changzhou Lord appeared first due to their outstanding abilities, followed by the divine power avatars of numerous demon race cosmic lords. Demon ancestor, what has happened? Changzhou Lord asked. We are immediately heading to the new territories to rescue the cosmic lords of the vassal races. All three of the Wraith Lord's bodies are there. Tianlang Lord, go inform the major vassal races. The dream demon ancestor gave the order directly. The Wraith Lord again. Changzhou Lord's gaze turned fierce and murderous. From its weak youth it had enjoyed extraordinary talent, and after a bumpy road had reached Tier 5 strength comparable to Chaos City Lord. It was deeply envious of Zhang Yang. Chaos City Lord, who had been monitoring the state of the powerful beings from the demon and insect races, suddenly changed expression. He issued an urgent summons, and the next instant, he vanished from the initial universe along with the Thousand Treasures River. At the edge of the primordial universe there were many newly born territories. Each time a territory emerged it would be met with a fierce battle. The outer regions of the spatial folds here had been completely cleared. Endless divine power bombarded the surrounding spatial fragments, and now it had reached the layer of divine kingdoms. Many of those divine kingdoms were directly annihilated into origin energy, and the immortals naturally lost their foundation for advancement, but they dared not appear. Lord Jingyu fall. After dealing with a Lord Xuanhe, Zhang Yang struck again at the next Lord Jingyu, having already annihilated 43 of his divine body. No, Ghost Lord. I concede this territorial dispute. Lord Jingyu cried out loudly in surrender. Die! 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 Zhang Yang naturally would not let him go. He struck down fiercely with his blade again, sending Lord Jingyu flying millions of kilometers, his divine body weakening further. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Go to hell. Lord Jingyu, pale-faced, struggled to resist, hoping in his heart that the dream demon ancestor would arrive soon, for he could not hold on much longer. Enough! A cold voice rang out as the dream demon ancestor appeared at the edge of the battlefield with a group of demon race experts. The sound of the Thousand Treasures River rang out again. Ding dong, ding dong. A giant axe tore through space, and the human race experts directly blocked the path of the demon race. The axe founder spoke directly. Dream demon ancestor, this is a territorial war. Do you intend to violate the rules? This time the demon race admits defeat. This territory is yours. The dream demon ancestor shouted in a sharp voice. With the arrival of the two races' experts, the universe masters of many vassal races followed closely. In an instant hundreds of powerful auras converged in the spatial folds, and one could even feel the primordial universe groaning under the strain. The universe masters of the two major factions had fully assembled. Many experts began to communicate through telepathy. Tisk tisk, so this is the newly risen Ghost Lord of humanity. I had heard of him before, but I never expected him to be so formidable. He directly clashes with Lord Panyun, and his divine body doesn't weaken at all. Why is the Ghost Lord's mystic art so powerful? Lord Jingyu's body is not small either, but with one slash it's clear that a significant portion of his divine body has been annihilated. Perhaps close to 1%. Don't you know about the 8 Chaos Tablets that appeared in Chaos City? He cultivates the fusion law, and with the aid of a peak domain-type supreme treasure, his strength is only natural. When will our race produce such an incredible expert? Territory? Only with enough territory can miracles be born. Too strong. Lord Panyun has such a massive divine body, protected by a top-level armor supreme treasure, yet each collision still annihilates a significant portion of his divine body. If I were to face him, I probably couldn't withstand a single blow. Why is it humanity? If the demon race had produced such an expert, I could accept it. But now we must be careful in the future. Humans indeed tend to produce experts more easily. Look at the top figures of the human race now. Which of them doesn't possess fourth-order strength? In a more distant era, the original ancestor suppressed the entire cosmic sea, forcing even the God race to retreat. The Axe Founder turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. This was his battle, and the Axe Founder left the decision to him. Zhang Yang sneered, "In a territorial war, it's not just about victory or defeat. It's about life and death. Without that strength, don't covet territory. Otherwise, even if they escape this time, I will one day break into their secret realms and exterminate their entire race." The universe masters of the vassal races on both sides changed expression slightly. This was too overbearing. But regarding this matter, they actually agreed. Rising from weakness, every step forward naturally brings new trials. They had all gone through this before. "Ghost Lord." The dream demon ancestor called out hatefully, "Do you truly intend to go this far?" "No." A brief agonized cry. Zhang Yang raised his blade and brought it down again, striking Lord Jingyu, who instantly fell silent, leaving only the supreme treasure weapon and armor scattered around. Collecting the treasures, Zhang Yang charged again at Lord Huanheng. He had already slain the avatar of Lord Yulei, followed by Lord Jingyu and Lord Xuanhe. Now only 4 second-order universe masters and Lord Panyun, who had been clashing with him, remained. Dream demon ancestor, my Hong Alliance also has many universe masters. What can you do to me? Zhang Yang said disdainfully. The dream demon ancestor glared at Zhang Yang with hatred furious in her heart. This ghost lord truly feared nothing, and yet she had no good solution. A full-scale decisive battle was certainly impossible. Aside from the initial territorial grabs, the primordial universe had never seen a full-scale war. A battle involving hundreds of universe masters was simply too terrifying. The demon race had only a dozen or so universe masters. If such a battle occurred, most would fall, drastically reducing the race's strength and forcing them to cede much territory. Moreover, without significant benefits, the universe masters of the vassal races would also retreat and refuse to participate. Her face cold, she said to the Axe Founder, "Axe 3 top-level supreme treasures, and this battle ends here." The Axe Founder's expression remained stern, but inwardly he felt a slight joy. He called out loudly to Zhang Yang, "Ghost Lord, what do you think of 3 top-level supreme treasures?" Zhang Yang sneered. "The 5 of them have over 7 top-level supreme treasures among them. I can take them myself." Lord Panyun was furious. With so many universe masters present, this man showed him no respect at all. "How will I ever hold my head up in the demon race faction again? Ghost Lord, do you think you can do anything to me? If it weren't for this peak domain-type supreme treasure, I could have retreated after one clash. Fight, fight, let's see who can outlast whom. I don't believe your divine power is truly endless." Zhang Yang's expression instantly turned cold. He had previously refrained from focusing his attacks on Lord Panyun to make an example of others, wanting to showcase his own strength to the many universe masters. Now he was being underestimated. Universal City. With a loud shout, the Universal City flew out instantly. Endless divine power surged into it, and the next moment the city expanded to a size of 10 light-years, its hazy golden light covering a range of tens of thousands of light-years. A powerful oppressive force descended instantly. The might of a supreme ultimate treasure. The space-time controlled by the surrounding universe masters shattered, causing many experts' hearts to sink. An ancient city gradually became clear, standing in the spatial folds. Its immense size, endless golden light, and infinite power were fully revealed before everyone's eyes. In the distance, the gaze of the heavenly wolf lord burned with intense heat. This was a supreme ultimate treasure. Having the heavenly wolf palace already made him fearless in the primordial universe. How glorious would it be to possess such a supreme ultimate treasure? Even Chaos City Lord and the others' expressions shifted slightly. This was a supreme ultimate treasure. Even they had only sensed its aura before, but had never seen the full power of the Universal City when fully activated. Now they truly understood why it was called supreme. Among the many universe masters present, most had never seen a palace-type supreme ultimate treasure. Only the Dream Demon Ancestor possessed one, but it was a supreme ultimate treasure armor, whose might naturally paled in comparison to a palace. This was evident from the exchange prices. Weapons and armor were the cheapest among the 5 types of supreme treasures. Fully activating the Universal City, Zhang Yang was also extremely excited. Ever since obtaining it, it had been in his hands, but what was the might of a supreme ultimate treasure? A supreme treasure had a spirit. As the supreme of its kind, it naturally had to shine brilliantly when it appeared, forging its reputation through a single battle. Under the pressure of the supreme ultimate treasure, Lord Panyun's own treasures immediately lost their original luster. Feeling the immense power constantly pressing down on him, he was under intense pressure. He roared with a grim expression, "Ghost Lord, what if it is a supreme ultimate treasure? You are merely an immortal. How much of its power can you unleash? You are only defiling the name of the supreme ultimate treasure." Zhang Yang ignored him and spoke softly to the Universal City. "Today is the moment to display your might. Although my divine power is insufficient, my law comprehension is high enough to activate your 5th-level secret pattern equivalent to an 8th-order pattern. Even with weaker divine power, we can still barely reach the 6th order." Zhang Yang asked gently, "6th order? This is the limit of the primordial universe. It lives up to your supreme name. Are you excited too? Suppress the universe." The Universal City instantly became even brighter. The law secret patterns within it interwoven on the city's surface, a level of secret art that only the strongest beings in the universe could create, now fully manifested in the primordial universe. Space-time was completely disrupted. Endless golden light shot out rapidly yet seemed to retract just as quickly. A strange twisting force quickly formed and a golden vortex appeared beneath the city. The Universal City, 10 light-years in diameter, descended rapidly toward Lord Panyun. Though it seemed to move slowly, its speed was astonishing. It was only because the city was so vast, a size of 10 light-years, 94 trillion kilometers. The city sank slightly, and in an instant it was above Lord Panyun's head. With the support of the Abyss Prison and the strange suppression force, he could not escape. His body, 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, was but a tiny fraction, a mere millionth, compared to the 10 light-year city. He was like a small black pebble in a golden lake. Ah! Lord Panyun was pulled helplessly toward the city. A 6th-order secret art combined with a supreme ultimate treasure. He simply could not resist. If he were sealed this time, he would surely be surrounded and killed by the experts of the human race. A 4th-order being could survive, but that was only with friends and backing. Without anyone to care for him, even Chaos City Lord could grind him down without the need for the strongest. His true form was a strange meteorite. He had no avatars. If he died, he would truly die. He cried out in terror, "Dream Demon Ancestor, save me." The Dream Demon Ancestor's expression was extremely unpleasant. She could fool the other universe masters, saying that those who died were merely weak and couldn't hold out until her rescue. But Lord Panyun was a 4th-order existence, a top-tier figure among the vassal races. If he were sealed, not only would the alliance's strength diminish, but it would also cause many vassal universe masters to break away from the alliance. Axe. Enough. 1 peak armor supreme treasure. This matter ends here. The Dream Demon Ancestor's gaze had turned completely cold. A peak supreme treasure. What value? 10 top-level armor supreme treasures could not match 1 peak supreme treasure. Usually she gave her own race only a top-level weapon treasure, and to promising vassal races only a high-level weapon treasure. She didn't want to give it, but if she watched Lord Panyun be sealed, she could not accept it. 10 top-level treasures would likely not satisfy the Ghost Lord, and she didn't want to delay any longer. She wanted to resolve this matter quickly. A gleam of joy flashed in the Axe Founder's eyes. He transmitted to Zhang Yang, "Ghost Lord, a peak armor supreme treasure. This is about enough. If we refuse, it will likely come to blows." Now it's not just about her Dream Demon Ancestor. It also concerns the face of hundreds of universe masters. "A peak armor supreme treasure," Zhang Yang said softly. "That's acceptable. You can arrange it, Axe. War is still a bit early." The Axe Founder raised an eyebrow at the last part. Was this hinting at a future decisive battle? This Ghost Lord was truly warlike. He said with a stern face, "Dream Demon Ancestor, hand over the treasure." "We agree." The Dream Demon Ancestor coiled her serpentine body, once then reluctantly tossed out a suit of armor wreathed in black flames. The Axe Founder reached out and the armor treasure appeared before him. He inspected it briefly and muttered, "The quality is quite poor." The Dream Demon Ancestor said angrily, "I've given you the treasure. Now order the Ghost Lord to stop. This matter is settled. The Gradient Zone is yours. If you dare to invade further, we will meet on the battlefield." The Axe Founder nodded. A fight was impossible. Even though the human race had more top-tier experts, a large-scale battle was bad for everyone. The primordial universe was not just home to the demon and human races. The other 4 peak races were not to be trifled with. "Ghost Lord, this matter is settled. Release Lord Panyun." "Humph, you're lucky this time. Do you think my Universal City is just for show?" Zhang Yang looked at Lord Panyun with disdain. If his attacks could reach the 5th order, he could rapidly annihilate his divine body. The Universal City withdrew its golden light from the surroundings and rapidly shrank. When it became about 100 kilometers in size, it turned into a golden beam that hovered behind Zhang Yang. Freed from the restraint, Lord Panyun followed the other experts, including Lord Zhuhuan, who had ceased fighting back to the Demon Alliance's rear. The Dream Demon ancestor stared deeply at Zhang Yang and said coldly, "Ghost Lord, you'd better not go to the Cosmic Sea." Then she turned to the many experts of the Alliance and said, "Let's go." The next instant, the Silver Serpent vanished from the universe. The Universe Masters of the Demon Alliance also stared intently at Zhang Yang. The terror of the Ghost Lord was now etched in their hearts. They would be extremely cautious if they ever encountered him again. This time the Ghost Lord had stood on the corpses of 2 Universe Masters, trampling on the face of the demon race, and made his name known among all races. Then they exchanged glances and teleported away simultaneously. Ha ha ha! Congratulations to Ghost Lord on acquiring a peak supreme treasure. The border territory hasn't finished gestating yet, but our territory has already gained 9-star regions. This is another great joy after obtaining the supreme ultimate treasure. Now that the demon race is dealt with, the insect race is still being held back by the mechanical race. It will be even easier. Haha, how satisfying. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the deterrence of you all. Without you, they wouldn't have feared me alone. After I finish the war with the insect race, I will definitely hold a banquet in the Milky Way to entertain you all. Everyone must come." The many Universe Masters of the vassal races replied cheerfully, "Certainly. Certainly. How could we miss a banquet hosted by the Ghost Lord? Not just this time. I think there will be many more banquets in the future. When will you obtain another supreme ultimate treasure to continue boosting the Hong Alliance's prestige?" Chaos City Lord looked with a smile at Zhang Yang, who was surrounded by numerous experts. The warm atmosphere reminded him of the time when his teacher led the human race to rise. The more prosperous the human race became, the more they naturally paid homage. After seeing off the numerous Universe Masters of the vassal races, a group of human powerhouses gathered around. "Sovereign Netherghost, your deterrent power now is probably no weaker than mine." Chaos City Lord sighed with emotion, marveling that Zhang Yang's strength had grown so rapidly. How long had it been before he could already suppress Master Panyun? Indeed, purely in terms of combat power, Netherghost might be slightly weaker, but with the might of his supreme treasure, even a Universe Master of the 5th tier could likely be suppressed. Netherghost's deterrent force is truly formidable. Master Pangong praised him with great appreciation. The giant axe nodded, feeling that the secret patterns on that supreme treasure seemed unusually complex, even more than his own attacking techniques. "Sovereign Netherghost, how many layers of secret patterns does your cosmic city possess? Besides, who doesn't enjoy hearing flattering words? Especially when everyone present was a Universe Master." Zhang Yang replied with a genial expression. "The cosmic city has a total of 7 layers of secret patterns. The 3rd is equivalent to peak 6th tier patterns, the 4th to peak 7th tier, the 5th to peak 8th tier, the 6th to peak 9th tier, and the 7th to peak 10th tier patterns. The cosmic city should be among the very best supreme treasures. When I activate the 5th layer of secret patterns, although my divine power is 2 levels lower with the 8th tier patterns, I can still unleash power at the 6th tier level. In the primordial universe, that is already close to the limit, so Master Panyun naturally could not break free." Masters like Void Gold looked astonished. Had they heard him correctly? "You can already activate 8th tier secret patterns. How did you manage to comprehend them? Your law comprehension should only be at the 6th tier, right?" Zhang Yang smiled and explained, "Yes, my law comprehension is indeed only at the 6th tier now. That's because the path of laws I follow is extremely difficult. It's like comparing the Cosmic Chaos Steel to the 9-universe Chaos Steel. The 10th layer of the Cosmic Chaos Steel is even harder to comprehend than the 12th layer of the 9-universe Chaos Steel. As for the techniques on the Cosmic City, I won't say I can grasp them at a single glance, but with careful study, activating the deeper layers is not a problem. It's just that my divine power foundation is still relatively low right now, so the 5th layer is currently my peak combat strength. If I continue comprehending, I could also master the 6th layer, but it would require multiple divine bodies working together to activate it." Everyone present, including Master Qingdong, exchanged astounded looks. The 5th layer already possessed peak 8th tier power. Wasn't the gap between them and Zhang Yang far too vast? Yet Sovereign Netherghost was clearly not lying. He had slain 2 Universe Masters consecutively with his undying body alone. Without extraordinary law comprehension and secret techniques, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Suddenly Zhang Yang wore a regretful expression. "Sigh, the bug race indeed received the news. My true body went over with an avatar, but those Universe Masters had already gone into hiding. Haha. After what you've done, they naturally wouldn't dare fight you head-on. Otherwise, they'd only be helping you build an even greater reputation," the giant axe said cheerfully. Chaos City Lord also laughed. You also obtained a peak treasure this time, which is quite good. Information travels extremely fast in the universe. Do you think you can acquire another peak treasure through such an opportunity again? How could there be such a good thing? Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. He also knew it was impossible. Alright, I know. Those fellows are cunning. Earlier the giant axe said this treasure's quality was quite poor. I hope it isn't worth less than 1,000 treasure points. The lowest priced peak armor within our race's treasury is still worth 1179 treasure points. The giant axe founder smiled broadly and said, Haha, Sovereign Netherghost, you guessed exactly right. This treasure is truly not worth 1,000 treasure points. It's only worth 998 treasure points, ha ha ha. My assessment is absolutely fair. Even if tested by the instruments in the race's treasury, the price wouldn't be higher than that. Ha ha ha. Masters like Longxing couldn't help but laugh heartily. They were naturally delighted to have struck at the face of the demon race. Moreover, at the very moment of Zhang Yang's greatest pride, having a small matter deflate, his arrogance eased the minds of these ancient existences considerably. For him to have obtained a peak treasure so effortlessly was truly a disheartening thought. Zhang Yang glared at masters like Qingdong, swept his gaze across them and said boldly, How is it that everything is around 1,000 treasure points? Their total value is nearly 40 higher than the treasures carried by those alien races. I still made a profit. I'm sitting right here in the primordial universe and treasures just deliver themselves to my door. It's still a peak treasure no matter what. Do any of you have that? Giant axe, give me that peak armor. I'm going to exchange it at the race treasury right now. Actually, I came out this time just to earn some treasure points. I didn't get much from outside, but this battle fattened me up in one go. The giant axe handed the treasure to Zhang Yang, looking somewhat amused as he watched him storm off. The human race growing stronger was the thing that made him happiest. Especially when it was a transcendentally gifted junior rising up. That feeling filled the pillar of humanity with immense gratification. Marquis Yuho watched Zhang Yang leave with a complicated gaze. Strictly speaking, he was only 2 territory eras behind Zhang Yang. He couldn't help recalling his own experience in the territory wars. It was truly unforgettable. What kind of hardship had it been? A newly promoted universe master elevated to a 1,000-fold gene level, with the support of the race barely possessed strength equivalent to a second-tier universe master. Yet even so, during the territory wars back then, the universe masters of the vassal races allied with the bug race and the demon race had targeted him relentlessly. There had been many battles where he narrowly escaped death, and he had hardly played a significant role in the territory wars. Even after countless more epochs had passed, his strength had only barely reached the 3rd tier. But Zhang Yang had already reached the 4th tier, and even 4th-tier universe masters trembled in fear before him. Killing 3 universe masters in a single territory war, even if one of them had avatars, the difficulty was no less. Afterwards, he had even severely injured Master Zhuhuan, forcing him into a recuperation lasting hundreds of millions of epochs, and had suppressed Master Panyun, a veteran universe master. Yu-Ho! A soft call sounded by his ear. Marquis Yu-Ho snapped back to his senses and respectfully replied, Uncle Master. Chaos City Lord said with slight reproach, Your heart is disturbed. This is not conducive to your cultivation. Marquis Yu-Ho's expression shifted as he replied, Yes, Uncle Master. My mindset has indeed become somewhat unbalanced. Chaos City Lord nodded. His junior nephew had actually performed quite admirably. Reaching a level like ours is already a miracle. Moreover, your advancement speed has actually been very fast. Even before immortality you advanced even faster than Sovereign Netherghost. Perhaps you could go reside on Earth for 100 million epochs. It should be of great help to you. Marquis Yu-Ho nodded with a serious expression and said, Yes, Uncle Master. I'll go once I've handled my affairs. Actually, I've always heard people describe how miraculous that place is, but I've never experienced it myself. Then he couldn't help laughing. If I can learn from Sovereign Netherghost, I'm sure I can advance even faster. With his help on this ultimate secret technique, perhaps I might even comprehend a strongest technique. Chaos City Lord nodded gently. Those who had reached their level would never deceive themselves. Every powerhouse had their own strengths and weaknesses. One who could candidly acknowledge another's excellence would naturally perceive the gap between them. Zhang Yang teleported across a vast distance via his divine kingdom, and instantly arrived at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Greetings, Sovereign Netherghost. We pay our respects to Sovereign Netherghost. Zhang Yang gave a slight nod to the several universe overlords, and quickly entered the race's treasury, where treasures could be exchanged. The silent ancient palace was extremely spacious, with only a green stone disc at its center. Once a treasure was placed upon it, after multiple layers of complex examination, the virtual universe would naturally provide a very precise price. Alright, I should split my gains this time into 3 parts. Let's first appraise the harvest from the secret realm I stayed in for over 100 years. As he spoke, Zhang Yang placed an ancient bronze-red spear onto the stone disc. Green mist rose from the stone disc, quickly condensing into threads that coiled around the spear. Countless visible and invisible rays of light began conducting meticulous inspections. The race's technology seems rather advanced. Even I don't fully understand these detection methods. This should be for determining material composition. These green threads are following the spear's secret patterns to check their strength. Perhaps I should request the background data. This would greatly aid my research on secret pattern diagrams. A soft voice sounded moments later. A top-grade treasure, the Qing Yuan Vermilion Copper Spear. If dedicated to the race, you will receive 1539 treasure points. Great Sovereign Netherghost, are you willing to dedicate this treasure to the race? A top-grade treasure, the Qing Yuan Vermilion Copper Spear. If dedicated to the race, you will receive 1539 treasure points. Great Sovereign Netherghost, are you willing to dedicate this treasure to the race? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and instructed, block out these simple inquiries from now on. This time all treasures will be regarded as contributions by default. Directly report the monetary value and store them into the treasury immediately after detection is complete. The soft voice sounded again. As you command, Great Sovereign Netherghost. Zhang Yang nodded and placed another treasure on the disc. Fire Void Source Crystal, 214 treasure points. The notification voice rang out. Zhang Yang placed another item, then another. Having swept through over 3000 secret realms, he had an abundance of such treasures. No fewer than 5000 pieces. These were all low-tier treasures. After all, how could he expect mere sealed kings and venerables to possess anything valuable? An ordinary treasure armor valued at 1 treasure points. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. A total of 413 treasure points. That's a bit more than I expected. Not bad. Now let's appraise the spoils of this battle. Master Yulei's high-grade domain treasure, plus a high-grade halberd and armor. First he placed a sparkling thunder pearl onto the disc and waited patiently. After all, the more precious a treasure, the more complex its law patterns and the more detailed the examination. Naturally, the longer it took. Heart of the Thunder Sea high-grade domain treasure, valued at 338 treasure points. The notification sounded again. Master Yulei was quite wealthy. Perhaps this treasure was naturally conceived in the place where his race once lived. Its combat effectiveness wasn't very impressive, so it should have been worth around 200 treasure points. It seems there's either room for improvement or it has some other value. These two high-grade treasures are not worth much, especially the armor. Even I could barely meet its maximum threshold. Only 12 treasure points. The weapon, on the other hand, is exceptional, worth 31 treasure points. That brings the total to 381 treasure points. Not bad. Continue. Master Xuanhe had only one top-grade armor worth a bit of money, valued at 120 treasure points. Total 187 treasure points. How poor. But then again, it makes sense. He loved killing, so naturally he ended up poor. Master Jingyu, well, he's even poorer than Master Xuanhe. Only 162 treasure points in total. Zhang Yang pulled out the peak armor with anticipation in his eyes. Since he hadn't bound it, he didn't know its name. He gently placed it on the stone disc and patiently began to wait. Moyuan Black Flame Armor, Peak Treasure Armor, valued at 1,001 treasure points. Great Sovereign Netherghost, would you like to exchange it? The soft voice sounded again. Zhang Yang smiled wryly and shouted, Giant Axe, if you all dare to swear you didn't rig the numbers behind my back, I'll eat this stone disc right here. You gave me a few extra treasure points to barely push it over 1,000. How are you all toying with me? Let me see how many treasure points this armor actually costs to exchange. He immersed his consciousness in the virtual universe and checked the price of the Moyuan Black Flame armor. Looking carefully, its exchange price was 1,050 treasure points. Sigh, this is so absurd, I don't even know what to say. Adding the scattered treasures I obtained before, I now have a total of 2,219 treasure points. What should I exchange for? Zhang Yang murmured softly, his mind constantly churning with thoughts. For a battle saber and armor in the primordial universe, an ordinary top-grade treasure armor would suffice, as even a top-grade treasure could already withstand attacks at the 6th tier level. He had tested this before. In the Wuhua secret realm, he had worn the golden armor, a top-grade treasure armor gifted to him by Master Yushan, and it had been able to defend even against the Dream Demon Ancestors' attacks. This top-grade treasure armor was already sufficient. As for a battle saber, frankly speaking, he didn't really need one. His own attacks were even stronger than the secret patterns on a top-grade treasure saber. He just needed to ensure it wouldn't be damaged in battle. But even when his attacks were blocked, he could guarantee that even the finest high-grade treasure saber wouldn't be destroyed. For a domain treasure, he had the Abyssal Prison, which was worth 6 times as much as the Moyuan Black Flame armor. Haha. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help laughing. He had previously always believed that Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasures River was a top-tier domain treasure. After all, even the cheapest top-tier domain treasure cost nearly 2000 treasure points, and an exceptional one could approach 4000 treasure points. But because of that misunderstanding, he had almost made a fool of himself at the last banquet. Only afterward did he learn that the Thousand Treasures River was actually a peak-tier domain treasure. Calling it a top-tier treasure meant it was among the very best of peak treasures. In fact, the Thousand Treasures River's value was slightly higher than his Abyssal Prison. I definitely don't need a flying palace treasure. I have the Cosmic City. What could possibly be stronger than my supreme treasure? Zhang Yang muttered to himself in retort, mentally adding, except for the Star Tower. Soul Defense Treasure. There are a few in the treasury, probably placed there by the giant axe. He casually opened the treasury catalog and filtered for soul defense treasures at the top-tier level and above. 22 treasures of the race appeared. This is the profound heritage of the human race. He sighed and looked over the many treasures. A single glance was enough. He immediately crossed out the peak soul defense treasures. No other reason they were too expensive. There were only 3 of them, and even the cheapest cost nearly 10,000 treasure points. He didn't need to think twice. Those 3 must have been contributed by the giant axe. As the strongest being of the race with only a single divine body, he needed only 1 treasure. I'll take this one then. Golden Soul Seal, one of the top-tier soul defense treasures. Ordinary fine, 2,210 treasure points. Just barely enough. Any more and I wouldn't be able to afford it. Zhang Yang said helplessly. Top-tier treasures were simply too expensive. In truth, his need for top-tier treasures was very low. Once in the Cosmic Sea, treasures of this level were basically useless against soul attacks above the 7th tier. His will had already reached the limit of a universe master. He could easily withstand soul attacks below the 7th tier. After that, it would simply be a contest of divine power consumption. And that was precisely what he feared least. Riding the supreme treasure, the city of Cosmos, Zhang Yang returned to the Milky Way. After this great battle, humanity's cosmic frontier originally comprised 32 star sectors. Then they seized 4 transitional sectors from the demon and insect races, making 8 in total, which brought the count to 40 star sectors. Moreover, these transitional sectors were not merely 8 in number. Each pair consisted of 1 inward and 1 outward sector, with 2 transitional sectors lying along the universe's edge. Though it seemed they had taken only 8 sectors behind the 4 edge transitional sectors, were another 4 sectors still forming, so in truth humanity's territory had expanded by 44 star sectors. And in the future, whenever the primal universe expanded once more, humanity's newly added territories would become 36 sectors instead of the previous 32. 32 star sectors. 44 star sectors. He nodded with satisfaction. This was the limit of what he could accomplish for now. From now on, whenever the primal universe expanded, both the demon and insect races would lose 2 star sectors each, having reached the bottom line for the 30-odd frontier sectors they each possessed. All of this was contention permitted within the rules. If he crossed that line and continued seizing territory, he had no doubt the 2 races would launch an outright war. A single lost contest could be tolerated, but if their bottom line were breached and they showed no reaction when the rules were broken, their prestige would greatly diminish. Once a sign of weakness appeared in this primal universe teeming with countless races, everyone would surely join in tearing them down. That was something they could never accept. It's been over 200 years since I last checked on my little disciple. Zhang Yang stroked his chin and said, Xiao Chun, show me Yubo's training progress and his current cultivation scene. Let me see how he's been doing lately. Yes, master. Xiao Chun replied. Within the divine hall, a virtual projection of Yubo appeared, and he watched intently. In truth, 200 years was a very short span, and the path he had planned was perfectly suited for Yubo. His main concern was to observe Yubo's attitude toward his current life, and his degree of acceptance of the arrangements made for him, for these would affect his cultivation. Xiao Chun, turn it off. Not bad. His level of acceptance is quite high. I trust he won't need any intervention for the next 5,000 years. After observing his little disciple, Zhang Yang prepared to settle down and cultivate in earnest. There were now very few matters requiring his attention. Though his strength was formidable and he could guide a few individuals in their cultivation, looking after a large group of people would be exhausting. The many affairs of the Earth lineage still had to be managed by professionals. All he needed to do was provide the funding. The 100 supreme treasure points he had stored last time would still take a long while to spend. At just over 10,000 years, there were cosmos-level powerhouses but domain lord-level ones. Unlike the fierce struggles against the monsters during the native era, no particularly outstanding genius had yet emerged. Above domain lord level, aside from their 4 strongest, fewer than 10 had newly appeared. He could understand this. Though Earth's bloodline had been optimized considerably, it was still rather inferior, a race that would excel in the later stages. After all, not everyone could be given bloodline evolution agents. Natural evolution was what preserved a race's unique characteristics, and that was the most perfect path. 100 years passed like a mere snap of the fingers. Is it because my current realm is too weak? Zhang Yang woke from his contemplation. A problem had arisen in his cultivation. He flashed to the observation sea terrace of the city of Cosmos, and quietly gazed at the distant Milky Way. There were now many more spacecraft in the dark universe. He was already so familiar with them that with a single glance he could identify which cosmic kingdom the people inside came from. The pattern was easy to discern. Logically speaking, with his current talent of 60 million times, the divine comprehending laws should have been just as swift. Not to say he could see through everything at a glance, but he ought to grasp things at lightning speed. Moreover, he could use the system to break through, so his progress should not have been so difficult. The fusion of the 3 laws stopped at 19.5. I clearly feel it should be simple. Why can't I comprehend it? He was mentally prepared for the difficulty of fusing gold, time, and space laws. After all, even universe masters only comprehended the laws of time and space. The beast god path might involve fusion, but it was still only the fusion of 2 laws. The difficulty of fusing 3 laws was simply unimaginable. Especially a 3-law fusion involving both time and space. Its difficulty defied all description. But now he possessed talent 60 million times greater. How powerful was that? Among ordinary people, doubling one's talent, a bit more inspiration, could create miracles. Between geniuses, the difference was merely tens or hundreds of times. What about him? 60 million times. At the start, his comprehension of the 3 laws had not been so difficult. After all, he had formally begun the fusion over 6,000 years ago, and now he was approaching 20. Clearly this talent had no problem fusing 3 laws. My current law comprehension has reached the peak of the 6th rank. Immortal, venerable, universe master. Could it be that the primal universe is interfering with me, preventing me from comprehending the later laws? Zhang Yang raised his head, frowned at the sky, and his gaze pierced through space toward the primal universe's origin consciousness. It shouldn't be it. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. He still had some understanding of the primal universe. After all, in the land of buried bones, he had not been discovered. He had even constantly incited the miniature universe to tease it, yet still been ignored. That was only natural. Just as ordinary people could not sense how the cells in their bodies moved. Though the primal universe was powerful, its body was far too vast, and it was normal that it could not perceive such a small fluctuation. Moreover, it could not act recklessly, nor would it impose restrictions on him. He guessed that he had touched the limits of the rules. Let me first sort out my own cultivation, and take a look at the secret arts created by those kings and venerables. Since progress is slow now, there is no need to persist stubbornly. There is still much I need to supplement. Ever since I entered the universe, I felt like all I did was kill. Kill. I never used to have such a strong bloodlust. It seems I couldn't even hold a chicken steady when slaughtering one, and when butchering a soft-shell turtle, I had to use chopsticks and pliers. One avatar will wander, taking in the splendor of this magnificent universe. One avatar will study genetics. One avatar will study secret patterns. The true body will adapt as needed and make up for my other deficiencies. As he listed them out one by one, the expression on Zhang Yang's face gradually froze. He had thought himself quite complete before, daring even to confront the strongest beings of the universe. Other powerhouses at the 4th or 5th rank risked death when facing the mightiest, but he had no such danger unless several universe masters armed with flying palace supreme treasures joined forces to seal him away. He could not help but mutter, "Why does it suddenly feel like I don't have enough time?" A ripple passed through his consciousness. His token had been crushed again. He frowned and thought for a moment, then understood. If he remembered correctly, Luofeng had gone to the ancestral god cult. His will entered the virtual universe to check. Sure enough, Luofeng was now located within a secret realm under the ancestral god cult's jurisdiction. A very famous secret realm called the Netherworld Timespace. Is the world's inertia truly so immense? Zhang Yang said inwardly. Many things have changed now, yet Luofeng still went to the Netherworld Timespace. But going there makes sense, since the World Tree is extremely suitable as an avatar and the World Tree is right there. But that's not the key point. Entering the Netherworld Timespace alone wouldn't make him cry for help. It must be the Tower Pearl of the Star Tower. Something went wrong with his true body carrying the pearl, so he had to call for help. Otherwise merely seizing a single leaf from the world tree would be difficult for him, but he could still accomplish it given enough time. Then Zhang Yang's expression turned grim. The Netherworld timespace was the domain of the Netherworld Lord. In the original story it was precisely because Luo Feng obtained the Netherworld avatar that he gained endless divine power, and could reach the pinnacle along the divine power path. Otherwise lacking sufficient fortune enlightenment would be extremely difficult. The endless ocean of divine power suppressed the Netherworld's secret realm. With his current 4th rank strength entering would put him at a severe disadvantage. That was a divine body measured in light years. And an ocean at that. In terms of divine power recovery no natural creature could compare to the Netherworld Lord's ocean of divine power. Mad Lion 9 Swords, I'm going out for a while. Guard Earth well. Zhang Yang transmitted his order, and the next instant he had already left the Milky Way with the city of Cosmos heading for the Netherworld timespace. The instant he departed, Zhang Yang's avatar wrapped within the miniature universe concealed itself in the shadows. At close range Zhang Yang's divine kingdom teleported out, the miniature universe remained open, and he silently infiltrated the outer perimeter of the ancestral god cult. Fortunately the Netherworld timespace was not within the range of the 5-color Aurora Lake. After all, the Netherworld Lord was also a top-tier universe master, and would surely never allow a supreme treasure to cover himself. Otherwise he would not have been able to conceal himself. Gazing at the boundless sea of blood below, Zhang Yang said softly, "It should be here. I can clearly sense with my will that this is where my token disappeared. This Netherworld sea is not easy to breach," he said inwardly. The miniature universe soundlessly extended along the veins of the primal universe's laws and instantly located Luo Feng's position. Only by reaching Luo Feng's side in an instant could he guarantee that the Netherworld Lord would not make the first move. Once he entered, the dense Netherworld divine power would inevitably detect him at once. After all, divine power was equivalent to a person's essence, energy, and spirit. Even if the miniature universe could deceive a portion of perception, entering the Netherworld secret realm was like entering the Netherworld Lord's body. He simply could not hide his trail. Right there. 2 beams of light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and the next instant his figure vanished completely. When he reappeared, he was already by Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing him, and he was about to speak, but in the next moment a vast aura suddenly rose. The words died in his throat, and he could only quietly watch the surroundings slowly transform. The entire Netherworld timespace seemed to come alive at that moment as if it were a living being. The authority of a universe master suddenly erupted. Is spacetime now? Had a master and boundless might suppressed everything within the realm. The sky instantly turned a faint blood red, and in the distance the Netherworld blood sea continually churned up waves. Luo Feng's expression drastically changed. He sensed the presence of divine power within those pale red mists. It was actually all divine power. A diameter of 10 light-years was far too vast. Could this be a special domain-type supreme treasure? At the center of the alien imperial palace, a colossal figure condensed in the sky above. The first thing to appear was a gigantic face. Soul Fiend Lord. Netherworld Lord. Zhang Yang coldly stared ahead. The miniature universe outside his divine body revolved slowly, and no divine power could seep in. Yet the endless blood mist all around surged, making his momentum seem considerably weaker than the Netherworld Lord's. Ha ha ha! The most talented being in the primal universe. The newly risen universe master of the human race. An immortal who slew 3 universe masters in reverse. The Netherworld Lord seemed to be praising him, but in the next instant, his voice turned ice cold. Perhaps you've grown used to arrogance and don't know how vast this world truly is. The Netherworld timespace is not a place you can come and go as you please. The Netherworld timespace is not a place you can come and go as you please. Luo Feng had initially thought that since both were universe masters, this unfamiliar Netherworld Lord would be amicable. But when the conversation took a sharp turn, anxiety surged in his heart. He had already confirmed with Chaos City Lord that the endless divine power ocean around them was truly this universe master's divine power. Heavens, how much divine power was that? Within this Netherworld Lord's home ground, fighting was clearly not a wise choice. Moreover, Senior's aura appeared far weaker than the opponent's. He could not help but say worriedly, "Senior, I'm afraid I've brought you trouble this time." Zhang Yang grinned at Luo Feng and comforted him softly. "It's fine. Not much of a trouble. I'll first take you into the city of Cosmos. Stay inside and rest assured. There will be no problems." Luo Feng's worries eased when he heard Zhang Yang's words. When it came to universe masters, those of the same rank understood each other better. Since Senior was not worried, he naturally had confidence. What gave him even more confidence was the city of Cosmos. A flying palace, supreme treasure, comparable to the Star Tower. How immensely powerful was a supreme treasure of this level? Without possessing one could never imagine its might. He was only troubled that his law comprehension was not high enough to wield the Star Tower. But Senior was clearly different. His teacher True Yen King had risen to venerable status through the chaos steel he left behind, and there were 8 more such steels. Having achieved the strength of a universe master, his transcendent law comprehension would surely be able to activate the City of Cosmos. With the city in hand, Senior was like a tiger with wings and would certainly be in no danger. Even teachers Washan Ku, that universe's most powerful being, had great confidence in Senior. Luo Feng clearly remembered the words Washan Ku had spoken. If you ascend to Universe Master, you'll be able to unleash the Star Tower's power. A simple thrust or smash would carry tremendous might. Once you become a Universe Master relying on the Star Tower, you'll be able to overpower your other teacher Chaos City Lord. But when speaking of Zhang Yang's Washan Ku took another tone, entirely saying vaguely that Senior of yours has already approached the limit in law comprehension. Once he ascends, he will surely approach the limit of the next rank even faster. If you at the peak of one rank can match his strength just after his ascension, I would already be very gratified. Even when you both reach the level of universe's most powerful after countless years, your strength might be about the same. Luo Feng had felt quite emotional at the time. Those words were very familiar to him. The human venerables of those days had evaluated him the same way. If he could surpass Bolin in this lifetime, it would be a success. And if he could catch up to Rong Jun, it would be truly great. Naturally, he had not accepted that at the time. But now he had completely surpassed Bolin and left Rong Jun behind as well. When he heard Washan Ku say those words, though he deeply admired Zhang Yang's law comprehension, his fighting spirit had been completely ignited. Little did he know his teacher's Washan Ku was thinking, this foolish child, still so young. How could you compare with someone whose law comprehension is already near the very top? Others might not be familiar with such a situation, but how could he not be? After all, that was exactly his own situation. Once one reached immortality, the limit of law exertion could reach a universe master's limit. But clearly that fellow had an even greater original realm and deeper foundations, and he could actually unleash it. He himself did not dare to burst forth recklessly, or he would constantly be warned by the primal universe. Yet that fellow was clearly not in such a situation. He actually dared to fully unleash his combat power while immortal and still avoid the primal universe's attention. It was truly an exquisite secret art. He truly wished to exchange ideas with him, if only he knew what exactly his situation was. But since he dared to casually unleash his highest combat power, was it not normal for a venerable to display the strength of the universe's most powerful? And a universe master possessing the strength of a void god was likewise not hard to understand. It would be somewhat harder at the level of universe's most powerful, since one would need to rival eternity. But even that was not impossible. Some external objects at that stage could still be forged, yet in this dimension there should be no need for such extraordinary power. This foolish disciple of mine actually thought he could catch up to Zhang Yang. Did he really think that we old reincarnated fellows had grown truly old? After putting away Luo Feng, Zhang Yang had no further worries. His expression instantly turned cold. Who wasn't endowed with infinite divine power? Both were lords of the universe, and mutual respect was a given. Luo Feng had clearly stumbled into this place only to be toyed with and besieged like a plaything. Zhang Yang's arrival to rescue him was perfectly reasonable. What harm was there in a little mischief? Moreover, he had not resorted to mass slaughter upon arrival, which was already a gesture of respect toward the Abyssal Lord. Yet the Abyssal Lord had the decency not to interfere while he retrieved Luo Feng, otherwise his celestial city would not have remained idle. Abyssal Lord, do you truly refuse to show such courtesy? Leave 2 supreme treasures, and I shall consider this an act of generosity on your part. The Abyssal Lord sneered. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of the Abyssal Lord's murderous nature, and now atop the endless blood sea such arrogance was understandable. An ordinary 4th-tier Lord of the universe would surely bow in hand over treasures, unwilling to clash with the Abyssal Lord. But such a choice was unbearable for him. Abyssal Lord, do you truly think I fear you? Ha ha ha. The Abyssal Lord sneered. How could the renowned Wraith Lord fear me? How could the Wraith Lord possessing a supreme treasure fear me? Zhang Yang raised his head, slightly scanning the surroundings, and retorted with a mocking grin. Indeed, how could the far-famed Abyssal Lord fear me? How could the Abyssal Lord Master of the endless blood sea fear me? But as vast as the sea is, it has its limits. As formidable as this man is, his reputation rests solely on self-destruction. Wraith Lord! You seek death! The Abyssal Lord roared in fury. How many years had it been? How many years had no one dared to speak to him thus? The Wraith Lord was indeed as arrogant as the rumors claimed. Reckless. But on his turf he had clearly misjudged the situation. In the abyssal spacetime, even a dragon must coil obediently, The endless blood sea began to churn. The abyssal spacetime was situated above the blood sea, with the sea's divine power encompassing both below and all around. Now the abyssal blood sea trembled slightly. Even without wielding divine power, mere physical force caused the entire abyssal spacetime to shake violently, as if space itself would collapse in the next moment. Endless divine power began to burn. With a divine power ocean spanning over a dozen light-years, how terrifying was the might when it ignited. Consider this: a normal human lord of the universe stood only 2 meters tall. Yet once their divine power burned, if they rampaged through the cosmos, they could devastate 100-star regions. In previous territorial wars, lords of the universe had consciously entered the space folds. Over a dozen light-years, 2 meters, the abyssal sea was comparable to a supreme treasure. Here the abyssal lord could unleash 6th-tier power rivaling a universe's strongest. Moreover, the blood sea, spanning over a dozen light-years in diameter, could serve as a domain-type treasure. Even a domain-type supreme treasure, when fully activated, covered only a few dozen light-years with some diminished power. Yet a single wave of the blood sea over a dozen light-years wide was terrifyingly powerful. Abyssal Lord, I permit you to withdraw those weaklings. Zhang Yang spoke as if bestowing a favor, his expression growing cold. Others may fear you, Abyssal Lord, but in my eyes you are nothing more than this. Fine. 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 Very well. The Abyssal Lord was clearly enraged to the extreme, yet within the abyssal spacetime remained his children, and the races he had created. Things he could not abandon. Zhang Yang watched coldly as the Abyssal Lord hurriedly withdrew the nearby venerables and kings. Truly he had grown accustomed to the primordial universe, forgetting his own limits. Yes, the abyssal sea possessed immense divine power. Its range was vast. Once ignited, its might was unimaginable, and with the right secret technique the entire sea could temporarily unleash power far beyond the 6th tier. But its weakness was equally obvious. Similar to Zhang Yang's current situation, it lacked energy. The abyssal clone had only 10 of the genetic level of its true body, reducing its power by nearly a tier. At the same time, because of the low genetic level, the clone's divine power was also diminished, making prolonged combat impossible. It relied solely on the self-destruction technique to achieve 6th-tier attacks. But such attacks could only be used once in a short time. If the enemy survived, they would flee, and he could not detain them. Normally, he should not have offended so easily, for even if he had enemies, he might not be able to kill them. The Abyssal Lord called him arrogant, but Zhang Yang felt the Abyssal Lord was the one without bounds. Here, in the primordial universe, if he constantly offended others, the abyssal sea could not move. A single lord of the universe might be weak, but what about 100? Over endless time, offending a few dozen lords could summon 100 enemies. A combined soul attack from 100 lords of the universe would approach the 9th tier. How could he, a mere lord, withstand that? In the past, the origin ancestor roamed the cosmic sea with top-tier 10th-level soul attacks, and even the first true lord, the strongest of the 3rd cycle era, could only endure with a soul defense supreme treasure. A mere peak soul defense treasure was utterly incapable of blocking a 9th-tier attack. Appearing ferocious, acting arrogantly, and being part of the primordial god, sect the largest power in the primordial universe. He had truly become reckless. Each of the 6 peak races had alliances of over 100 lords of the universe. The seeds of disaster had long been sown, and when he believed himself invincible, the shadow had already crept behind him. Silence. The two stared at each other. The Abyssal Lord could only see the coldness in Zhang Yang's eyes, feeling an inexplicable chill, but the next moment it was buried by boundless fury. Let this be considered repayment to you. Are you ready? Zhang Yang asked softly. Hey, what a fine wraith lord, so self-confident. You couldn't even deal with the Panua Lord, let alone a single clone of mine. The Abyssal Lord sneered, then immediately launched an attack at Zhang Yang. With the endless blood sea as support, a dark crimson spear thrust forward fiercely. Die! In the next instant the spear tip was already before Zhang Yang. Seeing the divine power that was red to the point of purple, he caught a scent of blood. Though he knew the Abyssal Lord's weakness, he had to admit the Abyssal Lord's formidable individual strength. Despite being 10 times lower in genetic level, the Abyssal Lord could still deliver 5th-tier attacks. Zhang Yang, with a 10,000-fold difference in foundation and the support of the Abyssal Prison, could barely reach 4th tier. Reap the Starry River. A flash of blade light arrived instantly. As a medium-length weapon, its advantage lay in balance with a very short attack wind-up. Amid the blood mist, a Milky Way hung high in the sky, and the ancient war blade condensed rapidly. Boom! The blade and spear clashed, and the blade shadow shattered instantly. The spear, tip red to the point of purple, advanced unstoppably toward him. Bang! Zhang Yang was swept over 1,000,000 kilometers by the strike. He couldn't help but frown. Previously, with the support of the Abyssal Prison, he had been fighting smoothly. But now that advantage was suppressed. The endless blood mist battered the fog with the domain, and the blood sea fiercely vying for control of space. Although Zhang Yang had activated the highest level of the Abyssal Prison's secret technique, perfectly unleashing the power of a peak domain-type treasure, the domain battle was now at a disadvantage. The Abyssal Prison's enhancement to his attacks had been minimized. In his collision with the Abyssal Lord's spear, he could only exert top-tier third-level power with a strength difference of at least 20 times. He couldn't form an effective defense. Ancient God Avatar. Divine power was annihilated. Zhang Yang held back no more. His current opponent was no simple foe. He needed at least a fierce clash, and only by deciding the outcome could this be considered settled. Blood Radiance. The Abyssal Lord shouted, his aura pressing relentlessly toward Zhang Yang. Boom! Boom! One clash, and he had to admit that Zhang Yang was indeed formidable, having fought to this extent without any loss on his part. In just 10,000 years achieving such a level in such a short time and still an immortal, the difficulty was unimaginable. But now that he was on his turf, he had to follow his rules. How dare he insult him? Such audacity! Today he would make this youngster understand the terror of a senior. Having dominated the primordial universe for years, the one thing he could not tolerate was provocation. Usually renowned strong ones were shown respect for it was better to make peace than enemies. But this was just a little brat. Even if he had great talent and terrifying future power, what could he do? What could he do to his abyssal sea? Even seeing the massive towering ancient god avatar, he remained unflustered. Even if divine power was endless today, he would crush this wraith lord. No one could stop him. Bang! Zhang Yang was swept away again by the spear, his body embedded in a mountain tens of millions of kilometers wide. The next moment he burst out. Standing in the blood sea, he felt extremely troubled. Fifth-tier powerhouses at the pinnacle of lords of the universe had honed their combat abilities to perfection. This realm was essentially the limit. Gaining an advantage over such a powerhouse with just a single treasure was extremely difficult. But who didn't have a clone? Now that he was about to enter the abyssal sea, knowing the abyssal lord's terror, how could he not have prepared in advance? Now with one true body and 3 major clones to deal with the abyssal lord, he had brought all except the clone guarding the Milky Way. Abyssal Lord, if this clone battle continues, I will surely win. Do you think 5th-tier power can suppress me? I suppressed the Panuel Lord. I can suppress you too. Clones emerge. Arrogant. The Abyssal Lord sneered, looking disdainfully at the additional clones. What can a few 3rd-tier clones do to me? Wraith Lord, is your reputation built on words? Zhang Yang curled his lips, smiling cruelly and taunted. You have clones and so do I. What does 5th tier matter? Today I'll crush you. Let the reputation of self-destruct Lord be firmly yours. You dare insult me? The Abyssal Lord bellowed, then roared. Today I'll make this abyssal prison change, masters. See if you still dare to be arrogant with me. Abyssal Blood Sting. Zhang Yang wielded his blade, slashing with all his might. He was not at all flustered by the Abyssal Lord's attack. Such a blow could not kill him instantly. After all, he was now considered top-tier 3rd level. Even a fully empowered Abyssal Lord didn't scare him, let alone one whose genetic level was reduced tenfold, diminishing his secret technique power by nearly a tier. An ordinary 5th-tier attack, after being blocked by his top-tier 3rd-level defense, and then absorbed by his treasure armor, only a small portion of divine power would strike his body. Less than what he burned himself. Even without the ancient god avatar to restore divine power, he could still last a long time. In this battle, no matter why the Abyssal Lord wanted to suppress him, Zhang Yang also intended to use the Abyssal Lord's reputation to forge his own glory. His name as the Wraith would resound through the primordial universe and then continue his legend in the cosmic sea. Reap the stars. Abyssal Lord, you'd better defend well. Now that I have all my clones gathered today, I'll solidify your title as the self-destruct Lord. Ancient God Avatar, Azura form. With a shout, the ancient god avatar, originally radiating silver gold light, suddenly changed. Black-gray mist filled the avatar's body, and the once bright law chains turned into dark nether chains. Endless darkness permeated the entire battlefield. One clone stood a light year tall. 2 clones completely enveloped the Abyssal Lord's clone, making escape impossible. 3 avatar true bodies stood atop the abyssal sea, their presence no weaker than the blood sea. After all, on a lawn of 12 meters, 3 people standing didn't make much difference in scale. As the Azura avatar fully materialized, the surrounding divine power channels solidified, completely annihilating the alien divine power within the bodies. The Abyssal Lord's clone could no longer receive divine power replenishment from the endless blood sea. Initially, Zhang Yang had only intended to restore himself, but after creating the ancient god avatar, he naturally delved deeper into its study. Now over 6,000 years since the Avatar's emergence, though he had not yet found a way to amplify attack power through the Avatar, it did not mean he had gained nothing. The ancient god Avatar was meant to restore divine power. Despite its human form, its rate of divine power recovery surpassed any creature in the primordial universe. Divine power could be transferred between clones and the true body within the bounds of the laws. Zhang Yang could not alter the laws, but within their permissible range, he could influence the divine power transfer of others. Bang! With a sweep of his spear, he deflected Zhang Yang's blade. The Abyssal Lord's expression changed. After each collision he too suffered some impact, as the fusion law also annihilated his divine body. Initially he had not cared about this consumption, for after blocking the power of Zhang Yang's secret technique was minimal, less than what he burned. But now his clone's divine body could not recover. The Abyssal Lord sensed the state of his clone, his pupils contracting instantly. After deflecting Zhang Yang's attack again, he immediately retreated, speaking in a grave tone, "Wraith Lord, you have blocked my divine power transmission." Zhang Yang stopped as well, smiling. "Who isn't endowed with infinite divine power? Did you truly think infinite divine power made you invincible? It depends on who wields it. You rely on talent. I rely on this." He extended his left hand, pointing to his head, the mockery unmistakable. "Soul Netherlord, you truly seek death." The Netherworld Lord's face gradually turned cold at the humiliation. He was no longer enraged as before, for an endless killing intent had risen within his heart. He had originally thought to acknowledge the other's status and be done with it. He had not exerted his full strength, and now only an incarnation was engaged in battle. If Zhang Yang were truly besieged by 3 enemies with infinite divine power, even with his 5th stage strength, he could not withstand such attrition. If his incarnation were forced to self-destruct, it would be a true scandal. In the primeval universe, once a powerhouse acknowledged the other's status, the battle would usually cease. After all, sensing the enemy's thorniness, one rarely engaged in a deathmatch without certainty. He had not expected to be refused. Had his inactivity over the years made them forget his terror? But today he had finally met the Soul Netherlord, and that relentless, unyielding nature was indeed true. Of course, there was another matter. He had long accepted Zhang Yang's talent. How could an immortal achieve such a feat? He could not help but wonder if the immortals in the universe had changed. Then he glanced at his own sons. The gap was too vast to behold. The terror of the Soul Netherlord was indeed as rumored. Even the Universe Lords, fearing they would not be believed, had deliberately normalized their accounts somewhat. Initially it was only said that the Soul Netherlord could fight the Panyun Lord, because he possessed a supreme treasure palace, allowing him to overpower the Panyun Lord. But now, in this confrontation with a divine body 90,000 kilometers tall, and a secret technique for restoring divine power, he could even block the connection between the Netherworld Lord and his incarnations. With such strength, if anyone were to fight Zhang Yang, except for those with palace supreme treasures, he did not believe any Universe Lord of 4th stage power could survive Zhang Yang's hands. "I said enough. Do you truly wish to forge a mortal enmity with me today?" The Netherworld Lord spoke, angrily, deciding to give Zhang Yang one last chance. He had no certainty of killing Zhang Yang. The Cosmic City was a supreme treasure palace. He could never break it. If Zhang Yang had an incarnation within, all efforts would be futile. For these pinnacle powerhouses, uttering such words was akin to backing down. An opponent would usually grant face, for they were all peak existences, their figures overlooking all races from above the clouds. But the Netherworld Lord had clearly chosen the wrong person. A typical top powerhouse would indeed grant face, but Zhang Yang believed that at their next meeting, he would surely overpower the Netherworld Lord, making him seem weak. The initiative was in his hands. Leaving aside past conflicts, would a powerhouse who knew he would become a king without danger in the human domain make peace with a marquee-level enemy? There might be a slight chance without a conflict of interest, but now Zhang Yang's reputation among the myriad races of the universe was just emerging. A powerful impression had not yet taken root. He needed achievements. It had only been 100 years. How short a span is 100 years? He would trample the Netherworld Lord to display his own terror. Let the myriad races of the primeval universe be awed. The universe is pragmatic. If you are strong, others will fear. If you are strong, others will not covet. If you are strong, then your words become truth. Zhang Yang had been suppressed for too long. With his great fortune, his talent had long surpassed this dimension. But in his weakness, facing the mighty existences of the universe, even among his own kind, he could only hide. How long had it been? Previously he had slain the top universe overlord Wei Shan Lord, killed the incarnation of the Yulei Lord, and slain the Jingyu Lord and the Shenhe Lord. But it was not enough. Only 3 universe lords could not vent the emotions within him. His state of mind was not one of pure sincerity, nor a mirror-like clarity, nor a sea that embraces all rivers. Strictly speaking, he was somewhat like a demon. Having weathered the inner demon tribulation, he clung tightly to a single obsession in his heart. Whether manic or sinister hypocrisy was merely a facade. He sought only clarity of thought. Escaping the sea of 9 netherworlds today was not enough. How would outsiders see it? The sole Netherlord must have hit a wall against the Netherworld Lord. He was too young, and the Netherworld Lord had only spared him once. How terrifying was the Netherworld Lord? Could his fusion laws annihilate divine power? Whether or not he had such power seeking out the Netherworld Lord, was his mind not diseased? Frantically attacking the Blood Sea was less effective than its own recovery. The sole Netherlord was merely like this. He had only existed for 10,000 eras and his realm was merely immortal. Even with his illustrious achievements they relied on supreme treasures. Now he had stumbled before the Netherworld Lord. Look, see if he dares to be arrogant again. Zhang Yang stared directly at the Netherworld Lord. If it were the strongest he would not contend with him, for the body of a universe strongest is 10,000 times that of a universe lord with terrifying defensive capabilities. He might not even be able to break through the defense with his most desperate attacks. And even if he did, the immense difference in divine power would render the damage negligible. But a Netherworld Lord, a universe lord, again today he had come to see a self-destruction. How else could one rise without stepping on others? Could the Netherworld Lord kill him? Remember, a puny incarnation was always within the cosmic city. Even if all 3 incarnations died, he was not afraid. Netherworld Lord, you have grown too accustomed to arrogance. What tone is that? I am not your subordinate. You are an infinite divine body, and I am infinite divine power. Now that we are together, let us dispense with these polite words. I wish to see today whether your infinite divine body is stronger or my infinite divine power. If you say, I the Netherworld Lord was wrong today, you are stronger than me, then I will be merciful and spare you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Netherworld Lord laughed in anger, the sound manic. This sole Netherlord was truly ignorant and fearless. He had already given him a chance. The sole Netherlord's words were so clear. If he backed down today, he would lose all face before the myriad races of the primeval universe. Sole Netherlord, if we were outside, I might have no way to deal with you. After all, only one of my incarnations can self-destruct, and its attack barely reaches the 6th stage which you can withstand. But, now we are in the sea of 9 netherworlds. Sole Netherlord. The Netherworld Lord coldly shouted, then said ruthlessly, Since the Tianlang Lord escaped, I have delved into research and created a new technique. Due to its immense consumption and terrifying power, I have never used it. But since you seek death, I will show you. Die! Infinite blood rage. With a roar, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. If he had the Supreme Treasure Palace and the Peak Domain type Supreme Treasure Nether Abyss Prison, his terror might be elevated to another level. And although the Palace Supreme Treasure only provided material defense, at this level of treasure one could often weaken a tier of soul attacks by hiding within. He himself had once explored the Cosmic Sea and could withstand a 7-stage soul attack from an universe strongest. This cycle era would eventually end, and he too yearned for such a treasure. As the Blood Sea erupted, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed tightly. He could no longer enter the Cosmic City. All around him divine power was burning its speed, surpassing the interception of the primordial god's Dharma form, the Rakshasa form. This meant the Netherworld Lord was now going all out, fighting desperately. The entire Blood Sea was burning to achieve such terrifying divine power flow. Although the primordial god's Dharma form was powerful, it was not an attack skill. Its erosion power was less than 1% of the Nether Abyss Prison. It was merely a vast phantom naturally inferior to the Blood Sea's substantial divine power. He calculated in his mind. His divine body was now 90,000 kilometers tall, billions of times larger than a normal human body. He had experienced the attack of the Mengyao ancestor, a peak 6-stage power. Since he was not a universe lord, his strength was exerted slightly more, and he had been breached at that time. But that was the 6th stage. The Netherworld Lord's attack now would surely not be simple. Beyond the 5th stage, his top-tier treasure armor reached its limit. Calling it top-tier was only relative to the universe lord level. Facing a 6th-stage attack, even if the top-tier treasure armor was not damaged, it would completely lose its damage reduction effect. In the previous battle, his armor had already reached its limit. Which peak universe lord exploring the Cosmic Sea did not wear a peak treasure armor, have a large divine body to restore power, or even possess a peak palace treasure to delay time waiting for their strongest to arrive to avoid the danger of death? However, even if the treasure armor lost its effect, increasing damage by 100,000 times, and an 8th-stage attack was 2 tiers higher than a 6th stage, it still fell short of the trillionfold difference. If this technique were 8th stage, he should be able to withstand it. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes at the Netherworld Lord. The other's incarnation's divine power was extremely unstable now. It was about to self-destruct. He speculated that this technique of the Netherworld Lord could not be completed in a single strike, as the upper limit of a single attack was the peak of the 6th stage. The Netherworld Lord must be using the self-destruction of numerous incarnations to form a combined attack, an advanced version of self-destruction. Normal self-destruction was one level. Creating a secret technique based on such vast divine power was another. The infinite chain of self-destructions from the main body to increase power was yet another level. He wanted to use the Netherworld Lord to prove his own battle power, just as the Netherworld Lord wanted to use him to test the power of his technique. The endless blood sea had completely erupted. The surrounding blood mist and divine power became frenzied. Zhang Yang grew vigilant. Attack techniques were now useless, offering no defense and only distracting him. Could the chain self-destruction attack reach the 9th stage? Looking at the ocean, he was not entirely sure. Boom, 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 boom. Block it. Zhang Yang poured all his power into his defensive secret technique. The endless explosion began. He no longer knew what level the Netherworld Lord's technique was. The attack was immensely powerful, and during the chain explosion the assault never ceased, its power escalating sharply. He struggled to maintain the primordial god's Dharma form. The Rakshasa form could no longer be used, but he could still restore divine power. As long as he did not actively conflict with the external divine power, the operation of the primordial god's Dharma form would not be affected. Soon a smile formed on his lips. His divine power was recovering. He had indeed endured it. His primordial god's Dharma form was built based on the universe. Although it did not possess the terrifying power of the eternal one-thought universe, it was still extremely exquisite. The speed of divine power recovery was extremely fast. Although the Netherworld Lord's attack was strong, no matter how strong, there was always a time delay. Ultimately, the formed attack did not reach the 9th stage. As long as the incarnation's divine body was not instantly annihilated in a single explosion, he would naturally not be killed. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion continued. The Netherworld Lord was clearly determined to kill him. The endless blood sea churned ceaselessly, waves, surging one after another to replenish the consumed divine power. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. The explosion ended. The endless blood sea gradually calmed, and the Netherworld spacetime was reduced to nothingness. A figure of the Netherworld Lord swiftly condensed from the blood sea, his expression now complex. Indeed. How could the sole Netherlord, who had left a legend in the primeval universe, be so easily killed? He had actually endured it. He had withstood his ultimate technique without using the supreme treasure, the cosmic city. How fast was his will operating? The moment a thought turned, the self-destruction was triggered. The chain-formed attack was not only powerful but also highly sustained. The speed of annihilating the divine body was terrifying, yet now it had been completely withstood by the sole Netherlord. In his plan, aside from the universe strongest, no one in the primeval universe could survive this technique without using a palace treasure. The sole Netherlord's reputation for infinite divine power was indeed well-deserved. How formidable was the primordial god's Dharma form! He had once looked down on such a technique for what infinite divine power could compare to his infinite nether sea. But now he fell silent. At the start of the attack, he had instantly sensed Zhang Yang's divine power weaken, but instead of continuing to drop, it began to increase rapidly. Having achieved this, he had to admit that Zhang Yang's divine power was truly inexhaustible. Compared to his own infinite divine body, it not only allowed movement but also did not require lowering the gene level. Truly a fearsome enemy. Netherworld Lord, such a formidable Netherworld Lord. In terms of personal attacks in the primeval universe, I would name you the strongest. Zhang Yang said softly. The sustained 8th stage attack had wearied his mind. The Netherworld Lord frowned. He knew his ultimate technique had not been revealed before. The sole Netherlord dared to provoke him here and kept pressing, so he must have some method to deal with him. Now that his technique had completely failed, it was probably the sole Netherlord's turn to strike. This is the most powerful attack I have received in the primeval universe. Each instant after passing through my defensive secret technique, it annihilates 1% of my divine body. With such attack intensity and frequency, even the strongest in the primeval universe cannot achieve it. Zhang Yang said calmly, his voice growing cold. Now that you have finished attacking, is it my turn? Actually, my intention was to have you expend yourself like this. In the past 10 minutes, with 100,000 explosions per second, you have self-destructed 60 million times, haven't you? Each incarnation is 10 kilometers tall. 1 second means a million incarnations. 1,000,000 incarnations in terms of length would be equivalent to 100 incarnations covering a divine power range of 10 million kilometers in diameter. Such an attack must be a great loss to you, right? Recovery is certainly impossible. The Netherworld Lord's expression darkened. Soul Netherlord, if you have any techniques, use them. Do you think I, the Netherworld Lord, fear you? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang raised his head slightly, his shoulders shaking with laughter. The Netherworld Lord's face was extremely ugly. Even in his own domain he had failed to completely annihilate Zhang Yang's incarnation, and he had endured it. This was already a disgrace to him. Now this laughter was piercingly harsh. Soul Netherlord, what are you so proud of? Can you do anything to my infinite Nether Sea? Despite his words, his heart grew more cautious. Zhang Yang grinned savagely, not replying to the Netherworld Lord, but instead bellowing, Cosmic City. The Supreme Treasure Palace, the Cosmic City, flew over from a distance, finally stopping above Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang's arrogant expression gradually faded. It was time to act. He would not hold back. Today he would truly experience the divine power of the Sea of 9 Netherworlds. The boundless divine power began to burn. This time it was not just the power of one incarnation but all 3 divine bodies supplying power simultaneously. With the supply of divine power, the Cosmic City's volume instantly expanded to 100 light-years. The Netherworld spacetime was originally a space to contain the Sea of 9 Netherworlds, its area not large, barely fitting the sea. Now the Cosmic City, driven by Zhang Yang to 100 light-years, fully displayed the might of a supreme treasure. A size of 100 light-years directly covered the original Netherworld spacetime, then enveloped the skies above the Sea of 9 Netherworlds. The Sea of 9 Netherworlds was vast, its power rivaling a supreme treasure, but the Cosmic City was even larger. Supreme treasures also have grades and types. Clearly the Cosmic City, being a flight palace type treasure, was at the pinnacle in both quality and type. Cosmic City 100 light-years. Sea of 9 Netherworlds 10 light-years. Devour the universe. With a difficult shout, Zhang Yang's expression stiffened. This technique was also extremely taxing for him, for it was the 6th level secret technique of the Cosmic City. The corresponding secret technique level was the peak of the 9th stage. The 9th stage was the limit of the universe's strongest. Except for the original ancestor who could unleash a 10th stage soul attack, even the great axe founder was only at the peak of the 8th stage. Only after obtaining a supreme treasure could he unleash 9th stage power. If one's comprehension of laws reached the 10th stage without using a secret technique, they could already transcend the level of the universe's strongest. Now the 6th level secret pattern on the Cosmic City that Zhang Yang activated corresponded to a peak 9th stage attack. Its power undoubtedly reached the primeval universe's upper limit of the peak 6th stage, but this secret technique was clearly different from previous ones. The 5th level secret pattern was for suppression. Under the might of the Cosmic City, the Panyun Lord was immobilized, unable to move, and could only let the city fall upon him without any resistance. Perhaps there was some suction force at that time, but it was because the golden light below was stronger, creating greater pressure, pushing the Panyun Lord towards the Cosmic City. But now it was different. The Cosmic City was activated to the 6th level secret pattern. The endless golden light completely suppressed the Sea of 9 Netherworlds, the golden and blood lights annihilating each other incessantly. This fierce collision was different from before. Previously, even with 100,000 self-destructions per second, it was only 1,000,000 kilometers, while the Sea of 9 Netherworlds was over a dozen light-years, over 100 trillion kilometers. 1 second represented only a billionth of the length. The volume was a quintillionth. It was insignificant to the Netherworld Lord. But now the golden light and the blood sea were annihilating each other, the sea level dropping by 1 kilometer after another. The Netherworld Lord's face drastically changed. In the geospacetime under the command of the Geolord, the World Tree had always been very comfortable. It had lived here for an untold amount of time. Here it was extremely safe. No one dared to act recklessly against the Geolord. Even if a powerful being arrived after being blocked by the endless blood sea, only a trace of battle aftershock would reach it. As a top-tier universe overlord with the strength of a universe lord coupled with its enormous divine body, it could withstand for a long time. But at this moment, the golden universal city appeared above the geospacetime. An endless pressure filled the entire space, and countless golden rays wreaked havoc wantonly. Even though it was not being specifically attacked, it could hardly hold on any longer. How can this Yuhun Lord be so strong? I can't hold on much longer. Fortunately, I was cautious and had taken in my children earlier. Why haven't the 3 ancestral gods and the guardian god lords arrived yet? The World Tree thought inwardly, not daring to speak aloud. If it attracted Zhang Yang's attention, disaster would strike. What a calamity from nowhere. Let this end quickly. A buzzing hum filled the space as ripples spread continuously. One after another powerful beings began to descend. Previously the Joyo Lord had used his ultimate move Infinite Blood Rage, which made teleportation impossible in the surrounding space. But now his attack had ceased and Zhang Yang had not specifically sealed off the spacetime. Naturally the Universe Lords of the Zushan sect quickly arrived. Yuhan Lord, how dare you cause trouble in our Zushan sect? The beast god, tens of thousands of kilometers in length, assumed a combat stance and roared at Zhang Yang. The 3 ancestral gods of the Zushan sect along with the 8 beast gods and some top-tier Universe Lord Guardian godlords all stared coldly at Zhang Yang. He glanced at the beast god who had spoken. This was not a natural-born beast god. The original 8 natural-born beast gods had long since died. This was a powerful alien beast who had comprehended the beast god path and become a Universe Lord. Ignoring the many strong experts of the Zushan sect, he urged the Universal City to continue pressing down on the endless blood sea while sneering, "Is this the Joyo Lord? Ha ha ha. He only makes some noise under the protection of the Zushan sect. Has any of our human race's strong experts ever come?" Currently this was just a personal action. He did not want to bring trouble to his own race. Even if personal actions were excessive, as long as they did not involve the race, the Zushan sect, being one of the 9 major powers of the primordial universe, had no reason to trouble the human race. In the universe, strong experts roamed, relying on personal strength. Personal grudges did not involve the race. This was an unspoken rule of the cosmos. The Joyo Lord's face completely darkened. He shouted loudly to the many strong experts of the Zushan sect, "Everyone do not interfere. This time I shall thoroughly experience the Yuhan Lord's skills. I want to see what gives him the audacity to humiliate me like this. In the primordial universe with the Joyo Sea at my command, I have never feared anyone." Zhang Yang smiled cunningly. His goal had already been achieved. Retreating in front of the 9 major powers of the primordial universe was not shameful. Even the universe's strongest did not want to provoke these peak powers. But if the many strong experts of the Zushan sect stepped in, it would mean that the Joyo Lord was inferior to him, relying on his backing to barely resolve this grudge. A soft hum echoed in his mind. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged as a strand of his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Lord of Chaos and the others had also learned of the news. How many years had it been since a strong expert dared to cause trouble in the Zushan sect's territory? How could the number 1 power of the primordial universe be so easily provoked? So during the Joyo Lord's self-destruction, they had already received the news the Yuhan Lord was actually fighting the Joyo Lord in the Joyo spacetime. Yuhan Lord, you went to pick up Luofeng. How did you suddenly get into a conflict with the Joyo Lord? Lord of Chaos asked with concern. After all, Luofeng was his disciple. When Luofeng realized things were getting out of control, he had contacted him. He was among the first to know. "Do you need help? I am already near the Zushan sect," Ice Peak Lord said coolly. Panggong Lord's eyes were very serious. "My 2 clones are also near the Zushan sect. Yuhan Lord, although we should not conflict with the Zushan sect, since they are making things difficult for you, we will certainly lend our full support. He wants me to compensate with treasures and apologize, thinking I would back down. This Joyo Lord has picked the wrong person," Zhang Yang said angrily as well. Originally he did not want to cause conflict, but the other party was relentless. As a fellow Universe Lord, how could he tolerate this? Then his expression softened. After fighting for tens of thousands of years, without a single comrade by his side, how could his heart not long for companionship? Luofeng had performed well, but he was still a step behind him. Ultimately he was under his care and could not yet be considered a comrade. He was deeply moved by the sincere concern of these human strong experts. Even if they had faults before or eccentric personalities, when faced with the interests of the race they could defend it without hesitation. And as a newly ascended Universe Lord, he was naturally extremely important to the race. When they were weak there might have been battles and disputes, but now that they had reached the level of Universe Lord bearing the burden of a race, they had all changed. As for the cosmic humans, Zhang Yang did not fully trust them. After all, in the outer domain battlefield, he had also been besieged by human strong experts. The feeling of betrayal was unforgettable. But those cosmic humans who could become pillars of the human race, Zhang Yang naturally accepted from the bottom of his heart because their interests were aligned. These Universe Lords were the comrades he could rely on. Now that he had become a pillar of the race, he too had changed. He smiled and said, "Everyone rest assured, I can guarantee my safety. I have already withstood the Joyo Lord's ultimate move. Now it's my turn to strike." The virtual universe synchronization with Luofeng should already be open. Although I can only see the Joyo Lord, that's enough. Just silently support me in your hearts. Today I will make the Joyo Lord know the consequences of threatening me. Lord of Chaos and the others nodded silently, but they had already started contacting the Universe Lords of the Hong Alliance. If the situation became dangerous, he would immediately choose to provide support. Although the Zushin sect was strong, the human race's strength was no joke. The title of the number 1 power was tacitly acknowledged, for it was backed by the primordial universe with vast resources and many special lifeforms, naturally making it extremely powerful. But the human race as a peak race had earned its status through battle. The human race never feared war. They had even occupied a portion of the most core territory. If the situation turned favorable, he would also let the universe lords of the vassal races witness the majesty of the main race. See how the incredible Yuhun lord of the human race with an immortal body could fight against the most top-tier existences of the primordial universe. Lord of Chaos held him in high regard. He even treated him as a future universe strongest, though he had not yet fully risen. Once he ascended to Universe Lord, he would surely become a terrifying existence standing in the cosmic sea. Ignoring the messages in the virtual universe, the Universal City had been pushed to its limit. Now it was Zhang Yang's turn to strike. Joyo Lord. Today I will shatter your golden body. Let all the races of the universe see who truly has infinite divine power. Devour the universe swallow. The Universal City completely suppressed the Joyo Sea. Although the resistance was enormous, the 6th level secret pattern had been fully activated. The level of the secret art was 4 levels higher than the Joyo Lord's 5th level. One was 9th level, the other 5th level. The sophistication was naturally overwhelming. When Zhang Yang finished his shout, the complex secret patterns on the Universal City fully manifested and the source of the primordial universe descended completely. But Zhang Yang had not violated the rules. Although the technique was profound, its power ultimately did not reach 7th level, only 6th level peak. Such power was already sufficient. The Universal City, spanning hundreds of light-years, made a violent gulp toward the Joyo Sea below. Instantly, the endless blood-colored ocean poured upward. A reverse-flowing blood-red waterfall connected to the golden city in the sky. The height of the waterfall reached a suffocating 10 light-years, and its width was hundreds of billions of kilometers. Yuhun Lord, what if you can absorb my blood sea? In the end, your Universal City will not be able to withstand it. Ha ha ha, I Joyo fear no one in the primordial universe. The Joyo Lord laughed wantonly. Absorbing the divine power ocean. Ridiculous. If he were so easy to deal with, how could he have earned such a great reputation in the primordial universe? He was not even afraid of the universe strongest. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang also laughed wantonly, then said, Joyo Lord, if I were only absorbing your endless divine power ocean, I naturally could not sustain it. But this is only the first step. Joyo Lord, watch closely. The Joyo Lord's clone stared at Zhang Yang gravely. He did not know what this Yuhun Lord intended to do. How could an endless ocean of laws be dealt with? The Universal City was strong, but it was only outside the Blood Sea. If it were inside the Blood Sea, he was confident he could suppress it. When the Universal City absorbed too much divine power, Zhang Yang would naturally lose control. Could there be any special trick? Zhang Yang paid no more attention to the Joyo Lord. His 3 divine bodies gathered together at the city gate of the Universal City, exchanged glances, and their eyes were full of excitement. What a perfect target. An endless blood sea. Ridiculous. Without the protection of armor, the damage increased by 100,000 times. Suppressed by the Universal City, the divine power at the city gate had already lost the Joyo Lord's control. Simply annihilating unowned divine power was naturally extremely easy. The fusion law itself excelled at annihilation. When he was on frontline 11, with a body only 2 meters tall, he could annihilate a divine body over 10,000 kilometers. The Tianlang Lord was also nearly 100,000 kilometers. A strong expert of the same level as the Joyo Lord. Moreover, with the top-tier treasure armor's damage reduction of 100,000, his attack could still annihilate 1% of the Tianlang Lord's divine body after being blocked. Without the damage reduction of the treasure armor, it could annihilate 1,000 Tianlang Lords. The length is the cube root of volume i.e. 10 times. 1 slash could annihilate a divine body of the Joyo Lord with a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Attacking divine power without conscious control increased the annihilation speed by another 10,000 times. 1 slash could annihilate a body of 10 million kilometers. The Joyo Lord's endless blood sea was countless times larger than the Tianlang Lord, reducing the divine power conversion rate by 100 times. 1 slash could annihilate a length of 100 million kilometers. Clones. Divide. Originally having only 3 divine bodies, Zhang Yang instantly split into 6, 12, 24, finally reaching 98 clones. Candeli could split into clones to guard over 50 chaos monuments, each clone having only 1/10 of his strength. Zhang Yang had studied clones before. Within 100 clones, the strength only dropped to 1/10. Adding the clones stationed in the Milky Way galaxy, there were 99 in total. Although each individual was relatively weak and the combined attack's power increase was limited, it was enough to attack a living target. He was now much stronger than when he fought the Tianlang Lord. With the Abyss Prison's assistance, a 4th level attack reduced by 10 times still reached 3rd level. Because it was not an increase in power but an increase in number, the combined power was slightly stronger. The 98 clones could annihilate a divine power ocean of 1 billion kilometers in diameter with one slash. Slash the stars. The Joyo Lord's divine power ocean reached over 10 light-years. 1 light-year was 9.4 trillion kilometers, so over 10 light-years meant over 1 quadrillion kilometers. Now Zhang Yang had only annihilated 1 billion kilometers. The gap was still enormous, but his current strength was that of a universe lord. Without any time to pursue, his sword-slashing speed alone reached nearly 1,000,000 times per second. The quantity level increased again. In 1 second, he could annihilate a divine body of 100 billion kilometers in diameter. The Joyo Lord's body diameter was 1 quadrillion, which was 10,000 times the annihilation speed. But the volume was 1,000,000,000,000 times the annihilation speed. In 1 second, he only annihilated 1/1,000,000th of the Joyo Lord's divine body. However, the Joyo Lord's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "My divine power is dropping so fast." The 3 ancestral gods who were watching also changed color. This Yuhan Lord has actually achieved this level. The speed of annihilating the divine body is truly too fast. Although it doesn't show much in a short time, as if the Joyo Lord hasn't weakened, the Blood Sea is ultimately limited. His attack doesn't seem very strong to me. How can it annihilate the Joyo's divine power so quickly? Even if the Joyo's divine power is suppressed by a supreme treasure, it shouldn't be like this. This technique is formidable. Although each individual clone has only 1/10 of the strength, when hundreds of clones attack, together the annihilation speed increases 100-fold. Zhang Yang did not pause at all, maintaining an attack frequency of nearly 1,000,000 times per second. The fastest attack speed he could achieve. Joyo Lord, your Blood Sea is indeed terrifying, but what I fear least is annihilating divine bodies. I can only annihilate a square of divine power 100 billion kilometers in diameter per second, just 1/1,000,000th of yours. But there are 30 million seconds in a year. If I keep attacking, it will only take 3 epochs to completely annihilate your Joyo Sea. Ha ha, Joyo Lord, do you concede? 3 epochs. The Joyo Lord repeated, then couldn't help but shudder. The divine power he had accumulated over countless epochs could be completely annihilated in just 3 epochs. 3 epochs of time was only considered long for someone like Zhang Yang, who had lived a total of just 1 epoch. After all, immortals measured time in tens of thousands of epochs. Those who had not reached 10,000 epochs were still young. Even a king with 100 million epochs was considered a newcomer. 3 epochs. The Joyo Lord was utterly horrified. He had prided himself on possessing the Joyo Sea, believing that even the attack of a universe strongest could be laughed off. Couldn't even compare to his divine power recovery speed. But now 3 epochs. What could 3 epochs do? The endless Blood Sea was the accumulation of countless epochs. If he allowed Zhang Yang to continue attacking, the efforts of countless epochs would be wasted. Watching the Universal City as steady as a mountain above the Blood Sea, and the Blood Sea being absorbed without resistance. Once it entered the Universal City, it would be annihilated. The Joyo Lord felt his own vulnerability for the first time. The Blood Sea was just an external object. Could not improve his gene level nor enhance his combat power. Faced with this kind of attack, he was utterly helpless. When one reached the universe strongest, there would be no such enormous divine body. The Joyo Lord was awakened. He clearly felt his own weakness and was somewhat worried about his future. At the same time, he was certain of one thing. This Yuhan Lord was not someone he could provoke. The other possessed infinite divine power, miraculous encounters, and had obtained a peak treasure, and a supreme treasure in the primordial universe. His law power was superb. The secret patterns on the Universal City left him completely baffled. How did the other activate them? Even his soul defense was extremely strong. When he had just become famous, even the Shuzhen Demon Lord could do nothing to him. For physical defense, he had a supreme treasure palace. In the primordial universe, who could do anything to him? Even the hostile alliance like the Yao clan had to grit their teeth and give him a peak-level treasure. These wandering universe lords have misled me. If he had known that the Yuhan Lord was so terrifying, how could he have treated him like this? Better to greet with a smile than to strike. If he had communicated with an equal attitude, could the Yuhan Lord have lost his temper? It was just a minor conflict. Now that things had come to this, there was no help for it. Every second was heartbreaking. His endless Blood Sea did not grow for nothing. Now each time he condensed a clone, the Blood Sea would decrease. After he recovered, he would let the clone merge back into the Blood Sea to increase its upper limit. Then he would condense another clone. The blood sea would recover, merge with the clone, raise the upper limit. Repeat, and repeat again infinitely, and then infinitely repeat. Such a tedious process was only exciting in the early stages. After many times one would become numb. This was how the endless nether sea came to be. But now this Yuhan Lord was annihilating in 1 second what he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. He was heartbroken. He would have to be insane to let the Yuhan Lord continue attacking. His gaze instantly turned to the 3 ancestral gods. Ancestral gods, I cannot resist the Lord of Nether Souls. This battle is my defeat. As beings who had lived for countless epochs, they certainly valued face, but he simply had no way to deal with Zhang Yang. The endless nether sea. That was his very lifeblood. His divine power was being annihilated at terrifying speed, and every second wrenched his heart. It had taken him over 100 epochs to accumulate his power. How could he dare let Zhang Yang continue attacking? He had backing after all. Admitting defeat was nothing. Even if a mere avatar were sent out, should it run into Zhang Yang, there would be no outcome other than its fall. Lost is lost. Bowing one's head before such a powerful figure was hardly a shame. His arrogance earlier had been due to the simple fact that even the strongest being in the universe could do nothing to him. After that single clash in his heart, Zhang Yang was even more terrifying than the strongest being in the universe. The law of fusion. What a law of fusion it was. Before he had not known. Today he had witnessed it for himself. Impenetrable defenses. Boundless divine power. This was simply his nemesis. According to the Lord of Nether Soul's age, in another 100 million epochs, he would probably become an invincible existence. Such a span of time would merely be a period of seclusion. The new generation rises while the old recede into seclusion. He, the Lord of the 9 Nethers, had been too obsessed with reputation. Becoming the strongest being in the universe was what he truly should have been doing. The expressions of the 3 ancestral gods changed drastically at once. They exchanged looks, all in disbelief. Who was yielding now? That was the Lord of the 9 Nethers. He was an existence who had once left countless cosmic powerhouses feeling powerless. Even some of the top existences no longer dared to descend upon the 9 Nether spacetime. Why? Because they were afraid of suffering losses. In the 9 Nether spacetime, who could compare with the Lord of the 9 Nethers? Even possessing a supreme ultimate treasure was not enough. He showed not the slightest fear even of the strongest beings in the universe. But now he had been crushed on his own home ground. The Lord of the 9 Nethers had actually backed down. The 3 ancestral gods turned serious gazes toward Zhang Yang. After all, although they had the support of the primordial universe behind them, becoming the strongest being in the universe depended solely on oneself. Now that even the Lord of the 9 Nethers, with his boundless divine power, had conceded, they too were far from reaching that level. They were only universe masters. Before this Lord of Nether Souls, they probably had little advantage. They exchanged glances. Very well. Everyone had conceded. There was no dispute. The two-faced ancestral god stepped forward reluctantly, and said, Lord of Nether Souls, enough. This time the 9 Nethers admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang stopped what he was doing, and turned his gaze toward the Lord of the 9 Nethers. The latter bowed his head, slightly conceding defeat. Before so many mighty beings, it was almost the same as saying, I was wrong this time. Seeing this attitude, he naturally would not press further. The earlier conflict had existed only because in his view their strength had not yet been clearly weighed. After all, the Lord of the 9 Nethers had been quite arrogant at the time. But now, before so many witnesses, the Lord of the 9 Nethers had bowed his head. The comparison of their strength was plain for all to see. There was no reason to press further. Otherwise it would be a true humiliation. Zhang Yang had never intended to humiliate the Lord of the 9 Nethers. He was a top-tier powerhouse who had dominated a region of the primordial universe for countless years. His strength had been proven by countless races across the universe. Although he could counter him, Zhang Yang could not blatantly deny the truth. Where would his credibility be otherwise? This matter was settled, but a conflict was still a conflict. From now on, the rules of the universe must be followed. He too was one of the 9 great powers of the universe, was he not? If you lose, you apologize. If you lose, you pay reparations. His gaze fixed steadily on the 3 ancestral gods, the meaning unmistakable. If they intended to brush the matter aside with a single sentence, what would become of his face, as the Lord of Nether Souls? He dared to strike the Lord of the 9 Nethers. He dared to strike the ancestral god cult just the same. Although he was currently only at the 4th rank, once he reached Universe Venerable he would be at least the 5th rank. The primordial universe's origin could not act, and the group of universe masters in the ancestral god cult could not stop him at all. Unless one also counted the peripheral universe masters. If one person fought an entire major force, the prestige of the ancestral god cult would surely plummet. Zhang Yang understood this, and the ancestral god cult naturally understood it as well. The treasures offered as compensation also represented the dignity of a powerful being. This matter was not something that could simply be brushed aside. It was not a matter that could be allowed to pass without consequence. The three ancestral gods exchanged glances. How could they fail to understand Zhang Yang's meaning? The faceless ancestral god said with slight pain in his voice, "This time we will compensate you on behalf of the 9 nethers with 1 peak ultimate treasure weapon, and the matter will be settled here." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he said, "Fine. In fact, I originally came to pick someone up. It is just that the Lord of the 9 nethers and I found kindred spirits in each other, did we not? Only then did this contest come about. Now it could be said that we have become friends through battle." The 3 ancestral gods had been quite respectful of his face, which was not surprising. After all, top-grade weapons and armor meant little to him or the Lord of the 9 nethers. It would not have shown enough sincerity. Meanwhile, top-grade flying palace treasures, soul defense treasures, and domain treasures, if of good quality, could be even more expensive than a peak ultimate treasure battle blade. A peak ultimate treasure battle blade was already quite good. Although being merely a blade, it counted among the lowest priced of the many treasures, it was still a peak ultimate treasure. The corner of the Lord of the 9 nethers' mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Who feels a kindred bond with you? You barged into my territory and you think you are in the right. Originally it is normal for a senior to test a newcomer's strength, but you did not follow any procedure at all. You went straight to life or death intensity. This whole affair was provoked by you. What does it have to do with me, 9 nethers? You are strong, so whatever you say goes." The faceless ancestral god naturally knew the situation. A peak-level treasure was nothing. The ancestral god cult had no shortage of treasures. "Lord of Nether Souls, this battle blade is named Gue Hai. It is among the finest of peak ultimate treasures, a token of apology to you. This conflict ends here." Zhang Yang was delighted inwardly. A peak ultimate treasure of supreme quality. How generous. From this angle he had gained a considerable advantage. Peak ultimate treasures of supreme quality were hardly more common than palace treasures. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into his space ring, then smiled kindly. The 3 ancestral gods stepping in to mediate represents the will of the primordial universe. It was after all about born of whim, so I naturally ought to show due respect. The expressions of the 3 ancestral gods brightened considerably. Originally 1 peak-level treasure would have sufficed, yet they had given the finest of peak ultimate treasures. Within that gesture was naturally an intention to form a friendship, and now, judging by Zhang Yang's attitude, the goal had clearly been achieved. In this reincarnation era they could still remain in the primordial universe, but once this era ended it would naturally be time to leave. Relying on the ancestral god cults of the 2 previous reincarnation eras was certainly impossible, because those were a bunch of madmen. If that was the case, a terrifyingly strong being like the Lord of Nether Souls was naturally worth befriending. Besides, the treasures had been given by the primordial universe, not earned through their own desperate efforts. So why should they feel pain giving away public goods? The 2-faced ancestral god also said with a smile, "Lord of Nether Souls, your strength is beyond doubt now. Would you be interested in serving as the divine lord protector of our ancestral god cult?" Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. The ancestral god cult was the greatest force in the primordial universe and was considered quite neutral. In the original account he had chosen to help the human race. Although there was a suspicion of adjusting his stance to suit the situation that was normal, humanity itself was rife with conflicting interests, and without shared benefits it would be hard to feel at ease working together. Being able to draw closer to the ancestral god cult was naturally something he welcomed. "In about 10 epochs I will choose to break through to Universe Venerable. By then I should have the full strength of the 5th rank. If there is anything that requires my attention, as long as it does not conflict with the interests of the human race, you can call on me at any time." The many powerhouses of the ancestral god cult around them felt their hearts tighten. Earlier, because of the conflict, they had not paid much attention to the fact that Zhang Yang was an immortal. After all, that was how the rumor had always gone, and they had simply heard it as such. But now, seeing the power Zhang Yang displayed, and then hearing him speak of breaking through, they were deeply shaken. Yes, an unimaginable genius like him could already achieve such a level now. Although they did not know what he was waiting for, breaking through would naturally be a trivial matter. Immortal, 5th rank. These 2 terms churned in their minds, making their hearts tremble without cease. At the immortal realm his strength could already reach the 5th rank. If he became a venerable, what kind of strength would he have? Comparable to the strongest being in the universe. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Even a universe master possessing a supreme ultimate treasure had strength only equivalent to the weakest of the universe's strongest beings. Ha ha ha! Our ancestral god cult has gained another divine lord protector. This is a great flourishing occasion. We should celebrate properly, and since all our cult's powerhouses are gathered here, we have even saved the time of sending invitations. The 2-faced ancestral god said cheerfully. Lord of Nether Souls, today you are the guest of honor. You must not slip away. Among the three ancestral gods, the Zonglao ancestral god said teasingly. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. How could I possibly run off? Everyone knows the wealth of the ancestral god cult. Today I intend to feast upon you wealthy lords properly. Ha ha ha. Lord of Nether Souls, I recall that the two-faced ancestral god still has a bottle of 9 mystic thunderbrew that is extremely precious. Today perhaps it might even be brought out. A rumbling thunder-like voice came from among the many powerhouses of the ancestral god cult. Zhang Yang followed the sound, meeting the gazes of the many powerhouses one by one. They all appeared quite friendly. His gaze finally fell upon the enormous thunder beast god. It was the one who had just spoken. As one of the 8 guardian beast gods, the thunder beast god was naturally formidable, and its status was equally close to the cult's heart. Zhang Yang leaned back, slightly feigning surprise, and said the two-faced ancestral god actually possesses such a treasure. This is a vintage that existed only at the dawn of the universe. Having said this, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the two-faced ancestral god. The two-faced ancestral god's expression stiffened instantly. He shot the thunder beast god an exasperated look and said in mock anger, "You scoundrel. Not a single thing can escape your eyes. Truly it is not thieves stealing that one fears, but their covetous gaze. How many epochs have you coveted my little stash now?" The thunder beast god clearly did not mind. It slowly lay down in the sky and lazily stretched. Its enormous eyes over 1,000 kilometers wide gleamed as it stared intently at the two-faced ancestral god in eager anticipation. Zhang Yang's divine body stirred slightly, and in an instant he appeared beside the Lord of the 9 Nethers. This time I have profited from the ultimate treasure. There is an old saying in my homeland: friendship is forged through battle. From now on we can be considered friends. Having said this, he extended his right hand. The Lord of the 9 Nethers looked at Zhang Yang with complicated eyes. To be used as a stepping stone. This was a taste he had never experienced before. Even here in the 9 Nether Sea, the place he was proudest of, he had already unleashed power surpassing the limits of the primordial universe, and still could do nothing against the other. Zhang Yang also had a supreme ultimate treasure capable of suppressing him. Though he was unwilling to accept defeat in this battle, he was nevertheless convinced by Zhang Yang's ability. This was the one universe master who, without being the strongest being in the universe, could withstand his endless blood sea purely by his own power. Before, because he had not realized how terrifying Zhang Yang was, he had been cruel and arrogant. But now that even his own blood sea was being targeted by Zhang Yang, he could not help sighing that in this universe everything has its conqueror. Each is fated to overcome the other. After countless epochs, he had finally encountered his own nemesis. Seeing Zhang Yang's gesture, the Lord of the 9 Nethers understood almost instantly. Though he did not know the exact meaning behind it, he still extended his right hand and clasped Zhang Yang's firmly. The 3 ancestral gods exchanged a glance. As divine lords of the same ancestral god cult, they naturally should be more harmonious. The two-faced ancestral god said, "Come, the feast is prepared. Lord of Nether Souls, today, we will let you broaden your horizons." After shaking hands, the tension between Zhang Yang and the Lord of the 9 Nethers eased at once. Each acknowledged the other's power. Hearing the two-faced ancestral god's words, he said earnestly, "Then I can hardly wait to see it." The Zonglao ancestral god suddenly called out loudly, "Friends of the human race, Lord of Chaos City, stop hiding. Will you not join us for a celebration today? Since this matter is concluded, we will not disturb your enjoyment. Human powerhouses, disperse." The Lord of Chaos City's voice drifted over from more than 10,000 light-years away. Their many powerhouses had only come to show support for Zhang Yang. The ancestral god cult had always been neutral, and these words were merely polite formalities. If Zhang Yang went, it could still be considered a personal visit. If a host of Hong Alliance powerhouses all went, it would likely arouse suspicion among other top-tier races. The primordial universe was a cradle. It was better to minimize warfare within it. Outside, 2 great reincarnation eras were watching covetously. Zhang Yang gathered his will, and his gaze instantly crossed a distance of more than 10,000 light-years, seeing the Lord of Chaos City and the others. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Then, amid conversations with many powerhouses of the ancestral god cult, he arrived inside the 5-colored Aurora Lake where the banquet fires had already been lit. His avatar carrying the Huanyu City returned to the Milky Way, and Luo Feng's figure flew out from within it. He had watched the entire process. At this moment, with an excited expression, he said, "Senior, I truly never imagined you could achieve such a level. Even the endless blood sea could do nothing to you. I feel that if not for the interference of the many powerhouses from the ancestral god cult, you could even have killed the Lord of the 9 Nethers." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "I am only at the 4th rank right now. It is only by relying on Huanyu City, and being particularly effective against the Lord of the Nine Nethers that I was able to accomplish this. The ancestral god cult is after all the foremost power in the primordial universe. Under its protection the Lord of the Nine Nethers is basically in no danger. He then added with a smile in his eyes, have you chosen your avatar? Does this endless nether sea meet your favor? I took a bit of seawater from each of the 108 blood seas. Since the Lord of the Nine Nethers refused to show courtesy, I had to provoke him properly. If not for that, he probably would not have been so furious. With that, he winked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was momentarily speechless. He had wondered why the conflict between the two had escalated so fiercely. By rights, with his senior's current prestige, it should not have escalated so violently. He had now come to understand the secret within it. The endless nether sea was the true body of the Lord of the Nine Nethers, and the 108 blood seas were naturally the true bodies of his children. Although taking a little sea water was equivalent to a bit of dandruff, it had still been forcibly plundered. The next moment his gaze became blazing hot. That was the endless nether sea. Unless one encountered a being as countering as his senior, even his teacher Lord of Chaos City dared not go there. Could he obtain such an avatar as well? In comparison, the branch of the world tree instantly lost its appeal. Senior, can I also nurture a blood sea avatar like that? Zhang Yang reached out with a wave, and 108 bottles of blood appeared in his hand. He said casually, try it and you will know. With 108 blood seas coexisting, the genetic level should not be high. The golden horn giant beast is after all a starry sky giant beast, so it should be able to nurture one. Luo Feng accepted them with a delighted expression, and said, Senior, thank you. Zhang Yang certainly knew how Luo Feng felt. If the Earthlings had had backers back then, why would he have had to endure in silence? Why would he have had to use his own wealth to test the hearts of those mighty beings? If he had exposed a treasure like the abyssal prison while weak, it would have been snatched away in an instant. In those days before some venerables, he was like an ant unable to withstand even a trace of malice. Now at last all of that was over. After today's battle, he had become thoroughly renowned in the original universe. Unless one was a top-tier powerhouse, anyone who encountered him would either be slain or sealed. They could only cry for reinforcements. Such deterrence was more than enough. Although his strength was still a bit lacking, his current might rivaled even the Chaos City Lords. Even if it relied on the Cosmic City, a supreme treasure itself was part of one's power. After a slight hesitation in his expression, Zhang Yang said, It is time for you to advance to Undying. Given Chaos's temperament, he will probably not give you any more treasures. You are currently the strongest Earthling besides me, so I should give you a supreme treasure to assist your growth. Hearing this, Luo Feng hastily said, Senior, no need. I already possess a supreme treasure myself. Zhang Yang shook his head and said seriously, You were hiding fairly well, and the beast gods of the ancestral god cult would not reveal information, but now that I have stirred up such a commotion, your identity can no longer be hidden. Do you know what those hostile races will do to you once they learn of your talent? Luo Feng shuddered, his face hesitating. He still remembered what Zhang Yang had told him last time. Demon God Shuzhen. Although he had confidence and was protected by supreme treasures, one must know one's own limits. Against a universe supreme like Demon God Shuzhen, who excelled in soul attacks, he could not withstand it. If he couldn't withstand it, then it was over. Zhang Yang naturally understood Luo Feng's current mood. He had been the same back then, and the first thing he solved was the soul problem. Among the 5 main categories of supreme treasures, it was not without reason that soul defense supreme treasures were the most expensive. This is the Golden Soul Seal. Since I acquired it, I have used it myself. This is the most powerful supreme treasure I have aside from the Abyssal Prison and the Cosmic City. In the original universe, no individual soul attack can exceed its limit, and its protective power is extremely strong. Even if Demon God Shuzhen wanted to control you, it would take him a considerable amount of time, allowing you to calmly self-destruct. As Zhang Yang spoke, he extended his hand, and an ancient-looking square seal appeared in his palm. Its shape somewhat resembled an imperial jade seal, but its overall structure seemed hollowed out like a nest. When the Golden Soul Seal appeared, a tranquil aura naturally emanated from it. In an instant, Luo Feng felt his soul become much more peaceful. Watching the golden threads continuously weaving in and out of the seal, he sensed a profound mystery in the complexity of their trajectories. He involuntarily reached out both hands and took the Golden Soul Seal. The next moment he snapped back to his senses, eyes wide, wanting to return it while declining. Senior, this is a supreme treasure that you use. Zhang Yang raised a hand to interrupt him and said calmly, Recently I have improved considerably, and I no longer need this treasure. My will has barely reached the level of a universe supreme, so ordinary soul attacks I can block at will. But if I roam the cosmic sea, a supreme treasure of this grade can no longer protect me. Against soul attacks above the 7th order, its defensive effect is basically nil. Only peak-level supreme treasures are of any help to me now. Although your strength is decent now and your will has reached the level of a venerable, this is not enough. When I was undying in the outer domain battlefield, my will had already reached the level of a universe lord. Moreover, I had created a soul defense secret technique myself, but even at that level I was still extremely powerless against Lord Yaoming of the Zerg race. I could only helplessly choose self-destruction. Facing willpower impacts at too high a level, even though your gene level is now nearly 100 times stronger than mine was back then, your soul defense is still extremely weak. You need this golden soul seal. Under its protection during the World Lord and Undying stages, and even when you are a venerable, exploring will be absolutely safe. Seeing Luo Feng somewhat tempted, Zhang Yang continued. Now that I have grown, powerful universe supremes like Demon Ancestor Meng can do nothing to me, but I have also reached the limit of what they can tolerate. They will absolutely not allow another human powerhouse to appear. The danger is even more terrifying than you imagine. Even the ancestral god cult is not impossible to force one's way through. You also need experience, and my avatar cannot protect you forever. Luo Feng slowly closed his eyes, then the next moment snapped them open, his gaze full of determination. He looked deeply at Zhang Yang, hesitated no longer, and immediately bound the golden soul seal to himself. Senior, I will definitely become stronger quickly. Luo Feng possessed treasures like the Star Tower, so his foundation was naturally profound. Now, with the protection of a top-tier supreme treasure like the golden soul seal, and the imminent conception of the endless dark sea, he was confident he could grow stronger. Zhang Yang watched Luo Feng and curled his lips into a faint smile. Go nurture your third avatar. After that you can also break through to Undying. Luo Feng looked at Zhang Yang, nodded heavily, and then teleported away, disappearing from the cosmic city. Zhang Yang gazed at the spot where Luo Feng had disappeared. Now the Blood Sea avatar was about to be conceived, and Luo Feng's strongest foundation would also be forged. He would soon catch up. The gap from Undying to Venerable and then to Universe Lord was enormous, but that was only for ordinary geniuses. He had stepped straight into Undying back then, growing rapidly in a mere 1,000 years. His comprehension of laws swiftly advanced from Universe Venerable to the level of Universe Lord. Of course, this was also related to his no longer searching for those elusive points of resonance, and instead focusing wholeheartedly on comprehending the laws. After all, his divine talent had grown from 400,000 times to 400,000 times. 1 year for him was equivalent to others comprehending for 4000 epochs, and 1000 years equivalent to 40 billion years. Moreover, talent was far more terrifying than cultivation time. The universe contained countless ancient beings, but a single bottleneck could trap them for countless epochs. But he had no bottlenecks. Problems that others might need to ponder for a long time he understood at a glance. It was just that the difficulty of fusing laws of 3 systems was despairing, and the difficulty kept rising. Otherwise, had he taken the path of ordinary powerhouses, he would already have comprehended several origins and reached the eternal level. Zhang Yang was fully aware of this. The fusion laws were originally intended to merge into the chaos law and attain the status of chaos sovereign. Now he was merely at the Undying stage with 6 major realms in between. The difficulty was imaginable. Because his realm was low, his comprehension of origins was rather vague. Of the 2 paths, comprehending the chaos origin or comprehending the chaos law, he could only take the path of laws first. More importantly, it was the path of fused laws that allowed one to break restrictions and unleash secret techniques 2 major realms above one's own. Zhang Yang's face turned puzzled, and he murmured, "Has my progress in the fusion laws increased a little? Was it an illusion?" In the divine hall, the divine body towering 90,000 kilometers tall sat down cross-legged and quickly entered a cultivation state. The laws that had formerly shackled it had actually loosened. He wanted to confirm whether he could truly break through. Could he resume his cultivation? Time passed leisurely. 1,000 years. 10,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Alas! A sigh. Zhang Yang said helplessly, still no good. Although my will, having reached the universe supreme level, can now comprehend laws, the speed is simply too slow. The comprehension progress has probably only gone from 19 to about 19,001. Then he mused inwardly, now 10,000 years have passed. Each year my talent increases by 40,000-fold. Over 10,000 years, that becomes 400 million-fold. Adding the previous 60-odd million, my talent is now over 460 million-fold. It certainly is not due to insufficient talent. It is the rules that are restraining me. Zhang Yang stood up, glanced at the distant galaxy, and said leisurely, "Fortunately, I did not stubbornly cling to the fusion laws. In 10,000 years I have sorted through these laws. Although the 2-system fusion laws remain as they were for ordinary laws, I have already reached the level of comprehending the origins. This chaos steel, I can indeed add more to it now. Without disturbing the guards in the Divine Hall, Zhang Yang directly teleported to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company via his Divine Kingdom. Now he was no longer afraid of others entering his Divine Kingdom. In fact, he somewhat longed for it. After achieving perfect genes, his Divine Kingdom expanded another 10,000-fold. In the past, even before Luofeng broke through to Undying, his Divine Kingdom already had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, with the 100-fold increase in the upper limit after breaking through to Undying that became 100 trillion kilometers, equivalent to 10 light-years. A Divine Kingdom of such size was comparable to that of a Universe Lord. After all, a normal human powerhouse breaking through to Universe Lord only had 100-fold gene level, making their Divine Kingdom diameter tens of thousands of times smaller than the perfect gene limit. Just so happened that from Undying to Venerable, the Divine Kingdom upper limit increased 100 times. From Venerable to Universe Lord, it increased another 100 times. Zhang Yang's current Divine Kingdom was equivalent to that of a Universe Lord with 100-fold gene level. In the original universe today, Zhang Yang had never heard of any Universe Lord falling because his Divine Kingdom was discovered or having his path of cultivation severed because of it. Greetings, Phantom Lord. Mongshan King called out respectfully upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. The passage to the initial universe opened naturally. The Chaos City Lord had already sensed his arrival. Your progress is quite good. I recall you last came about 1300 years ago. The black-robed envoy looked at the handsome man before him and asked softly. The handsome man smiled slightly and replied, yes, to be precise, it was 1315 years ago. The black-robed envoy nodded seriously and said, you have now broken through to World Lord for over 3000 years. I remember you once said last time that you only had 2 opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Steel left. The handsome man said, yes, I truly have only 1 opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Steel now. The black-robed envoy frowned and said, why are you so anxious? After reaching World Lord, your law comprehension has indeed become much quicker. There is an explosive period, but the difficulty later also rises. In 3000 years, you have only advanced 2 levels, and now you are merely at the 8th floor of the Heavenly Bridge. To be honest, this level is hardly outstanding. The next floor will take you a long time to break through. You shouldn't have come so soon. You should have accumulated more questions before comprehending the Chaos Steel. The handsome man said seriously, I have applied for the Outer Domain Battlefield. The Outer Domain Battlefield. The black-robed envoy carefully sized up the young man before him and said again, you do have some boldness, but you are still a bit too hasty. The handsome young man smiled slightly, and was about to say something when the black-robed envoy hastily pulled him and called out respectfully, greetings, Lord Phantom. After being pulled, the handsome young man understood and bowed almost simultaneously with the black-robed envoy. But the next instant he was utterly horrified, for he heard a familiar voice. Wei Jie. A soft call. Wei Jie's face changed drastically in an instant. How familiar this voice was. It was because of the owner of this voice that he had been training, desperately unwilling to end up unable even to see Zhang Yang's back. But now he had actually encountered him here. Phantom Lord. He was actually a Universe Lord. What an inconceivable existence that was. He was currently in the end-time secret realm, the core of the Virtual Universe Company, so he naturally understood the meaning of Universe Lord. But precisely because of this he felt even more horrified. How was this possible? Hadn't only 20,000 years passed? How could he be a Universe Lord? Even his own ancestor only served under a Universe Nation Master, and he had never met a Universe Nation Master. He had only seen a few Universe Venerables in the Chaos City. How could he be a Universe Lord? Wei Jie tried to calm his mind, then raised his head. In an instant his heart and mind were completely lost. It was as if he was looking at the Chaos Steel. The 10-colored cosmic laws interwove in an orderly manner countless complex secret patterns, shifting unceasingly, causing him to begin comprehending involuntarily. What kind of realm was this? That was his last thought before his mind sank into immersion. Oh, I just finished sorting out my law comprehensions and haven't retracted them yet. Zhang Yang instantly realized his own state upon seeing Wei Jie's condition. He had not paid attention to it before. Looking at Wei Jie, who was still comprehending, Zhang Yang nodded gently. The end-times secret realm still had some outstanding geniuses. Some might appear slow because of poor fortune, but there were quite a few who cultivated steadily and eventually became sealed kings. Sensing Zhang Yang's gaze, the black-robed envoy became even more respectful. He just hadn't expected that a youngster he had only exchanged a few words with would actually know this great lord. Zhang Yang said calmly, since he counts as an old friend and fate has brought us together, I will grant him 10 opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Steel. Did he say he wanted to enter the Outer Domain Battlefield before? The black-robed envoy replied respectfully, yes, my lord. He indeed said he wanted to go to the outer domain battlefield for training. Zhang Yang nodded, casually took out a heavy treasure ornament, and sent it flying to Wei Jie. Seeing Wei Jie immersed in comprehension, he paid no more attention and vanished in a flash. Phew! The black-robed envoy let out a heavy breath and said, "The pressure of communicating with such a great existence is truly immense." Then he turned to look at Wei Jie, who was still comprehending, and felt envious. To actually know such an important person. And that floating treasure. That must be a heavy treasure, right? Who knows what function it has? Truly enviable. Even an undying like him had never touched a heavy treasure. City Lord's mansion. I remember he was in the same batch as that little fellow outside. He does have a little talent. The Chaos City Lord said softly. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Meeting was fate. He didn't mind lending a small helping hand. Hasn't only 10,000 years passed since last time? The Chaos City Lord was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Phantom Lord had come since it had been such a short time. Then he said with sudden realization, "Ah, true. You are only 20,000 years old, so it might indeed be quite a long time for you. What are you here for this time?" Zhang Yang's expression was slightly serene. 10,000 years was indeed a long time for him. After all, his avatar had already wandered through hundreds of thousands of planets. After such a long journey, he had gained many insights, and had changed slightly himself, his aura becoming more peaceful. Of course, compared to another avatar of the Chaos City Lord, his ferocity was still too heavy. The reason I came this time is to place the Chaos Steel. Back then, because I had just stepped into Undying not long before, my comprehension of the laws was rather shallow. Now, after 10,000 years of sorting through and comprehending once more, I have gained some insight, so I thought of placing a few more Chaos Steels. Chaos Steel. Chaos City Lord repeated softly. As the human race's inherited supreme treasure, the Chaos Steel's value naturally could not be compared to ordinary objects, which was why Chaos City Lord regarded it with such importance. Although he found it hard to believe that the Wraith Lord could have improved this much in 10,000 years, he no longer made any predictions about Zhang Yang. Because the other party was a genius he could not understand. How could anyone reach such a level? 10,000 years might be very short to him, but Zhang Yang's rise had taken only 10,000 years. There was no time acceleration at all. Thinking of it this way, it was utterly terrifying. A true peerless genius who had surpassed him in law comprehension in just 10,000 years. After attaining such terrifying strength, how much more could he improve in 10,000 years? Chaos City Lord could not help but ask, "What level has your law comprehension reached now?" Zhang Yang first frowned, then said helplessly, "There has been almost no progress in fused laws. I've been restricted." Chaos City Lord frowned as well. Had the most powerful genius of their race also run into a bottleneck? Was the fused law truly that difficult? But what did restricted mean? Restricted by whom? The primordial universe's source consciousness. Zhang Yang did not give Chaos City Lord too much explanation. Instead he continued, "Though I've made little progress in fused laws, I have comprehended some ordinary laws all the way to the point of grasping their origin." Chaos City Lord. This Wraith Lord was good in every way except that he kept pausing, and often said things he could not quite understand. What step exactly was grasping the origin? Alas, he had not reached that level yet. If his law comprehension reached the 6th tier, he could break through to become the strongest in the universe. Wraith Lord, in more specific terms, what kind of realm is grasping the origin? Zhang Yang frowned even more, because even if the laws he comprehended were high enough, secret arts formed from ordinary laws beyond the 6th tier simply could not be executed. Chaos City Lord felt somewhat weary. "Won't you just say something? Why do you keep frowning at the slightest thing? Is communicating with me really that difficult? I know you're a genius, but surely the gap between us can't be that enormous when it comes to conversation, right?" Zhang Yang took a full 2 seconds to think before snapping back to attention. Seeing the conflicted expression on Chaos City Lord's face, he said with a trace of apology in his eyes, "Grasping the origin is roughly equivalent to the 10th tier. That is the realm the primal ancestor is currently in. However, my own cultivation realm is still too low right now, so I'm not sure whether I can render it on the Chaos Steel. If I can, it would be roughly equivalent to the 30th floor of the heaven-reaching bridge. It might be some unknown restriction. I'm not certain of the specifics either, but it doesn't matter. Even if it can't be done now, once I break through to the universe venerable level, it should be possible." Chaos City Lord stared blankly at Zhang Yang. How had his teacher been dragged into this again? In a somewhat feeble voice, he said, "Forget it. Go and set up the Chaos Steel first." There was a slight apology in Zhang Yang's eyes. It wasn't that he looked down on him, but Chaos City Lord's law comprehension was only at the peak of the 5th tier. How was he supposed to communicate with him? But he truly had not lied. Comprehending the origin to achieve the Void True God realm. Wasn't that exactly where Primal Ancestor now stood? And by continuing in that comprehension, one could achieve Eternal True God. Everything he said was the plain truth. At present the powerhouses of the human race had no detailed guidance. They knew things were so but not why they were so, and they were unclear about the origin and the realms. The rest could only be kept in his heart. In the primordial universe that realm could not be spoken aloud. Greetings Chaos City Lord. Greetings Wraith Lord. Kandri quickly bowed when he saw the two lords. His feelings toward Zhang Yang were extremely complicated. This was indeed a genius he could not understand. That had been true back then, and it was even more true now that Zhang Yang had become a great universe lord. There had originally been 52 Chaos Steels. Because of him, they had become 60. He sometimes could not help wondering whether this lord had deliberately concealed himself on his first visit, or whether comprehending the Chaos Steels had always been meant to proceed by leaps. After all, when Zhang Yang first came to Chaos City, he had directly seen the 9th painting of the 9 Cosmos Chaos Steel. Several young geniuses who had been waiting nearby tremblingly bowed alongside Kandri. When they raised their heads, they immediately became lost in the laws surrounding Zhang Yang. When they came to their senses, they were both shocked and disheartened. The two lords were clearly not here for them. At the core region of the Chaos Steels, Zhang Yang walked up to them, and asked in a low voice who has claimed ownership of this supreme treasure. Chaos City Lord said softly, "It was my master." "Why do you ask?" "I hold most of the control authority over the Chaos Steel." Zhang Yang nodded and continued asking, "What is the upper limit on the number of split forms the Chaos Steel can have?" "This is our human race's heritage treasure. Why would you want to delete or modify it?" Chaos City Lord said, baffled. Then he answered, "The highest upper limit of the Chaos Steel is 10081, but even after countless years of accumulation our human race has only managed to create 52. Though such treasure is precious, there are still quite a few in the universe, and many races have similar inheritance artifacts. Those vassal races do have quite a few universe lords, but because of the restrictions of the universe's laws, only one such Chaos Steel can actually take effect, so they leave them in their own races. With such an enormous number, it would probably take completely unifying the primordial universe and accumulating for countless years at the end of this samsara era to fill them all right." Zhang Yang lowered his head, lost in thought, and murmured, 10,081. "This limit again. That shouldn't be." "What did you just say?" Chaos City Lord asked in confusion. Zhang Yang looked up and smiled. "Nothing. Today I'll try to fill it up." "What?" Chaos City Lord said with a tremor in his voice. "Fill it up?" Zhang Yang did not explain further. He walked directly to the front of the Chaos Steel, glanced at the universe Chaos Steel inside, and with clear understanding began to deduce the laws on the Chaos Steel. Within the Chaos Steel, the fundamental laws of time and space began to combine, continuously growing along a certain thread, while outside a component slowly took shape. The first painting of the Chaos Steel gradually emerged. A dim murky void with a lone planet floating in solitude. Chaos City Lord stared at the Chaos Steel in utmost shock and cried out in his heart, "This is my Chaos Steel. How is this possible?" He stared at Zhang Yang in bewilderment. How could this Wraith Lord know the very laws he cultivated? But Zhang Yang obviously could not explain to him now. He was still devoting all his power to deducing the laws Chaos City Lord had comprehended. Space-time laws kept interweaving within the Chaos Steel, and dark silver and bright silver rays of light continuously illuminated the dim interior of the steel. Once the first painting was fully deduced, the second one began to emerge. This time there was 1 planet and 3 moons. The third painting was a giant star with 9 planets and 27 moons. The fourth painting was a complete planet. The fifth was a vast star domain. The sixth was an immense star sector. The seventh had 2 sides. One side was the primordial universe, and the other was the dark universe. The eighth was a huge sphere whose many scenes looked somewhat like countless fragments of space, highly abstract. The 9th painting was already the image of the primordial universe. The moment one saw it, one could feel an aura of primordial antiquity. The 10th painting was a miniature universe. Countless silver lines inside it were arranged in perfect order, appearing extremely exquisite, while its surroundings were as dim as the very beginning, like a small universe adrift in the cosmic sea. After Chaos City Lord watched for a while, the surging waves in his heart gradually calmed. This was exactly the law he had comprehended. Even the first 9 paintings were no different from the universe Chaos Steel he had left behind. But when he saw the 10th painting, his eyes instantly grew entranced. It was complete, utterly perfect, bearing a special rhythm. It was as if some formless thing served as its core, making the entire miniature universe truly come alive. This was his direction forward. The final step toward breaking through to become the strongest was right there. Divine power erupted from his body, and countless inspirations flooded his mind. Chaos City Lord had fully entered a state of law comprehension. Even his avatars in the cosmic sea and the human race's sacred grounds fell silent in that instant. The aura around him surged and wavered, and the laws enveloping him gradually shifted, becoming increasingly complete. Zhang Yang glanced back at Chaos City Lord now immersed in enlightenment and smiled. A supreme being of this level had accumulated such immense foundations. Even by relying only on his own exploration he had arrived at the final step. It only took a little inspiration and a slight touch to break through directly. If a Universe Lord's law comprehension reached the 6th tier or he created a 6th-tier secret art, whichever one was accomplished first the other would naturally follow, then he could break through to become the strongest in the universe. Similarly, the strongest in the universe comprehended laws at the 7th, 8th, or 9th tier. As long as their law comprehension reached the 10th tier they could also break through once more. It seems the human race will soon have another strongest in the universe. Zhang Yang thought. His consciousness then entered the chaos steel and once again deduced the laws of spacetime. Except this time he moved along a different path. Before long another chaos steel slowly rose, except this one was a green leaf. Zhang Yang might not have cared, but by now violent waves had already erupted outside. After he had finished deducing along Chaos City Lord's path, the universe chaos steel in the outside world had vanished. Instead the higher-ups received a message saying that a new chaos steel had appeared. Moreover, the heaven-reaching bridge had reached a level as high as the 30th floor. The Axe founder was the first to react. In the next instant, he noticed that Chaos City Lord's virtual universe communication had automatically shut off. Clearly the mechanoid race universe Lord servant who acted as the virtual universe's central processor had noticed Chaos City Lord's unusual condition and automatically muted him. With a hint of joy in his eyes, he began examining the newly appeared Chaos Steel. These secret patterns. Ha ha ha, it's the universe Chaos Steel. Chaos is finally about to break through. 30th floor, 6th tier. Our human race is about to gain another strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha. First a peerless genius rises to shake all races of the universe, and now another strongest in the universe is added. Our human race is magnificent. Has Senior Brother broken through? The Dark Lord's tone carried a slight quiver. Clearly, he was far from calm inside. Has chaos broken through? Lord Huangjian also appeared, his tone full of surprise. All of you are here. I was a step slow. Is chaos about to break through? Lord Pengong appeared in Axe Temple with a very relaxed expression. He was even in the mood to tease. Lord Longxing, Lord Qingdong, even Lord Kuhu, who had been in seclusion, arrived. The Axe founder said with gratified eyes, right. Looking at Chaos's universe steely, his law comprehension has clearly reached the 6th tier level. I believe he will break through before long. But in the next instant the Axe founder's expression froze, because he had just received news that another Chaos Steel had appeared. So it wasn't Chaos who was breaking through. He hurriedly examined it. Although it differed somewhat from the universe Chaos Steely, it similarly illustrated the way of spacetime. Had Chaos really improved this much? Axe, what is going on? Why did another Chaos Steel appear? Lord Yuho asked with concern. This? It looks almost the same as Senior Brother's law comprehension. Could Senior Brother have made a major breakthrough? The Dark Lord said doubtfully. The Axe founder said with a strange look on his face, I just checked the core of the Chaos Steels. It's the Wraith Lord deducing on the Chaos Steel. This? Lord Qingdong was dumbfounded. So it had been a moment of joy for nothing. The Wraith Lord. The Dark Lord's eyes showed some disappointment. The Chaos Steels were connected to those mighty existences. After a powerhouse broke through, a single thought would cause the Chaos Steel to change on its own. He had not thought that Chaos City Lord would be at the core of the Chaos Steel. He also went to check now, and sure enough it was Zhang Yang deducing on the Chaos Steely, while his Senior Brother seemed to be beside him. Senior Brother seems to have gained some enlightenment as well. Even if he cannot break through immediately, I'm afraid it won't take much longer. After all, the laws deduced by the Wraith Lord appear to share the same root as Senior Brother's comprehension. The Dark Lord said with a trace of lightness in his voice. The Axe founder also nodded with a smile. As long as Chaos City Lord could break through, that was enough. At the same time he was incredibly shaken. Everyone's cultivation had to rely on oneself. Outsiders could not help at all. But there was no defense against someone walking the exact same path as you. Zhang Yang had actually walked their path all over again, and even demonstrated it on the Chaos Steel. They were after all the strongest in the universe or universe lords. Their natural talent was certainly not poor. With the final missing step placed right before them, a breakthrough would naturally happen. He could not help but sigh in admiration. How formidable is this Wraith Lord? To think he could accomplish such a feat. He has walked someone else's path himself. And it has only been 10,000 years since we last met, hasn't it? How can his talent be this terrifying? Doesn't this mean that he would only need 10,000 years to become the strongest in the universe? Lord Pengong suppressed his joy and said quietly, do you think he has only studied the way of spacetime in depth, or has he comprehended all the remaining Chaos Steels to this level? Lord Yuho murmured, it shouldn't be like that, right? Maybe he's simply more proficient in space-time laws. As soon as he said it, he lost confidence in his own words. Law comprehension was actually his strong point. But now, when compared, he did not know how to describe it. A flash of excitement passed through Lord Longxing's weathered eyes as he said, in that case, all we need to do is wait. The group of powerhouses exchanged glances and nodded. Now they would just wait to see how far the Wraith Lord could go. If these universe lords could still remain calm, then the outside world had already gone mad. The universe chaos steel has disappeared. Oh my god. How could the universe chaos steel disappear? Could it be? No, that's absolutely impossible. I was in the middle of comprehending it, but the universe chaos steel suddenly disappeared. What are we supposed to do from now on? Great Chaos City Lord, what has happened to you? At this moment, the humans who cultivated the universe chaos steel all went mad with panic and terror. How could the human race's heritage treasure possibly go wrong? Kandri outside the secret chamber reached up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead once more. He had known that when this Wraith Lord arrived, something major was bound to happen. Last time was fine when 8 chaos steels were added. But what was going on now? Why had the chaos steels decreased instead? They wouldn't keep decreasing, would they? Kandri was somewhat uncertain. The next second his eyes went round as saucers. Because the 9 cosmos chaos steel had also disappeared. For an instant he felt the sky was about to collapse. The matter had blown up out of proportion. What were those 2 lords doing? The chaos steels wouldn't all disappear, would they? What would he do from now on? Today it's all gone. Giant Axe Temple. A host of human elites were still waiting, though a few had already departed. Their chaos steel had been refreshed and they had gone to comprehend it, their consciousness naturally fading from the virtual universe. The Dark Lord said in a chilly tone. The little ones outside are all panicking. We should take care of it. The Giant Axe founder nodded and said, indeed, we should offer some reassurance. Usually chaos handles such matters. Longxing, this time it's up to you. Lord Huangjian said. Currently, the Nether Soul Lord is deducing the laws at the core of the Chaos Steel, and must not be disturbed. Chaos is also at a critical juncture in comprehending the laws. We can just fob off those little ones with a few words. Lord Pengong said dismissively. What is wrong with these little ones? Can't they stay composed? So what if the Chaos Steel has vanished? Even we can keep calm when looking at the new Chaos Steel. But in the next instant, Lord Pengong, seeing the newly appeared Chaos Steel, his eyes suddenly gleamed and his image in the virtual universe vanished directly. The Dark Lord glanced helplessly at the spot where Lord Pengong had disappeared. He could understand. After all, though Lord Pengong was low-key, his strength was about the same as his own senior brother, both being just a step short of comprehending the laws to the 6th rank. One more breakthrough and he would become a universe supreme. How could he not be excited? The space of the Giant Axe Temple faintly trembled and 3 more figures appeared. Lord Kuhuai greeted Tianshi Zhu Shuxingyu. You've come as well. The Star Prison Demon Lord, surrounded by a baleful aura, said in a low voice. With such a momentous event, how could we possibly not come? Lord Longxing gave a slight nod and said, you should all know what has happened. The Tianshi Palace Master smiled and said, incredible Nether Soul Lord. He is even more fearsome than I imagined. Earlier I even helped him deal with a little stink bug inside the Tianshi Palace. Now that he has proved so important, that little bug died far too easily. He nearly destroyed the most outstanding genius in the history of our human race. Ha ha ha. The Giant Axe founder laughed heartily and said, the Nether Soul Lord is not as fragile as you think. Even when Chaos and I went to cause him trouble, he nearly slipped away right before us. How could a mere bug possibly do him any harm? Lord Shujin echoed, exactly. Exactly. Earlier it was only after Lord Kuhuai made a move that I discovered him. He has been adept at hiding since his weekdays. How could ordinary people do anything to him? Although he said this, he was deeply worried at heart. How could he not know about the affair at Tianshi Palace? Ultimately, it all stemmed from his disciple's orders. Across countless epochs, he had long regarded his disciple as his own child. Now that his disciple had offended the Nether Soul Lord, how could he possibly stand by and do nothing? There is no wall that the wind cannot penetrate. It seems things must be dealt with even more thoroughly. Yuhua must also be hidden in Giant Axe's miniature universe. Let us hope time will bury everything, the Dark Lord said calmly. With talent like that, if it isn't kept hidden, it will only invite trouble. I too once bathed in incomparable glory, but it nearly cost me my life. Rising all the way, if you cannot guarantee your own safety, it is better to lie low. Time flowed slowly. Before long, only Giant Axe remained here, and even the 3 top universe overlords who arrived later had vanished from the virtual universe. Yet he did not feel lonely at all. He was exceptionally excited. At this moment the core region of the Chaos Steel was gradually filling with Chaos Steels, and as time passed their number kept increasing. His heart trembled without cease. 7834 steals. 8234 steals. 9840 steals. 10072 steals. At this point only 9 Chaos Steels remained outside, 8 of which had been left by Zhang Yang last time. The only remaining steel was the one he himself had left. He Giant Axe Founder was a universe supreme. The law comprehension in the Chaos Steel he left had reached the 32nd floor of the Tongtian Bridge. That was why he could leave one. Giant Axe's gaze returned to the core region of the Chaos Steel. 10072 steels, each one, having reached the level of the 30th floor. His mouth opened slightly, and he was left utterly speechless. The astonishment in his heart was beyond words. This was a single person who had comprehended all the laws. One person matching all the universe lords of the universe's 3 reincarnation eras. Is there no limit to the comprehension of laws? In the virtual universe another person was quietly watching. The origin ancestor dressed in white stood at the core of the virtual universe. At that moment, seeing those 10081 cosmic chaos steels, he felt an inexplicable enlightenment. Like a sapling growing, constantly sending out branches and leaves, combing through all the laws. But the next instant, because it was far too complex, that profound and ineffable sensation waned again. He dared not look at everything again. He strained to grasp the tail of that mysterious aura, and began to focus entirely on comprehending the universe chaos steel. The laws of 1259 universe chaos steels formed a special network of veins, and he followed that network to comprehend deeper and deeper. Inside Chaos City, Weijia slowly woke up, then became alert in an instant. He looked at the black-robed envoy beside him with delayed realization, his gaze growing complicated. The target he had once wanted to chase had now become incomparably majestic. A mysterious aura brought him fully awake. He stared at the exquisite green sparrow floating before him. His mind was completely captivated by it, and an intense longing surged within his body. He asked the black-robed envoy with a trembling voice, "What is this?" The black-robed envoy said enviously, "This is what the great Nether Soul Lord bestowed upon you. A precious treasure. A treasure that even venerables hold dear. But since the Lord gave it to you, no one will dare covet it. Rest assured and keep it. To think you could meet the great Nether Soul Lord. You truly are a lucky little fellow." Weijia bowed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion and said respectfully, "I thank the great Nether Soul Lord for his gift. I will surely not disappoint your lordship's expectations." He then excitedly cupped the green sparrow in his palms. It felt like wind, and an inexplicable inspiration arose in his heart. The next moment he exclaimed, "My law comprehension has reached the 9th level." The black-robed envoy grew even more envious. How could he not know such an important figure? Even though he was an immortal before such a great existence, he was no better than an ant. Weijia hesitated for a moment and said, "I've just made a breakthrough. Can I apply for some more time in Chaos City? Then I'll go comprehend the Chaos Steel later." Knowing his request was somewhat against the rules, he gritted his teeth and added, "I can use Chaos units or contribution points to purchase some extra stay time." The black-robed envoy glanced at him and said, "Since Lord Nethersoul favors you, you naturally have the right to stay in Chaos City for a while longer. However, your luck is not great. The Lord just granted you 10 chances to comprehend the Chaos Steely, but now the Windwalk Chaos Steel has disappeared. Now of the 60 Chaos Steels, only 9 remain." Weijia cried, his emotions mixed between joy and distress. 10 times. The Chaos Steel disappeared. Finally, the deduction is complete. Zhang Yang lazily stretched his body, then turned to glance at the still comprehending Chaos City Lord, and silently departed from the core realm of the Chaos Steel. "Greetings, Lord Nether Soul," Candeli said respectfully upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded lightly and instructed, "Don't let anyone comprehend the Chaos Steel for now. Wait until Chaos City Lord comes out." Candeli replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord. Lord Longxing has already given the order." Then he seemed to hesitate, unsure whether to ask what had happened, and whether the Chaos Steel would reappear. This concerned his future life and responsibility. Across countless epochs he had grown accustomed to it. He wanted to continue guarding the Chaos Steel and watching the little ones of the race grow. It brought great comfort to his heart. Zhang Yang didn't mind his expression. Instead he asked softly, "How many avatars can you split into now?" Candeli said respectfully, "My lord, if I split into 99 avatars, I retain less than 1/10 of my strength. Any more and I would have only 1% of my power." Zhang Yang acknowledged and said, "Once Chaos City Lord wakes from his enlightenment, the Chaos Steel will appear. Tell the people below not to worry." "Yes, my lord, I will send out a notice." Candeli said with a hint of joy. As long as the Chaos Steel didn't disappear, everything was fine. Zhang Yang blurred and appeared at the exit of the primordial universe. Nether Soul Lord. Giant Axe's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing Giant Axe's figure, Zhang Yang explained, "Chaos is incomprehension. You should already know that." "Yes, I already know. I've been waiting for you for some time," Giant Axe said softly. Zhang Yang looked Giant Axe founder up and down and said, "Waiting for me? Even if I now deduce the Giant Axe Chaos Steely, it would only reach the 30th floor. It shouldn't be of much help to you. You'll have to wait until I break through to Venerable." Giant Axe founder's eyes instantly lit up. "You can help me?" It was one thing to help those universe lords. That was merely 6th rank law comprehension. But how could he possibly help him? After a brief pondering, Zhang Yang said, "I am but an immortal now. Universe Lord's secret arts formed from ordinary laws cannot be executed, for they cross over the Venerable stage. Just as a Realm Lord cannot skip the immortal stage and execute Venerable level secret arts. Although ordinary laws beyond the 6th rank cannot form offensive secret arts, it is only with fusion laws that I can unleash 6th rank secret arts. But forming secret arts and deducing the Chaos Steel are the same. Since I at the immortal stage can cross the Venerable level and deduce the laws of Universe Lords. Presumably when I reach Venerable I can cross Universe Lord and deduce laws at the level of Universe Supreme. The 30th floor of the Tongtian Bridge corresponds to the 6th rank, the 31st to the 7th, and your current 32nd floor is the 8th. By then I should be able to deduce law comprehension in the Chaos Steel up to the 10th rank. That is the 34th floor of the Chaos Steel. The 34th floor. Giant Axe founder's eyes gleamed. Law comprehension at the 10th rank. And a guide along the same path as his own. It was simply too tempting. Could he, like those king-ranked immortals or venerables, comprehend a Chaos Steel? That was too incredible. As for the strength limitation Zhang Yang mentioned, he was well aware of it. Though no one was as monstrous as Zhang Yang throughout endless epochs of human history, there had been many geniuses appearing only once in 10 million eras who reached the limit of the 20th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and still at a very young age. The reason they did not continue to comprehend venerable laws was that they were too difficult. Even with a will close to the source of the universe, comprehension was extremely slow. This was an inscrutable constraint of fate. The next instant he suddenly jolted awake and asked in disbelief, "Your current law comprehension allows you to keep breaking through at any time, even to become a universe supreme, and enter the next level?" Zhang Yang hesitated. There were some things he didn't know how to say because they hurt a little. "I suppose? Maybe. Just about?" Giant Axe founder asked with a hint of doubt. Success was success, failure was failure. What did just about mean? Are you under some restriction? Or do you have a hidden worry? Speak up. Maybe we can help you. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and said quietly, "The ordinary breakthrough method doesn't suit the path I walk. Compared with fusion laws, ordinary comprehension of the source is just a little inferior." Giant Axe founder. That hit a sore spot. He wanted to break through but could not while that guy was complaining that breaking through might make him weaker. But then he let it go. After all, someone who could become a universe supreme had an exceedingly resolute mind. His cultivation would not waver because of a few words from others. It was just that, when talking to Zhang Yang, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. He said solemnly, "If 1 or 2 Chaos Steels fall within the normal responsibility of a Universe Lord, then now you have contributed these 10080 Chaos Steels and pointed the way forward for the strong of our race. Your contribution must certainly not be small. Such heritage treasures by rights should not be measured by mere treasure points. After all, they let those Universe Lords make breakthroughs. They have the chance to step into Universe Supreme. They would be the pillars of the human race. And more than 10,000 Chaos Steels can let those venerables and kings continuously comprehend them. Their talents are not bad. All of them have the potential to improve further. This is the foundation of our race. So many Chaos Steels are worth more than even the supreme ultimate treasures. You already possess the peak class treasure, the War Saber Gue Hai, the peak domain treasure Erosion Abyss Prison, and indeed the supreme ultimate treasure palace, the Cosmic City. Now you only lack a peak soul defense treasure and peak armor. I give you authority over these 2 types of treasures. You may choose any 2 from the race's treasury, and the treasure points will be deducted from my account." Zhang Yang fell into thought upon hearing this. A peak treasure armor provided a degree of defense even against Universe Supremes. It was an extremely high-quality piece of that grade. Only attacks exceeding the 8th rank could damage it. It would be a great help when he ventured into dangerous environments. As for the peak soul defense treasure, currently in the Cosmic Sea, only the most supreme Universe Supremes could exceed its endurance limit. It was even more important to him ensuring he had no danger of falling. The Cosmic City had no risk of being lost. Thinking of the treasure he had bestowed upon Luofeng, and now it was his turn, a smile naturally curved at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He said, "I'll go choose these 2 treasures. They'll greatly improve me, so I won't decline. But I won't take them for nothing. Consider the treasure points a loan from you. I'll pay them back in the future." After saying that, Zhang Yang seemed to think of something and continued, "Of course I'll have to repay you after I enter the Cosmic Sea. In the original universe, I'm not necessarily lucky enough to obtain another peak treasure." The giant axe founder also looked very kind. In truth, he had intended to simply gift them. This incident was merely a cause that allowed him to speak generously. The strong remain strong. With what Zhang Yang had achieved now, even able to overpower the Lord of 9 Abysses, once he became a venerable, he would be stronger than even Chaos City Lord. He wanted to help Zhang Yang skip the stage of accumulating treasures. Zhang Yang's time was infinitely more precious than his. After all, 10,000 years meant nothing to him, but if it were spent on Zhang Yang, who knew what more miracles might be created? "It's best that you accepted. I was worried you might refuse." Ahem. Geniuses are always so stubborn and proud. Zhang Yang stared wide-eyed and said bluntly, "Stubborn? Why stubborn? Being strong is what matters. If you gave me peak-class treasures, I'd take them without blinking an eye. Back on my home planet, I loved borrowing. There is no debt I can't repay." Giant Axe also glared and roared. "Do you think peak treasures are easy to come by? In the Cosmic Sea, I could roam for 10,000 epochs and still not obtain one. There are only 2. Take it or leave it. You can't be too biased. Lord Kuhuai and Yu-Ho will get jealous." Zhang Yang shot Giant Axe a glance and said, "I'll go pick the treasures. You just wait for chaos." Zhang Yang bid farewell to Ju Fu, and once again arrived at the clan's treasure vault, which he already knew well. He understood Ju Fu's intentions. Just as Ju Fu had supported Luofeng, he wanted Zhang Yang to grow more smoothly. This attitude of treating him as one of their own moved him deeply. He hadn't expected to receive such treatment. "Ju Fu," he murmured softly, saying in his heart, "In the original story you were missing. How could I let you be absent now?" Opening the list of the clan's treasure vault, Zhang Yang boldly sorted by value. The top item was clearly the Pinnacle Soul Defense Treasure True God Heart Core. It was a treasure resembling a blooming white peony. Just looking at its form seemed to calm the heart. The secret patterns on it made the flower exceptionally vivid and mysterious. Good heavens! 13826 treasure points, over 10,000. This true God Heartcore is probably an extreme among pinnacle defensive treasures. Zhang Yang was secretly astonished at the price. The next moment he directly chose to purchase it. Although he had no treasure points, Ju Fu's points were definitely sufficient. There was no need to feel embarrassed. He understood his own abilities. Even in the Universe C, the dangers were comparatively smaller for him than for others. The stronger he was, the more treasures he could bring to the clan. Now his interests were tightly bound with those of the clan, both publicly and privately. He was qualified to obtain this treasure. Treasures only have value when they are used. However, seeing this name, Zhang Yang felt a trace of doubt. True God. Heartcore. Why True God? Others didn't know that the universe's strongest were actually at the True God realm, but he certainly knew. Could this True God Heartcore rival a True God level treasure? That is, rival an ultimate treasure. It shouldn't be possible, right? After all, Ju Fu was the universe's strongest. He couldn't possibly be unaware of this treasure's power. The stone disc in front rotated gently, and soon the blooming True God Heart Core appeared above it. Zhang Yang's nose twitched slightly. He seemed to smell a strange floral fragrance, and his spirit felt much clearer. Without hesitation, he instantly covered the True God Heart Core with divine power, and began to imprint his divine mark upon it. It seemed that Zhang Yang's will was sufficiently high. Even though the True God Heart Core had a spirit, it offered no resistance and allowed him to claim ownership. When the soul imprint was completely branded, the True God Heart Core spun, once flew into Zhang Yang's body, and finally settled upon his soul, gently wrapping around it. Comfortable. It seems my will has even grown slightly. Truly worthy of a top-tier treasure worth over 10,000 points. It also has strong auxiliary effects. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, savoring the feeling, his mouth full of praise. Not bad, not bad. There's still another one. He opened his eyes and selected armor again, sorting by price from high to low. There are quite a few armors. Divine Heart Transparent Armor. Although its price is the highest, it doesn't seem very suitable for me. Its defensive power is strong, and it can assist the spirit to become more serene. No. It's fine for guarding home, but not suitable for adventure. Raging Flame Burning Sea Battle Armor. The attributes don't match. I don't follow the path of fire and void, so it might not feel comfortable. Void Chaos Universe Armor. 4835 treasure points. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, somewhat interested. He swept his eyes downward and instantly knew that this one was probably the most suitable for him. Purchase. After the selection, Zhang Yang noticed that there was an armor at the bottom one he was very familiar with, the Abyssal Black Flame armor. The first page of the list contained 10 pinnacle treasures. After he purchased one, there were indeed only 10 pinnacle armor treasures left because the Abyssal Black Flame armor was the one he had sold priced the lowest at only 1050 treasure points. Even for pinnacle treasure armor, the lowest price was only a few thousand treasure points. The human race had only 10 such treasures. Too poor? Pungong Master, Dark Master, and Chaos City Lord might be stronger, but the chances for the rest to obtain such treasures were much smaller. Most of them must have been contributed by Giant Axe Founder. Soon Zhang Yang retracted his thoughts because a cold aura had already arrived. The Void Chaos Universe armor's surface was black, but if you looked at it for a long time it seemed to be a very deep purple. The overall feeling was one of ominousness and darkness, but its power was definitely not small. It seems to have a rather unpleasant artifact spirit, Zhang Yang said somewhat uncertainly. The next moment he directly burned divine power, and his vast will crushed down upon this pinnacle treasure armor. No resistance at all. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. The process of refining was exceptionally smooth. He sensed a cold consciousness within the armor. This treasure has a lot of negative emotions. Is it because it failed to become an ultimate treasure during forging? Otherwise, who would offend an artifact spirit? He received no response. If the true God Hardcore was like an innocent shy little girl, then this Void Chaos Universe armor was like a cold-blooded killer. It showed no reaction at all until the end. Zhang Yang didn't care much either. It was just a treasure, and not communicating didn't hinder its use at all. He didn't need to pass time with conversation anyway. The greatest function of treasure armor was to take hits. After taking one beating, continue to take the next. Communication was meaningless. Ghost Lord. A soft call. Zhang Yang turned around and said warily, I've already chosen my treasures. It's too late to consider the attitudes of those universe masters now. You big spender, you don't lack these few treasure points. Zhu Fu's face turned bitter. What are you talking about? I didn't ask for your treasure points. I only need 5 treasures, that's all. Zhang Yang's expression also relaxed. Earlier was just a joke after all. Zhu Fu looked quite serious. Go ahead, what's the matter? Just arrange it directly. If nothing else, I'll return to the Galaxy Temple. Giant Axe Founder stared at him seriously and said, Speaking of which, this matter was caused by you. Because you placed so many Chaos Tablets, now all the Universe Masters, including the 3 top Universe Overlords, have entered seclusion. Many important locations of the human race need you to guard them. How many avatars can you create? Vital positions cannot be without a strong guardian for long. Zhang Yang also frowned. For those at the Universe Master and top Universe Overlord level, a single seclusion could be quite long. The opportunity to enter seclusion with inspiration was very rare, so naturally they should not be disturbed. I currently don't have enough treasures to exert even a barely 3rd stage power. If I create less than 100 avatars, each has a 10th of my original strength, barely reaching 2nd stage power. Of course, I can detonate avatars as needed to boost combat power. So tell me, where should I go? Nearly 100. Zhu Fu nodded. That was enough. Previously, because he was too conspicuous, he hadn't gone to the Ancestral God Sect and didn't know Zhang Yang could create so many avatars. Then it's perfect. For now, go to the Universe Mercenary Alliance headquarters, the Universe Star Riverbank headquarters, the Universe First Bank headquarters, Tianxia Palace. The Virtual Universe Company headquarters will be guarded by me. I can quickly return to the Giant Axe Combat Arena headquarters. You don't need to guard these 2 locations. Go to the exchange point and get a bunch of high-level treasures to make do with. We'll manage until they wake up. Zhang Yang nodded. Since the high-level members were all in seclusion, he could only temporarily fill in. The next moment he directly split into 20 avatars and rushed to various locations. Since they were all important human race sites, he had left tokens there before, so there was no delay. Above the Shuelua continent at Tianxia Palace. Boom! With Zhang Yang's arrival, boundless divine might filled Tianxia Palace. We pay homage to the great Universe Master. The various lords and immortals of Tianxia Palace bowed. I shall temporarily guard the Shuelua continent. Handle all affairs as usual. Zhang Yang stood before the high throne in the temple, speaking with authority. We shall obey the Universe Master's orders. The group of strong ones replied respectfully. Withdraw. Yes. When the surroundings fell completely silent, Zhang Yang's will instantly descended upon the Shuelua continent. In an instant, all the immortals on the continent felt this invincible will. They felt as if their souls were being crushed, as if they had returned to a weak period, feeling that they didn't even have the power of a universe level. That cold will only swept past, but countless immortals among them instantly collapsed to the ground. Spirit Lord! Spirit, what's wrong with you? 100 billion kilometers outside the Duanjin Mountains, an immortal had been living in seclusion here for many years, accompanied by only a few servants. This immortal, who had once been as majestic as a god, now sat collapsed on the ground. Even after Zhang Yang's will withdrew, he did not rise. His heart was already dead ashes. Willpower elevated by law infection naturally carries some law aura. Immortals are distinguished by the different law auras in their immortal divine power. This immortal was the one who had gone to investigate after Yu Yan's death back then. But he differed from other immortals. The others were instantly crushed by the powerful will, even though Zhang Yang had not attacked consciously, merely swept over. But this one, called by his servant, his heart was dead. He had foolishly believed that the otherworldly person who killed Yu Yan might have hidden. Even if there was the slightest possibility he would stay and kill. But sensing the familiar law aura in that will, the otherworldly person who at the universe level could kill their peak realm master genius of the Shualua world, had now become an immensely powerful existence. 20,000 years. Only 20,000 years. This immortal raised his head, staring blankly at the sky. With such a strong one guarding the Shualua continent, when would they regain their freedom? Beast god above, why didn't you let me die with you back then? Living so humbly, he had truly lived enough. Zhang Yang's will slowly withdrew. A slight warning was enough. Those natives certainly wouldn't dare to resist. Actually, if it were up to him, he would directly wipe out all the living Shualua people of this generation. Only leave behind the children still being conceived. Under the current situation, the later generations could never join the human race. This kind of suppression was ineffective. Even if the older immortals had no intention to resist, they still conveyed a will of resistance. Since so much evil had been done in such a precious land, then do it thoroughly. There were quite a few king-level immortals among them, nearly 20. If the current clan races were allowed to enter and reproduce, for example the first generation, Earthlings, the number of king-level immortals would definitely increase. The little one who had resonated with the Shualua world natives back then, after 20,000 years due to changes in strength and status and conflicts of interest, the Dragon Slayer had become a dragon. At the same time, many important human race locations welcomed a great existence. Ghost Lord. His vast divine power and complex law manifestations constantly revealed his might. Ghost Lord's image was well known among many strong human beings. 5,000 years later, at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, Giant Axe Founder's face lit up with joy. He sensed it. That familiar aura. It was just like when he had broken through to become the universe's strongest. 5,000 years. Because of Chaos City Lord's breakthrough, the Chaos Tablets had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Even the still existing Giant Axe Chaos Tablet and the 8 Fusion Law Chaos Tablets were forbidden for comprehension. And the time was indefinitely postponed with no precise date. Whether Venerables, Immortals, Realm Lords, or Domain Lords, all could only wait quietly. Even the Universe Genius War, held every 5000 years without fail, was cancelled this time, causing considerable panic in the universe. Ju Fu, where are you now? Chaos City Lord asked somewhat urgently. Giant Axe Founder quickly replied, I'm at your Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Hurry to the Universe C Qingfeng Boundary Xian Water Region. Reference point 342. My avatar is there. If I break through, I'll lose my avatar. I have 4 pinnacle-level treasures on me. Chaos City Lord's voice was slightly hurried. Giant Axe Founder's face lit up and said, Don't worry, I'll go immediately. Traveling at full speed, I'll need about 7 months to get there. The next moment, before Chaos City Lord could say anything, Giant Axe Founder hurriedly dashed out. He was naturally overjoyed. The human race was about to have 2 universes' strongest. Maintaining Ghost Lord back then had indeed been correct. Wasn't it just 1 Earth? Although he couldn't create one, he would trade 10 pinnacle domain treasures for 1 Zhang Yang. Buzz. As soon as Giant Axe Founder arrived at the Tuya Black Hole, his mind instantly became clear. He then remembered that the Virtual Universe Company headquarters was now unguarded. Since Chaos City Lord was at a critical moment, everything else had to be postponed. He quickly sent a message to Zhang Yang asking him to guard the Virtual Universe Company headquarters as well. At that moment, another Virtual Universe message arrived. Peng Gong Master said urgently, Ju Fu, I'm about to break through. Go to Universe Boat Silent Territory. Reference point 8234. I have 3 pinnacle-level treasures on me. Once I become the strongest, the treasures on me will be gone. Good, good, good. No problem. Giant Axe Founder tilted his head back. Ha ha ha. He was so happy. Could the human race's strongest be about to gain 2 more at once? The true I race of the first cycle era dominated the primordial universe for 1 cycle, and they only had 7 universes strongest. Now this universe era had just entered its middle development period. Could the human race be about to have 3 universes strongest? Once one person held up the entire race, now there would be 2 more pillars of heaven. The next moment he remembered that Peng Gong was still breaking through. He quickly suppressed his expression and said seriously, "Wait a little longer, settle down a bit. I'll definitely arrive within 2 years. Alright, I'll wait for you. Contact via Divine Power Avatar. Hurry." Peng Gong Master replied simply. Zhu Fu said no more. Looking at the Tuya black hole before him, he didn't activate his armor for defense, letting the powerful energy impact bombard his divine body, as if taking a cool shower. When he entered the Universe Sea, he began to laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Exhilarating. I've held back enough. Strike. As his voice fell, Giant Axe Founder no longer concealed his strength. An 8-stage top attack instantly slashed at the void of the Universe Sea. Previously, because the original ancestor was suppressed and the race occupied the best territory in the primordial universe, he dared not make too many enemies in the Universe Sea. After all, the human race's universe masters also needed to train. He had endured too much, bearing internal troubles and shouldering external threats. He was the universe's strongest. He was of a bold and unrestrained nature, suppressed for countless epochs. Everything required careful deliberation. This state of being afraid of wolves ahead and tigers behind was not his character at all. 13th. Break. His originally messy hair flew back. He shook his head in delight and then struck down with another axe. 14th. I'll chop again. The endless chaotic air currents were completely scattered by Giant Axe Founder. The 8th stage top power raged beside the Tuya black hole. The universe's strongest. All laws retreated. He could surpass the speed limit of the Universe Sea 100 times the speed of light. Giant Axe Founder struck one axe after another, his speed increasing, his axe technique becoming smoother, faster and faster. 100 times the speed of light. 1,000 times the speed of light. 10,000 times the speed of light. 1,000,000 times the speed of light. In the end, Giant Axe Founder's figure completely disappeared beside the primordial universe. At another Tuya black hole, the leader of a powerful tribe, the Waha tribe, who was also a universe master, came out half a second later than Giant Axe Founder, and naturally saw that boundless might. The moment he came out, he didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and plunged back into the Tuya black hole, returning to the primordial universe, thinking to himself, "The Universe Sea is too dangerous for me. These universes' strongest are like madmen. Terrifying. Too terrifying. I can't explore yet. I need at least 4th stage power before I can come out and take a look. This Zhu Fu doesn't seem so domineering. Why is he like a different person when he leaves the Universe Sea? Isn't it too terrifying? Are the other universes' strongest also like this? That can't be. I've seen him fight before. His momentum was definitely not as strong as now." Suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be that Zhu Fu was hiding his strength? Is he in such a hurry because of some great opportunity? No, I must inform the prison race. We are allies. When the Axe Creator departed from the primordial universe, the news of his departure spread among the numerous races of the primordial universe. The demon race. The dream demon ancestor raised its silver serpent head high. "Lord Heavenly Wolf, are you certain that the Axe Creator has taken a multitude of human race powerhouses to the cosmic sea?" Lord Heavenly Wolf said respectfully. "Demon ancestor, it is indeed so. The news came from the prison race, and now it has spread throughout the entire primordial universe. Now many of the human race's vital locations are guarded by the Soul Lord alone. Previously the Axe Creator rushed to the Blazing Peak realm. It is very likely that he secretly brought many human powerhouses with him. You must know that each of those important strongholds cost no less than a pinnacle supreme treasure to build, and within them are countless genius juniors of the human race. How could they leave only the Soul Lord to guard them? Although his strength is not weak, a single avatar of his cannot be all that powerful. Given the current situation, they must have discovered some great opportunity in the cosmic sea that requires many powerhouses to go together. Such a desperate gamble suggests that the opportunity holds no danger, only a limit on numbers. To go to such lengths, perhaps this opportunity is related to reincarnation. It concerns the fate of the entire race. Otherwise, why would they temporarily abandon guarding those important places? The dream demon ancestor nodded in agreement, its serpent head lightly dipping as it issued a command. All powerhouses of the demon race assemble. The Axe Creator has not been gone long. Since he has exceeded the speed limit, his spatial trajectory must still be very clear. We must hurry there. If there are indeed treasures or precious inheritances, our demon race must secure a share. The prison race. Misty black fog coiled around the high throne. The prison ancestor looked at the assembled powerhouses below and ordered, The information from Lord Green's speech is certainly reliable. Lord Chu Pu, stay here. I will lead the powerhouses to the cosmic sea. It is difficult to improve the overall strength of our race. We may progress slowly, but we must be faster than other races. They occupy the most central territories of the primordial universe. Now that there is an opportunity, how can our prison race be left out? Yes, we will follow the prison ancestor. The bug race. 7 beautiful bug queens were also discussing incessantly. Sister, the demon race and the prison race have already set out. What are we waiting for? Said Lord Yao Meng. Yes, sister. Could the human race be so bold as to deceive us and prepare for war? Echoed Lord Ming Lian. The news we received this time must be true. If we delay any longer and a great opportunity slips away, our bug race will miss it. As the many universe lords spoke, the crown of the bug race's strongest seated on the throne tilted slightly. A nod was given as assent. In truth, she felt something was off, but the matter was too important. As long as there was even a glimmer of possibility, she was willing to try. The mechanical race. A round metal ball was also issuing orders. The Heaven Erosion Palace. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Among his avatars, only the one in the Milky Way was still on guard. The others were stationed at the major strongholds of the human race. The task was still extremely arduous, for many universe lords were still in the midst of enlightenment. Matters concerning the human race's vital locations could not be taken lightly. The pressure on him was immense. After all, one person guarding such a vast human territory with only second-tier universe lord power. If a fourth-tier universe lord came to wreak havoc, he could not stop them. Receiving a transmission from the virtual universe, Zhang Yang said wryly, "Well, now even the Axe Creator has left the primordial universe. It seems that chaos might be about to break through. With the guidance of the Chaos Tablet this time, they can sort out their countless years of accumulation. If nothing unexpected happens, we must not disturb the many universe lords." An avatar immediately headed to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, for in terms of importance it ranked second among the human race's vital locations. There must be no mishap. Summon them. All avatars simultaneously received the will of the main body and called out from the locations they guarded. Greetings, Soul Lord. Space trembled within the Heaven Erosion Palace, and many powerhouses arrived instantly. 3 universe venerables in front and over 100 king-level powerhouses behind. You manage the daily affairs. Has anything unusual occurred in these 5,000 years? Zhang Yang's voice echoed throughout the hall. The 3 venerables in front exchanged glances. There were only trivial matters, and they were unsure whether to report them. Seeing the expressions of those below, Zhang Yang already understood. If there were changes, they would not have noticed. All here were immortals having become divine bodies of law, with their souls merged into divine power to form soul imprints. Their soul forms matched their appearances, making it difficult to detect, even if they had been possessed or controlled. Trivial matters need not concern us. Record them according to the regulations. The daily operations of the Heaven Erosion Palace shall continue as usual. You need not worry. You may withdraw. The 3 venerables quickly exchanged glances and promptly said, "As you command." This was merely a check of divine power aura. If there were drastic changes, it would mean enslavement. The king-level powerhouses behind were not even worthy of having their names remembered by Zhang Yang. Though bewildered, they could only follow the universe venerables in speaking respectfully before departing together. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. Now that the Axe Creator had left and City Lord Chaos and Lord Peng Gong were about to break through, the situation was rather tense. Although many human powerhouses had not actually left their posts, it was truly inconvenient to disturb them. The existence of the strongest being cannot be concealed. The news of the Axe Creator's departure had already spread, and the other peak races would surely have noticed. All he could do now was nothing, letting the hostile races speculate. After all, if something truly urgent happened, he could always summon help. When he learned that the other peak races had also led their main forces out of the primordial universe, Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. Ha ha ha, go ahead and chase after the Axe Creator. When they see him collect the treasures of chaos and Peng Gong, they'll be dumbfounded, won't they? Once the strength of our human powerhouses rises another level, and when our 3 human universe masters appear together, they will naturally behave. At that thought, Zhang Yang could not help but frown. Even if they gained 3 more universe masters, they could not start a war without risking heavy losses. Territory was the most important thing for a race. A few more universe masters brought no short-term benefits. The struggle for territory had always been brutal. The current universe lords were only able to emerge because of the vast territories. But the rules had been set, and the human race dared not break them. Otherwise a great war would be inevitable, and they might not have a clear advantage. The primordial universe is the best breeding ground. Later small universes will be far inferior. Now is the time for accumulation. Especially the other 18 universe lords. Without guidance they have reached such heights. Their talent should allow them to break through again. They are the true foundation of the human race. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts. Even if he became the strongest now with full 10th tier power, he could not change the situation in the primordial universe. In the primordial universe one could only exert top-tier 6th-tier power, and the strongest were even more restricted. The avatar in the Heaven Erosion Palace gradually sank into stillness, while the avatar in the Milky Way's temple continued studying those bizarre lifeforms. The more life he analyzed, the more he understood the essence of life. His prejudice against cosmic humans gradually diminished, though this also had to do with the current Earthlings. They were no longer pure. After 20,000 years of reproduction, too many races had intermingled. Initially he was angry, but later the anger faded. After all, they were just ordinary people influenced by genetic material and hormones, and their aesthetics had been shaped by cosmic humans. Men, as always, were prone to making beautiful mistakes. Things like cat-eared girls, bunny-eared girls. He could understand. In truth, when he was on Earth, he had also fantasized, but he had no time for such thoughts back then, and later his heart had no room for others. Actually, that Miyu Queen back then had been quite alluring, but he had already seen through it by then. Not only fellow humans, but even aliens. He did not harbor such deep hatred. In truth, no one was wrong, or everyone was just trying to survive in this primordial universe. Survive in the cosmic sea. Strive to live forever. The primordial universe was the first filter. The cosmic sea was the second. Passing through reincarnation was the third. In the end, only one or a few races that passed through reincarnation remained, but there was only one holy land. And it might not appear in this reincarnation era. From the very beginning of forming a race, they sought allies with similar life and soul forms and races with non-conflicting living environments, all for one reason: survival. Out of selfishness, Zhang Yang wanted Earthlings to have a wider living space, but the universe had its limits, and ultimately only a portion could be accommodated. I will not fall. Everyone will live well. Zhang Yang murmured, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, because his childhood, the friends from his weekdays were still alive, like his former supervisor Zhou Chuanheng and the 10 close relatives and friends. Zhang Yang had helped them all continuously improve their strength. In his weekdays it was only a few hundred years. Now that he was powerful, there were few with whom he could interact on equal terms. Even Zhang Yang had considered resurrecting the children of Hong and Lei Shen. But that was very difficult. The limitation of lifespan had to be borne by the resurrected themselves. The limit of lifespan was even a restriction of the rules. He was not yet a universe lord, had not been granted the ability to control time and space by the primordial universe, and did not know if his fused space-time law could independently reverse time and space. Speaking of that bald man, he was quite familiar with him. Back in the day, he had started his cultivation with the Ninefold Thunder Blade. It was just that the two of them had a bit of a falling out. A million thoughts spun in an instant, but only a second passed in the outside world. Zhang Yang immersed himself in research again. 50,000 years of leisure. Soul Lord. Thank you. The Lord of the Heaven Erosion Palace bowed humbly. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "You have now become a universe lord of our human race. There is no need for such formality. It is all for the human race. Helping you is helping myself." The Lord of the Heaven Erosion Palace smiled and nodded. Back then he had been somewhat dissatisfied when his subordinate was executed, as it had bruised his ego. He had guarded the Blood Luo world. Although he was only a universe venerable, his true combat power had reached the level of a universe lord, and he had even created a universe lord's secret technique. It was just that his comprehension of the laws had never broken through. Zhang Yang's order back then had made him feel wronged for quite some time, but now he let it all go. The sea is vast and fish can leap. The sky is high and birds can fly. Having become a universe lord, the guidance he received was unforgettable. The previous displeasure was completely cast aside. If I do not say this thank you, my heart cannot rest. Soul Lord, this time I am truly convinced. It is truly incredible. You have mastered all 10 cosmic laws to the core. In the future, if you ever need anything, although I am still lacking in strength, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I have studied those sayings from your Earth carefully. Upon reflection, I find them profound. Every powerhouse is no accident. You will be my benchmark from now on. To have achieved so much while still an immortal. In this vast cosmic sea across endless reincarnation eras, who can match you? Not to disrespect the predecessors, but even the origin ancestor. His talent cannot compare to yours. To have comprehended the 10 laws down to the source and to cultivate the fused law on your own. I can no longer describe the difficulty. I Heaven Erosion swear this day that I will follow the Soul Lord from now on. Zhang Yang's gaze turned extremely serious. To have reached such a point. Was it just excessive excitement after breaking through? How could one make vows recklessly? As long as one had not transcended the supreme rules, such vows were corrosive poison. Once broken, the poison would eventually take effect. He said in a low voice, "Heaven erosion, you have roamed for billions of epochs, trapped at the bottleneck for countless epochs. Now that we both stand at the pinnacle of the primordial universe, there is no need for talk of loyalty. Which of us who roamed the primordial universe achieved such heights by currying favor? That would be an insult not only to me but also to you, heaven erosion. On the path of the strong, when you see the mountain you see its foot. After traveling far, it is still a mountain. How about we walk hand in hand?" The lord of the Heaven Erosion Palace was stirred to the highest pitch of emotion. He laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Originally he had not wanted to go this far, but the guidance was too great. To be honest, he had previously given up on breaking through. Being a top-tier universe overlord was not bad either. But those thoughts were only the unwilling murmurs of his heart. Now that he had broken through to Universe Lord, his mindset was restored. He seemed to have returned to the Heaven Erosion Palace Lord, who had once been crazed about breaking through to Universe Lord. "Soul Lord, you'd better not let me surpass you," Zhang Yang said with a light smile. "Heaven Erosion. The real difficulty is still ahead. The threshold of the Universe Master has trapped City Lord Chaos for countless years. If you want to surpass me, first surpass Chaos." The Lord of the Heaven Erosion Palace laughed heartily. "There is always a mountain beyond the mountain. If I can cross one, I can cross two. Moreover, you should watch out. We might raise another peak." Zhang Yang said with a light smile, "A peak. Fine. I am waiting." Time continued to march forward. The breakthrough of the Lord of the Heaven Erosion Palace was but a small episode. Many universe lords emerged from seclusion one after another, each having made some progress. Regrettably, although Lord Dark, who had been on par with City Lord Chaos, had gained some insights, he had not achieved a breakthrough. The enlightenment from the Chaos Tablet had consumed the accumulation of countless epochs. Essentially all universe lords below the 5th tier had broken through by one level. For instance, Lord Icepeak, who had originally possessed only 4th tier power, had now created the strongest secret technique of universe lords. Coupled with his precious pinnacle domain type supreme treasure, his power had reached the 5th tier. Even Lord Kukong had improved considerably. His power had reached the upper 2nd tier, but his life gene level and treasures were still lacking. With some accumulation, he would soon reach the 3rd tier. Among the 3 top-tier universe overlords, only the Ancestral Tree Venerable had not broken through to Universe Lord. Perhaps his growth environment had been a bit too comfortable and his accumulation period a bit too short. Thus in this enhancement he did not break through, which was somewhat regrettable. After all, 2 of the 3 top-tier existences had broken through and the 3 had similar talent. This final step should have been surmountable. Having failed this time, it would likely be even harder in the future. Soul Lord, thank you for pointing the way for me this time. However, I now lack the old mindset of seeking life through death. If I don't break through, I am not surprised. But after training for tens of thousands of epochs, Ancestral Tree will surely break through. I will not disappoint the expectations of the race. Zhang Yang looked at the Ancestral Tree Venerable, whose eyes blazed with fire, and encouraged him. As a top-tier universe overlord, you certainly have the potential to break through. Go ahead and try. The figure of the Ancestral Tree Venerable had been slightly worried, but upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the boldness of his weaker days surged again. Success came from the Ancestral Tree. Failure also came from the Ancestral Tree. The special life form of the Ancestral Tree clone, obtained through countless deadly perils, had allowed him to roam the primordial universe, but now it had become a shackle. The Ancestral Tree Venerable said solemnly, "Now that I am called Ancestral Tree, it is a title bestowed by the powerhouses of the primordial universe, but it has clouded my heart. Now that I have awakened, I will not let it become a shackle. I will regain my mindset and catch up to you." Zhang Yang suddenly shouted, "Excellent! We stumbled and struggled to become comparable to universe lords. Now the path ahead is illuminated. We must see the scenery farther away. Among the countless billions of the human race who can stand by my side, only you." One of the 3 forbidden lands of the universe, see Liuzhong Mountain. A humanoid figure flashed past, leaving behind a trail of black and white feathered light. The next instant he appeared over 1,000 kilometers away, where his full appearance finally became clear: a fair-skinned, extremely handsome man with an eerily strange aura. The reason for the strangeness was that he had 2 eagle wings 3 meters long. One pure white and the other jet black. Both wings radiated black and white light feathers, making him look like a fallen angel. Lord Yinting is showing off to me again. Why do I not possess a supreme treasure of my own? After roaming for nearly 2 reincarnation eras, where is my opportunity? The fallen angel muttered indignantly, his mental power continuously sweeping the surrounding environment, hoping to find something. A small mountain. It doesn't seem to be one of the special mountains in Liuzhong. This is a universe master. According to the information gathered by his clan, this universe master should be Lord Yushan of a vassal race of the human race in the third reincarnation era. Isn't his strength only at the third rank? How dare he come here alone? With the human race's main forces not here, reason says he shouldn't be so unwise. Could there be some kind of opportunity? The fallen angel's eyes flickered and a strange smile crept across his face. The next second, black and white light alternated across his body until he was completely concealed, and he secretly followed Lord Yushan. Inside a magnificent palace, pink could be seen everywhere. Sister, what exactly is the human race doing? A seemingly delicate woman asked softly. The human race. The stunning woman seated at the head burned with fury. Previously she had led many sisters of the insect race to follow Giant Axe only to see nothing at all. There was no great opportunity whatsoever. The humans are simply being pretentious now. Their powerhouses never even went to the universe sea. In just 50,000 years we have seen all the other humans, yet Chaos City Lord has remained hidden. I'm afraid, Lord Yaoming said with worry in her eyes. Sister, do you mean that Chaos City Lord is about to break through to Universe Supreme? The insect empress seated at the head nodded gravely. He was already called the one with the greatest hope of breaking through to Universe Supreme, so I had some mental preparation. But why has Lord Pengong not appeared all this time either? Is he keeping a low profile, or is he also breaking through? As she said this, her expression was deeply worried, making her look pitifully tender. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Another beautiful insect empress declared firmly. How could the human race be so lucky? Chaos City Lord's breakthrough could be considered normal, but Lord Pengong never reached that stage. The insect empress seated at the head nodded slightly. She also felt the possibility was very low. Giant Axe, how is the situation now? Has Chaos City Lord's miniature universe emerged? Lord Longxing asked through the virtual universe. The more critical the moment, the less they could relax their guard over the race. Many human powerhouses were waiting at vital strongholds for Chaos City Lord's breakthrough. Don't worry. He has only just begun his breakthrough. Right now he is protected by the supreme rules, so I cannot sense him clearly, but his condition should be perfectly normal. Giant Axe, stationed at the virtual universe company, managed to perceive Chaos City Lord's state, and said joyfully, after all, now that the supreme rules had descended, the breakthrough had clearly begun. There was nothing to worry about. And Pengong, how is he now? Asked the Dark Lord softly. Zhang Yang was still helping guard Lord Pengong. He also sent his perception into the palace and replied, the situation here is also quite good. He is still comprehending continuously. It should still take a while. After all, although his strength is roughly equal to Chaos's, his law comprehension is slightly inferior, so he needs to walk half a step more than Chaos City Lord. But now that there is a lead on the breakthrough, what remains is only a matter of time. It will surely succeed. Giant Axe nodded in agreement. As long as he has the feeling he is close to the breakthrough. Hearing Giant Axe's words, all the powerhouses felt reassured. After all, he had experience with breakthroughs, so naturally he had more say in the matter. In the universe sea, a black-feathered golden eagle over 10,000 kilometers tall soared freely through the chaotic currents. It was Lord Moyu of the demon race from the second reincarnation era, and now it had arrived beside the original universe. Incredibly vast. The original universe is truly awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, we can no longer return there. Lord Moyu said with deep regret. In truth, he still missed the place where he once lived, but alas, his era had passed. Now that place belonged to the third reincarnation era. There's a fluctuation. Why is the original universe fluctuating? Could a universe master be breaking through to Universe Supreme? Lord Moyu watched carefully toward the original universe, where the spatial fluctuations were intensifying. In its normal state, the surface of the original universe was wrapped in an even larger light barrier. That 10-colored cosmic barrier layered upon itself again, and again, appearing at least several hundred light-years thick. The chain-shaped secret patterns flickering on the barrier radiated terrifying, might making it an awe-inspiring sight. But at this moment, the cosmic barrier was clearly not calm. It bulged slightly, and the law chains within it shook violently. Even standing more than 100 light-years away, Lord Moyu could see the barrier trembling. I'd better stay farther away. The trembling may look slight, but one pulse spans dozens of light-years. I heard that 6 reincarnation eras ago, a universe master was even rammed to death by a miniature universe. Lord Moyu teleported and appeared at a position over 1,000 light-years away. Only then did he feel much more at ease, and he waited quietly. The barrier of the original universe continued to tremble. Before long it began to contract sharply, and the next instant a miniature universe 100 million light-years in diameter shot out from the original universe. Though the miniature universe was merely a tiny marble compared to the original universe, it was still 100 million light-years across. It barreled through the chaotic currents, rolling forward with ever-decreasing speed, and finally came to a complete stop. At Chaos City, in the initial universe Chaos City, Lord opened his eyes, which were filled with joy, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Chaos, you've finally come. Chaos, you succeeded, right? Ha ha ha. Our human race now has 2 universe supremes. Chaos City, Lord smiled and nodded, then turned to Zhang Yang. After a slight bow, he said, this time I truly have you to thank. Otherwise, I don't know how much longer it would have taken me to break through. Zhang Yang said with a smile, I didn't do it for you. I did it for myself. Think about it. When I roam the universe sea with 3 universe supremes by my side, how glorious will that be? I'm afraid no universe master has ever enjoyed such honor, right? He raised his head smugly. Lord Yuho said seriously, right, senior uncle, you'll have to back me up in the universe sea from now on. The Dark Lord said slowly, haven't I been secretly supporting you all along? Ah, this. Master. A flicker of embarrassment passed through Lord Yoho's eyes. I mean, Master and I work together while senior uncle provides covert support from the shadows. The 3 of us inside and outside, light and dark in unison. When fellow disciples are of one mind, even metal can be cut through. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lord Longxing and the others burst into laughter. At their level they rarely felt so awkward, but Lord Yuho was an exception. After all, even as a universe master, he still had a master martial uncles. And a grandmaster. Chaos City Lord glanced at the Dark Lord, and asked softly, junior brother, you should be about ready too, right? The Dark Lord nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm still a little short, but I already have some feeling for it. Chaos City Lord raised his head, slightly exchanged a look with Giant Axe, and said, I have just completed my breakthrough. Next I must devote all my efforts to digesting the insights gained from constructing this miniature universe. Founder Giant Axe said seriously, go. You spent 50,000 years discussing the method of miniature universe construction with Origin Ancestor and Lord Yuhan, and it is even better than the construction model I used back then. Being able to observe the evolution of a miniature universe is itself an opportunity. After digesting this enlightenment, your law comprehension should rise from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Chaos City Lord nodded to the human powerhouses and vanished completely from the virtual universe the next instant. The lingering resonance of his enlightenment remained. Even diverting the slightest wisp of consciousness would be a waste. Fully devoting himself to comprehension was what he should do. Zhang Yang analyzed, when an ordinary universe master breaks through, he might be at the 7th rank. When chaos emerges again, he will probably have 8th rank strength. After all, he has been accumulating for a long time. He was stuck on a single step before, and now that he has broken through, his power is bound to soar. Giant Axe said with a smile, perhaps. He spent longer on the breakthrough than I did, and had more time to contemplate the universe's evolution. It would be ideal if he could directly reach 8th rank combat power. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Suddenly the avatar stationed at the headquarters of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank sensed a strange fluctuation. This is Lord Pangong's law comprehension about to reach completion? Could he also be starting his breakthrough? Feeling the intangible rules emerging from the depths of the divine hall, silent yet unimaginably mighty, he experienced the supreme rules for the first time. Irresistible, majestic, boundless. For a moment countless words of praise surged in Zhang Yang's heart. The tribute of a living being to the supreme existence. Truly incredible. When a universe master breaks through, he is protected by the supreme rules. Who could possibly interfere? Zhang Yang said with admiration. The supreme rules were simply too powerful. The deeper one's understanding of the laws and the universe, the more clearly one felt the power of the supreme rules. That was an iron law. When the hazy rules descended once again, many powerhouses in the original universe sensed it. In an instant, countless mighty beings turned their gazes toward this place. No, why is it in human territory again? Didn't they just have a universe supreme breakthrough? And now another one. Dream Demon Ancestor shrieked. The humans. It's the humans again. The human race must have obtained a significant opportunity. Otherwise, how could 2 universe supremes appear at once? The prison race looked toward the human race's territory with fearful eyes. The humans again. Our territory is not adjacent to the human races. Now that this reincarnation era has reached its middle stage, there won't be any major wars. There are already many universe supremes, and 1 or 2 more won't make a difference, so it's none of our business. Crystal Ancestor said indifferently, then resumed cultivation. Lord Yuhan. Is Lord Pangong also beginning his breakthrough? Founder Giant Axe said in pleasant surprise. Zhang Yang nodded. That's right. You should be able to sense it. The supreme rules have descended. He has already begun his breakthrough and he should succeed in a few more years. The era of our human race having 3 universe supremes simultaneously is coming, Lord Kuhu exclaimed. If we can continue to develop like this, we will not be inferior to the true I race of the first reincarnation era. Lord Icepeak's voice was slightly excited. The others were equally excited. A universe supreme might seem only a little stronger than a top-tier universe master in the original universe, but in a prolonged life and death battle they could still kill a universe master, unless the latter possessed an extremely large avatar through which to rapidly recover divine power. Furthermore, because of their greater strength, even if they could not kill, ceiling or similar measures were still achievable. Once a universe supreme left the original universe, they became even more formidable. Even Chaos City Lord would be in extreme peril if he encountered an 8th rank universe supreme, able to do nothing but hold on and await Giant Axe's rescue. After all, with treasures of the same tier, a universe supreme naturally unleashed far greater power. Moreover, a universe supreme could exceed the speed limit of the universe C, so a universe master could not escape even if he wanted to. For example, Chaos City Lord at peak 5th rank could kill a peak 2nd rank Lord Tianlang, and thanks to his speed advantage the kill was even easier. Lord Yuhun, I originally thought 2 peak treasures would be enough for you, but now it seems far from sufficient. If 1 peak treasure could be exchanged for a universe supreme, I would give you every last one. Founder Giant Axe said with emotion. No, my equipment is already sufficient. When roaming the universe, see, it's enough to guarantee 1 battle-capable body. After all, those I can kill, I can kill. Those I cannot defeat, I still cannot defeat. Zhang Yang hurriedly declined. He knew that Giant Axe had said this publicly to keep the other universe masters from feeling jealous. It is not scarcity but inequality that breeds resentment. If 2 peak treasures caused discord among the human race's powerhouses, that would be terrible. After all, 2 treasures sounded easy enough, but their value reached 20,000 treasure points. More than the lifetime accumulations of these universe masters. They had been earned through countless life and death crises, and in any human heart there would be disappointment and resentment. Now I just want to know whether there will be more breakthroughs. Darkness Huangjin, you too should almost be at this stage too, right? Lord Huangjin's eyes flashed with fierce light. Still a little short. I'm afraid I will have to slaughter for tens of thousands of epochs in the universe C. The Dark Lord's aura also fluctuated slightly. I'm afraid I can't keep hiding either. Only by using all my power in high-frequency battles can I advance quickly. Lord Yuho looked at his master worriedly. He was already crazy enough. How much more insane would he become now? Huangjin, Darkness, both of you be careful. Founder Giant Axe said sternly. Zhang Yang also said seriously, the reason our strength can rise so quickly now is precisely because of countless years of accumulation. We universe masters are the race's foundation, so it's better not to be too hasty. After roaming for a while, it would be best to come to Earth and recuperate for some time. Even for us, that place actually has some benefits. Founder Giant Axe asked in surprise. It helps even us? That can't be right. Even the weakest of us are universe masters. That mountain guest is only a universe supreme. How could he create such a treasure? I've been there before, but I didn't feel anything. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and said, just because you can't sense something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Strictly speaking, Earth's value rivals a supreme treasure. After all, it was the handiwork of a god king. The origin continent had infinite dimensions, each with its own distinctive features. In one dimension they might cultivate mental power through artifact refining. In another they might even practice alchemy. Universe supremes, true gods, were merely the starting point on the origin continent. The mysterious starry grand formation combined with the wonders bred by the original universe was naturally extraordinary beyond compare. The supreme ultimate treasure. Great Axe founder could not help but exclaim. Even Dragonwalker Lord and the others exchanged glances. Was Earth truly worth that much? They truly had not noticed it yet. Zhang Yang nodded and said, naturally, I would not deceive you. Stay a while longer and you will feel it. Ice Peak Lord barely nodded, while Void Gold Lord was somewhat suspicious. He suspected that Zhang Yang was tricking them into coming to guard Earth. Zhang Yang offered no further explanation. A person's natural aptitude was indeed always increasing, but at an extremely slow pace. Moreover, compared to physical talent, the aptitude of the soul was clearly more important. Earth truly did possess such auxiliary effects. Although subtle, they were still much faster than normal growth. Using countless years to forge a more stable foundation was naturally well worth it. It was only because he truly regarded these human powerhouses as friends and comrades in arms. Previously, when he fated the universe masters of vassal races, the banquets had all been held in the temple within the Milky Way. Lord Pengong successfully broke through to become a universe supreme, and the universe C gained yet another small universe 100 million light-years in diameter. Unsurprisingly, Lord Pengong had gone into enlightenment again after his breakthrough. Becoming a universe supreme was an excellent opportunity for improvement. His law comprehension could rapidly rise from the early 6th level to the 7th and perhaps even the 8th. Naturally, he cherished every moment. Zhang Yang did not leave, he continued to guard Pengong's domain. The other 2 universe masters of the Cosmic Stellar Bank had gone to the Universe Sea to adventure together, and since the journey alone took over 1,000 years they had chosen not to return. Pengong broke through. Humanity really does have a 3rd universe supreme. Damn it! Quake Demon Ancestor was furious. Originally only the demon race had possessed 2 universe supremes, yet now humanity had actually overtaken them. The human race's momentum has become unstoppable. Their territory is stable now. Even with 2 more universe supremes they would not dare start a war. We only need to develop in peace. Dream Demon Ancestor said grudgingly. And that spectral soul lord? His law comprehension must be considerable by now. He will eventually become a universe supreme too. If he turns out to be like the primordial ancestor of our territories might not be preserved. Quake Demon Ancestor said in worry. How dare he? We can tolerate normal competition, but if he dares to invade our territory outright, I will fight humanity to the death. Reincarnation has never been simple. Once territory is lost, our chances of surviving it plummet. If peace is impossible, then we shall fight to the bitter end. Dream Demon Ancestor roared, her tone utterly resolute. Humanity must not be provoked. This reincarnation era is barely half over yet, they already display some of the might of the true I race of old. There is also that spectral soul lord who very well may become a universe supreme. We must absolutely not clash with them. Ancestor Crystal said with a frown. It seems it is time to ease relations with humanity. After all, the machine race's living territory conflicts with humanity's the least, and our environmental needs are vastly different. The issues are mostly mere disputes over resources. The ancestor of the machine race said. 30,000 years later at the headquarters of the Cosmic Stellar Bank. Spectral Soul Lord, I have finished my enlightenment. Thank you very much this time. Lord Pengong clasped his hands in salute and spoke. Zhang Yang smiled openly. Lord Pengong. No Universe Supreme Pengong. This is already the 2nd time you have thanked me. We are all acting for our races. There is no need to be so polite. Lord Pengong nodded and kept the matter in his heart. How could he forget the debt of gratitude for breaking through to Universe Supreme? Now what rank has your strength reached? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Lord Pengong frowned slightly. Peak 7th rank, not yet 8th. Somewhat regrettable. I am a little worse than chaos. Who knows how many epochs it will take before I can improve again? Zhang Yang nodded. At the True God stage one has to accumulate a divine body anyway. Once your divine body reaches 10,000 times that of a universe master, you should be able to achieve the 8th rank. Pengong said true. I plan to remain in seclusion for a while to seek inspiration. If I do not break through, I will head to the Universe Sea. Zhang Yang smiled. There is still a long time ahead. Since you have now emerged from seclusion, I should leave as well. I have already finished my comprehension, so I no longer worry about sneak attacks. Let us meet again in the future, Pengong said. Zhang Yang glanced at Lord Pengong, inclined his head slightly, and in the next instant returned to his divine kingdom. On the endless island at that time countless species were thriving. He reached out and an alpaca-like creature flew to his palm. He began to study it. The gene level was even harder than he had imagined, especially without the guidance of an inheritance. After stroking a handful of wool, Zhang Yang mused inwardly, at the immortal level my gene level is already considered perfect. Even when the system chooses to enhance the foundation of strength, it only increases my willpower, the purity of divine power, and the gene level no longer rise. Does the system have consciousness as well? Does it also need to obey the rules of this world? Or is it letting me appear within the bounds of the rules? After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, Zhang Yang continued to study the mysteries of the gene level. Although he could wait and use the system to elevate himself directly later, it was still essential for him to understand it clearly. Many things, though they could not directly increase his strength, could reveal numerous profound insights to him. In another side hall of the Divine Kingdom, another avatar was studying strange implements and precious treasures. He stripped off the secret patterns one by one, categorized them, and then recombined them. Now and then he closed his eyes and examined the secret patterns within. They had been bestowed by the primordial universe after he became a perfect life form. Their level was not high, merely peak 5th rank. In other words, the strongest secret technique of a universe master. This was a defensive talent technique, but to Zhang Yang it was utterly useless. What he personally created was stronger. He only used it as a convenient reference. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye amid fulfilling research. Disciple pays respects to master. Yubo arrived at the temple in the Milky Way and called out respectfully. On the high throne of the temple, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Countless star-like specks flickered faintly in his gaze, as if reflecting the starry universe. He sensed a thick gloom on his disciple. Yinmo, you were on the outer domain battlefield earlier. Why have you suddenly returned? He was actually quite satisfied with this disciple. Even with his guidance, the boy had reached the 19th level of the Tongtian Bridge in law comprehension within just 10 epochs. This already surpassed ordinary kings. Once he became an immortal, he would certainly be titled a king directly. On top of that, his gene level, originally twice the standard, had now been elevated to tenfold. With the second layer of a body amplification secret technique, he could unleash 2 million times the power of a peak realm master, making him fully the equal of an invincible king. Moreover, Zhang Yang had once bestowed a supreme treasure upon him, and he had already gained initial mastery of it. Such performance was outstanding. Zhang Yang had never expected Yinmo to reach this level. If there was a problem, he would be very willing to help this eldest disciple. Master, the clan leader has fallen. Yinmo's voice suddenly changed pitch. The murderous aura he had been carrying turned into thick grief. Zhang Yang's expression changed abruptly. Lord Yushan had fallen. He had long known that Lord Yushan's journey would be extraordinarily perilous. After all, a universe master with only third-rank strength acting alone, instead of following the powerhouses of the Hong Alliance, ran enormous risks. Emperor Yan, for instance, was also only third rank. Although the Northern Frontier Alliance had a fair number of universe masters, their strength was generally low. Without someone leading him, he did not dare enter the Universe Sea. But Lord Yushan had dared, and he had long prepared for death. It was just that he had not even lasted 10 full epochs. How could he have fallen so soon? Did Lord Yushan's divine power avatar say anything? Zhang Yang asked softly. For the first friend of another race, he still felt some grief. Master, this was left behind when the clan leader perished. He said I was to give it to you. Yinmo said sorrowfully, and at the same time a small golden mountain floated before him. Zhang Yang calmly beckoned, and soon the small golden mountain floated above his palm. He carefully inspected the secret patterns on its surface. He thought to himself, this is not a supreme treasure. It looks more like some sort of token. Is this the thing for which he went to Liuzhong Mountain? He slowly put away the small golden mountain, and said calmly, I already know what happened to Lord Yushan, and I understand your concern. Although the Yushan clan's territory is not small, it does not overly conflict with the survival of the human race. I can permit your clan to continue living in that territory. Work hard. Once you become a universe master, you will naturally be able to succeed Lord Yushan in protecting the clan. Your talent is excellent. Lord Yushan thought so highly of you. I imagine you are not far inferior even to him. You have that potential. Thank you, Master. I will definitely work even harder. Yinmo said firmly, and the aura around him stabilized. In his heart, he thought Master is a universe master whose status now stands inconceivably high. He truly can protect my Yushan clan. Clan leader, your judgment was indeed correct. However, Master is only Master. If I want the clan to be even safer, I must work harder. Only when I become a universe master can I truly shield the clan. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Since there was no conflict with the interests of the human race, he could naturally fulfill his earlier promise. If there were a conflict, the territory would be drastically reduced. At present, he did not care much about the resentment of some universe masters from vassal races. Even in the Hong Alliance, very few universe masters had reached 4th rank strength. Since you have returned, this is a perfect opportunity to test you. Let me see whether you have improved recently. Unleash your strongest attack. Yes. Yinmo called out respectfully. At once a silver pagoda rose from his body, and he and the pagoda began spinning continuously along a circular path. In that moment, light interwove and space shifted. A black and white Taiji secret pattern diagram took shape, and the next instant it came crashing fiercely toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's divine power surged, and the next instant Yinmo was frozen in place. This move barely reaches the ultimate level, but it still needs careful polishing. His weakness is rather obvious. Your own defense is lacking. When you attack an enemy, it is merely injuring yourself to hurt them. It still needs improvement. Master, I will train hard after I return. Yinmo said seriously. Lord Yushan probably fell right before you came. Even the human race has not yet received the news. As the most outstanding genius of your clan, there are surely matters that need your leadership right now. Return first, go out for training after everything has settled. Zhang Yang said calmly. Thank you for your concern, Master. Your disciple takes his leave. Yinmo pressed his 1,000 arms close to his body in salute, then swiftly left the temple. Lord Yushan, in the end you fell a little too soon. Zhang Yang gazed in the direction Yinmo had left, speaking with some regret. Adventuring through the Universe Sea was inherently dangerous. He had nearly perished in the Wuyan secret realm back then. It was only through the primordial universe's gift that he had devised his own avatar technique. Yes. Avatars were all granted by the primordial universe precisely so that geniuses in their weak early stages could grow smoothly. But once one reached the rank of universe supreme, the primordial universe would no longer grant them. At that point all avatars would naturally vanish, leaving only the original body. Such was the rule. Back then he had managed to split off an avatar through a crude method, but much of that was due to luck. Without the primordial universe's permission, or even its help, he could never have succeeded. Even an innate secret technique like the Golden Horn Giant Beast's avatar was granted by the primordial universe inscribed upon their genes during gestation. Without an avatar technique, venturing into the universe sea is far too dangerous. What a pity. I had originally planned to go looking for you. Zhang Yang sighed. Sensing a soft chime in his consciousness, he instantly entered the virtual universe. By this time many of humanity's powerhouses had already gathered there. Clearly they had also learned of Lord Yushan's fall. Spectral Soul, Lord, you have come. Spectral Soul had a fairly good relationship with Yushan. He probably knew about this even earlier than we did. Lord Yushan was also considered relatively powerful. Had he gone adventuring with us before, he would probably be at 4th rank strength now. Indeed, his divine body was not small. It was just that his supreme treasure was a little inferior. Our race has very few top-grade supreme treasures as it is. Naturally we cannot give them to those alien races. Those ordinary and high-grade supreme treasures are completely useless to us. Exchange is only possible within one's own race. Otherwise, even 10,000 high-grade supreme treasures could not be traded for a single peak supreme treasure, right? Those peak supreme treasures were fought for tooth and nail by the great axe and chaos in the universe sea. Even chaos's avatars have fallen several times. How could we let those alien races obtain them in exchange? Chaos City Lord looked at Zhang Yang and asked softly, you must already know about Lord Yushan, right? Zhang Yang nodded. Yubo has told me. Their clan's environment does not conflict with ours, so I have allowed them to continue living in that territory. I owed Lord Yushan a favor from before. If the universe masters of those vassal races are dissatisfied, I will need all of you to help smooth things over. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Dark Lord and the others. After a brief consideration they nodded. After all, if there was no conflict over living territory, what difference did it make which alien race received it? They would not dare make trouble. Now that Chaos and Pengong have become universe supremes, even if you chased those aliens away they would not leave. Dark Lord replied in a cold, clear voice. Lord Huangjian also wore a murderous expression. Spectral Soul, although your strength is still somewhat lacking, your deterrent power is comparable to Chaos's in the past. They would not dare object. Even if they do object, they must bear it. Zhang Yang chuckled. I naturally do not care about their opinions. I am only discussing this with everyone. In truth, I am completely unskilled in handling such affairs. I am afraid Dragon Walker Lord will have to take charge. Dragon Walker Lord smiled and said, leave it to me. I am relatively skilled at such matters. In the past Chaos handled them, but having Chaos deal with this now would be overkill. Zhang Yang was delighted and said lightly, that would be perfect. How long has Chaos been out of seclusion? What a pity that our human race has only one supreme ultimate treasure. If only each of us had one, our deterrent power would rise by an entire level. Chaos City Lord did not take the fall of an alien universe master to heart. He teased Zhang Yang, I have been out for 20,000 years. But you Spectral Soul, you caused such a stir in the 10,000 years before. Why has there been hardly any news from you in the nearly 90,000 years since? Chaos, for the first 20,000 years I was guarding you all. If I create more than 3 clones, my progress will slow down tenfold. If it exceeds 10, it will slow down by another tenfold. Zhang Yang put on a bitter face and complained. Lord of Chaos City and the others had a trace of apology on their faces. Indeed, with so many clones, the decline in strength, will, and consciousness would naturally slow down the comprehension of laws. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Yang instantly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you've all been fooled by me. Although I have more clones, there are also more individuals comprehending. The speed of cultivation is not as slow as you think. Dragon Walker and East Alchemist exchanged glances, bitter smiles on their faces. This time it was true. They had almost forgotten when someone last joked. Even their disciples were always restrained in front of them. Soul Lord, you do make us feel that your age is truly young. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, I am indeed young. Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. Occasional relaxation and easing the mind are good. Then his expression turned slightly serious as he spoke to Lord of Chaos City. Actually, I have made some progress. Next I plan to break through to the immortal level. Oh, you're finally ready to break through. After 100,000 years of accumulation at the immortal level, it's time, said Lord of Chaos City. Zhang Yang turned to look at Giant Axe and said, I plan to return to my divine kingdom for the breakthrough. Giant Axe, please guard the Milky Way for me temporarily. No problem. Giant Axe replied readily, then a hint of yearning flashed in his eyes. Soul Lord, I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Don't disappoint me. Zhang Yang nodded seriously. I will surely satisfy you. I'm about to begin. In the spatial turbulence layer, there was a massive divine kingdom with a diameter surpassing a light year. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged in the central continent's temple. I'll break through with the law of space. Sealing, teleportation, annihilation. I've been suppressing it for a long time. Zhang Yang murmured. Divine power erupted instantly, and an endless divine might filled every inch of the divine kingdom. Divine power surged and the void trembled slightly. The 10-colored law chains in the sky were instantly drawn by the divine power. Among them gold and silver intertwined to form an extremely complex pattern of secret runes, its profundity far surpassing the 10th picture of the Chaos Tablet. The law of space has been completed. Now I can proceed to the next step. Zhang Yang said with a smile. The breakthrough seemed very simple to him, and not breaking through would be the difficulty as he had already comprehended it, and often felt the source of the universe. A single lapse would instantly trigger a breakthrough. Now Zhang Yang no longer resisted. The law of the venerable level and the origin of the universe began to resonate. Boom! The endless pressure of the universal source laws descended completely upon the divine kingdom. The main body and the three clones all raised their heads to gaze at the dome where the universal source laws were incomparably clear. It seemed as if an endless continent appeared and disappeared. The sky in the divine kingdom had vanished. The once clear sky with the descent of the universal source laws resembled a world within a rainbow, dreamlike and illusory. As the universal source laws trembled slightly, the 10-colored vortex continuously amplified and the entire divine kingdom became vibrant. In an instant, the vortex expanded to trillions of kilometers in size. The closer to the center of the vortex, the more complex and mesmerizing the laws became. Zhang Yang's gaze trembled. At the very center of the vortex there were no laws at all. It was a compressed void space containing only endless law aura, as if it were the source of everything. Rustle. The endless sea of divine power began to pour into Zhang Yang's body. From the immortal level onward it was a law body, but at that time it was only ordinary laws. Now breaking through to the universe venerable, he would completely transform into a spatial body. Although Zhang Yang's gene level had reached 10081 times, and he had 3 clones and his divine body was nearly 100,000 kilometers in height, the speed of the endless law ocean pouring in was too fast. Almost instantly Zhang Yang's spatial divine body was completely transformed, and the divine power conversion rate undoubtedly reached 100. At this point his divine power could fully rival a first-tier universe master. My goal has never been to absorb divine power. That endless law divine power is just highly concentrated cosmic energy, and of a very high grade. Zhang Yang murmured. The time of the source law descent is still there. Divine kingdom, expand. With a loud shout, Zhang Yang's will was extremely condensed, locking onto the formless law ocean in the sky, and beginning to transmit it to his divine kingdom. He was used to the explosive power of a universe master supported by the ancient god Dharma aspect and experienced in using such high-level energy. Coupled with his will which had reached the level of a universe strongest, a single eruption caused the endless ocean of divine power to surge downward even more turbulently. Ha! Zhang Yang roared with difficulty maintaining it and said hoarsely, That's intense. Expand. The walls of the divine kingdom began to slowly expand. The divine kingdom, already nearly a light year in size, was not smaller than some universe masters, and now it began to expand wildly. 2 light years. 3 light years. 5 light years. 10 light years. It's reached the limit. Zhang Yang felt the slight tremor of the divine kingdom and his expression froze. With a pause in his will, the universal source laws rapidly receded until they disappeared. The diameter has increased tenfold this time. Not bad. A universe master's divine kingdom is usually this size. Suppressing enemies will be easy. Then Zhang Yang stood up directly, and his vast divine power began to rage within the temple, crashing against the temple walls like ocean waves. Haha, I've become 100 times stronger. Now can my attacks reach the level of a 5th order? Glancing at the divine kingdom, Zhang Yang instantly vanished from it. Giant Axe saw him emerge and looked him up and down. Not bad. You feel much stronger. Before you were also strong, but it was because of the laws supporting you and it always felt a bit empty. Now you fully rival some universe masters. Zhang Yang said joyfully, I feel great. Energy has always been my weakness. Now it's finally no longer so weak. I came out to test it. Oh, then I'll go with you to see. Giant Axe said with great interest. He also wanted to know what level of strength Zhang Yang could achieve after the breakthrough. Zhang Yang smiled. A target offered voluntarily. How could he refuse? Let's go to the depths of the spatial layers. Saying that, he tore open space and dove in directly. After going deeper for a while, Zhang Yang looked at the following Giant Axe founder and said, "Giant Axe, I'm coming." Giant Axe said casually, "It's fine, just go ahead. I'm a universe master with a 10,000-fold divine body, and I'm wearing a peak supreme treasure armor. Honestly, I've always heard that you're good at annihilating divine bodies, but I've never experienced it." Zhang Yang frowned and said, "You won't attack or block, just defend." Giant Axe founder's eyes widened. "I said just come." This was belittling him. He was a universe strongest with 8th order strength. Getting injured in the original universe would be a joke. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. The divine body of a universe strongest was indeed strong. If he didn't use the assistance of the Abyss Prison, he was barely at 5th order strength. Under defense, even if it directly impacted the divine body, there should be no major problem. Cutting the Milky Way. With a single slash, the long blade hung over the galaxy. The power was now nearly 100 times stronger than before. The endless stars became even more brilliant, and the ancient aura of the blade body grew more archaic. The next moment, the blade tilted and slashed down. Giant Axe looked at Zhang Yang with wide eyes. He really looked down on him. He didn't even use a peak supreme treasure war blade. Giant Axe knew that Zhang Yang had a blade called Return to the Sea that had never been unsheathed. But the next moment, his expression changed. He sensed a threatening aura in this attack, though faint, it was real. He dared not be careless and instantly poured divine power into the supreme treasure armor. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. The armor on Giant Axe's body manifested a massive golden armor phantom with 2 sharp beast horns on the shoulders. The attack surged, but the armor remained as steady as a mountain. Soon Zhang Yang's attack secret technique was completely annihilated. Giant Axe founder said in astonishment, "I now know why you could make the Lord of 9 Nether yield. There's a strange power in your attack. Although it's only at the 5th order level, it annihilated a bit of my divine power." Zhang Yang said matter-of-factly, "My fused laws make the attack energy more stable and tougher. In mutual consumption, naturally more divine power is annihilated." Giant Axe founder realized. Then he asked, "Fusion of 10 systems of laws?" Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. "Where would I get 10 systems? Now merging 3 systems of laws is already difficult. I was restricted before and stuck, unable to comprehend further. Now that I've broken through to the venerable level, I can continue to cultivate." Restricted? Stuck? Giant Axe founder frowned. "How far have you merged?" "The fusion of gold, space, and time laws is at 19. 4. Zhang Yang immediately replied, then quickly corrected himself. "No, now it's 19. 5. It increased a bit during the breakthrough. It should be able to increase soon." Giant Axe founder said incredulously, "With such a low fusion degree, you can still have this kind of power?" Zhang Yang's face darkened. He said discontentedly, "That's because I'm fusing space and time and also adding a lower law, the law of gold, and also taking care of other lower laws. Do you think fusion is easy? If I only merged space and time laws, once the fusion is complete, I could reach the level of a universe strongest. Even if I didn't break through, I would be the strongest universe strongest." Giant Axe said nonchalantly, "We can't fuse space and time laws. How could we know the difficulty?" Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless. "I'll go update the Chaos Tablet first, and see if I can deduce the later laws." Giant Axe's eyes lit up. "That's great. I've been waiting for you." Zhang Yang glanced at him, sent a clone out of his body back to the Milky Way, and then directly teleported through his divine kingdom to the original universe. "Your divine kingdom is quite large. 10 light years in diameter, right?" Giant Axe founder also jumped into the divine kingdom passage and casually glanced. "Yes, my divine kingdom is not much smaller than other universe masters. It's very safe," Zhang Yang said confidently. Having mastered all 10 systems of laws, his divine kingdom was the most exquisite. "Soul Lord, you've broken through. Your aura is indeed much stronger. You seem a bit stronger than Kukong. Full power could reach the 5th order." Lord of Chaos City flashed over as soon as the two entered. Tisk, without using the Peak Supreme Treasure Warblade and the Abyss Prison's assistance, he can barely reach the 5th order. Giant Axe founder praised. Zhang Yang shook his head. "These 2 treasures have become less helpful to me. They just provide some energy support. Since my law comprehension hasn't improved, full power won't increase much. It should be at the top of the 5th order, similar to what Chaos was before." "That's about what we expected. Now you can continue to progress. Maybe you can even reach the 6th order." Lord of Chaos City said seriously, "You came for the Chaos Tablet. Yes, my realm has improved and I feel the upper limit seems to have increased. I should be able to deduce the later parts. Zhang Yang said. Then he thought of something and continued, the matter of switching to the Chaos Tablet must be done according to my rules. Otherwise, even if there is progress in the early stages, the bottleneck later will be very difficult to break through. It might even be harder than before. Lord of Chaos City said sternly, Soul Lord, rest assured. Such matters are not taken lightly. All assignments are strictly according to your instructions. Zhang Yang said with some regret. The number of immortals accumulated in the early stage is too huge. Among the original 53 tablets, only 10 similar Chaos Tablets are suitable for those immortals and venerables to switch to. Unless they break through to Universe Master, they can only choose another picture to become a Universe Strongest, but the assistance will be weaker. There is still a difference between self-exploration and guided cultivation. Giant Axe comforted. It's already much better than before. Even we need to comprehend. The days they spend comprehending have also become 10 times the previous number. Zhang Yang nodded and asked softly, has the plan to cultivate wild immortals started? I saw earlier that the number of immortals is approaching 1 billion. This is the accumulation of countless eras for the race. Those who reach the immortal level have some talent. With so many more Chaos Tablets now, there might be one suitable for them. Lord of Chaos City said, the plan has already begun. The first batch has started comprehending and the rest are still being screened. The number is too large, so it has to be done step by step. It will take a long time to digest. Giant Axe Founder Lord of Chaos City Soul Lord. Kandri saw the three coming and his eyes narrowed. He quickly bowed respectfully and thought to himself, the Soul Lord is here again. There will probably be a considerable stir. Zhang Yang nodded to him and walked in. He went straight to the Chaos Tablet as if familiar and his will directly entered it. The laws began to be deduced. After a while, the secret runes of spacetime laws had intertwined to an extremely complex degree. Joy surged in Zhang Yang's heart. It had worked. Now he was beginning to deduce the 11th picture. Looking at the axe that split the universe in the 11th picture, a hint of excitement flashed in Giant Axe Founder's eyes. Now it had entered the level of a Universe Strongest. It was exactly the same as the Chaos Tablet he had left behind. As the universe and the axe in the picture became clearer, Giant Axe Founder grew more excited. A complete 11th picture represented the 31st, 32nd, and 33rd layers corresponding to power levels of 7th or 8th and 9th order. The 11th picture was soon perfected. Giant Axe Founder said with obsession, so this is how the path ahead should be. The original ancestor was strong, but he only gave a general direction. You actually followed my path and completed the rest. This time, because Chaos City Lord did not engage in comprehension after Zhang Yang had finished interpreting a Chaos Steely, Chaos City Lord immediately used his authority to release it again, but the axe Chaos Steel had disappeared. Outside, the uproar resumed. Can we have a break? The axe Chaos Steel is also playing hide and seek. You have a problem. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase or I'll report you. No. You're my dear big brother, aren't you? Is the Great Soul Master preparing to update the Chaos Steel again? This time, even the axe Chaos Steel isn't spared. That's the 32nd level. Just now, the Tongtian Bridge has been updated. Now it's 34 levels. This time I have something to challenge. Brother, don't misunderstand, I'm just laughing at you. Still 34 levels. As if you've ever passed level 32. Let's see you pass level 23 first. Oh. Looks like I'll report the earlier matter after all. Someone is very dissatisfied with the disappearance of the axe Chaos Steel, and has resentment that needs to be vented at the 18th star prison. As a brother, I must help him. Big brother. You are my real big brother. 1,000 years passed leisurely. This time the law interpretation was extremely complex, taking 100 times longer than the previous one. Zhang Yang stopped, opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed within them. Another 1,000 years passed, and his talent increased 100-fold. At the time of breakthrough, he had a talent 4 billion times that of a god, increasing by 1/10 per year, which was 400 million times that of an earthling. Now, after 1,000 years, it had reached a terrifying 400 billion. He himself felt incredibly terrifying. With his previous talent of over 100 million times, he could easily comprehend close to the origin, forging tens of thousands of cosmic chaos, steely equivalent to breaking through to the universe supreme over 10,000 times. Now, in 1,000 years, his law comprehension was incredibly effortless. Just one of his avatars had pushed the 3-system fused laws to 27, reaching the 7th level. He turned to glance at the still comprehending axe creator, and after Chaos City Lord released the last chaos steely, the two silently departed. Soul Master, I feel you've grown stronger again, Chaos City Lord said suspiciously. Zhang Yang's heart stirred and he said, Yes, your feeling is correct. After I broke through to the Zun's level, the restrictions vanished. During this 1,000 years, even though I was interpreting laws, my avatars have been constantly cultivating and comprehending. As long as there are no restrictions, my speed of progress is naturally fast. Now I am already able to create secret techniques at the 7th level. 7th level. Chaos City Lord was slightly surprised. He knew that ordinary laws were not much of a challenge for Zhang Yang. But now being able to transcend the Universe Zun's level to create secret techniques at the Universe Supreme level meant that his fused laws must have broken through. After your breakthrough, cultivating fused laws has become this easy. A 7th level secret technique is comparable to Peng Gong. How strong are you now? Zhang Yang said uncertainly. I am 100 times weaker in foundation compared to a perfect gene universe master. Logically, I should be 2 levels weaker. But this is a fusion secret technique at the Universe Supreme level, so its power might be stronger. With the assistance of the Erosion Abyss Prison, I should barely reach the 6th level. 6th level. Soul Master, you are the first universe master in the universe to achieve 6th level combat power, without relying on a supreme treasure. After all, your perfect gene level is equivalent to a 100-fold gene level universe master. You are no longer a universe Zuns. Chaos City Lord said with emotion. Then he quickly asked, by the way, what level can you achieve now when activating the City of the Universe? Zhang Yang smiled and said, naturally, I can activate the 7th layer of secret patterns, achieving top-tier 8th level power. Although it lacks the annihilation effect of fused laws with top-tier 8th level attacks, I am finally qualified to possess this treasure. The 7th layer secret technique of the City of the Universe is an attack. Actually, Zhang Yang was also quite surprised because the City of the Universe was a flying palace-type treasure, usually with secret techniques for suppression, sealing, restriction, etc. But the 7th layer was an attack and a fiercely violent 10th level attack secret technique at that. The 7th layer. The 7th layer of a supreme treasure represents a top-tier 10th level secret technique. Although your energy is weaker, only allowing you to unleash top-tier 8th level power, your attack is still comparable to the axe. No one is more qualified than you to possess the City of the Universe. Chaos City Lord said earnestly. Zhang Yang said with slight excitement in his eyes. Words are empty, strength requires achievements. Chaos City Lord asked, are you planning to go to the Cosmic Sea? First, I'll take a trip to the Primal Star, let the myriad races of the Primal Universe see. Some seem not very willing. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he said coldly. Chaos City Lord was speechless. He knew that Luofeng was being targeted while roaming the Primal Star. Previously, because of an assassination attempt at the ancestral god sect, Luofeng was forced to self-destruct by the Void True Demon Lord. That was not a big deal, but his golden-horned beast avatar was exposed. More seriously, the top-tier treasure Golden Soul Seal was exposed. And that was a top-tier soul defense treasure. When Zhang Yang had exchanged for it, it cost over 2,000 treasure points. Even some universe masters couldn't afford it. The universe masters of the 6 peak races were few, and those universe masters had no place to exchange for it. Desire, greed, jealousy. Once the Golden Soul Seal was exposed, all who saw it went mad. Countless people targeted Luofeng. All unfamiliar powerhouses were fiercely attacked, and they were targeted as soon as they entered the Primal Star with their avatars being seen through. Chaos City Lord had even gone to rescue him once, but Luofeng had disappeared for over 10,000 years now, and no one knew where he was hiding. Soul Master, restrain yourself a bit. 2 or 3 universe masters should be their limit. Chaos City Lord said softly. He knew that Zhang Yang now was more terrifying than the Supreme in the Primal Universe. With the same 6th level strength, the annihilation effect of fused laws on the body was too deadly. Those with 5th level strength were still fine, attack and defense still had effect. Even top-tier 5th level was not too far from a new 6th level, so they weren't very afraid of Zhang Yang. But those at the 4th level were doomed. If their divine body was small, they could be instantly killed in one bad move. Zhang Yang nodded. He understood the implication. The human race was currently developing steadily and was not suitable for battle. They should not overstep the bottom line of those races, or they would truly go mad. Leaving Chaos City, Zhang Yang's consciousness entered the virtual universe to check Luofeng's location. To fish, one must first bait. If he didn't gather those universe masters together, he couldn't kill them easily. There are actually 2 locations. One is extremely farther than any of my tokens. The other is a bit remote, even the connection to the virtual universe is unstable. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and knew where Luofeng was. Luofeng must have entered the ancestral land of the Star Beast Alliance with the help of Zhuoshan Ku. Then, due to a bet between his master Zhuoshan Ku and the old beast god, the ancestor of the star beasts, Luofeng began to comprehend the beast god statue with a 10,000-fold time acceleration in the inheritance ground of the Star Beast Alliance. Zhuoshan Ku. Zhang Yang murmured. compared to mythology's Zhuoshan Ku should be equivalent to Nuwa. On this earth, earthlings were created by Zhuoshan Ku. If he had always been on earth, he would be revered as the progenitor. His own body was also considered created by him. It's time to meet this powerful being. The next moment, a divine kingdom passage appeared before Zhang Yang. After a long-distance teleportation, he stood in this unfamiliar starry sky. Sensing the location of the token again, Zhang Yang's figure vanished instantly, and the next moment he was tens of thousands of light-years away. He vanished again, another 10,000 light-years. Under high-frequency teleportation, any distance became extremely short. Buzz! We've arrived right here. Zhang Yang said affirmatively, his divine power exploding and instantly scanning everything below into his eyes. This place was similar to a passage to the initial universe. As soon as Zhang Yang arrived, he was immediately detected by the star beast ancestor. It stood inside its miniature universe, its eyes dimly gazing outward. Old beast god, it seems my disciple's clansman has come. Although Zhuoshan Ku was a divine power avatar, he too detected Zhang Yang's arrival. His heart tightened, but he said calmly on the surface. He's come, so what? This is the Star Beast Alliance. Are we afraid of a mere Zunes? Even if his combat power is astonishing, he is still far behind you and me. The old beast god said somewhat dismissively. In terms of strength, he was a universe supreme. In terms of influence, the Star Beast Alliance was one of the 9 major forces in the universe. Zhuoshan Ku hesitated slightly in his heart. He actually wanted to carefully observe this Tao companion, who might be similar to himself. Then he said meaningfully, old beast god, you'd better think it over. This one might be a bit different. Could Zhuoshan Ku know some secret? The old beast god thought to himself, becoming much more cautious, but still said lightly on the surface. He's only at the 4th level. The universe masters of my Star Beast Alliance are basically at this level. Of course we are not afraid of him. A flicker of darkness passed through Zhuoshan Ku's eyes, and he chuckled. Good, today let us together see what the Soul Master is really like. The old beast god nodded, not very concerned. Would this Soul Master dare enter his miniature universe? Even the Supreme dared not enter. Cosmic Starry Sky. Who is it? How dare you act recklessly in my Star Beast Alliance? With a loud roar, countless streaks of light burst out from the universe, and the next moment they blocked before Zhang Yang. They were thousands of colossal star beasts, each with a volume of over 1,000,000 kilometers. The leading dozen or so were nearly 10 million kilometers, and their auras were extremely fierce, clearly having reached the Universe Master level. When the Universe Master level star beasts clearly saw Zhang Yang's appearance, they instantly became tense. One huge golden-horned beast and a flame star beast exchanged glances, and their auras slightly eased. The golden-horned beast flew forward a bit, opened its nearly 1,000,000-kilometer wide mouth, and a rumbling voice came out, Soul Master. This is not a place for you. Leave quickly, and we will not hold you accountable. Golden-horned Lord, I just came to see my clansmen. Surely you won't refuse me this courtesy. Zhang Yang said with a slight amiability. At this moment Luofeng was inside, enjoying 10,000-fold time acceleration, and comprehending the Star Beast Alliance's Beast God statue. This was bestowing an opportunity upon the human race's powerhouse. How could he possibly conflict with them over such a good thing? Golden-horned Lord naturally knew Luofeng's identity, as it had been exposed on the Primal Star before. But now Luofeng was inside their ancestor's miniature universe. How could they allow the Soul Master to disturb the ancestor? Soul Master, there are no humans here. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. As Golden-horned Lord's words fell, thousands of Zunes and immortal star beasts along with over a dozen universe masters shouted in unison. The entire starry sky trembled under the sound waves. Endless divine power pressed directly toward Zhang Yang. That was hundreds of Zunes and over a dozen universe masters with strength above the 4th level. The combined divine power aura surpassed even a universe supreme. You are lying. Zhang Yang roared, his face instantly turning cold. He naturally knew Luofeng's current location. Entering a universe supreme's miniature universe was extremely dangerous for a universe master. He was now at the 6th level of strength anyway. Even if he encountered a universe supreme in the cosmic sea, he would not fear. Yet now, in the primal universe, he was being turned away. These star beasts had risen from wandering and were extremely xenophobic. Zhang Yang had truly witnessed this today. Golden-horned Lord Zuanmi, Lord Flame Star, Lord, my token is inside. These lies are meaningless. I didn't come to see the old beast god anyway. I can wait outside. With that, Zhang Yang's aura suddenly burst forth. Golden-horned Lord and the other powerhouses felt the invisible pressure, their hearts sinking. They were terrified. Was the Soul Master's strength truly so terrifying? To be able to launch such a counterattack while withstanding the divine power and aura pressure of so many powerhouses. Wasn't the rumor that he only happened to counter the Nine Nether Lord through a trick? The next moment Zhang Yang retracted his aura, slowly sat cross-legged in the starry sky, his 90000 kilometer divine body, also shrinking a bit, standing firm under the might of the many star beasts. Golden Horned Lord and the many powerhouses did not know what to do. After all, driving him away was just a habit, but Luofeng had been invited into the miniature universe by the ancestor, and their relationship seemed quite good. Golden Horned Lord. A powerful will passed through the miniature universe, and whispered in Golden Horned Lord's ear. Ancestor. Golden Horned Lord replied silently in his heart. Test that human strength. The old beast god transmitted. As you command. Golden Horned Lord replied, then began transmitting to the many powerhouses around him, conveying the ancestor's orders. Instantly the many star beasts' gazes toward Zhang Yang turned hostile without any concealment, and their auras began to fluctuate. Zhang Yang opened his eyes, his gaze deep, as he looked toward the rear of the star beasts. His will had long reached the universe supreme level, so he could naturally detect the old beast god's little tricks. These star beasts were already eager to try. Originally he had not wanted to fight, since their relationship should be relatively friendly. But this was forcing him. Feeling Zhang Yang's gaze, Washanku narrowed his eyes and said, Old beast god, found out, have we? The old beast god also became much more serious. A universe supreme's will. Truly remarkable talent. When the primordial ancestor rose, it was also like this. His will was already outstanding at the universe Zun's level, and later his soul attacks were even more terrifying. The human race, though weak at the grassroots and mediocre in talent, truly possesses incredible potential, especially in the soul aspect. Quantity alone cannot be so miraculous. After all, the number of the demon race is strictly tens of thousands of times that of the human race. There must be a secret that we do not know. Zhuoshan-Ku shook his head and chuckled lightly. He of course knew why the human race was so powerful, and he had also chosen to nurture and cultivate a human branch. But obviously these were not something he would tell the old beast god. He was now very much looking forward to Zhang Yang's performance. His eyes burned as he looked outside. He wanted to know how this Tao companion could use such powerful strength in the primal universe. Wasn't he afraid of suppression by the supreme rule and the consciousness of the primal universe's origin? After all, the combat power that Zhang Yang displayed at his current level was among the top even on that boundless continent. The Earthlings were his creation. He wanted to probe Zhang Yang's true nature, and then find the traces of reincarnation,